After Umbu, who came to report the news, left, the third generation walked to the next room and put on their battle uniforms, complaining to Danzo, "Danzo, it's all your fault. If you hadn't asked me to suppress the news temporarily and not to inform Lord Mito in a hurry, we wouldn't be so passive now. Lord Mito must have known about our little tricks. I'm afraid he will be more dissatisfied with us." It turned out that the village had really received the news. In fact, it was half an hour faster than Uchiha. The third generation was going to notify Uzumaki Mito as soon as possible, but was stopped by Danzo. He said to wait and see, and delay it. It would be best to control the time when they arrive at the Whirlpool country. When the Whirlpool country has suffered heavy losses, the Uzumaki clan has also suffered heavy losses, and arrive when the clan is on the verge of extinction. In this way, they can smoothly receive the Uzumaki clan's legacy while also breaking the Senju arm. Let the Senju completely lose the possibility of struggling to rise again. Otherwise, if the Uzumaki clan is really saved, given Uzumaki Mito's personality and the situation of the Senju, she is likely to force the Uzumaki clan to relocate and join Konoha. By then, the Senju and the Uzumaki will definitely join forces and breathe out of the same nostril. The strength will surge. Moreover, with the help of the Uzumaki, the Senju will definitely recover their vitality and strength quickly. This is what neither Danzo nor the third generation want to see. Therefore, the third generation was persuaded again and made a decision that was contrary to the previous decision. Then there is the current passiveness. What's the point of saying this now? You agreed to it before. Let's go quickly and stop Master Mito. I didn't expect her to react so quickly. The Senju definitely don't have such a powerful intelligence network now. It must be the work of the Uchiha clan. Didn't they say that Uchiha is also gathering troops, and Uchiha is still with Master Mito? Obviously, they probably reached a cooperation agreement without our knowledge. Master Mito invited Uchiha to help the Uzumaki clan. Damn it! Danzo said angrily. Uchiha again. This messed up their plans. Yes. After hearing this, the third generation looked gloomy. Who could have thought that Mito Tianren Uchiha and Tiancheng would cooperate like this? She obviously no longer trusts us. She would rather cooperate with her old enemy Uchiha than trust us. I just don't know what conditions she agreed to Uchiha for this. I hope the situation won't be too bad. He was very afraid that the Senju and Uchiha would form an alliance. If that happens, he will be in danger in the future. Let's go. Immediately, the third generation hurriedly left the Hokage's office, joined the Umbu and Root ninjas outside the Hokage building, and rushed to the village gate. When they hurriedly arrived at the village gate, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly had already walked out of the village with the elite troops of the two tribes. Mr. Mito, please stay. Where are you going with all these people? The third generation, with Danzo and several Umbu, stopped Uzumaki Mito and his group and asked in a pretended puzzled manner. Uchiha Chiri couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. They are still so hypocritical at this time. Are they treating Uzumaki Mito as a fool? Especially the third generation, they were so smart that they gathered so many Umbu and Root ninjas in a short time. Isn't this telling Uzumaki Mito that they already knew something happened in the Whirlpool country and what you are going to do now, so they brought people here specially? Uchiha Chiri felt that she had overestimated the intelligence of the third generation and Danzo. Uzumaki Mito is not stupid, how could she not see it? Especially when she heard Uchiha Chiri's sneer, she just felt it was extremely harsh. Didn't you already know this? Why are you still asking me now? What's the point of pretending to be confused? Are you kidding me? Uzumaki Mito stared at the third generation members angrily and questioned them. No, Master Mito, you misunderstood. The third generation was also regretful at this time. I miscalculated? But he still tried to save face and explained, you must be talking about the Whirlpool country. In fact, we just received the news. We are gathering the team and preparing to notify you. But I didn't expect you to have already started to act. At this point, he looked at Uchiha's Hilly deeply and said, but I didn't expect Uchiha to be so well informed, even better than the village's news channels. Heh. Uchiha's Hilly sneered after hearing this, don't flatter us Uchiha. We can't afford it. The reason why we can collect the news so quickly is that we have sent people to keep an eye on the movements of several major ninja villages and the Whirlpool country. There is something abnormal in the Whirlpool country. You and I have known about this for more than a month. Mito seems to have asked for help from the village, hoping that the village would take it seriously, pay more attention, and tell her as soon as there is news. Unfortunately, some people obviously don't think so. Also, you are taking us with you now, or you deliberately trying to delay time and buy time for other ninja villages to eliminate the Uzumaki clan. Want to pass the blame? No way. You are not? We are not. The third generation and Danzo were speechless by Uchiha Yuri's words. Especially the last sentence, which can be said to be a heartbreaking word. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's eyes change again, the third generation waved their hands and explained, we are actually here to join you and go to reinforce together. Master Mito, look, Danzo and I have brought more than half of the Umbu and the Root elite. In addition, we can do this. Master Mito, why don't you stay in the village? You are the pillar of the village. If you leave, I am worried that there will be problems in the village. It will be spied on by someone with ulterior motives. Leave the Uzumaki clan to Chien and Danzo. Because they were wrong from the beginning, the third generation couldn't even show a tough tone at this time, and they just felt very aggrieved. No need. Uzumaki Mito heard it and waved his hand with a cold face. I have to go alone this time. No one else can replace me. In order for the Uzumaki clan to not be coveted in the future and to survive safely, I have to convince them to move to Konoha. And if I want to convince them, I have to do it myself. None of you can do it. However, since you all brought people here, then let's go together. No matter what the third generation had in mind before. Obviously, since they took the initiative to bring people together, Uzumaki Mito certainly didn't plan to let them go back and continue to stay in the village. To be honest, I took away 90% of the elite Senju this time. Even Tsunade is no exception. If the third generation and if Danzo continued to stay in the village, she was really worried that these two bastards would take the opportunity to do something to Senju and Noeki. Even if the possibility was extremely low, she couldn't take the risk. Senju couldn't stand the tossing. In addition, Uchiha also took away most of the elites of the tribe this time, and the strength left in the village was also greatly reduced. They also needed to be on guard against the third generation and Danzo. Therefore, it was the best choice to take the third generation with them. As for the third generation, would they secretly make trouble and hinder them when they went to the Whirlpool country? It's better than leaving them in the village, isn't it? Keeping them under close supervision is the best choice. The third generation was stunned when they heard it. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to say that. He felt that he had miscalculated again. Danzo on the side also had a gloomy face, but he hid behind the third generation and didn't dare to show his head. Because, most of the things against Senju in these years were handled by him. He was quite afraid of Uzumaki Mito, afraid that she would punch him directly and kill him. So, it would be better for the third generation to deal with this matter by themselves. Although, he felt very bad and unhappy at this time. Isn't it appropriate? The third generation said with an ugly face, the village also needs power to protect it, especially when there are unusual movements in the major ninja villages. What if their target is not the Whirlpool country, but Konoha? At that time, Konoha, which is powerless, may be attacked by them. As a Hokage, I can't sit idly by and watch this happen. How about letting Danzo take the secretly lost ninja to go with you? Or you stay and let me and Danzo go? He was really a little worried about the stability of the village. Especially today, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha suddenly gathered a large number of elites and hurriedly left the village. At this time, many ninjas in the village may have been alarmed. They don't know what happened, right? Heh. Uzumaki Mito sneered after hearing this, glanced at the third generation and Danzo and said, then it's up to you. You stay in the village, Danzo, take the Umbu and the people from the route and follow us. Let's go. Time waits for no one, hurry up and catch up. With that, Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, and set off again with Uchiha Chiri and the elite troops of Senju and Uchiha, and quickly went far away. Hiruzen, you are really... Danzo was left staring at the third generation with a gloomy face. Looking at his expression, it seemed as if he wanted to bite the third generation to death. Isn't this just putting the blame on him and pushing him into the fire pit? Let him follow Uzumaki Mito. Who knows if Uzumaki Mito will be angry with him on the way and beat him up. 191,313. The third generation naturally understood this, and understood Danzo was not sure why he was resentful. He coughed awkwardly and comforted him. Don't worry, Danzo Shuishan is actually very easy to get along with. As long as you don't provoke her on the way and try to cooperate with her, nothing will happen. Go quickly, I won't send you any more. I'm afraid the village is already in chaos, and I still need to appease the people of various tribes. As for the rest, you can do it yourself. Don't force it. After that, the third generation directly ordered the Umbu ninjas to follow Danzo and Uzumaki Mito's orders this time. 0, please give me flowers. After that, the third generation directly waved goodbye to Danzo. Danzo, this BD is too much. But what can Danzo do? Humph, follow me. He could only snort coldly and call on the upper route and two groups of Umbu ninjas to speed up and chase Uzumaki Mito and the others. When they were far away, they could no longer see their figures. The third generation sighed, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have thought so. Now, even Lord Mito couldn't stop it. Things are even worse. If nothing unexpected happens, the Uzumaki clan will probably not be destroyed this time. At most, they will lose some clan members and forces. Looking at Uzumaki Mito's previous posture, she will definitely force the Uzumaki clan to migrate and incorporate into Konoha afterwards. By then, the strength of the Senju will probably skyrocket. In addition, Uchiha also participated in the rescue this time. Third generation can foresee that the relationship between the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans may become closer in the future. When he thought of this, he had a headache. Hiruzen, what's going on? We heard about the Senju and Uchiha's unusual movements. Are they led by Mito-sama and Uchiha Yuri? Where are they? At this time, Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura rushed over with several guards. Many representatives of ninja clans also came one after another. They obviously wanted to know what happened. They were also afraid of conflicts or changes in the village. If that happened, they would have to mediate in time to avoid the village's strength being damaged. In that case, the whole Konoha would be the one to suffer in the end. If Konoha's strength was damaged, other ninja villages that had recovered from the last war would definitely not miss this opportunity. Something happened in the Whirlpool country. Lord Mito and Uchiha Yuri took most of the elites of the two clans to rescue. In addition, I will not send Danzo with 2 battalions of Umbu and some route recognizers to rescue. The third generation looked at the representatives of the various ninja clans and even the ninjas who were still coming, and said, "What?" Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura's faces changed immediately after hearing this. Yudin Koharu frowned and said, "Why didn't you keep Lord Mito? And how did Uchiha get involved? With so many elites going to rescue, will the Zhang clan really be greatly weakened or even destroyed? I'm afraid it's impossible, unless Uzumaki Mito and the others are late." This is not in line with what they had discussed before. What they want is a severely disabled or even destroyed Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for the fact that there were many ninja representatives coming around, Koharu would have wanted to ask directly. But these obviously can't be put on the surface. I stayed. The third generation heard this and shook their heads helplessly, but I didn't stay. Mito insisted on going. She said that only she could convince the Uzumaki clan to move to Konoha afterwards. What else can I do? I can only agree. Let Danzo take the people with me. He said this not only to Yudin Koharu and others, but also to other ninja representatives who rushed over. Sure enough, these people also understood a little after hearing this. At the same time, many people had different expressions about what the third generation said, that Uzumaki Mito was going to bring the Uzumaki clan to join the village afterwards. They began to ponder the gains and losses of this matter. 0145122208 Fila 1711422530. The Uzumaki clan is very strong. They also master powerful sealing techniques. If they can join the village, it will naturally increase the strength of the village. But correspondingly, it will inevitably squeeze the living space of other ninja clans and divide their interests. For a while, the ninja representatives were in a complicated mood. Unfortunately, since this matter involves Uzumaki Mito, and she has personally dispatched, what can they do? It is impossible to stop it. Some ninja representatives even began to hope that the Uzumaki clan would suffer more losses this time. At that time, they would bring fewer clan members to join Konoha. In this way, they can also share some benefits. Human nature, sometimes it is like this. Of course, Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura did not believe the third generation. They had discussed this matter many times before. The original plan was for them to send people to rescue the Whirlpool country. It was just that they would be there at the moment when the Whirlpool country was destroyed. They only needed to bring back the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. But now such a change has occurred, it is obvious that they miscalculated. Therefore, Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura are going to ask the third generation about the specific situation later. Okay, that's what's going on. Everyone, pass the news to other ninja clans and stabilize the village as soon as possible. At the same time, strengthen your vigilance during this period. Lest other ninja villages take advantage of you, that's it. As he said that, the third generation called Yudin Koharu and walked towards the Hokage building. Seeing this, the others also dispersed. P.S. Please pre-order first. Custom order. Chapter 52, The belatedly aware third generation arrives in the land of whirlpools in time, 6/10. Please subscribe. Inside the Hokage's office. As soon as he came in, Yudin Koharu couldn't help but ask the third generation, Hiruzen, what's going on? Didn't we all plan it out? How did it turn out like this? Not only did Mito-sama take the Senju to reinforce, but even Uchiha went with them. The most important thing is that Uchiha actually hooked up with Senju and Mito-sama and started to unite. This is not a good sign. Yeah. Mito Homura looked at the third generation with a puzzled look on his face. The third generation lit up their pipe, took a puff, and sighed with a worried look. It was planned, but something went wrong. We didn't expect Uchiha's intelligence to be so well informed. They received the news of the changes in the major ninja villages and the transformation of Man-Z country almost at the same time. And they gathered the elites of the clan as soon as possible and contacted Lord Mito. It directly disrupted our rhythm. Even, Lord Mito suspected us, thinking that we knew about it but didn't report it, deliberately delayed, and wanted to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan suffer. Although neither party said it clearly, but the other party knew it well. In the future, their relationship with Uzumaki Mito and even the Uzumaki clan will only get worse. Uchiha, Yudin Koharu frowned, reviewed the whole process, and said in a deep voice, there is something wrong here. Uchiha's reaction is too fast. Senju's reaction is also too fast. If they received the news at the last minute, they couldn't have gathered the elite of the tribe so quickly. I'm afraid that the last time Mito-sama and Uchiha Chiri met, they had already reached a cooperation agreement on this matter in secret. Mito-sama entrusted Uchiha to help keep an eye on the changes in the major ninja villages and the land of whirlpools. Once there is a change, the two tribes will jointly dispatch elite forces for rescue. It must be like this. 497. After analyzing this, Yudin Koharu said categorically, otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. DAF. Third generation and Mito Homura looked at each other and took a breath of cold air. The third generation said with a look of doubt, I'm afraid it's true. It seems that Mito Tento has already joined forces with Uchiha. They don't trust us anymore. At this point, the third generation's face became even gloomier. He didn't even think about who was to blame for this. You guys don't do anything, but secretly target and bully the Senju. You're even prepared to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan suffer. How can you expect Uzumaki Mito to trust you? It's obvious. Yudin Koharo crossed his arms and said coldly, "So, what should we do next? At present, most of the elites of Senju and Uchiha have left the village. Should we do anything?" At this point, a cold light flashed in Yudin Koharo's eyes. No. The third generation and Mito Kado Homura nodded in unison. Looking at Yudin Koharo like a madman, the third generation said, "They just left the village to rescue the Uzumaki clan, not dead. Not to mention that half of the Umbu and Root personnel also went to help. We have fewer loyal people in the village at this time, and we can't do such a thing. Even if we can do it, we can't afford the consequences of doing so. Now, it's better to strengthen the village's vigilance to avoid possible enemies. That's it. You guys go and get busy first." With that, the third generation started to drive people away. He felt that Yudin Koharo's idea just now was too dangerous. Okay, I would say the same thing. Yudin Koharo also knew that he had said the wrong thing, spread his hands, and left immediately. The Akamika clan. Tisk tisk. It seems that Lord Mito no longer trusts the third generation and would rather cooperate with Uchiha than trust the third generation. Nara Shikeyama couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It can only be said that if you let them go, they will not survive. Akamika Tofu listened and shook his head helplessly. It's because Hiruzen and his men have done too much against the Senju in recent years, and Lord Mito can no longer trust them. It's the same with this matter. If Lord Mito hadn't joined forces with Uchiha in advance, I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan would still be kept in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men are too evil. They want to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan be destroyed. In the future, we have to be careful when facing them. Obviously, after asking around, they have learned a lot of inside information. I understand. Nara Shikeyama nodded, thinking of the recent changes of Uchiha, and stroking his chin, he pondered. However, I estimate that if this continues, the third generation will not be far from falling. I believe that after this, the relationship between Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki will become closer. In the future, maybe Uchiha will really have a Hokage. This kind of thing is foreseeable. The main reason is that Uchiha has changed too much recently. If it were in the past, Nara Shikeyama might be worried. But now, he thinks that even if Uchiha has a Hokage, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least, maybe you can buy more and better medicines from Uchiha at that time? After all, you have become a Hokage, so you should give the villagers more benefits and make some contributions to the growth of the village, right? Thinking of this, Nara Shikeyama's eyes lit up, and he immediately told his idea to Akamike and Yamanaka. What do you think? Nara Shikeyama asked. You know what? It's a good idea. Akamike Tofu listened, his eyes lit up and said, with the proud character of Uchiha, if they really get the position of Hokage, it is very likely to bring us greater benefits. He always felt that the third generation was too weak. This kind of character and behavior is not good for the cruel ninja world. 4 days later, in the Whirlpool country, it took Uzumaki Mito and the others 4 days of running all the way to cross the ocean and rush to the border of Whirlpool country. But they found that the border of Whirlpool country was in chaos at this time. There were many civilians fleeing. At the same time, there were many traces of battles. Even, there were a lot of corpses. Most of them were from the Uzumaki clan. The red hair was really conspicuous. No, the enemy has already invaded the Whirlpool country. Uzumaki Mito saw the corpses of the Whirlpool clan, and his face suddenly sank. He made a quick decision. Let's go, hurry to the Whirlpool country. The traces of battle here will not exceed half a day. The Whirlpool country has a powerful barrier. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it should not have fallen completely at this time. Yes. Immediately, the group followed Uzumaki Mito followed and accelerated towards the capital of the Whirlpool country. Kill. Quick, retreat to the barrier. At the same time, in the capital of the Whirlpool country. At this time, the entire core area of the capital was covered by a huge barrier. Many of the Uzumaki clan who were being hunted fled frantically, trying to escape back to the barrier to resist the enemy. Some succeeded, while others did not have time to escape and were killed by people from the 3 major ninja villages. A few hours later, except for the area covered by the barrier, most of the ninjas of the Whirlpool country were basically killed and cleared out in the remaining areas. The 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Mizukage met in front of the barrier with their respective elite troops. Looking at the barrier, they all frowned. They had tried to break the barrier before. As a result, this thing was much stronger than they imagined, and it was impossible to break it from the outside in a short time. What should we do next? I'm afraid Konoha has received the news and sent people here. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. 3rd Mizukage couldn't help but speak. Haha, not necessarily. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki heard it, floating in the air, holding his hands and sneered. You say that because you don't know Sarutobi Hiruzen very well. This person may not be willing to nine Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, our people have been active in the land of whirlpools for more than a month. Why don't we see any movement in Konoha? I'm afraid he wants the Uzumaki clan to be destroyed. Similarly, the Uzumaki clan may not be willing to ask Konoha for help. He has dealt with the 3rd Hokage many times. He is quite familiar with him. Is that so? 3rd Mizukage listened, his eyes slightly tilted. Let's attack quickly and break the barrier as soon as possible to get what we want. At this time, the 3rd Reikage said in a muffled voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others may not want to come to rescue, but don't forget that Uzumaki Mito is not dead yet. With her here, Konoha will definitely send people to support us. We can't delay too long. It's not a good thing to underestimate the enemy. That's right. Oniki listened and nodded in understanding. Immediately, the three of them discussed it and sent their men to start frantically attacking the barrier. At this time, inside the barrier, in a square in the imperial palace of the capital, Uzumaki Ami stood in the core of a barrier, leading many of his clansmen to maintain the barrier with all their strength. At this time, Uzumaki Lumming regretted it very much. If I had known this, I should have listened to Master Mito and moved to Konoha. I was too arrogant and careless. I didn't expect that. Another Uzumaki elder beside him heard it and shook his head. It's meaningless to say this now. Going to Konoha may not be a good thing. Haven't you seen how lonely Senjo has become in recent years? Besides, who could have expected that the three major ninja villages would suddenly unite to launch a surprise attack on us? Everything depends on fate. How is the evacuation of the tribe? We don't have much time left. With this frequency and intensity of attacks, we can't hold on for too long. At this point, regret is useless. How to find a way to preserve more fire and save some tribesmen is the most important thing. Uzumaki Lumming nodded and said, everything has been arranged. Except for the tribesmen who stayed behind to buy time for this barrier, the remaining hundreds of tribesmen have been divided into 5 groups and left from different tunnels. I arranged for one group to go to Konoha, and the destinations of the remaining groups are different. I'm still not going to put all my eggs in one basket, and at the same time, I don't trust Konoha too much, especially when Master Mito doesn't have much time left. Having learned from this lesson, he felt that it would be better for the clan members to separate and hide. This would better prevent the family from being completely destroyed. Well, that's good. Several elders listened and nodded, but they didn't have too many opinions. The enemy's attack has weakened. At this time, an elder suddenly spoke. It's Konoha's people coming. I sensed an extremely terrifying chakra source, including this very familiar chakra. It's Lord Mito. It's Lord Mito who brought people to rescue us. We are saved. At this time, another younger elder knew through Kagura's mind. What? Are you sure? The others were shocked when they heard it, and then said with joy, sure. The elder nodded affirmatively. Not only Lord Mito, I also sensed the familiar life breath of Senjo, and by the way, there is also Kinshiha. Why are Uchiha here? And there are so many of them. Such powerful and evil chakra and pupil power. Wow, all of them have opened Sharingan, and the worst have 2 Megatama. These more than 100 people are definitely the elite of the Uchiha elite. As for the remaining Umbu and Root ninjas, most of their characteristics are not so obvious, but this elder still identified some distinctive ninja clans. For example, Inuzuka, Abarame, etc. Not only Senju and Lord Mito came in person, but even Uchiha came to help? Is this true? The people of the Uzumaki clan present were all shocked. At this time, another Uzumaki elder who awakened Kagura's heart also nodded and affirmed, indeed. At this time, Lord Mito and his men have already fought with the ninjas who attacked us. Clan leader, what should we do? After hearing this, the others also looked at Uzumaki Akamoto. After listening to this, Sunmu Lumming thought for a while and said, you stay and continue to maintain the barrier. I will go and check on the elite members of the tribe who have not yet withdrawn. If it is really Lord Mito and his men who have come to help, then we will join them in attacking the enemy from both inside and outside. Others naturally had no objection. Uzumaki Lumming immediately stood up and handed over the authority of the barrier core to the elder, and then withdrew directly. He went to gather the remaining elite members of the clan who had not withdrawn as quickly as possible. At this time, outside the barrier, led by Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's reinforcements had already fought with the elites of the 3 major ninja villages. Fire-style Halong fire technique. Water-style wave riding attack. Sharingan illusion. For a moment, the ninjas of the 3 major ninja villages could not care about continuing to attack the barrier, and quickly turned to deal with Konoha's attack. Damn it! How could Konoha send so many elites to help? Has Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his personality? Oniki 1.2 said with a depressed look. While speaking, he clasped his hands together and prepared to launch a dust escape attack. Susanoo. At this time, a black Susanoo soared into the sky and turned into a nearly 100-meter tall giant standing in the capital of the Whirlpool country. Drawing out the knife from his waist, he chopped directly at Onoki. Damn! The moment Onoki saw Susanoo appear, he was shocked and had a bad premonition. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall the psychological shadow that Uchiha Madara had left him in the past. Feeling the fatal danger, he quickly dodged in midair. But he was still hit by the strong wind brought by the slash and was circled and flew out for several times. Boom! Although he was not injured, the people below him who were floating before were miserable. Instantly, more than a dozen people were chopped into foam. Among them were the elites of Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Ji Yin. For a moment, the faces of the 3 shadows were ugly. Gilu, what a joke. This kind of combat power. Many ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages saw this horrible scene and saw the towering chakra giant swallowed his saliva, and his heart was filled with fear. This was not something they could handle. Immediately, these people hurriedly moved away from the battlefield. Onoki stabilized his body and looked at the figure of Susanoo with a serious face, concentrating. Are you Uchiha Yuri? I didn't expect it to be you. When did Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki become so close? Uchiha Yuri sneered after hearing this. This is not something you should care about. Onoki, your opponent today is me? Don't let me down, let me see your weight. Kill. As he said that, Uchiha Yuri continued to control Susanoo to kill Onoki. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Cha Uchiha Yuri? Let me see whether your Susanoo is stronger or my fist is stronger. Hell thrust, three-pointed hand? Kill. Raikage also rushed towards Uchiha Yuri at this time. Raikage, your opponent is me. Adamantine sealing chains. At this time, Uzumaki Mito rushed over, and dozens of golden chains rushed out of his body, shooting towards Raikage and entangled. Not good. Raikage sensed a strong sense of danger from these chains, and hurriedly forced a change of direction in the middle and chose to dodge. His attack also missed and hit the ground beside him. Boom. A deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters and a depth of several meters was blasted on the ground. But this is not over yet. Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains chased again. Raikage hurriedly dodged. At the same time, looking for an opportunity to get close to Uzumaki Mito. For a while, whether it was Onoki and Uchiha Chiri, or the third Raikage and Uzumaki Mito, they were all entangled in a stalemate. And Danzo faced the third Mizukage, relying on his powerful wind style to temporarily avoid being defeated. On the contrary, in the battle between the elder ninja village elites, the elites of the three major ninja villages fell into a disadvantage from the beginning. The main reason was that the strength displayed by the elites of Uchiha this time exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn, when did the physique and physical skills of Uchiha become so strong? The ninja of Cloud Shinobi complained. Not only physical skills and physique, but also ninjutsu has become more powerful, chakra has increased. The pupil power and pupil skills are also so strong. The people who fought with Uchiha, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi, were also surprised. On the contrary, the Senju and Umbu, the people of the root, were indeed strong, but they did not exceed the expectations of the three major ninja villages. Kill. At this moment, thousands of Uzumaki clan elites suddenly emerged from the barrier. They attacked the elites of the three major ninja villages directly. In a wave of surprise attacks, they cooperated with Konoha's ninjas to kill more than 10 people, and their appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the enemy. Retreat. Seeing that things were hopeless, the third Raikage shouted loudly, constantly repelling the golden chains that Mito Uzumaki attacked, fighting, and retreating, and began to cover the people of his village to evacuate here. This time, although it was a pity that he failed to completely break through the Uzumaki clan and obtain more of its inheritance. But just along the way, the 08 Uzumaki clan ninjas killed in the territory of the Whirlpool country have already collected some sealing techniques from their bodies or homes. With more research, it should be enough to seal Jinchuriki. The situation is not right, and he is unwilling to add more unnecessary casualties. The main thing is that if it drags on, he doesn't think he has a way to defeat Mito Uzumaki. This woman's ability is too difficult to deal with. The diamond chain containing the power of sealing has a great restraint on him. Want to run? No way, leave them all to me. How could Uzumaki Mito just sit there? He immediately forcibly extracted Nine Tails chakra, entered the golden body mode, and his strength soared, and he killed the third Raikage. He even separated a part of the diamond chain to kill the nearby Cloud Shinobi. There were indeed several Cloud Shinobi who were close to them and were entangled. Crack. A sound of bones breaking was heard, and these people were strangled to death. Damn, is this woman crazy? Is this chakra? Nine Tails chakra? How is it possible? She actually completely mastered the power of Nine Tails. Trouble. The third Raikage saw it and his face sank immediately. Hell thrust, one punch hand. He immediately launched his full-strength attack, ordering Cloud Shinobi to evacuate quickly while frantically attacking Uzumaki Mito, trying to completely hold her back so that she could not be distracted from dealing with Mito. Even Uzumaki Mito would not dare to take on this level of thrust force. But she didn't need to take it head-on. She dodged directly, and then continued to attack with adamantine sealing chains. The Raikage felt extremely frustrated. Uzumaki Mito was too restrained for ninjas of his type. At the same time, Omi Shihajiri. Dust release, limit stripping technique. Rock Shinobi, retreat. While dodging Susanoo's attack, Onoki counterattacked, and at the same time, he shouted at the Rock Shinobi below and gave orders. The Cloud Shinobi were ready to retreat. The situation was not good, and he could not do anything to Uchiha for a while, so he could only choose to retreat. If he continued to stay here, he would not see any benefits except causing greater sacrifices. Naturally, he did not want to stay any longer. Where are you running? Yasakani no Megatama? Kill. Uchiha also did not choose to resist the dust release head-on, but instantly teleported dozens of meters away, and then Susanoo raised his left hand and condensed a terrifying ball of light. Then, the ball of light shot up into the sky and floated in the air. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, countless golden light attacks fell and shot at the Rock Shinobi who were trying to escape. The key is that they also avoided the ninjas of Konoha. For a moment, the Rock Shinobi of Tsunade were attacked. Some died directly, while others were only seriously injured. Defend quickly. Earth-style Earth Core. Earth-style Land Submarine. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. For a moment, the Rock Shinobi used their own defense methods to resist the attack of Uchiha. At the same time, some people even dived deep underground and began to evacuate from underground. Stop it. Dust release original world stripping technique. Onaki saw that dozens of rock shinobi were killed or injured in an instant, and his eyes were about to burst. He immediately used dust release to cover the golden light in the sky. Instantly, the golden light source was annihilated. Then, he aimed his attack at Uchiha again. Dust release, limit stripping technique. Unfortunately, the pre-swing of this move was too long. How could Uchiha stay in place and wait for him to attack? He rushed forward dozens of meters and slashed at Onoki with a sword. Onoki had no choice but to temporarily stop the ninjutsu to avoid it. The Chakra Giant's sword, which was dozens of meters long, slashed on the ground, and once again cut out a field of hundreds of meters, and a deep abyss of dozens of meters. Ah! There was a scream from the ground. Obviously, a few more unlucky people who were hiding in the ground and preparing to escape were affected. Damn it! Earth-style, weighted rock technique. Onoki was furious and directly used Earth-style on Susanoo. Suddenly, Omareki felt a strong gravity acting on Susanoo and himself. Unfortunately, this gravity was not very useful for her, whose physique had been strengthened several times. Damn it! Onoki also discovered this. Angry and helpless. Fortunately, at this time, he sensed that except for the ninjas who died in the battle, the rest of the ninjas in his village had already left. At this time, Reikage and even Mizukage were also fleeing, so he naturally had no desire to continue fighting. He immediately flew away. At the same time, an angry shout came from afar, "Uchiha Yuri, I will remember you." Heh! Uchiha Yuri listened, smiled contemptuously, and sensed the situation of the battlefield around him. The battle was almost over. The enemies were either dead or evacuated, so they did not continue to attack. He cancelled Susanoo and fell from midair, and ordered Uchiha 7th generation, count the tribesmen and see the casualties. Use medicine to quickly treat the injured tribesmen. Yes. Uchiha 7th generation immediately accepted the order. At the same time, on a tree hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a black and white Zetsu saw all the previous battles of Uchiha Yuri. Black Zetsu couldn't help but exclaimed, "I didn't expect that this Uchiha's Hilly not only suddenly recovered to his peak state, but was able to open the 4th stage of Susanoo. And, it looks very easy to control, as if he is not under much pressure. It's really strange. Forget it, I have seen what I should see, and I have found the person to choose. It's time to leave." This time Black Zetsu came here to select a suitable Rinnegan nurturing carrier for Uchiha Madara. The candidate had already been found and escorted them out of the Whirlpool country, so there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. After the black-white Zetsu disappeared, Uchiha Yuri inadvertently glanced at the place where the black-white Zetsu had stayed before, revealing a meaningful look, thinking, is this special existence the black-white Zetsu that Xianqing mentioned? Sure enough, its existence itself is very strange. It is impossible to sense it with chakra alone, only the observation color can sense it. You must be careful in the future, and you can't reveal Xuanqing's secret in front of it. Well, I have to remind Xianqing of this when I go back. The camera turned. Uzumaki Mito chased the third Reikage for thousands of meters, and the enemy had already run away, so she retreated. Also sent people to count the casualties of the Senju. As for Danzo, at this time, he was injured a lot, but fortunately none of them were known. However, his face was not good at this time, because the loss of the Uzumaki clan this time was obviously not as big as he and the third generation expected. There were dozens of Uzumaki elites who came to fight back, and there would be even more remaining old and young. It seems that the goal this time cannot be achieved. What a pity. In addition, I didn't expect that Lady Mito is still so strong. After fighting for such a long time and such an intense battle, she didn't show any signs of fatigue. Is Uchiha's treatment effect on her so good? Danzo thought with regret and doubt in his heart. He now doubted whether Uzumaki Mito really recovered a few years of life. In addition, Uzumaki Mito could actually forcibly extract Nine Tails chakra to greatly enhance his strength and attack, which made him particularly wary. It seems that I have to be more careful next time. Danzo thought again. What shocked him even more was the strength and resilience shown by the Uchiha Elite Guard this time. These are obviously much stronger than in the past, which is very abnormal. Sure enough, Uchiha has better similar products than the nutritional pills and bodybuilding potions sold after the battle. Danzo thought to himself. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these Uchiha have such great changes and improvements in strength, physique, chakra volume, and even pupil power in a short period of time. Sure enough, Uchiha is a huge threat. If I had known this, I would have been more aggressive in suppressing Uchiha in the past few years. Now, even if he and the third generation want to suppress Uchiha, it is temporarily impossible. Not only because of the terrifying combat power shown by Uchiha Chiri this time. It is also because Senju seems to have really formed an alliance with Uchiha. This is not good news for him. It seems that now, for Uchiha, even Senju, and Uzumaki, we can only wait for a new ninja world war. Danzo secretly made up his mind and said, wait, obviously you have been proud for a few years, then, I will let you know who is the winner of the last laugh, hee. Master Chiri, there is no death this time, only 5 people are seriously injured and 12 people are slightly injured. After counting, Uchiha 7th generation reported to Uchiha Chiri with a smile on his face. The main thing is that the battle didn't last long. In addition to killing dozens of ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages on the way here, the decisive battle here lasted less than half an hour in total. In addition, Uchiha's strength has indeed increased a lot, and the cooperation has become more tacit, so the damage is naturally less. In comparison, the casualties of Umbu, Root, and even Senju are much greater. Especially Umbu and Root, they don't have the special care of Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito. Oh. Uchiha Yuri raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Not bad. It seems that the intensive training, combat training, and resources during this period have not been in vain. Let everyone keep up the good work and continue to work hard after returning. Of course, this time's merits will also be counted and handed over to me after returning. I will give you corresponding family merit rewards based on the information. At present, there are more and more things in the merit pavilion, and they are becoming more and more complete. The tribesmen are used to it. Yes, thank you, Lord Chiri. 720 Uchiha 7th generation was delighted when he heard this. Merit is a good thing. There are too many good things in the merit pavilion that he wants to exchange. This time, it is considered a profit. Soon, the people below went to clean up the battlefield. Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Chiri and Danzo to meet Uzumaki Aki. Thank you, Lord Mito. Thank you all for coming to rescue. The Uzumaki clan is grateful. Uzumaki Aki bowed directly to Uzumaki Mito and the other two at the beginning. He really didn't expect Konoha to be so powerful this time. Not only did they send reinforcements in time, but the reinforcements were so powerful. Of course, he knew very well that Lord Mito had made a great contribution. Otherwise, with the personalities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, they would probably choose to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan perish and reap the benefits. Uchiha's appearance surprised Uzumaki Azumi. However, he estimated that Uchiha's appearance should also be the result of Lord Mito's deal, and it must have nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. After all, Uchiha's relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others is not very good. Well, how are the casualties in the tribe? How many tribesmen are left? Uzumaki Mito nodded without comment and asked directly. DB. Uzumaki Azumi listened, hesitated for a moment and said, the specific casualties still need to be counted. Many tribesmen were not in the core area of the capital before, but were scattered throughout the country of Whirlpools. Some are still border defense forces, but it is estimated that there will be no less. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito got angry and shouted, didn't I remind you to shrink your tribe and strength a long time ago? Why didn't you listen? Uzumaki Azumi listened and remained silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. You can't say he was careless and did it lightly, right? Or maybe, he couldn't give up the area outside the capital of Whirlpool International before, and thought that Whirlpool country should be able to resist the invasion if it is careful. If he dares to say so, he will definitely be beaten by Uzumaki Mito. Seeing him like this, how could Uzumaki Mito not guess the specific situation? For a moment, she was furious. But Uzumaki Lumming was not much older than her, and he was already a grandfather, so she couldn't embarrass him too much in front of everyone. He immediately said, send people to count the dead and wounded members of the clan quickly, and recall the members who have fled. Count the property in the Whirlpool country, and then bring the entire Uzumaki clan back to Konoha with me. From now on, the Uzumaki clan will officially become a member of Konoha. After hearing this, Uzumaki Luming frowned and wanted to object, but seeing Uzumaki Mito's expression of no doubt and no room for negotiation, he did not dare to say the objection directly. Instead, he was silent for a while and said, Master Mito, can we talk about this alone? He still wanted to ask about the specific situation in Konoha before making a decision. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Okay. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him and finally nodded in agreement. Chiri, come along? There are things that need your participation. Uzumaki Mito immediately called Uchiha Chiri and Uzumaki Lumming to walk away. Then, a multi-isolation barrier was set up around them to isolate sight, perception, and sound. Then, the three of them discussed. Master Mito, what is the situation in Konoha? I heard that the strength of the Senju has been declining over the years, and the tribe has suffered heavy losses. They are about to disappear. This should not be an accident, right? Uzumaki Lumming caught Uzumaki Mito's weakness right away and asked. If he doesn't figure out this problem, how can he feel at ease to bring the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha? Right? Uzumaki Mito didn't choose to cover up at this time, but directly explained the cause and effect of the matter to Uzumaki Lumming. It's all the fault of the third generation. Sure enough. Uzumaki Lumming listened and said with a clear face, I think there is a problem inside Konoha. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't want to bring the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. In that case, why do you still want the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha now, Mito-sama? Do you want to see the Uzumaki clan follow the footsteps of Senju? Not so. Uzumaki Mito listened and shook his head and said, it turned out like this before, and there was a problem with Senju itself. In addition, I was getting older and older, and because I had to maintain the suppression of 9 tails, I lost more and more vitality, and my life was not long. I didn't dare to do too much, and gradually I couldn't suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. That's what led to the decline of the Senju. At this point, Uzumaki Mito changed the subject and said, but it's different now. With the help of Uchiha, I have recovered my vitality and returned to my peak. I can live at least a few decades in the future, and everything will be different. I will never let Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others kill the Senju in the future. Similarly, I will not let them have the opportunity to harm the Uzumaki clan. On the contrary, after the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, they can help each other with the Senju and become stronger. Yeah, and Uchiha. As she said, she glanced at Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri smiled back. Huh. Uzumaki Roaming listened, looked at Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito in surprise, and asked in confusion, that, if I remember correctly, the Senju used to be with aren't the Uchiha enemies. Even after they built the village together, the relationship between the two was not that good, right? Why did they suddenly reconcile and even form an alliance? At the same time, he also understood why the Uchiha came to support this time. It was all because of the change in the relationship between the Senju and the Uchiha. That's a thing of the past. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. With the passage of time, the hatred has long been reduced. When the Senju declined and the Uchiha was targeted and suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the hatred and contradictions between our two tribes became even weaker. In addition, Uchiha saved me last time. In order to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, I represented the Senju and the Uchiha to form an alliance. This time, Uchiha came for this reason. This is not just a matter of a deal. If the two were not already allies and Uchiha was also interested in the Uzumaki clan, that little condition really couldn't attract Uchiha. I see. Uzumaki Lumming immediately understood. Did they form an alliance because they have a new common enemy and the conflicts between the two sides no longer exist? That's not surprising. But, if the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha now, won't they also be involved in this big Uzumaki? As soon as this was mentioned, he didn't want the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha anymore. That's not how it works. Uzumaki Mito listened, his face turned red and he said, not to mention that I'm here, after the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, they can help each other with the Senju. We can even form a three-clan alliance with the Uchiha. What can Sarutobi, Hiruzen and the family behind them use to fight us? At that time, it won't be them who suppress us, but we will fight back against them, and eventually get them out of power, or even destroy them. She has this confidence now, so, you don't have to worry about the Uzumaki clan being suppressed when they go to Konoha. Besides, now, the Uzumaki clan is in trouble because of the sealing technique and the matter of Jinchuriki has been targeted by several other major ninja villages. If you don't join Konoha, other ninja villages will never give up and will continue to attack you. Even if you are willing to give up the land of whirlpools and live in seclusion in several groups, you will always be found. When that happens, you will become lambs to be slaughtered. This is something I absolutely cannot allow. When Uzumaki Amaneri heard this, he felt that it was indeed true, but he still looked at Uzumaki Mito with a gloomy face. Because, the reason why the Uzumaki clan was targeted was actually because of Uzumaki Mito. If she hadn't first used the sealing technique to seal 9 tails in her body, becoming 9 tails Jinchuriki, and giving other ninja villages a clear reference, how could the Uzumaki clan be targeted? Ahem. Uzumaki Mito naturally noticed Uzumaki Aki's expression, and coughed awkwardly, saying helplessly, I know the responsibility for this matter is on me. I didn't think it through at the beginning. But even without me, it's only a matter of time before other ninja villages find out that the sealing technique is the best way to create Jinchuriki. So, the Uzumaki clan will be targeted sooner or later. At most, it was brought forward a little because of this matter. In short, the Uzumaki clan must move to Konoha. This matter is not negotiable. In addition, Senju and Uchiha have formed an alliance, and Senju and Uzumaki are allies and distant relatives. This time, I hope the 3 tribes will formally form an alliance, help each other, and allow intermarriage. What do you say? What else can Uzumaki Lumming say? Uzumaki Mito's attitude and tone clearly showed that he was not discussing with him. He could only nod and agree, I have no objection. Both alliance and marriage are fine. However, Uchiha marriage, aren't you afraid that Sharinon will be leaked? As he said, he looked at Uchiha Yuri. No. Uchiha Yuri shook his head and repeated what he had said to Uzumaki Mito to Uzumaki Lumming. Uzumaki Lumming's eyes lit up slightly when he heard it. Thinking that the Uzumaki clan would also have Sharinon in the future, he immediately stated, in that case, I agree to the alliance and marriage. I also agree to move to Konoha. I'll send someone to call back all the clan members who have been sent away. It just so happens that they haven't gone far yet, so it won't take too much time. He was actually afraid that the tribesmen would encounter the pursuit and ambush of the 3 major ninja villages again on the road. This is very likely. Well, go now, in case of any accidents. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction, and then waved to remove the barrier here. Sent Uzumaki Lumming to gather the tribesmen and clean up the assets here. She went to treat the Konoha shinobi who were injured in this battle. Her medical ninjutsu is the strongest here, and everyone came to help her, so she naturally had to help. Uchiha's Hilly suddenly received a reminder from the time-space gate mark. She remained calm on the surface, but quickly communicated with the time-space gate mark in her heart and checked the communication space. She found that Xianqing had left her a message. Xianqing said that everything was fine at home and asked her how the situation was here. Is everything going well? After reading it, Uchiha's Hilly's mouth curled up slightly. She immediately took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a letter to Xianqing and put it in the communication space. Xianqing received a message the next moment. He took out the letter and smiled. How is it? Is everything going well with my aunt? Uchiha Mikoto asked curiously and concernedly. Well, everything went smoothly. Xianqing smiled and nodded, while handing the letter in his hand to Mikoto and said, "Not only went smoothly, the battle over there is over. No one in our Uchiha died this time, only a few were injured. Although the Uzumaki clan suffered a lot of losses this time, most of the clan members should be saved. Moreover, my mother and Senju and Uzumaki have officially reached a three-clan alliance. In the future, Uchiha will be in a better situation in Konoha. In the future, it is not impossible to become a Hokage. Everything is moving in a good direction." Xianqing is very happy. These are all changes brought about by more than a month after he awakened his past life memories and talents. It's quite a sense of accomplishment to think about it. But he will not be satisfied with this. His future is to control the two worlds of Hokage and pirates. Even, if possible, he wants to further develop his time-space gate talent to see if it is possible to explore more unknown worlds. Of course, he also knows that the trouble is far from being understood. This time he suffered such a big loss, and when the third after the generation learned about the three tribes alliance, they might find ways to suppress the three tribes more fiercely. However, they might change the way. Although Xianqing is not afraid, he doesn't want to be disgusted. Therefore, he will continue to work hard to improve his strength and strive to grow up as soon as possible. Then, he will directly deal with the third generation. It's good that there are no casualties. Mikoto listened, nodded happily while reading the letter and said, "Then I look forward to the day when you become popular, Xianqing. By the way, next, are you and your aunt going to explore Sky Island?" "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Seeing Mikoto's curious look, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Why? You want to go to Sky Island too?" "Yeah." Uchiha Mikoto nodded repeatedly, looked at Xianqing eagerly and asked, "Is it okay?" "It's not a big problem." Xianqing nodded, "When the time comes, I can take you with me. However, there are still some dangers over there. You can't run around without your mother, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Whether it's Sky Island people or Shandia people, most of them have a certain degree of rejection towards outsiders. Especially Shandia people." "Yeah, I won't cause you any trouble." Mikoto nodded quickly, and then smiled happily. Sky Island? Ever since Xianqing passed on the relevant information, she has been full of curiosity and yearning for that place. "Yeah, there are also the Fishmen Island, Nine Snake Island, Sabayati Archipelago, Red Line, and so on. Although the map of Sabayati Archipelago has been opened and lit up, but because of the danger there, Mikoto has not been there yet." 3 days later, the Uzumaki clan not only gathered all the clan members, but also collected all the resources. After dealing with the bodies of the sacrificed clan members, they followed Uzumaki Mito and others and set off to Konoha. Although some clan members were found missing, there was nothing they could do if they could not find them. They rushed here in a hurry, and when they returned, because the Uzumaki clan brought their families with them, and also brought a lot of resources and supplies, they could only rush to Konoha slowly. In order to avoid being ambushed by people from other ninja villages, Uchiha Yuri and others did not choose to return to the village in advance, but followed the large army. At the same time, it is also convenient for the tribe members to communicate more with the Uzumaki people. If the unmarried elites in the tribe can successfully hook up with a girl from the Uzumaki tribe, she will be even happier. In the mountain cemetery, in a space underground, Uchiha Madara sat on a wooden chair, with a huge Kage statue behind him. At this time, black-white Zetsu emerged from the soil. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, looked at him and asked, "How is the matter going? Have you chosen the container?" "Yes." Black Zetsu nodded quickly and said, "It has been chosen. A child from the Uzumaki tribe with excellent talent and strong vitality has been chosen. You can change your eyes at any time, Madara. Do you need to bring the person to you directly?" At this time, Uchiha Madara has successfully opened the Rinnegan, but his life is about to come to an end. If he hadn't relied on opening the Rinnegan and summoning the Kage statue to continuously provide vitality to maintain his life, he would have died after opening his eyes. In this state, he couldn't continue to nurture his Rinnegan. Therefore, a suitable container is necessary. "Bring it. Remember not to keep them awake." Uchiha Madara nodded. $789. Black Zetsu immediately sank into the ground again and disappeared. After a while, relying on the earth vein transmission, he quickly brought 3 people from the Uzumaki clan. This is a father, a mother, and a child, a family. Oh, this talent is really good. The purity of the sage body is acceptable. Enough to nurture my Rinnegan. The moment Uchiha Madara saw the child, that is, Uzumaki Nagato, he nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he first used the Rinnegan illusion to modify some of the memories of the Nagato family. After that, he spent some time to complete the eye replacement and exchanged the Rinnegan, Gujao, for Uzumaki Nagato. He changed into a pair of spare 3 Tomo Sharinon. After sending Black Zetsu and the Nagato family away, he raised his lips slightly. "Next, it's time to make the next step. I need a suitable agent. I don't know if there is a suitable candidate in the Uchiha clan in recent years. Wait for Black Zetsu to come back and let him investigate." Not long after, Black Zetsu returned again. Uchiha Madara directly stated his request. Uchiha clan. After hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately said, "Speaking of this, I met a lot of Uchiha people in the Whirlpool country this time. You should also know the leader, Lord Madara." Dit. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised when he heard it. "I know her? Who? And why did Uchiha appear in the land of whirlpools at this time? Black Zetsu immediately Kaido, it's Uchiha Yuri. As for why Uchiha appeared in the land of whirlpools, it was naturally with Konoha to rescue the Uzumaki clan. But it seems to be because of Uzumaki Mito. He didn't know the details yet, and he needed to go to Konoha to investigate further to find out. He always felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between Senju and Uchiha. Oh, Uchiha Yuri, it's her. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. I remember she was the little girl who developed the Sharingan forbidden technique Izanami a few years ago and ended the Uchiha's eye-catching internal strife with her own strength. Is she still alive? Interesting. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded affirmatively. Not only is she still alive, but she is living a better life. The damage to her origin caused by the forbidden technique seems to have completely healed. Not only has she completely recovered to her peak, but her physique and vitality have also grown a lot, and her pupil power has also fully recovered. Today, she even opened the 4th stage of Susanoo with just an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan and defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. Has the lost essence and even pupil power recovered to its peak? Can you still use the only remaining ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan to open the 4th stage of Susanoo? This is really not bad. Even if he was in the Mangekyo stage, he could only barely do this, right? And he had 2 intact Mangekyo Sharinans at that time. But for him now, it's just not bad. In his opinion, Uchiha Yuri will never be able to achieve the Eternal Eye, let alone catch up with him and open the Rinnegan. And if he can't achieve the Eternal Eye or even the Rinnegan, the upper limit in the future will be just that. It can't pose any threat to him. Not bad. Black Zetsu nodded affirmatively. I always feel that it's not just her, but those Uchiha are also a little bit wrong. The physique and vitality are much stronger. There should be some secrets in this. Even if Uchiha Madara doesn't care, he wants to find out. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease. He doesn't like things beyond his control. Oh, isn't it an exception? Interesting. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then you should go to Konoha to investigate and find out the secrets. By the way, please help me investigate Uchiha and see if there is anyone suitable to be trained as my agent. Yes. Black Zetsu immediately accepted the order. For Uchiha Madara, everything else was just a minor detail. The most important thing was that his plan could be carried out smoothly. 8 days later, at the gate of Konoha, I'm finally back? I can have a good rest for a few days. Tsunade looked at the familiar gate and stretched. You. Uzumaki Mito on the side rolled his eyes at her. I didn't ask you to do anything this time? This is much easier than going on a mission. Do you still think it's tiring? I think you're just too lazy on weekdays. Hehe. Tsunade smiled and said, I've been away from the village for a few days. There may be a lot of things that need my attention at the hospital. I'll go first. After that, she ran away and entered 507 Konoha first. This girl. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly and brought a group of people to the gate and began to arrange for people to ascend the throne. As for the 3rd generation, she didn't need to send anyone to notify them. A group of Umbu people had already accelerated back on the way. The 3rd generation probably received the news a long time ago. Sure enough, after a while, the 3rd generation brought Uchiha Kohara and even some representatives of the ninja clan to the gate of Konoha. While congratulating Uzumaki Mito and the others for their success, they also welcomed the arrival of the Uzumaki clan. The follow-up, of course, is the resettlement of the Uzumaki clan. These don't need Uchiha Chiri to worry about, and they will be directly handed over to Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Aki, and the 3rd generation to discuss. Uchiha's Hilly led the Uchiha people out of the team and returned to the Uchiha tribe. When the group arrived at the gate of the tribe, they were spotted by the patrolling Uchiha tribe members from a distance. It's Masters Hilly and the others. They are back. Go and inform Captain Liu Huo and Master Xinxing and the others. The team leader immediately ordered the tribe members beside him. Yes. One of them immediately took the order and left. Because they were not far away, in less than 10 breaths, Uchiha Liu Huo had already rushed to the gate at a high speed, and saluted respectfully to Uchiha's Hilly and said, Welcome Masters Hilly, Gai Xian is back. Uchiha's Hilly nodded, and ordered Uchiha 7th generation to take the 2 elite guards of the expedition back to the base to ascend the throne, disband and rest for 3 days, and then resume daily training. While Uchiha Liu Huo asked, During the days we were away, nothing bad happened in the clan and the village, right? Yes. Uchiha Liu Huo nodded affirmatively. Everything is fine. No one was found spying on the clan. In the village, the 3rd generation did not make any extra moves. At most, the patrols have been stricter recently to prevent possible attacks from outside the village. Oh, by the way, isn't the Uchiha pharmacy closed these days? This incident caused some people to commotion in the first few days, but after the explanation, they all understood. However, it is not a good idea to keep it closed like this. A lot of income will be lost every day. Can it be restored now? Uchiha's Hilly listened and nodded in understanding. It was not very surprising. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid, he will not do anything unnecessary at this critical time. Don't worry about the pharmacy, I will order it to resume business later. Moreover, the number of medicines sold will increase every day in the next period of time. The money lost before will be made up. These medicines are in short supply now, and there is no such thing as losing money by operating for a few days less. Anyway, the production capacity of the medicines is there. The ones that have not been sold are just temporarily accumulated these days. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Uchiha Liuhuo listened and nodded. Well, you continue to do your business. Uchiha's Hilly nodded and waved his hand. As for the operation of the guard patrolling the clan land and the clan land martial law, half of them can be withdrawn today. If there is no major change in the village tomorrow, it can be restored to the previous standard. She still didn't know what kind of impact the Uzumaki clan's joining would have on Konoha. Turbulence? It's unlikely. But a new family joining would definitely squeeze the interests of some ninja flags. Konoha's pie is so big. With one more big family to share the pie, it's inevitable that the interests will be damaged. Yes. Uchiha Liuhuo immediately took the order and left. Uchiha's Hilly hurried home. As a result, he met Uchiha Xianxing and Mikoto, who came halfway. Mom, welcome back. Uchiha Xianxing saw his mother from a distance, smiled and waved, and asked when he walked in, "How is it? Is everything going well?" Mikoto also greeted, "Aunt. Welcome back safely." "Yes, I'm back." Uchiha's Hilly smiled and reached out to touch the heads of the two and said, "Everything is going well. You haven't left the tribe to wander around these days." "No." Xianxing shook his head, "You spent all your time practicing." "That's good." Uchiha's Hilly listened, nodded with satisfaction, and took the two back home. Xianxing said, "Mom, do you have anything else to do next? If not, can we start exploring Sky Island?" He also wanted to get the Thunder Fruit as soon as possible and study it carefully. It would be even better if he could find a way to eliminate the defects. "Haha, it seems that you can't wait." Uchiha Yuri also smiled knowingly and said, "Wait 2 days. I guess we have to deal with the Uzumaki clan in these 2 days. It's not so easy for a big family to join. It is estimated that the village will soon summon the clan leaders of the major ninja clans to discuss this matter. A large enough area should be set aside for the Uzumaki clan as the clan land. It is also necessary to divide the subsequent powers and obligations of the Uzumaki clan, which need to be discussed carefully. Is that so?" Xianxing listened and nodded in understanding. "Then wait 2 more days. It's just right. I can also take Kushina and Minato to the pirate world to count the breaths in these 2 days." Later, the changes were greatly accelerated to train them. For safety reasons, he did not leave the clan land these days. He just sent Shadow Clone to guide Minato and Kushina to practice every day. Moreover, he did not dare to take them to the previous base. After all, it is quite remote and prone to problems. Xianxing simply chose the training ground in the Senja tribe. "Oh, you haven't taken them there yet? Then you can arrange it yourself." Uchiha's Hilly listened and nodded with some surprise. He didn't comment on these things. Everything depends on Xianxing himself. Next, Uchiha's Hilly asked Xianxing about their cultivation and the situation in the tribe these days before stopping. "Start preparing dinner." She didn't eat well outside these days. It was not convenient to cook sea king's meat to eat. In order not to affect her own cultivation improvement, she could only temporarily use the 100% version of the nutrition pill instead. Although the effect is similar, it can't satisfy the appetite. You know, the food made from sea king's meat is delicious. It's a kind of enjoyment. In the Hokage's office, after arranging the Uzumaki clan to temporarily follow Uzumaki Mito to the Senju station, the third generation took Yudiden Koharu, Mito Kado Homura, and Danzo back to their office. The third generation looked at Danzo with a serious face and said, "Danzo, tell us in detail about this trip. Although Umbu has sent back detailed information, I still want to hear from you as an eyewitness. Can Mito really fight the third Raikage without losing points? Can he forcibly extract the chakra of 9 tails? Can Uchiha Yuri really condense a huge Susanoo of hundreds of meters, so that Onoki would run away?" When he saw the information sent back by Umbu, he always felt unreal. Yudiden Koharu and Mito Kado Homura listened and looked at Danzo. Danzo said gloomily, "Yes, the strength of these 2 people is at or even slightly above the peak. Especially Uchiha Yuri. I didn't expect that she could achieve this with only a Mangekyo Sharinon. Onoki is indeed not her opponent. Of course, it is unlikely that Uchiha Yuri wants to defeat Onoki in a short time. The old man's dust release is still very powerful. Hiruzen, I'm afraid it will be a big trouble for us to target Uchiha in the future. In fact, not only Uchiha Yuri, but other Uchiha elites are also abnormally strong, especially their chakra volume, physique, and vitality. I guess they must have better medicines than the nutritional pills they sell on the market. It can greatly improve physique and vitality, and then increase chakra volume. This is definitely not good news. We have to find a way to get the secrets of these drugs from Uchiha as soon as possible and take them into our own hands, and we must suppress and weaken Uchiha as soon as possible. Otherwise, Uchiha will only become stronger and stronger in the future. This is something Danzo cannot allow. Yeah. After hearing this, the third generation nodded with a gloomy face. I already know this from the information sent back by Umbu, and personally went to investigate the remaining Uchiha 10 times. It really proves this point. I also want the secret of the prescription, but it's not that easy. Yudiden Koharu said, in the past month or so, Uchiha has been constantly purchasing a large amount of herbs, precious medicines, and even chakra metals. Perhaps, we can start from these raw materials, combine them with the drugs they sell, and find pharmaceutical masters to try to reverse and analyze the drug formula. What do you think? These drugs are also popular with her. The profit alone makes her unable to give up. It's possible. The third generation frowned and said, but we have very few top-level Yakushi. The best ones should be Mito-sama and Tsunade, but given their relationship with Uchiha, I'm afraid they won't agree. We can only think about it from the hospital and Inoshikacho. I don't know when it started, but he found that his relationship with Tsunade was getting worse and worse. Although, Tsunade seemed to be the same as before. At most, she became more casual than before. But the third generation could still feel that she was getting more and more distant from him. He guessed that Uzumaki Mito had said something to Tsunade. It should be a matter of Senju. For such a thing, the third generation had already retreated if they wanted to save it. Of course, he did not regret what he had done to his opponent in the past. If he hadn't done this at the beginning, how could he have secured the position of Hokage? It was not his fault, but the Senju clan at the time were too much, and they didn't take him, the Hokage, seriously at all. If it were any person in power, they would not be able to tolerate it, right? P.S. Please order first? Custom order? I think Orochimaru should be able to do this. Maybe he is even better than Tsunade. At this time, Danzo reminded. Oh. After hearing this, the third generation raised his eyebrows and looked at Danzo meaningfully. He thought, when did Danzo hook up with Orochimaru? This is not good news for him. He thinks highly of Orochimaru. He doesn't want Orochimaru to be contaminated by Danzo and be won over by Danzo. It seems that we should focus on this matter next, and warn Orochimaru, thought the third generation. On the surface, the third generation nodded and said, Orochimaru is indeed good, I will tell him in person. Hope he can research it out. Yudin Koharu then said, in addition, I suggest ordering nutritional pills or even better nutritional pills directly from Uchiha in the name of the village. You have to test it out no matter what. It would be even better if you can get it. It will be more convenient to study and reverse. Del. The third generation also did not refuse, leave this to me? I will meet with Uchiha alone as soon as possible, mention it, and test it out. It would be best if it succeeds, but there will be no additional loss if it fails. But you can give Uchiha an extra note. By the way, at this time, the third generation looked at Danzo again with a serious face and asked, you said that Mito-sama can fight the third Raikage on equal terms, or even that Mito-sama is stronger. You should pay attention to his Mito-sama in good health, especially her vitality. From all the signs, I always feel that she has recovered more than a little bit. Is she fully recovered? If so, that's terrible. Who knows how long Uzumaki Mito can live with her vitality restored. If they want to wait until she dies before they start, they will probably have a hard time. Danzo also said solemnly, I was just about to tell you this. According to my observation, Mito-sama may have fully recovered to her peak. So is her vitality. She may not die in the short term. We were all deceived by her before. She did it on purpose. She probably did it before to show weakness to us, fearing that we would take some drastic measures against Senju and her after we knew the truth. After all, Senju was really weak at that time. But now, the Uzumaki clan has brought most of their strength to Konoha with her. It will be difficult for us to secretly attack Senju and Mito-sama. There are more than 1,000 Uzumaki clan members who came to Konoha this time. In addition to the terrifying talents of the Uzumaki clan, the families behind the four of them may not be able to defeat the Uzumaki clan. One wrong step? Every step is wrong? As expected. The third generation couldn't help but sighed in worry after hearing this. He felt that his luck was not good. In the current situation, he didn't know what to do next. So what should we do next? Yudin Koharu also felt confused about the current situation and couldn't help asking. Danzo directly suggested, Hiruzen, we can't let the Uzumaki and the Senju stay together. If possible, it's better to mark out a piece of land far away from the Senju as their clan land. Although this won't be very useful, it can at least weaken the strength of the Senju and slow down their recovery speed. It will be convenient for us to carry out subsequent operations. What do you think? Del. The third generation listened and nodded in agreement. This is possible. The clan land of the Senju clan is located in the core area of the village, and it is not easy to arrange another piece of land here. As for letting the Uzumaki clan live in the Senju clan land directly, or even marking out a piece of land from the Senju clan land for the Uzumaki clan, I guess the Senju themselves will not agree. This should work. Anyway, the reasons are all legitimate. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. I will send someone to send a message and hold a meeting of all Konoha ninjas and Jonin in the Hokage building this afternoon to see this matter confirmed. Third generation made a prompt decision. Yes, no problem. That afternoon, representatives of various ninja clans in Konoha and the active Jonin of the village gathered together and came to the large conference room of the Hokage building to discuss many matters concerning the joining of the Uzumaki clan. Many ninja clan representatives were naturally not very happy about the joining of the Uzumaki clan, but this matter has become an established fact, and they cannot oppose it. So, they can only sit back and watch. However, in the subsequent distribution of interests, these ninja clan representatives were not so polite. They argued fiercely. In the end, the clan land of the Uzumaki clan was divided at the western edge of the village. As for the division of positions and interests of the Uzumaki clan in the village, In the end, they only won some positions in the sealing class. This can be regarded as making the best use of it. Who doesn't know that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is unique in the ninja world? Third generation was willing to give the sealing squad leader and half of the positions, in addition to strengthening and optimizing the existing Konoha barrier. At the same time, they also wanted to take this opportunity to steal some sealing techniques and barriers from the Uzumaki clan. The next morning, Xianqing found Kushina at the new clan land of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, it is called a new clan land, but in fact it is just an empty land at this time, and it needs to be leveled and built with houses. Thank you, Xianqing. If it weren't for you, our Uzumaki clan's rescue operation would definitely not be so smooth this time. Kushina looked at the clan land that was under construction, and then looked at Xianqing with a serious face and thanked him. She had seen part of the future given by Xianqing, and knew what the original ending of the Uzumaki clan was. Although the Uzumaki clan has lost a small number of clan members and the huge power of the Whirlpool country, it is much better than the original fate of extermination. Others may think it is because of Uchiha and Grandma Mito, but she knows that all this is the change brought by Xianqing. If Xianqing hadn't brought his mother to trade with Grandma Mito, there wouldn't be today. She didn't know the details of the trade at the beginning, but now she finally understood it completely. Haha, you're welcome. It's just a trade. We Uchiha also benefited. Besides, we are friends, aren't we? Xianqing smiled and touched Kushina's head. This time, they packed and copied all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, the workload of this project is not small, and the Uzumaki clan will also build the clan land in the near future, so there is no handover yet. However, the Uzumaki clan did not intend to default on their debt. After all, the three clans are now staunch allies, and they are even preparing for intermarriage. Hehe, that's right. Kushina heard this, felt the hand on her head, smiled, and felt warm in her heart. Okay, we should go meet up with Minato. Today, I'm going to take you to the 5. Xianqing turned to Kushina and said. Huh. Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said excitedly, really? Are we finally going? That's great. Let's go, I can walk fast. She immediately took Sunking's hand and started running towards the training base. She couldn't wait. If she hadn't been delayed by the sudden change in her family, she should have been to the pirate world more than 10 days ago. Of course, she had no right to complain when it came to the danger of her own family. Now she can finally get what she wants. Haha, okay, let's go. Xianqing hurriedly followed, still being pulled by Kushina. Not long after, the two arrived at the training base. Sure enough, Minato was already practicing here on his own. Seeing Xianqing and Kushina coming, he did not stop practicing, but turned around and greeted. Hey, you are here? Good morning. Good morning. Kushina and Xianqing both responded. Then, Kushina interrupted, Sissy, stop practicing? Xianqing is going to take us there today. Minato's face turned bitter when he heard Kushina's address to him, and he said helplessly, Kushina, can you stop calling me a sissy? I'm really not. He just has a gentler personality and looks more delicate, which is completely different from sissy. Okay, hey. Kushina smiled a little embarrassedly after hearing this, and couldn't help but think of the time when others called him tomato, and immediately apologized. Okay, I won't call you that in the future. I'll teach you like Xianqing, Minato. Minato smiled when he heard this. That's great. Then, he reacted and looked at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, are you really going to take us there? Del. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. This is all agreed. I should have taken you there more than 10 days ago. Isn't it because of the matter of the Whirlpool country that delayed it? Today is the perfect time to take you there. After all, the effect of practicing physical skills there is better than here. And, haki and other things cannot be practiced here. You have to go there to practice first, and then you can further practice in the ninja world later. Minato and Kushina definitely can't practice armament haki for now. Their physique is not up to standard. Conquerors don't have any good training methods at the moment. They can only practice observation haki. It just so happens that this perception ability greatly improves combat effectiveness and life-saving ability. It suits them very well. In the ninja world, no matter how talented you are, you must be able to save your life first. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Haki? I see. When do we set off? Do we need to prepare anything? Minato nodded in understanding and asked. No need. I can take you there myself for the first time. Xianqing stretched out his hand and said, Come, hold my hand. Minato and Kushina immediately obeyed. Minato held Sunking's hand, and Kushina simply hugged Sunking's arm. Let's go. After sensing that there was no surveillance nearby and that he had already set up a barrier here, Xianqing immediately thought and took the two of them away from the ninja world. The next moment, they appeared in the pirate world, Drum Island, in Ha's yard. Hiss, it's so cold. What the hell? Why is it snowing here? 0. As soon as they came over, Kushina and Minato were shocked by the biting cold wind and looked around shivering. When they found that they were no longer in the original training base, but came to a place covered in ice and snow, they were immediately shocked. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. Seeing the two shivering, Xianqing couldn't help laughing happily. Immediately, it attracted the attention of Kushina and Minato. Both looked at Xianqing with unfriendly faces. You did it on purpose. Kushina glared at Xianqing fiercely, pinching Sunking's waist with one hand and questioning. DAF. Xianqing felt the pain coming, and immediately took a breath of cold air, and quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong? In fact, I was just joking to shock you a little bit. FB. Okay, no more talking? You put on these cotton jackets first? Don't catch a cold. As he said, Xuanqing's mind moved, and he took out 2 sets of clothes from the spacetime gate that were not particularly thick, but had a particularly good warming effect, and handed them to Kushina and Minato respectively to remind them. The two did not say politely to Xianqing, and immediately put on the clothes and wrapped themselves up. Where is the right place to change clothes? This way, follow me. Xianqing quickly led the two into the house. Hey, Ms. Konoha, I brought the newcomer here. As soon as he entered the door, Xianqing smiled and raised his hand to greet Konoha. Then, he introduced Konoha's identity to Minato and Kushina. Hello, King Konoha. Kushina and Minato both bowed politely. Hello. Konoha was not a silent person, and nodded with a smile. Just do whatever you want. No need to be polite to me. Xianqing is almost treating my place as his own home. This kid is really not polite at all. Yes. Minato and Kushina were a little relaxed after hearing this, but they were still quite reserved. Xianqing immediately took the two to the door of a room. After letting the two go in and change their clothes, he began to practice with them here. Not long after, Mikoto and Uchiha Chiri also arrived here one after another. Seeing the two, Uchiha Chiri and Mikoto greeted them one after another. Kushina, welcome. How is it? Is it interesting here? Mikoto walked over and chatted with Kushina with a smile. Yeah. Kushina nodded affirmatively. I didn't expect it to be winter here, and Xianqing said that this is still an island of eternal winter, which is incredible. Also, you don't know how much Xianqing is. He didn't remind us of this just now, and brought us here directly. You know, it's summer in the ninja world now, and I was wearing short-sleeved sandals when I came. I almost froze to death. Humph. P.S. Please be the first to order. Only self-order? Hehe. It's like something he would do. Although he often behaves very maturely, like a little adult, he also has his childish and naughty side. You will get used to it slowly in the future. Uchiha Mikoto heard Kushina's complaints and couldn't help but said Ichiraku. Okay. Kushina listened and nodded helplessly. This habit is unnecessary. Xianqing saw his mother coming over and immediately walked over and asked, Mom, have you dealt with the family affairs? Almost. Uchiha's Hilly nodded affirmatively. Things are much smoother than I thought. Everything is arranged. So, I plan to explore Sky Island in a few days. What do you think? Light up the map of Sky Island as soon as possible, so that the gold and various magical shellfish there can be obtained as soon as possible. I have no objection. Xianqing nodded, and immediately explained to Uchiha's Hilly in detail some of the situations on Sky Island, and finally reminded, at this time, the Sky Islanders and Shandians should still be at war. When you go there, be careful. If possible, it is recommended to defeat the people on both sides first, and as a middleman, it is best to promote their peace. After all, they have been fighting for land for hundreds of years. Continuing the war, except for causing more casualties, has no great significance. Anyway, the island is quite large and can accommodate both of them. Of course, if you want them to really agree to peace, you probably need to find the Golden Bell. Then, Xian told Uchiha's Hilly in detail about the grievances between the two tribes and the significance of the Golden Bell to the 670 of the Shandians. He never thought of going there by himself now. This is not bravery, it is a manifestation of irresponsibility for his own life and safety. Not to mention the Sky Islanders, their leader is Ganfuer at this time, and they may still be able to communicate. The Shandians are more difficult to deal with. They have been a little crazy in order to take back Arpayadu. If they are not beaten and awakened, there is no way to communicate. I understand. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded. Leave this to me, Mom. Del. Xianqing nodded and reminded with some concern, you must be careful, because I don't know what their current strength is, what level they are in the ninja world. You must be careful. Especially, they still have a few demon fruit power. It's impossible. You can avoid them first, secretly find the golden city in the clouds, and collect some gold. When we are stronger in the future, we can beat them again. He didn't want his mother to be in danger. Understood. Uchiha's Hilly noticed Xuanqing's concern and worry, smiled, and reached out to touch Xuanqing's head and said, Mom is not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. I will deal with it according to the actual situation. Besides, there is a teleportation function of the spacetime gate. If I can't beat it, I can always run away. Mom is not the kind of rigid person who sticks to her own opinion. Okay, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Uchiha's Hilly's mind moved, locked the location of Gaia Island, and teleported directly there. As soon as she arrived in a forest behind the pirate town of Gaia Island, Uchiha's Hilly directly unfolded her observation haki perception. She took in the situation of the entire island in her heart. After all, she is not a child like Xianqing and the others. Her mental strength and soul are already very strong. Therefore, once she awakens observation haki, her level is not ordinary. After more than a month of practice, her observation haki has been improved to a higher level. At least, in terms of breadth, it is enough to cover a radius of several thousand meters. In terms of accuracy, because her mental power is relatively condensed and often used, it is also very good. The only pity is that it has not yet reached the level of foreseeing the future. As for listening to the voices of all things, these are personal special talents, and are not abilities that can be cultivated by observation. The changes here are really not big, it's still so chaotic. Uchiha's Hilly shook her head. This world is more chaotic than the ninja world to some extent. She didn't care much, and immediately summoned the ninja eagle Zetsu from the spacetime gate space. She jumped directly on its back and commanded it to fly high. Swish. I saw the ninja eagle carrying Uchiha's Hilly like a sharp sword, shooting high into the sky at a high speed. In just a few minutes, it has reached thousands of meters in the sky. At this position, the speed of the ninja eagle began to slow down and became strenuous. But it can still hold on. Is this the White Sea? It seems that we have to continue to rise. Seeing the white cumulus clouds in the sky, Uchiha's Hilly understood a little. The only pity is that she did not find the gate to the kingdom of heaven. Obviously, my position is a bit off. However, as long as I can continue to fly upwards, it will be fine. A few minutes later, when the ninja eagle felt exhausted and breathing became more and more difficult, it finally carried Uchiha's Hilly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. I have arrived at the real Sky Island. Is that part of the past of Arpayadu Island? It's quite big. It's hard to imagine what kind of surging ocean current can push such a large island into the sky. Uchiha's Hilly looked down at the huge forested island and couldn't help but exclaimed. Many landscapes in this world really constantly impact her three views and inherent cognition. It is impossible for such a wonder to exist in the ninja world. Go down. Immediately, Uchiha Chiri commanded the ninja eagle to land on a big tree at the edge of Arpayadu. She jumped off the ninja eagle's back, patted its neck and said, "Thank you, you've worked hard. Go back and rest first." The next moment, she sent the ninja eagle back to the space minister of the spacetime gate. She herself did not rush to act, but chose to adapt to the thin air environment here for a while. After letting herself completely adapt to the place, she stood up and turned on the perception of observation and hearing, and used the body flicker technique to rush to somewhere in the center of the island. At this time, over there, the Sky Islanders and the Shandians were engaged in a new round of fighting. Kill these Sky Islanders, take our homeland. Stop them. These Shandians are really crazy, why can't they sit down and talk? Huh? What's there to talk about? This island itself is a gift from God to us Sky Islanders. Island people, why should we give it to them? People on both sides were killing like crazy. Someone got hurt from time to time, but there were very few deaths. The main reason was that they were actually quite restrained. Because, the leader of the Sky Island people, God Gonfer, was a relatively reasonable person, hoping to end this endless state of war and achieve peace. But he couldn't beg the Shandians to beg, let alone agree to give up Arpayadu. The contradiction could not be resolved, no one could convince anyone, and no one was willing to give in, so the war could only continue. Swish. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Because she did not hide her figure and existence at all, she was immediately discovered by Gonfer and Rossi, the battle leader of Shandian. Suddenly, the battles on both sides were temporarily stopped. Gonfer looked directly at Uchiha and said in a deep voice, "You are from Qinghai, right? I wonder what your purpose is in appearing here at this time." Rossi was much more rude, and directly cursed, "Qinghai people, get out of Apajado. This is the holy land of our Shandians, you are not welcome." Tisk. Although Uchiha had been reminded by Xianqing and knew some of the Shandians' personalities, she was still very unhappy when she really saw them. She was too lazy to speak, and was ready to beat these people first. Because she had observed them with her observation color before. These people should not be her opponents. Beat them first. Bulletin. With this idea in mind, Uchiha directly used the body flicker technique to attack Rossi. Humph. Looking for death. When Rossi saw it, he was immediately furious. He directly abandoned Gonfer, his opponent, and killed Uchiha. Fire style Halong fire technique. Seeing that Rossi was only a dozen meters away from him, Kuang-Shiha's Hilly used fire style without hesitation. A scorching fire dragon rushed towards Rossi. What? Rossi didn't expect that this strange woman could actually spit fire, and was caught off guard. He rushed towards Uchiha's Hilly at a very fast speed, and with the speed of the two people colliding, he had no time to dodge. He was hit by fire style directly. He was directly enveloped by the flames, and a shrill scream came from the flames. Uchiha's Hilly had been using his observation color to sense everything inside. When he found that it was almost the same, he directly withdrew his chakra, and the power of the fire style quickly decreased. It was extinguished soon. Rossi was charred all over, spewing black smoke from his mouth and fell from the air. He fell heavily to the ground. However, he did not lose consciousness. He only felt a tingling pain all over his body and could not move for a while. Rossi, leader. When the Shandians saw this, they were immediately horrified and rushed to Rossi in a hurry. They quickly surrounded him, and suddenly stood in the center, looking at Uchiha's Hilly with a wary and hostile face. "Do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, come quickly, I welcome you anytime." Uchiha's Hilly ignored the hostile eyes of these people and said with a chuckle. But neither the Shandians nor the Sky Islanders continued to fight at this time. It was really that Rossi was scared by them in seconds. Let them know that this woman might not be something they can deal with. "Who exactly is your excellency? What is your purpose in coming here? I can feel that you don't seem to have any hostility towards us, right?" At this time, Gonfer asked again. If possible, he didn't want to conflict with the powerful Uchiha's Hilly. He needed to be responsible for his subordinates and people. Uchiha's Hilly listened and smiled. Kaido, as you can see, I am a Qinghai person. My name is Uchiha's Hilly. The purpose of coming here is the Golden City. Of course, if possible, I heard that there are all kinds of magical shellfish here, and I hope to establish a long-term trade relationship with this place and buy the magical shellfish here. What? Golden City? The Shandian people's faces changed immediately after hearing the first half. Rosie even struggled to stand up with the help of the tribesmen, and said fiercely to Uchiha's Hilly, the Golden City belongs to our Shandian people's ancestral land. We will never let you succeed. Even if I risk my life, I will stop you. As he said, he wanted to do it again. Oh, really? Uchiha's Hilly listened, the smile on her face did not change, and a terrifying momentum suddenly burst out from her body. Immediately afterwards, her whole body was wrapped by a black translucent chakra skeleton. Soon, a huge 100 meters high the chakra giant, with an even more terrifying aura, towered in front of everyone, looking down at the Sky Island warriors and the Shandian warriors here. Uchiha Yuri, who was at the head, said indifferently, "Are you sure?" Hiss. "How is this possible? Is she really a human? Are you sure she's not a god? Do you really want to fight her?" The Shandians were taken aback by this terrifying aura, looked up at this terrifying towering giant, took a breath, and were filled with despair. How to fight this? There's no chance of winning no matter how you look at it, right? Kr. Rossi looked at the giant. Uchiha's Hilly was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Continue to talk tough. 4.8. I am afraid that he will be easily wiped out by the other side. At that time, he will not only become a complete joke, but also be wiped out with these elite warriors in the tribe. He is not afraid of death, but what should the Shantong people do afterwards? There are only a few warriors left in the tribe, most of them are old and young. At that time, he may become a sinner of the Shandian people, but it is impossible for him to just give in and admit defeat. They are born stubborn people, and the word give in is not in their eyes. It is even more impossible to give in. For a while, the atmosphere is getting more and more solidified. Uchiha's Hilly was speechless about these stubborn Shandians. She finally understood why Xianqing thought they had to be beaten into submission. It was indeed difficult to communicate. With this in mind, she was ready to continue. 0145122208 Fila 1711624880. Ahem. At this time, Ganfuer felt something was wrong, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, coughed to break the deadlock, and said to Uchiha's Hilly, "Mr. Uchiha's Hilly, I am Ganfuer, the leader of the Sky Island people. Can you say a few words?" Although he didn't like the Shandians very much, he seemed to feel a little bit reluctant to see them die. The relationship between the two sides, up to now, can be said to be both enemies and friends. And, Uchiha's Hilly is an outsider after all. How do you know that she will not attack the Sky Islanders after she has eliminated the Shandians? Oh. Uchiha Yuri raised her eyebrows and looked at Ganfuer and said, "Tell me, if possible, she still hopes to resolve it peacefully. After all, she will have to trade magical shellfish to the Sky Islanders for a long time in the future. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Huh." Ganfuer heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, "You said before that you wanted to trade magical shellfish with us for a long time. I can agree to this on behalf of the Sky Island people. Specific strengthening can be discussed. It is the Golden City." At this point, he looked at Rossi with some embarrassment, trying to persuade him. But knowing Rossi's character, he didn't know how to persuade him for a while. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly said, "Ganfuer, I have some rough understanding of the history of the Shandia people and your Sky Island people. You two sides have been fighting for this land island for hundreds of years. The hatred between the two sides has also lasted for hundreds of years. You are still willing to speak for them. You are a good person." Ganfuer listened and said modestly, No, you are too kind. I just hope that this meaningless and endless war between the two tribes can end soon. In fact, we deserve a better future." Uchiha Yuri nodded without comment, then looked at the stubborn Rossi and said, "I also know the real reason why you Shandians want to take back this half of Gaia Island. I can help you find the golden bell, ring it, and comfort your great warrior Kaguya. At the same time, in the future, I will bring the only surviving descendant of Wenbrandu Rolando, Wenbrandu Kulik, to see you, and also witness and ring the golden bell." What? Rossi was shocked and asked anxiously, "Is what you said true? Do you know where the golden bell is? Also, do you know the descendants of Wenbrando Rolando?" Yes. Uchiha's Hilly nodded affirmatively, then shook his head and said, "I do know where the golden bell is. If you can agree to my 2 requests, I can take you to find the golden bell later. As for Rolando's descendants, I don't know them yet, but I have a certain ability to predict. I know that in the next 7 years, Rolando's only descendant, Wenbrando Kulik, will come to the bottom of Sky Island, and Gaia Island will remain on the other half of the island on the ground. Look for traces of the existence of the Golden Bell and the Golden City, and look for the Shandia people, because he wants to prove that his ancestor, Wenbrando Rolando, is not a big liar." 08. Rossi was overjoyed when he heard the first half. If he was not sure, he wanted to agree to Uchiha's Hilly's conditions. But he frowned again when he heard the second half. Big liar? Why is Wenbrando Rolando called Big Liar? Ganfuer, who was listening carefully, was smarter. Combining the existing information, he roughly guessed the reason and asked tentatively, is it because the Golden City and the Golden Bell were washed up to the sky by the surging sea current and disappeared? It caused the people of Qinghai to think Rolando was lying. Uchiha's Hilly looked at Gonfer with appreciation and nodded. Yes, that's almost the reason. He was even executed by their king for this. And Kurik wants to clear the grievances of his ancestors. Although, Uchiha's Hilly didn't think Rolando had any grievances. She could imagine that if Gaia Island hadn't been washed up to the sky by accident, it would have been a disaster. Island. When Rolando arrives at Gaia Island with his king and fleet, what will be the fate of the Shandians? It will be miserable, right? In order to seize the gold of the Shandians, the greedy king will definitely not mind exterminating the entire Shandian clan. With the Shandians' concern for the Golden Bell, they will definitely fight to the death with it. As an adventurer, Rolando has been to many places. Doesn't he understand the evil of human hearts and the greed of human nature? He certainly understands. But he still told his king the news of the Golden City. It puts the Shandians in an unjust situation. It is not a good thing in itself. It deserves to die. Gonfer obviously has similar thoughts at this time. The two looked at each other and saw some of the other's general thoughts at this time. But neither of them said the so-called truth. Because there is no need. Not to mention that the stubborn Shandians will not believe it, but will think that they are blaspheming Rolando and blaspheming the great benefactor of their ancestors. Rolando has been dead for nearly 400 years, and it is meaningless to say these things now. It is better to keep it secret and use the information to make the Shandians compromise. What? Rossi obviously did not know this. Hearing what Uchiha said, he was shocked and said, Rolando was called the big talker because of this and was executed? This. The ancestor failed him. We Shandians are sorry for our great benefactor. I must meet Rolando's descendants, say sorry to him, and prove to him that his ancestors are not liars. At this point, Rossi looked at Uchiha and said, tell me, what do you want to lead us to find the Golden Bell, and how can you bring the descendant of the benefactor, Kurik, to see me in the future? As long as it is not too much, I can promise you on behalf of the Shandians. Uchiha finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. These Shandians are really difficult to deal with. She immediately raised her two thumbs and said, 2 conditions. First, the gold in the Golden City, except for the Golden Bell, belongs to me. Second, from today on, the Shandians and the Sky Islanders shake hands and make peace, and share Arpayadu peacefully in the future. How about it? In fact, she couldn't just ask to be the ruler here. I believe that neither the Shandians nor the Sky Islanders would refuse. But Uchiha thought about it and still didn't ask for this. Because, she felt that it was a bit weird to ask for this. If she didn't ask, wouldn't she be able to become their ruler to a certain extent and get their support? Obviously impossible. Because as long as she could restore peace between the two tribes and find the Golden Bell, she would be the benefactor of the two tribes in the future. With the Shandians' grateful character and Gonfer's character, this favor could fill the favorability of the two tribes. In the future, even if they, Uchiha, established a permanent tribe here, it would be easy. Huh? That's it. Rossi heard these two requests, and he was in a state of sluggishness. He felt that these two conditions were too simple. Golden City or something, it doesn't matter to Uchiha. They Shandians have always cared about the Golden Bell. Oh, and the land of Arpayadu itself. As for the second one, it's not a big problem. After fighting for 400 years, the Shandians actually don't want to continue. 0145122008 Philo 1711727070. In the past, they were unwilling to shake hands and make peace because they couldn't find the Golden Bell. In addition, the Sky Islanders and they just wanted to completely seize Arpayadu. Now if Uchiha is the middleman, it's not impossible for them to share Arpayadu peacefully. Not only him, but Gonfer was also surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Uchiha's second condition would be this. This person is fierce at first, but actually a kind person. Gonfer thought happily in his heart. Then, he looked at Rossi nervously. If this thing can be done, it would be great. That's it. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and nodded. So, do you agree? Rossi listened and hesitated. I actually agree. But this matter still needs to be approved by the chief of the tribe. Although he is the leader, the chief is the most important in the tribe. Okay, you can ask your chief's opinion first. It's better to bring him here and discuss this matter together. Uchiha's Hilly did not embarrass him and nodded. Okay, thank you, I'll go back now. Rossi was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully, and prepared to go back. As a result, he felt a tingling pain in his body as soon as he moved, and he couldn't help but gasp, hiss. The burns on his body were quite serious. Even with his physique, he needed to recuperate for a while before he could recover. Go back to see the chief on my behalf and ask for his opinion. Rossi immediately ordered a Shandia warrior beside him. Yes. Immediately took the order and left. Uchiha's Hilly also put away his Susanoo, fell to the ground again and waited patiently to get up. More than 10 minutes later, brought the chief here on his flying skateboard. Seeing the chief coming, Rossi struggled to get up and wanted to say something. The chief waved his hand and said, no need to say, I know everything. As he said, he looked at Uchiha's Hilly, smiled and said, you must be Lord Uchiha's Hilly. Hello, I am the chief of this generation of Shandia people. I know all your requests. On behalf of the Shandia people, I agree with your request, and thank you. As long as you can really lead us to find the Golden Bell, and bring Roland's descendants here in the future, in addition to the gold you need, we will owe you a favor. One for the Golden Bell, one for Roland's descendants, and one for you to make peace with the Sky Island people. This is a very wise old man. This is what Uchiha's Hilly thought at this time. Then it's settled. Uchiha's Hilly smiled slightly. I can take you to find the Golden Bell now. Rolando's descendants will have to wait 7 years. And peace is just around the corner. You just need to discuss it with the people of Sky Island. I think Gonfer is also a reasonable person who desires peace. This should not be difficult. The Golden City is finally going to fall. Heart? I understand. The chief listened, nodded, and looked at Gonfer again. Both of them smiled and nodded at each other. It is a preliminary consensus. Let's go find the Golden Bell first. Uchiha's Hilly saw this and smiled knowingly, and immediately called the Shandians and Sky Islanders to go to the Golden Bell. The islanders went forward. They came to the central area of Arpayado, under a huge vine. He looked up at the huge vine and said, in fact, the Golden Bell is in a cloud at the top of the vine. Huh. The Shandians were stunned when they heard it, and then the chieftain suddenly realized, is it like this? No wonder we couldn't find it at the beginning. Is it pushed to a higher position by the vine? All along, we have never thought of looking for it at a higher position. This is really... At this point, both the chieftain and other Shandian warriors smiled helplessly. They felt that they were really stupid in the past, and they had never thought of this. It's obviously very simple. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded. Then, a huge snake head jumped out of the cloud below and bit Uchiha's Hilly and the others. What a big python. Uchiha's Hilly was also shocked when she saw the giant python with a tongue diameter of more than 10 meters. The next moment, she directly activated the 4th stage of Susanoo. She slapped the attacking snake head and slapped it hundreds of meters away. She directly knocked the giant python unconscious. She could actually kill it directly. But Xianqing reminded her that this snake was a descendant of the snake god that the Shandian people once worshipped. The key is that this thing has complete wisdom and can be contracted to become a summoning beast. It is the descendant of god Kashi, lord of the Sky Nolan. When Rossi and the others saw it, they immediately exclaimed, and then asked Uchiha's Hilly, Master's Hilly, please be kind, we know it and can persuade it. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly naturally had no objection, and immediately signaled Rossi and the others to deal with the giant python first. Not long after, Rossi and the others successfully completed the communication with Nolan, and took Nolan to climb up along the huge vines. They continued to rise for thousands of meters until the air became thinner and even the Sky Islanders and Shandia people felt a little uncomfortable. They finally climbed to the top of the vines and saw the huge Golden Bell standing on a small island. At this time, the surface of the Golden Bell had already been Madara cracked, full of moss and traces of time. One of the brackets of the yellow 010 Golden Bell was entangled by the vines and collapsed on the island cloud. Golden Bell? It's really a Golden Bell. The moment they saw the Golden Bell, Rossi and the others were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Great! We really found it. Long live Lords Hilly. Ancestor Karlgra, did you see it? We found the Golden Bell, and your wish has come true. Finally, we finally found it. The Shandians began to cheer. What a huge wonder. Gonfer and the others were amazed when they saw the huge Golden Bell. Seeing this, you can imagine how great the ancestors of the Shandians were. After that, everything was simple. With the help of Uchiha's Hilly, the Shandians moved the Golden Bell to Nolan. It took more than an hour to carry it all the way down, and finally moved it to the former Golden City. Put it near the former Bell Tower. And Uchiha's Hilly also saw the entire Golden City at this time. Hiss, how much gold is there? More than tens of thousands of tons, right? Uchiha's Hilly couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed in a low voice. The chieftain on the side smiled and said, no matter how much, these are all yours. We don't care about these, please don't be polite. Gold is just a pile of beautiful stones for them. It is not as precious as the soil of Apogado, not to mention comparing it with the Golden Bell. For them, the Golden Bell is never precious because of its material, but because of its meaning to the Shandian people. 0145122008 Philo 1711727070. Haha, then I won't be polite. You guys go ahead, I'll start collecting gold. Uchiha's Hilly smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. She was really embarrassed just now. She felt that her previous request was too much. Just to help find something and bring someone in the future, so much gold is required? But since they don't care, why should she be embarrassed? She saw that the Shandian people really don't value gold. Please go ahead. Do you need our help? The chieftain smiled and raised his hand to signal. No need, I can do it myself. Uchiha Yuri shook her head and refused, and immediately used Susanoo to collect the gold covered by the Golden City piece by piece. Put it all into the space of the spacetime gate. Since Xianqing didn't have enough space to allocate for her, she immediately contacted Xianqing through the communication space. Oh, did you do it so quickly? You are worthy of being a mother. Please wait. After receiving the message, Xianqing immediately brought Mikoto, Minato, and Kushina to teleport over. You kid, you can't wait. Uchiha Yuri saw Xianqing and the others teleporting over, and immediately cancelled Susanoo, landed, and reached out to knock Suanking's head with a helpless look. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Hehe. Xianqing smiled and touched his head and said, aren't you curious about the appearance of the Golden City and want to see it with your own eyes? Sure enough, it's spectacular. As he said that, Xianqing looked around the entire Golden City and couldn't help but smack his lips. Even the ground is paved with gold. At this time, Kushina and the others opened their mouths wide, staring at the huge Golden City in amazement, and were shocked and speechless. Not far away, the Shandia people and Gonfor and others also discovered Xianqing and others who suddenly appeared. But seeing that Uchiha's Hilly had a close relationship with them, they didn't come over for the time being. However, they were also very curious about Xianqing and others. So much gold? I'm going to make a fortune now, Mikoto murmured in amazement. With this gold, Uchiha will never be short of money in the future, right? Haha. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and said, I will cover your expenses in the future. I won't tell you now, I will collect the gold first. Then, she looked at Xianqing and said, expand the storage space for mom, or just put it somewhere else. Okay. Xianqing made an okay gesture, I will give you the permission to open a warehouse, and you can just take it directly in the future. As he said that, Sunking's mind moved, and he marked out another 1,000,000 cubic meters of space in the spacetime gate as a warehouse, and stopped the time in it. The next moment, Uchiha's Hilly felt authorized. He immediately continued to use Susanoo to collect these gold in large pieces. The efficiency not only amazed Kushina and others, but also the Shandia people and Sky Island people. What kind of method is this? Sure enough, she is the real god. Ganfuer couldn't help but sighed. Indeed. The chief nodded. Mikoto looked a little puzzled and said, can Susanoo still be used like this? I always feel something is wrong. Next, Xianqing took Kushina and the others to visit the underground city. During the period, they even found the historical text stone tablet here. Well, I can't understand it at all. Speaking of which, O'Hara has been destroyed for several years now, and Nico Robin is about 11 years old. Is she still fleeing and wandering? Maybe, we can find a way to find her and subdue her in advance. Xianqing thought to himself. This is also a good talent. Not only is she smart and has a strong learning ability, but she also understands ancient 843 characters. This will be very useful for Xianqing to conquer the whole world in the future. He is actually quite curious about what is at the end of the Grand Line. Will it be the devil fruit tree that some netizens speculated in the previous life? Or is it the scientific ruins of the super ancient kingdom? The anime in the previous life was not updated, so I don't know. Now that I have traveled through time, I must figure this out. With Susanoo, Uchiha Yuri collected all the tens of thousands of tons of gold in less than an hour. Of course, there must be a lot of scattered gold on Arpayado. Even the Lord of the Sky has a lot of gold in his stomach. But having obtained so much, Uchiha Yuri felt that there was no need to collect it. Let's talk about it when we meet in the future. There is even no need to drill the Lord of the Sky's stomach. It feels quite scary. The giant golden pillar where the golden bell collapsed was given to Uchiha by the chiefs because he saw how much Uchiha liked gold. Afterwards, the two tribes formally made a peace agreement under the witness of Uchiha and others. From now on, the two tribes will share the land of Apajado. Afterwards, it was the fire party, very lively. Kushina and the others also participated in it and had a lot of fun. In order to prevent Uzumaki Mito and the others from worrying, Uchiha had to go back halfway and send someone to inform Uzumaki Mito that Kushina would rest at her home for a few days. Speaking of land, it is not precious at all in Qinghai. If necessary in the future, we can help you move some from Qinghai. You know, we have the corresponding space means. During the banquet, Xianqing heard Ganfuer and the others talking about the future planning and protection of this land, and they looked very cherished. He couldn't help but say while drinking juice. This immediately attracted the attention of Ganfuer and the chief. They looked at Xianqing with surprise and expectation and asked, really? Can this kind of thing be done? Of course it can be done. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. When you have the corresponding means, some seemingly incredible things will become extremely simple. However, this kind of thing is definitely not something that can be done often. I have my own things to do. Wait until you are short of land. Now, it is better to develop Apajado well. That's right. Thank you very much. Ganfuer and the chief both bowed to Xianqing. Forget about the benefactor. I haven't done anything yet. Xianqing was slightly startled and waved his hand. I am not so shameless yet. No. Ganfuer shook his head and said, even if you don't do this, your mother's help in achieving peace and helping the Shandians find their holy bell is enough for us to be grateful. They don't think that some inedible and unusable gold is enough to repay Uchiha. No need to do that. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand and said, we are already friends, aren't we? If you really want to thank us, you can sell us some magical shellfish, Sky Island fish, and so on, Sky Island's unique products for a long time in the future. We will also pay for what you need. Although a large amount of gold has been obtained, whether it is Xianqing or Uchiha had no intention of giving up these transactions. If all the gold was really released to the ninja world, it would probably create an economic disaster. The people who would suffer in the end would most likely be those ordinary people. Therefore, Xianqing and his men would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. That's totally fine. Ganfuer's eyes lit up and he said, but, if you want revenge, can you pay directly with soil? Xianqing was stunned. Buying specialties with soil? Ah, this. That's right. If possible, we also hope to trade soil for what you need. The chief also agreed. It's not impossible. Xianqing said a little embarrassedly, if you must do this. But you can't always ask for soil, right? When there is too much of this thing, it will be useless. Why does he feel like he is bullying an honest person? I have never heard of such an outrageous trading condition. No. Gonfor smiled and shook his head after hearing this. We will never have too much soil. You don't have to think that you are taking advantage of us. Not everyone can get a lot of soil in this way. Besides, you underestimated our Sky Island people's thirst for soil. You underestimated the Sky Island people's need for soil. You know, Sky Island is not just ours, there are many Sky Islands. We can even use the soil you traded to us to trade with other Sky Islands. In this way, we can even make money. Those Sky Islands will also be grateful to us. This is a win-win situation. I see. After hearing this, Xianqing nodded in understanding. In that case, let's settle it this way. In the future, I will come here at least once a month to trade with you. Of course, it may not be me who comes, but my mother or my companions. Okay. This matter was settled so simply, and it was so easy that it was unbelievable. By the way, Uncle Ganful, do you know how to get to Sky Island Birka? Xianqing suddenly remembered the matter of the thunder, eyesight, fruit and asked immediately. Oh, Birka. Ganful was a little surprised when he heard this, and he didn't know why Xianqing asked about the location of Birka. However, he did not think much about it and nodded directly. Of course it is clear. Do you need a route map? I can draw it for you later. If you need it, I can even provide you with a guide. Thank you very much. Xianqing nodded, took out a pen and paper from the spacetime gate and handed it to Ganfuer, and then said, please help me draw a route map. As for the guide, it is not necessary, a map is enough. It can be regarded as an adventure. He was not sure whether going there to get thunder fruit would cause conflict with the people there. So, it is better not to bring Ganfuer and his people, lest it cause trouble to them. It will also affect his impression on them. Okay, please wait. Ganfuer took the paper and pen, nodded, and immediately started to write. Soon, the route map was made. Ganfuer handed it to Xianqing, pointed to a certain direction in the southeast and said, Birka is probably in this direction. When the time comes, you can follow the map and go in this direction. It will take about 100 kilometers to reach Birka. I wish you a smooth adventure. Thank you. Xianqing took the map and glanced at it, memorized it instantly, and then handed the map to his mother. Obviously, his mother still needed to open the map this time. Uchiha's Hilly would definitely not trust him to run the map. He simply didn't bother to ask at the beginning. Sure enough, after Uchiha's Hilly took the map, he said directly to Xianqing, wait until I get there, and then notify you to come over. Leave the map to me. This distance, with the speed of Shinobi Eagle's Ayahe, it would not take a few hours. However, it was already late today, and it was late at night when the banquet was over. Uchiha's Hilly and his group said goodbye to Gonfor and the Shandia people and teleported back to their homes in the ninja world. Minato teleported directly back to his own home. Although Kushina could do this, she was not like Minato, who was the only one at home. If she teleported back like this, some things would be exposed, so she simply stayed with Mikoto in Sunking's house. Anyway, Sunking's house is very big, and there are many empty rooms. In the past 1 or 2 months, Mikoto has basically stayed in their house. It is convenient to practice together. In the end, Kushina did not choose a room for herself, but simply shared a room with Mikoto. It was her first time to go to the pirate world. She experienced so much and saw so many interesting things. She was excited. She couldn't sleep for a while and wanted to find someone to talk to. Mikoto, this good girlfriend, is the best choice. Shortly after returning, Uchiha's Hilly was preparing to rest, and subconsciously opened the observation haki to scan the entire clan land. As a result, she sensed that a familiar and strange thing broke into the clan land. The many barriers that were recently constructed did not play any role at all. Her expression froze. It's him, Black Zetsu? Why did this thing come to Uchiha at this time? It should be him that day in the Whirlpool country. Did he find out something was wrong with Uchiha and come here to get information? This is not good news. Uchiha Yuri wanted to catch him, but she didn't consider the special nature of this thing mentioned by Xianqing, so she held back. She simply pretended not to see it, but secretly used her observation haki to monitor its every move. There was no way, with the yin-yang escape Black Zetsu, she had no good way to deal with and restrict him for the time being. She could only wait until later. Maybe, I can go to Uzumaki Mito and ask her if there is any way. Uchiha Yuri couldn't help thinking. To deal with this special existence, she felt that the sealing technique might be the best choice. Of course, even if there was a sealing technique that could deal with Black Zetsu, she was not going to use it for the time being. Because, according to the information given by Xianqing, Uchiha Madara was not alive and well at this time. Even, it is very likely that he has already opened the Rinnegan. She also figured it out at this time. Black Zetsu went to the land of whirlpools that day. Maybe he was going to abduct the Uzumaki clan to serve as the nurturing body of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara at this stage is definitely not something she can deal with now. If Black Zetsu is really caught and sealed, it may directly lead to a blow from Uchiha Madara. The gain does not make up for the loss. Alas, I am still not strong enough. If I open the Rinnegan now, no, Maybe I only need to open the Eternal Eye, and I should be able to fight Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Madara is definitely not in his prime at this time, and he should be too old. Next, I have to continue to work hard to practice and improve myself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her blind right eye, thinking, recently, the meridians and eyeballs of this eye have recovered for the most part, even the pupil power has begun to show signs of recovery as my vitality and soul source continue to recover. Perhaps, it will take less than a few months to truly restore the sight. By then, her strength will surge again, and perhaps she can glimpse the possibility of the Eternal Eye. She firmly believes that there must be a way to open the Eternal Eye without fusing the Mangekyo Sharinon of her relatives. Xianqing said that in addition to strengthening the body and prolonging life, health-preserving exercises also have the effect of washing the marrow and removing hair, and improving the root bone qualification. Perhaps, even the meridians can also be improved. If this is true, then she may really be able to open the Eternal Eye by herself. After all, Sage of Six Paths and Indra did not fuse the eyes of their relatives. In fact, they have never experienced the Mangekyo stage, and the moment they open their eyes, they have the Eternal Eye. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? No? The Merit Pavilion, as well as some potions and cultivation methods at home, must be put away first, and Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara must not know about it. Thinking of this, Uchiha's Hilly immediately used the teleportation function and went to the Merit Pavilion in the clan territory, his own warehouse, and Sun King's pharmaceutical laboratory at the fastest speed. He put away some sensitive things. Then he quietly teleported back home. Lying on the couch, pretending to sleep, she continued to monitor Black Zetsu with her observation haki. If Black Zetsu did not go too far, she would not take action to provoke him. But if he went too far and wanted to attack a member of the Uchiha clan, she would not passively accept it. Other means could not deal with this thing. What about illusion? Maybe it would be useful. At this time, Black Zetsu. It's really strange. When did so many powerful and complex barriers appear around the Uchiha clan? If you don't know, you might think this is the clan of the Uzumaki clan. There were no such things when I came here last time. Sure enough, something has happened inside Uchiha now. Let me investigate carefully. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu passed through the barriers around the Uchiha clan silently. He didn't trigger these barriers at all. It was as if these things didn't exist. As a result, Black Zetsu observed around and found that except that almost all the people in the Uchiha clan had stronger physical strength and vitality than before, there was nothing else special. He then went around Konoha. He even found the Uchiha pharmacy. Unfortunately, it was sold out every day, and there was no medicine at this time. Instead, he found nutritional pills and bodybuilding potions in some ninjas' homes. He secretly stole a few copies and prepared to take them back to Uchiha Madara. The improvement of Uchiha's physique and vitality should be the effect of these medicines. This nutrient pill does contain a small amount of vitality, which can replenish a small amount of vitality for people. But it is too little, and it should not be enough to improve Uchiha's physique and vitality so much. There must be better nutrient pills inside Uchiha. So is the bodybuilding potion? Go back soon. Thinking so, Black Zetsu returned to the Uchiha clan again and searched. As a result, there was still no extra harvest. Even the advanced nutrient pills were not found. Strange? I didn't find the formula and production place of the nutrient pill? It seems that it is not in the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu thought with a puzzled look. What he didn't know was that the advanced nutrient pills were limited in supply every day even inside Uchiha. It was barely enough for each. The daily amount of food for the Uchiha tribe has naturally been eaten up by now, as it is already evening. Even the elderly and children are no exception. This thing can make the elderly healthier and slightly extend the lifespan of some elderly people by replenishing a certain amount of vitality. It is also extremely beneficial to the growth of children, so who would keep it? Anyway, it can be obtained the next day. After seeing Black Zetsu running around like a headless fly through his observation haki, but not finding what he is satisfied with, Feng's Haiha's Hilly also smiled knowingly. Forget it, let's do this for now. Let's talk about it after leaving here. After searching again, Black Zetsu failed to find what he wanted, so he simply chose to temporarily leave the Uchiha tribe. As for Uchiha Madara's request to find a suitable agent for him, now is obviously not the right time. At this time, the Uchiha children have already fallen asleep, and most people in Konoha are also asleep, so he can't observe it. Soon, Black Zetsu returned to the mountain cemetery with the nutrient pills, met Uchiha Madara, and informed Uchiha of the information he had gained this time. Madara. At the same time, he handed over the nutritional pills, bodybuilding potions, and warming potions to Uchiha Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara observed these potions and judged that they were not harmful to the human body. He immediately took one of each and tasted the effects of these medicines carefully. These things are very good. There were no such good medicines in the past. It seems that Uchiha has indeed undergone some changes that I don't know about recently. Especially this nutritional pill, it can actually restore a small amount of vitality. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me, Uchiha Madara said with some regret. It's not that he lacks vitality that his life has come to an end. If it's just vitality, the Gadu statue behind him can provide him with it continuously. He is really about to die, and the number of cell divisions has reached the end. This is due to the excessive extraction of cells in the past, which caused too many abnormal divisions and replacements, and his own age. Yeah, it's a pity. After hearing this, Black Zetsu quickly agreed. Of course, this is just a polite remark, and he doesn't feel sorry at all in his heart. Because he needs Uchiha Madara to die once before he can make a perfect layout? Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara recovers his life now, it won't be so easy for him to trick him into collecting the 9-tailed beasts, resurrecting 10 tails, and then digging out his heart. It's better to wait for Uchiha Madara to die once, and then leave a means in his body. In the next few days, Black Zetsu chose to appear in Konoha Shinobi during the day village, investigate the situation. He did know that there were indeed better nutritional pills inside Uchiha. Unfortunately, Uchiha Yuri had been on guard against him and strictly required the tribesmen to take the advanced nutritional pills on the spot after receiving them. As a result, Black Zetsu had no way to get it. However, after observing the effect of this from a distance, Black Zetsu also lost the idea of continuing to explore this thing. Because he felt that this advanced nutritional pill was just more nutritious and contained more vitality. It didn't mean much to him. Instead, he focused on observing the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Damn Black Zetsu, if it weren't for you, how could I be so restrained these days? Even in Konoha, it's not easy to practice some sensitive things, not to mention going to the pirate world. Xianqing complained in his heart with some irritation. On the surface, he was still practicing basic physical skills, ninjutsu, chakra control, etc. The sealing technique did not stop, and Shadow Clone was always sent to learn. Of course, these days, plus the 10 days when Uchiha's Hyri went to rescue the Whirlpool country, Xianqing has not made no progress. On the contrary, his skills in all aspects are amazing. At this time, his chakra refining technique is finally about to reach the true state of great perfection. Uchiha Chakra Refining Technique, 100,000/100,000, perfect. Do it again. Xianqing sat cross-legged on the couch and tried to run the chakra refining technique again. The next moment, the skill of the panel directly broke through the limit. Xianqing himself also directly entered the state of enlightenment. For a while, the whole person entered a special ethereal state. Countless memories and experiences of practicing chakra refining technique in the past kept pouring into his mind. At the same time, more other possible information and inspirations also emerged. Soon, in his mind, a new chakra practice method that surpassed Uchiha chakra refining technique began to emerge in his mind. And, as time passed, it began to be constantly improved and filled, completed by inspiration and information one by one. Finally, it turned into a new chakra practice. Xianqing ended this epiphany, slowly opened his eyes, savored this new chakra practice method, and exclaimed in his heart, I didn't expect that the breakthrough enlightenment would be like this. It's really amazing. This feeling is unforgettable. Moreover, this new practice is much more powerful than the past chakra refining technique. It is fundamentally different. The new chakra practice method simply points directly to the essence of chakra. Practicing it, not only can chakra be extracted more easily, but also, whether it is the extraction efficiency, speed, quality, or even quantity of chakra, it will far exceed the so-called ordinary chakra refining technique. More importantly, the chakra extracted by the new practice is no longer impossible to store and accumulate forever. Instead, it can be continuously condensed, compressed, and sublimated during the refining process. After the chakra quality is condensed to the quality of ordinary jonin, you can start to open up the middle danshin and the acupoints to accommodate and store more chakra. At this stage, chakra can be accumulated and improved in quality and quantity. Even, when accumulated to a certain extent, breaking the limit again, it can truly improve the level of life and prolong life. Is this similar to the practice of sage art or the systematic practice method in the fantasy world? It can actually condense and accumulate, open up the middle danshin and acupoints, and improve the level of life and prolong life. This is the real extraordinary practice method. 0. Please give me flowers. Since it directly points to the essence of chakra practice, let's call it the source chakra refining technique. Xianqing happily decided in his heart. Then, he opened his attribute panel to check. Uchiha Xianqing. Talent, Spacetime Gate, God rewards hard work. Lifespan, 106 years, 4 months, and 3 days. Life origin, 16.2. Cultivation, Genin. Chakra amount, 2.1 cards. Chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin, yang. Skills, source chakra refining technique, 1/1000. Entry level, medical technique, 27568/50,000. Minor success, health preservation technique, 54145/100,000. Perfect, Uchiha meditation technique, 1456/10,000. Great success, basic taijutsu, 5423/10,000. Great success, chakra control, 3462/10,000. Great success, seal, 5/5000. Great success, 8 seals per second. One-handed seal, observation haki, 2351/10,000. Grandmaster, ninjutsu, great fireball technique, 3451/10,000. Grandmaster, etc. In addition to the chakra extraction technique, his other skills and ninjutsu have also improved greatly during this period. Many of them have reached the Grandmaster level. Even his observation haki has reached the Grandmaster level, and his progress is amazing. This is also of great help to his mental strength. At present, the perception range of his observation haki has reached a radius of 1 kilometer. The accuracy has also improved a lot. The chakra extraction technique must be taught to my mother and Mikoto as soon as possible, Xianqing thought. Not only because this new chakra extraction technique is more efficient. Also, this technique has a hidden benefit, which is that it can completely refine the chakra origin seed in the ninja's body, so that his chakra is completely controlled by himself, and no longer controlled by the Sage of Six Paths and Kage. The final authority also returns to the ninja himself. This is also after he finished his bowel movement, operated this new chakra extraction technique, and completed the recondensation of the chakra in his body. He knew it before, although he always felt that this chakra had hidden dangers because of his memories of his previous life, he could not find out the specifics. With this source chakra refining technique, he can easily sense the chakra seeds in his body and completely refine and control them. Immediately, Xianqing contacted his mother and Mikoto using the communication space. Then, he came to the living room and used his observation haki to sense it. After confirming that Black Zetsu was not nearby, he waited patiently. Squeak. Soon, 2 door opening sounds were heard one after another, and then Uchiha Yuri and Mikoto came out of their rooms one after another. Is there something important that calls us out at this time? Uchiha Yuri asked with some concern. Mikoto also looked at Xianqing seriously, with concern in her eyes. Almost. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and then said, just now when I was refining chakra, I entered a state of enlightenment and comprehended a new chakra refining technique. I named it the Source Chakra Refining Technique. This chakra refining technique. Immediately, Xianqing told the 2 people in detail about the various aspects of this chakra. What? There are still uncontrolled chakra seeds in our bodies. Uchiha's Hiseo and Mikoto were shocked. Uchiha's Hilly knew more about the future, and his face sank and said, it seems that it was not so simple for Sage of Six Paths to spread chakra in the ninja world. There is a conspiracy here. Huh? Sage of Six Paths? Did this really exist? Mikoto said with curiosity and shock. The main thing is that Xianqing had never told her this information in the past. Yes, he did exist, and he is not dead yet, but hiding in the Pure Land of the underworld to do things. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, but reminded, however, this should not be leaked, just keep it to yourself. Fortunately, there is a time and space mark. As long as he does not agree, the bound person cannot leak it. 0145122208 Philo 17117246. This kind of information confidentiality is updated in real time. It changes constantly with Xianqing's subjective and non-subjective wishes and his increased experience. Perhaps, when the Sage of Six Paths is solved in the future, or he is no longer a threat, the confidentiality of his information will naturally be lifted. Xianqing does not need to take the initiative to do anything. P.S. Please order first. Order it yourself? No wonder the chakra of many ninjas in the ninja world will be so easily extracted and absorbed by Kage during the 4th Ninja World War. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths can occupy the Pure Land of the underworld and control the souls of those dead ninjas. All this has its roots, Uchiha Yuri said with emotion. Fortunately, she gave birth to such a good son, otherwise. So, you told us this to teach us the source chakra refining technique? Uchiha Yuri immediately asked Xianqing. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, although, it is not appropriate to spread this new technique within the Uchiha tribe, so as not to alert the enemy and be discovered by the Sage of Six Paths, but after you are bound in the bed, you don't have any worries in this regard and will not be discovered, so I hope you can complete the transformation as soon as possible. Not only you, tomorrow, I will not teach Kushina and Minato. Del. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in agreement. Your caution is necessary. Since the Sage of Six Paths has a backup plan, it is very likely that he will notice the complete refining of the chakra seeds. Are you sure it's okay for us to practice? If it is possible to be discovered, it's better to forget it for the time being. When you are strong enough to deal with him one day, it won't be too late for us to transform again. Obviously, in her heart, Xianqing's safety is the first priority. I agree with my aunt's decision. Mikoto also spoke up at this time. Don't worry. Xianqing was moved when he heard this, and he smiled and waved his hand and said, if I say that you will be fine if you change your training, then it will be fine. Are you underestimating my talent of traveling through different worlds? Sage of Six Paths will never have this ability. In front of my talent, he is nothing. Give me time to grow, and my future will not be comparable to his. In fact, I have the confidence to bring you to a height that Sage of Six Paths cannot imagine. So, you can practice with confidence. This can greatly increase your chakra amount, improve your chakra refining speed and efficiency. It can also continuously improve your chakra quality. Especially mom. At this point, Xianqing looked at Uchiha's Hilly and said, you have already broken through the Kage level, and the chakra quality has reached the senior Kage level. As long as the decoration is completed, you will probably be able to easily open up the middle danshin and even the acupoints. By then, the quality and quantity of chakra will continue to improve every moment. I think the time to achieve super Kage level will be greatly shortened. In addition, during this process, you can use high-quality chakra to try to refine your body and even your blood, which may have miraculous effects. I have always felt that the fundamental reason why ordinary Uchiha people cannot open Mangekyo Sharinon or even the Eternal Eye is that their blood purity and completeness are not enough. If this method can continuously purify and improve the blood, then even if you rely on yourself, it is not impossible to open the Eternal Eye. Del. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in agreement. I agree with this very much. Since Indra and Sage of Six Paths can achieve the Eternal Eye without these, then we must have a way. Perhaps, the purification and perfection of blood you mentioned is the real key. Come on, let me see what is so magical about this source chakra refining technique. I can't wait. Opening up the danshin and the acupoints can continuously accumulate and improve the quality and quantity of chakra. This was unimaginable before. If this can be done, doesn't it mean that as long as you practice this source chakra refining technique, even people with a small amount of innate chakra will have the opportunity to continuously improve their chakra quantity? Okay, I'll teach you now. Very good. Xianqing immediately began to explain the source chakra refining technique to the two in detail. Of course, in this process, not only he has been using the observation color to monitor the surroundings, Uchiha's Hilly and even Mikoto also subconsciously do so. A few minutes later, Xianqing finished his story. Then, he began to personally guide the two to practice transformation. The process was surprisingly smooth. Mikoto had a small amount of chakra, and he quickly completed the transformation and refined the chakra seeds within. Suddenly, he felt that his chakra control was more handy, and his chakra control power was greatly improved. Uchiha's Hilly had more chakra, and he needed to open up the danshin acupoints, so the speed was much slower. After refining the chakra seeds in her body, she started to try to open up the middle danshin. More than 10 minutes later, suddenly, a terrifying chakra aura came from Uchiha Yuri, which made Xianqing and Mikoto feel extremely uncomfortable and retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, the isolation barrier has been opened, otherwise, I'm afraid it would have alarmed many people. Xianqing looked outside through the window and laughed with some relief. Mikoto nodded repeatedly, his eyes fixed on Uchiha's Hilly who was breaking through, exclaiming, Ant's momentum has become much stronger. This chakra even feels like it is about to materialize, it's incredible. Is this a Kage-level strongman? No. Xianqing listened and shook his head repeatedly. Ordinary Kage-level strongman, even ordinary Kage-level strongman who practice the source chakra refining technique, can't reach this level of chakra. My mother is strong and has high chakra quality. In addition, she switched to the source chakra refining technique, opened up the middle danshin, and further condensed and improved the chakra quality to have such power and effect. Otherwise, it is estimated that it would take a Kage level to achieve or even exceed this effect. The chakra quality of the first generation and Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly at this level. So, is my aunt not far from breaking through the super shadow? Mikoto listened, his eyes widened, and asked Xianqing. Almost. Xianqing nodded uncertainly and said, for the details, you need to ask my mother herself. In addition, there is a huge gap between Super Shadow and Super Shadow. If Uchiha's Hilly is at the quasi-super Kage level at this time, then the peak of first generation and Uchiha Madara are the real peak of Super Shadow. As for the level of not having half a step to 6 paths, he is not sure. Mikoto nodded slightly, and his eyes were locked on Uchiha's Hilly again, as if he was afraid of missing any details. More than an hour passed. The rising and condensed momentum of Uchiha's Hilly gradually stabilized, and finally completely converged. 01451220 follow 1711822020. She slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Mom, Aunt? How do you feel? Xianqing and Mikoto hurried forward, asking with concern and curiosity. It feels great. Uchiha stood up with a smile, touched the heads of the two, and said with joy, this time, I feel that I have touched the barrier of the super shadow. Maybe, if I have another year or two, I can break through to the super Kage level. Of course, it may take several years. She has no experience in this matter, so she can't be sure for the time being. But her chakra volume has increased a lot compared to before she changed her training. The quality has increased by more than double. She estimated that the same ninjutsu, the same amount of chakra, when she performs it now, the power will be more than doubled. She can also use less chakra to achieve the same ninjutsu effect. This is not to mention that she can continue to accumulate and improve the quality and quantity of chakra every day in the future. In addition to the middle danshin, she even opened up more than 10 acupoints in one go this time. This is also because she was a senior Kage level strongman before she changed her training. By the way, Xianqing, after I opened up the middle danshin and some acupoints, I found that I can use chakra to refine my body and even purify my blood. Especially after opening up the acupoints, this effect is more obvious. It's just that the efficiency is not high, and it wastes chakra. But at least it works. Isn't it possible to achieve the Eternal Eye? Oh, Sonking's eyes lit up after hearing this and said, is it really effective? That's great. But, Mom, don't consume too much chakra every day to refine your body and blood. Especially in terms of refining the body, it can be achieved through physical training, bodybuilding potions, and sea king's meat. As for refining and purifying blood, in fact, it is not only this method, health-preserving exercises can also achieve the effect of purifying and perfecting blood. However, only when health-preserving exercises reach the level of great success will the effect be more obvious. If you can achieve perfection, then the effect of purifying and perfecting blood, improving root bone qualifications, and washing marrow and removing hair will increase greatly. The key is that this does not require consumption chakra. At most, the appetite is a little bigger, and you need to eat more sea king's meat when practicing. So, you must persist in practicing the health-preserving exercises, spend more time on comprehending this, and improve your understanding as soon as possible. 0. He is currently at the perfect level of health-preserving exercises, so he is particularly clear about its effects. Huh? Does the health-preserving exercise have this effect? Uchiha's Hilly and Mikoto were a little surprised when they heard it. This health-preserving exercise is too comprehensive. I really didn't find it before. It seems that my proficiency in health-preserving exercises is not enough. I will strengthen my understanding of this exercise later. Uchiha's Hilly Kaido followed suit. Me too. Uchiha Mikoto also echoed. She is still thinking about opening Mangekyo Sharinon and even the Eternal Eye in the future to surpass her aunt? Well, I'm glad you understand. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he couldn't help but imagine, the perfect health-preserving exercise has such an effect. I wonder how powerful the health-preserving exercise will be after breaking the limit. He had just obtained a limit-breaking sublimation skill and was already looking forward to it. Okay, it's late at night, let's go to bed. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Looking at the time, Uchiha's Hilly ended the conversation and said to Xianqing and Mikoto, I almost forgot the time. Let's go to bed. Mom, and, you should go to bed early too? Good night. Yeah, good night. Soon, the three of them returned to their rooms and started to sleep. Xianqing and Mikoto were young after all, and fell asleep quickly. Uchiha's Hilly herself felt very energetic and excited, and she really couldn't sleep for a while. She closed her eyes and looked at the situation in her body, sensing the middle danshin and a single lighted A-cup ointment, feeling very magical and obsessed. It seems that little Xianqing has a bigger secret. Uchiha's Hilly thought to herself. Ordinary enlightenment or something like that. It is impossible to sublimate the chakra refining technique to this level. This is completely a different level of practice. However, she was not prepared to ask or delve into it. As long as she knew that Xianqing was her son, it would be enough. Other things were not important. The next morning, Xianqing and Mikoto got up, washed up, and found that Uchiha had prepared a hearty breakfast and was ready to wake them up. Even Kushina and Minato had arrived. You got up a little late a few days. Seeing the two of them come out of the room at this time, Kushina couldn't help but teased. Minato also had a playful look on his face. This is obviously not normal. Xianqing and Mikoto were both slightly stunned when they heard it. Xianqing first used his observation haki to sense the surrounding area within a radius of 1 kilometer. After making sure that Black Zetsu was not found, he immediately walked to the dining table and sat down, smiling. Kaido, because there was a little accident yesterday. We all slept late. Oh, what accident? Kushina and Minato asked curiously. Xianqing did not hide it, and immediately told the two of them about his sudden realization of the source chakra refining technique and the detailed effects of this technique. Hiss. Kushina and Minato couldn't help but gasp after hearing it, looking at Xianqing as if they were looking at a monster. Is this possible? Minato was shocked. This is simply creating a more perfect chakra training method, right? This can be realized casually? Sometimes I really want to open your brain and take a good look at what is inside. This is simply not something that humans can do, right? Sage of Six Paths Kabuto didn't do it. In the past 1,000 years, countless ninjas didn't do it. Xianqing did it easily. Pervert? However, the two were also surprised that the issue of chakra seeds involved the possible backup plan and even conspiracy of Sage of Six Paths 0145122208 Philo 1711822020. Why does this old man not seem like a good person? Kushina frowned slightly. Who is a good person who leaves such a self-interested method at the source of chakra? Maybe? At present, we cannot be completely sure of his true purpose and face. In short, be careful. When we are strong enough, we can ask him face to face. By then, even if he has any conspiracy, it will be useless. At this point, Xianqing looked at the two and said, let's not talk about this. After breakfast, I will teach you the technique of refining the source chakra. Solve the problem of chakra seeds in your body as soon as possible and accelerate your growth. This is the most important thing at the moment. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Yeah. Kushina and Minato nodded gratefully, thank you. Minato added seriously, Xianqing, I will work hard to become stronger and help you in the future. He had long since repaid Sun King's kindness to him. But this does not mean that the gratitude in his heart will not accumulate. There is no one in the world who treats him better and more than Xianqing. With our relationship, do we need to say this? Xianqing smiled and waved his hand. Okay, let's eat and talk. At this time, Uchiha Yuri came over with the last dish and greeted everyone. Okay, I'm starting. Immediately, Xianqing and the others started eating. Well, Mom, your cooking skills are still so good. Indeed, Auntie's cooking skills are much better than my mom's. Haha, really? Don't lie to me. Really, I agree. Auntie Chiri's cooking skills are better than Grandma's. Hehe, since you like it, then eat more. It's good for training later. Uchiha Chiri was praised by the little guys and smiled. By the way, is that black Zetsu still hanging around the village now? While chatting, Kushina looked around and couldn't help lowering her voice and asked carefully. No need to be so careful. Uchiha Chiri saw it and smiled knowingly. I sensed that this guy left yesterday and didn't come back. At least, he is not seen within a few thousand meters of Konoha. What? Are you bored? Want to go to the pirate world? Originally, they should have been to Birka Island by now, and perhaps they had found Thunder Fruit. Because of the sudden appearance of Black Zetsu, they had to temporarily stop going to the pirate world. They even stopped practicing health-preserving exercises and haki. They stopped eating Sea King's delicacies during the day and ate high-quality nutritional pills instead. They didn't want Black Zetsu to discover the real secret of the nutritional pills. They were very unhappy because they were tied up. Really? That's great. 08. Kushina was so excited when she heard it. Finally he left? This guy, don't wait for me to grow up. When I become powerful enough, I will make him pay? Hehe. The next moment, Kushina seemed to realize that she had lost her composure, and she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly, and sat down again, eating and talking to Fengbo Jinch. I really want to go to the pirate world. It's much more interesting than the ninja world and Konoha. It's also much bigger. After going there, I always feel that the ninja world is funny and boring. Moreover, the ninja world seems to be more fussy and depressing than the pirate world. At least, that's what she has seen so far. Indeed. Mikoto also nodded in agreement. Whether it is the Drum Island of Eternal Winter or Sky Island, they are very interesting. Most of the people there are also pretty good. Unlike the ninja world. Since you like it there, let's go there to practice first. For the next period of time, our practice will be in Sky Island. Island is good. The altitude there is high and the air is thin, which is also a kind of exercise for us. After Mom finds Birka, we will go there to have a look. Xianqing suggested. High gravity environment can train people, and Sky Island with thin air can also do the same. Okay. No problem. No objection. Kushina and the other two listened and nodded in agreement. Soon, breakfast. After cleaning up the scene, Xianqing and the others left a shadow clone. The original body was teleported to the pirate world. Huh? Xianqing, you? Why don't you see anyone? Haven't you come yet? As soon as he came, Kushina found that Xianqing was missing, and immediately couldn't help wondering. We should go to Drum Island first. He hasn't completed the deal with Konoha yet, and he hasn't come here in the past few days. We need to say hello anyway. Uchiha Yuri smiled and replied, then summoned the Ninja Eagle, flew up and landed on the back of the Ninja Eagle, and said to Mikoto and the others, I'm going to find Birka Island first. You should practice well here first. Let's go. After that, Uchiha's Hilly stepped lightly. The Ninja Eagle's Ayahe let out a long roar and flew towards the direction of Birka Island at a high speed. Swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant sky with Uchiha's Hilly. The adaptability of powerful ninja beasts is still very strong. After the last time, it has obviously adapted a lot this time. Swish. At this time, Xianqing suddenly appeared here. Minato and others looked over in unison. Why are you looking at me? Practice first. Xianqing was slightly stunned, complained, and then looked around and couldn't help asking, where is my mother? Has she set off? Yes. Mikoto nodded affirmatively. My aunt has already gone to find Birka Island. Okay, Sister Mikoto, you go practice first. Minato and Kushina, follow me. I will teach you the source chakra refining technique in the house first. Xianqing nodded to Mikoto first, then looked at Kushina and Minato said, okay. The three of them had no objection. Mikoto pushed the door open and walked out, and closed it. Xianqing and the other two were left in the room. Xianqing quickly began to explain the origin chakra refining technique to the two in detail. It was not until more than half an hour later. He successfully taught the two and helped them complete the transfer. Okay, let's go out and practice other projects. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, called the two and left the house and came outside. At this time, Mikoto was practicing not far from the house. Further away, the Sky Islanders and Shandia people were cutting down some trees and building houses and streets. Obviously, they were preparing to build a small town in Arpayadu first. Hey, Xianqing, Kushina, Minato, you are all here? Long time no see? Ha ha ha. Seeing Xianqing and the others appear one after another from a distance, Rossi, who was cutting trees in the distance, couldn't help but waved enthusiastically. At this time, he didn't have the hostility he had when he first met Uchiha Chiri. Instead, he became cheerful and generous. His face was filled with a bright smile. Hey, hello, Uncle Rossi. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand after hearing this, and responded loudly, it won't take long, just 3 or 4 days. Have you started building a new town? You are so efficient. I look forward to the day when this town is built in the future. By the way, why can't I see Uncle Ganful? As he said this, Xianqing looked around and used his observation haki to sense, but he couldn't find Ganful. Him. Rosie listened and smiled. Kaido, I went to help you buy magical shellfish from the nearby Sky Island. Only relying on our Sky Island, the survival and production of magical shellfish are limited. You want a lot, and you plan to want it for a long time, so naturally we have to expand the supply and build a trading network. After all, we are also eager for more soil. Haha. They are eager to expand Apyard 10 times, 100 times? As for going to Qinghai, sorry, their tribe is here. After 400 years, they have already adapted to this place and don't want to go back. I see. Xianqing nodded in understanding. It's easy to talk about soil. I'll bring you some later. There are plenty of this stuff in Qinghai below. In addition, although they haven't come here to open the map these days, but he sent the ninja eagle Xiaohei to help run the map. Xianqing also suddenly realized that Xiaohei was also bound to the contract because he had complete wisdom. Naturally, he could help run the map alone. Of course, most of the maps he ran were high in the sky. Only when he encountered an island would he temporarily fall from the air. In order to prevent Xianqing and his friends from using these lit maps, they can't fly. For Xiaohei's safety, Xianqing also specifically instructed him to find a place where there were no people or beasts and birds of prey every time he landed. In addition to the ability to teleport anytime and anywhere, Xiaohei didn't encounter any danger these days. Haha, that's great. Don't worry, we will give enough rewards. Rossi laughed heartily. The two chatted for a few more words, and Xianqing stopped and started practicing. The health-preserving exercise was running, and the food in the stomach began to digest faster. A stream of warm currents continued to flow into his body, nourishing and strengthening his body, and improving his life source. He felt very comfortable. You ate the meat of sea kings to assist in practicing the health-preserving exercise. Proficiency plus 12, lifespan plus 9 days, life source plus 0.04. An hour later, Xianqing suddenly received a message from Uchiha's Hilly through the communication space. He quickly took out the note and took a look. It turned out that Uchiha's Hilly had successfully found Birka Island. Xianqing immediately stopped practicing, dismissed several shadow clone, clapped his hands to attract the attention of Kushina and the other two, and said, "Stop for a moment. My mother has found and arrived at Birka Island? Let's go first. She's waiting there." Okay. Mikoto and the others listened, their eyes were all full, and they nodded one after another. They immediately communicated directly with the projection of the spacetime gate rune in the Sea of Consciousness and locked onto the newly appeared Birka Island. Swish. They all teleported over, even Xianqing was no exception. Tisk tisk. This method is amazing every time I see it. Rossi and others noticed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Who said it wasn't? Okay, leader, don't be lazy, hurry up and work. Yes. Somewhere on the edge of Birka Island, next to an uninhabited forest, Uchiha's Hilly was standing here waiting. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, 4 figures appeared here almost instantly. Mom, and Auntie Asterisk 2. Xianqing and the others came over and waved to Uchiha's Hilly. Then they looked around curiously, sizing up Birka Island. It feels pretty, but it's not that different from Arpayadu. Indeed. Uchiha Yuri let them chatter for a long time before clapping her hands to attract their attention and warned, "Be careful, don't be fooled by the surface. The Sky Island people here are very different from those in Arpayadu. At least, the people here are very xenophobic, especially to Qinghai people. So, if you can, you'd better not go to the towns and human settlements here. Even if you want to go, it's best to use the transformation technique and become a Sky Islander before going. But even so, strangers who appear here are easily targeted. So, this place is not suitable for playing? I may disappoint you." Uchiha Yuri can say this, obviously she has experienced it. She doesn't want Kushina and other children to go through this. 583. Why is this happening? Kushina and the others were also stunned and couldn't understand. Maybe it's because of religion and history. Uchiha Yuri shook his head and said, "I used my observation haki to find out some information. The temple here is extremely xenophobic. In addition, some pirates from Qinghai came here in the past and did many evil things here. So, the people here completely hate the Qinghai people. They even hate people who are born locally and have no wings." At this point, Uchiha Yuri looked at Xianqing and said, "I saw a little kid being bullied by a group of people before. His earlobes are very long and he may be the future thunder god Enel. Do you need me to bring him to you?" She remembered that Xianqing had mentioned this person and had some ideas about conquering him. "You can meet him." Xianqing touched his chin and thought, if he is grateful and can be conquered, I don't mind training him well. But this is not the most important thing. Thunder fruit is the most important thing. Mom, have you found it? Enel, you can conquer it or not. Thunder fruit is the most important thing. Dang, look what this is. Uchiha Yuri heard it, smiled mysteriously, and took out a golden, pineapple-shaped strange fruit with lightning spiral patterns and spikes in her hand. When Xianqing saw this devil fruit, his eyes widened immediately, and he ran forward quickly, staring at the devil fruit and said excitedly, "Mom, you actually found it. How did you do it? Where did you find it?" Kushina and others saw this, and they also gathered around, looking at the devil fruit curiously. This is the devil fruit? It looks so strange. Indeed, it doesn't look like a foot-eater. It's hard to imagine that a fruit can allow people to master the powerful power of thunder and lightning, and it can also be transformed into an element. This is stronger than most lightning styles. Uchiha Yuri heard Sun King's question and smiled. Kaido, in fact, this thing is surprisingly easy to find. It didn't take me much effort at all, because this thing is enshrined in a temple. I took advantage of no one's attention and rushed in to grab it and then teleported away directly. 0145122008 Fila 17118219. Speaking of this, Uchiha Yuri looked to the east, turned his hand to put away the thunder fruit first, smiled, and said solemnly, let's leave here first and go to the magnetic drum island. The people in the temple have already chased us. They seem to have mastered some means to lock this devil fruit. It's only been a while since I took it out, and they came straight here. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? Huh. You found it? Does this count as stolen? Kushina was slightly stunned when he heard it, and looked at Uchiha's Hilly with a strange look, and whispered, haha, count? Of course it counts. Uchiha's Hilly smiled when he heard it, but then said, but it's a waste for them to worship it there. It will be taken away and eaten by Enel in the future. Even later, Enel used the power of thunder and lightning to destroy the entire Birka Island in order to retaliate against them and the people of Birka Island. I did this to save them. Seriously speaking, they still owe me a huge favor. Kushina and others all stared at Uchiha's Hilly's serious nonsense with their eyes wide open. That look, as if he really knew Uchiha's Hilly. Okay, no more nonsense. Hurry up, they are coming. Uchiha's Hilly hurriedly urged. Although she had put the thunder fruit away again, the other party was obviously not stupid and had already identified this location. Let's go. Xianqing also urged. Kushina and the others immediately teleported away. Xianqing followed closely behind. Uchiha's Hilly walked last. When the people from the temple arrived here, they had already left. In the end, the people from the temple searched carefully for a long time in this area, almost 3 feet deep. In the end, they could not find any clues. They could only leave angrily and look for other places. Moreover, their method of locking the thunder fruit was only useful before it was eaten. Once it was eaten, it could not be locked. Xianqing and the others teleported directly back to the magnetic drum island, and then they continued to observe its devil fruit shit. In fact, this thing had been placed by Uchiha's Hilly in the spacetime gate storage space assigned to her by Xianqing. If Xianqing had checked it herself, she would have known it a long time ago, but Xianqing usually does not spy on the storage space bound to this. It's considered respecting their privacy. How about it? Xianqing, do you want to eat it? Uchiha's Hilly looked at Xianqing and asked with a smile. Others also looked over. Xianqing listened and hesitated and said, if I eat it directly, I will definitely not want to. It will add a weakness to me for nothing. With my talent and the resources of 2 worlds, I am confident that I can become strong enough. Thunder fruit is not a necessity. However, I have an experiment to verify this thing. If it succeeds, maybe I can eliminate the defects. If it really works, then in the future, all my bound people can take devil fruit without scruples. In this way, it can also greatly improve everyone's strength and accelerate everyone's growth speed. Oh, as soon as this was said, not only Uchiha's Hilly, but others also showed curiosity. What are you going to do? If the defects of devil fruit can really be eliminated, then they can also take devil fruit without worries. It's very simple, just use the spacetime gate to verify it. I have absolute control over the spacetime gate, and I can control and adjust the time and space in it at will. So, maybe the defects in the devil fruit can be eliminated. Of course, the premise is that this defect is not inseparable from the devil fruit itself. Xianqing smiled Kaido. This is actually what he wanted to verify a long time ago. Oh, then try it quickly. Uchiha's Hilly and others hurriedly urged in unison. Okay, let's start. Xianqing immediately thought and put the thunder fruit in his hand back into the spacetime gate. Then, try to analyze the devil fruit through control authority. Huh? This thing. Soon, Xianqing discovered the mystery of the devil fruit. The existence form is so strange. It doesn't seem to be a fragment of the law. Instead, it feels like facing the human heart, and at the same time, there are many mixed wills in it. So, devil, what is the essence of the fruit? Is it a special product of the light of the human mind? If so, it is not impossible to explain. Perhaps, the devil fruit itself is the product of human technological experiments and field dimension experiments. Is it a product of the light of human mind? What did humans do hundreds of years ago? Could it be that they created something similar to a Leia consciousness? The more he analyzed and speculated, the more shocked Xianqing was. Immediately, he tried to peel off the mixture of wills in this devil fruit. The process was naturally very easy, although these wills were deeply rooted and wanted to struggle. But in the face of absolute control, it was useless. It was easily peeled off from the devil fruit by Xianqing. After this group of wills was peeled off, it twisted and struggled madly, roaring and roaring. But soon, it gradually began to lose vitality, started to show signs of dissipation, as if it had lost its survival. Seeing this, Xianqing thought about it, and with a thought, he directly took this group of will mixture out of the spacetime gate space and threw it into the air not far away. The next moment, this group of wills flashed directly, sank into the space, and disappeared. Xianqing had been carefully observing it with mental power and sight color before. At the moment when this mass disappeared, he faintly sensed a mixed and vast mixture of wills from behind the spatial fluctuations. He sensed an extremely powerful spiritual power. Sure enough, devil fruit was created by the mixture of human will and spirit hundreds of years ago. It was the product of the human's wishes and fantasies for the extraordinary at that time. The fusion of unprocessed devil fruit is the fusion of the spiritual light of the human who gave birth to the devil fruit and the spiritual light of many successors before it. No wonder the power of demon fruit is reflected by the devil fruit itself. As the devil fruit continues to bloom, its personality becomes strange. This is because the mind is polluted. Thinking of this, Xianqing frowned slightly. What's wrong? Uchiha's Hilly, who had been paying attention to her, couldn't help asking. Did it fail? Others also spoke up. No, success. Xianqing shook his head and immediately told several people about his findings and inferences. Def. Is it like this? Doesn't that mean that devil fruit can't be eaten? Uchiha's Hilly and others took a breath of cold air, and then Uchiha's Hilly continued. Not really. Xianqing smiled and shook his head. With a thought, he took out the thunder fruit that had been completely purified without the spiritual will and said, I have removed the will and pollution in it. Now, this devil fruit will not pollute the mind of the user after eating it. On the contrary, with the continuous opening and use, you can gradually and thoroughly absorb this spiritual light with the power of thunder and lightning, and completely become your own thing. At that time, you can not only obtain the powerful ability of thunder fruit, but also make your spiritual light soar, which has many benefits. At the same time, because the will is removed, it is very likely that it will not be rejected by the sea. At this time, he also roughly deduced why demon fruit power would be rejected by the sea. Because, devil fruit is just the product of human spiritual light. It is a pseudo-Alaya consciousness product condensed after human beings upgrade. This Alaya consciousness only represents human beings, but abandons and eliminates everything other than human beings. Therefore, it is rejected by the sea, the mother of life. The sea is the cradle of life. Xianqing also told everyone his guess, but finally added, however, these are just my guesses for the time being and cannot be counted. So, I will definitely try to get a few devil fruit, experiment with other organisms, and then tell everyone after you have a firm grasp. Then, everyone will choose the devil fruit that suits them, good Zhaohao, and optimize and improve it, and then take it. What do you think? It's better not to take risks. It's better to be steady. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded with satisfaction, then do as you say. At this time, Minato asked thoughtfully, Xianqing, since you can bring up the will pollution in the devil fruit, what if it is the devil fruit ability too who has taken the devil fruit? Can the devil fruit be completely peeled off from him? Will this harm the demon fruit power? If it can, it will be very useful. They can directly take the purified devil fruit first and try to see if it will be rejected by the sea. Even if it will, the devil fruit can be peeled off directly. It will not be affected at all. In addition, if the devil fruit they like has been taken by someone in the future, they can also use this method to peel it out directly. Instead of killing him, try your luck to transform him with nearby fruit. Or, you can only go to the sea to look for it again. But if this process will harm the demon fruit power, forget it. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Oh. After hearing this, Xianqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Minato and said, good idea? This can be verified. But we have to wait until we get the devil fruit or demon fruit power and conduct experiments to know. You can't experiment on yourself, right? If it's wrong, it will cost lives. This is easy. At this time, Uchiha Yuri smiled and said, if it is a ready-made devil fruit, it will be a bit troublesome and not so easy to find. But if it is a ready-made demon fruit power, I have seen it on Gaia Island. Do you need me to catch it and experiment with it? If it is verified earlier, it will be convenient for them to make arrangements earlier. She is also eager for the harmless and flawless devil fruit ability. This is something that can directly increase her strength significantly. Really? Xianqing was stunned when he heard it, and then he said excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Gaia Island to experiment directly. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and raised a finger and said, however, you should go to the uninhabited area at the other end of the pirate town of Gaia Island and wait, I will go to the pirate town to catch. Lest you get into danger. You know, it's not safe there. The main reason is that Xianqing and his friends are too young and too weak. Even if they are already very strong compared to ordinary pirates, there are still those 100 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. Those people are not easy to deal with. It's better to be careful. Okay. Xianqing and his friends heard it, knowing that Uchiha's Hilly was thinking about their safety, so they naturally agreed. That's good. Let's go. Uchiha's Hilly immediately teleported to the opposite side of the pirate town of Gaia Island with a few people. Then, she unfolded her observation haki to cover the entire Gaia Island. Instantly locked onto the only demon fruit power on Gaia Island at this time. Found it? I'll go first. Uchiha Yuri left this sentence and teleported away the next moment. Directly appeared in a bar. Who is it? She just teleported here, right? Could it be a space-based demon fruit power? Seeing Uchiha Yuri suddenly appear, the pirates here were all silent and looked at Uchiha Yuri. There were different looks in their eyes. Some were greedy, some were horrified, some were afraid, and some were watching the show, and so on. Sharinon illusion. Uchiha Yuri didn't bother to pay attention to these people, and directly opened Mangekyo Sharinon and threw it at a pirate in front of him who was more than 2 meters tall. The man was immediately trapped in the illusion and fainted. Then, Uchiha Yuri didn't wait for the pirates here to react, and grabbed the collar of the pirate demon fruit power. Swish. The teleport disappeared. Damn, what's going on? Is this woman here to arrest people? Oh no, Boss Baoxiang has been captured. Hurry up and chase him. Chase? How to chase? We don't even know where that person took Boss Baoxying. The pirates in the bar were in a state of panic. Especially those companions who were captured were panicked and didn't know what to do for a while. They didn't even know how to save people. They had never encountered such a speechless thing. Is that woman crazy? She just arrested people without saying anything. Many people from other pirate groups in the bar heard the words of the Baoxying pirates, looked at their companions, and looked a little puzzled. Some people started to talk to their companions in a low voice. Boss, this is a good opportunity. Baoxying is a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys? They are very rich. Now Baoxying has been caught by the mysterious woman. I am afraid there is no chance for him to come back. Why don't we force him? That makes sense. Even if Baoxying comes back in the future, what? We can just rob and run. I agree. No objection. There are several pirate groups with similar ideas in this bar. Immediately, these people suddenly attacked and killed the remaining members of Baoxying pirates in the bar. Damn it! Bloody hand, what do you want to do? Stop. Kill. For a while, the whole bar was in chaos. The final result was naturally that the members of Baoxying pirates were beaten and killed, and the wealth of the entire Baoxying pirates was divided up. But these have nothing to do with Uchiha's Hilly. She directly brought another hypnosis Baoxying and appeared in front of Xianxing and others with a swish. Throwing the violent bear to the ground, he pointed at the violent energy and said to Xianxing, "Here, this is the demon fruit power. From the information I heard through the observation color, it can be confirmed that he is the ability user of Zoan bear fruit white bear form. Try it with him. It is recommended to try to remove the will and pollution of the devil fruit in his body first. If it doesn't work, experiment to extract the devil fruit." Okay. Xianxing nodded, and immediately waved his hand to put the violent bear into the spacetime gate. Then, with a thought, he mobilized the power and directly let the violent bear's soul fall asleep. Then, he began to try to remove the will and pollution in the devil fruit power in the violent bear's body. The result was very smooth and normal. It's done? Let's try whether he will still be rejected by the sea now. Sunking's face suddenly became happy, and he waved his hand to take out the violent bear and the ball of extracted will. He let the will disappear into the void, said something to everyone, and then dragged this guy to the sea water. He threw him into the sea water, and used mental perception and chakra to monitor his body in real time. As a result, it was found that the devil fruit ability in his body was not rejected and suppressed by the sea water. But Xianxing was still not at ease, and he took the violent bear and a lot of sea water into the spacetime gate space, and conducted in-depth observations through authority. After confirming that it was indeed not suppressed by the special components in the sea water, Xianxing nodded with satisfaction and announced the results of the experiment to everyone. It can be confirmed. The devil fruit with the will and pollution removed will not be rejected by the sea water, and this weakness has disappeared. Moreover, I can remove the devil fruit will and pollution in the body of the demon fruit power. Even the pollution that has already formed can be removed. The absolute control of the spacetime gate space is stronger than I thought, omnipotent. The use of this power in the past was too superficial and one-sided. He thought he could try to further develop it in the future. Maybe it can be useful for the bloodline limit and bloodline of the ninja world? We can try it later. Xianxing thought. Everyone was happy to hear it. Very good. It seems that the devil fruit without will and pollution can be eaten safely. Uchiha Yuri clapped his hands and praised, and then said, "Next, try to extract the devil fruit ability in his body." Okay. Xianxing had this idea and tried to extract it immediately. The result was also very easy and smooth, without any obstacles at all. It's done? Moreover, Bao Xiong didn't die, and didn't even suffer. It may be that the power of the spacetime gate is too powerful and delicate. This extraction process did not cause any harm to him. Even the already fused spiritual light was easily and completely stripped out. In this way, we can also include demon fruit power in the search range later. Find and obtain the devil fruit ability we like. Xianxing said to everyone with a smile. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Great. This is much easier. Kushina and the others cheered happily after hearing this. This is much easier than simply searching for the right devil fruit. Of course, the premise is that you have to be able to beat those demon fruit powers. But if you can't beat them yourself, can't you ask for help? Uchiha Yuri is very strong even in the pirate world. He should have the strength of a candidate admiral or even a genuine admiral. As for the specifics, we haven't really fought each other, so we can't be completely sure. It's about the same. But it should be weaker than the 4 Emperors level pirates. With such strength, he can already hunt most of the devil fruit ability users. Don't be happy too soon. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly couldn't help but remind, hunting demon fruit power to obtain the right devil fruit is indeed much easier than looking for devil fruit directly, but it is not without disadvantages. This kind of thing, it's okay if you do it less often, others will at most think it's a coincidence. If you do it more often, it will definitely be noticed by someone with ulterior motives, knowing that we have the means to extract the devil fruit ability from demon fruit power. Once this is leaked and confirmed, we will be in danger in the pirate world. Those big forces will definitely target us completely. By then, unless we can suppress the greed of all forces with absolute strength, otherwise, I'm afraid there will be no peace. So, if it's not necessary, I don't recommend doing this before you grow up completely. That will bring you great danger. It will also make it more difficult for us to explore and conquer the pirate world in the future. These are all things that need to be considered, understand? Everything has two sides, and there are bad things when it's friendly. It's impossible to have all the good things. Everyone's expression froze slightly after hearing this. Really? Xianqing also nodded in agreement. In the original future of the pirate world I gave you, Blackbeard Teach actually did something similar through Dark Fruit. However, at that time, he was already 4 emperors, a top powerhouse in this world. We can basically withstand this kind of covetousness, but we don't have this strength at present. Of course, this doesn't mean that we need to do anything. If we can take the corresponding demon fruit power without anyone knowing and extract his devil fruit ability, and try not to expose that we are a group as much as possible, hunting a small amount of demon fruit power will not be exposed. Minato frowned and said, in this case, we need to try not to use ninjutsu in the public eye in this world in the future, because these symbols of ninjutsu are too obvious, and people can immediately associate us with a group. That's right. Mikoto and Kushina also nodded. Sure enough, the compromise method also has limitations. It's really annoying. In the final analysis, it's because they are still too weak. That's why they have so many concerns. So, we can't give up training in bodybuilding and physical training, as well as haki and swordsmanship in this world. We need to specialize in at least 1 or 2. So, keep working hard. We still have a long way to go in the future. Xianqing encouraged with a smile. Ah, so much to learn? I feel like I'm too busy. Kushina's face fell and she complained. Recently, she has really worked hard. She has assigned several shadow clone to practice and study every day. However, in order to help Xianqing in the future and keep up with Xianqing's pace, she is willing to continue to work hard to become stronger when she encounters a crisis like the Whirlpool country, so that she can help instead of just worrying about it. Kushina, you are already very good. Mikoto heard this, stretched out his hand and pinched Kushina's cheek helplessly and complained, I am the one who should complain, okay. With your chakra amount, mental strength, and mental toughness, you can handle splitting more than a dozen shadow clone to learn at the same time. It's no big deal for you to learn a few more subjects, just a little tired, but I and even Minato can't do it. I can't do what you do. Of course, Xianqing can't do this at present. But Sunking's learning ability is too strong. The learning progress and training speed are times faster than theirs. In the same time, he can do more things at the same time. Minato heard this and shrugged helplessly. The chakra amount is small and the mental strength is not enough. There is nothing I can do. Kushina's racial talent is enviable. Hehe. Kushina also smiled after hearing this. That's right. I also have my strengths. At this time, Xianqing smiled and said, in fact, Sister Mikoto, Minato, don't be discouraged, you can also do the same thing as Kushina in the future. Don't forget, whether it is health-preserving exercises, Sea King's flesh and physical training, they are constantly improving your physical strength and even vitality. This will allow your chakra limit to continue to increase with practice. Your chakra amount will not be less in the future. This practice process will also promote the improvement of your mental strength and quantity, not to mention, you are now practicing the source chakra refining technique. This can keep up with the continuous accumulation and improvement of chakra quality and quantity, and chakra is only a matter of time for you. So, it is not a problem to practice more in the future. The premise is that you have talent in this area. Physical skills are easy to say, but kendo still requires talent. Without talent, forced practice will also have limited achievements. Really? Minato and Uchiha Mikoto were also stunned when they heard this, and then they reacted immediately. They were even more grateful to Xianqing in their hearts. Especially Minato, whose favorability towards Xianqing increased by 2 points again, reaching 99 points. As for Mikoto, her favorability towards Xianqing had already reached the maximum value during this period. By the way, after Zetsu lights up the map of East Blue Shimatsuki Island, I plan to go to the Ishine Sword Dojo over there to learn the swordsmanship of this world. At that time, you who are interested can also join. Xianqing reminded. I didn't expect it before, but now that Zetsu can also open the map, he will naturally speed up the speed of opening the map. Otherwise, no matter how long it takes to go, no matter how much time he has to wait, he will go there regardless of his mother. Shimatsuki Island? Shimatsuki Koshiro? That's a great swordsman. I'll join. Mikoto's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately raised her hand to signal. This opportunity should not be missed. 01451220811711921110. Besides, as an Uchiha, she does have some interest and talent in swordsmanship. I'll join too. Minato followed closely and expressed his opinion. He naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn the swordsmanship of this world from the great swordsman. As long as he could learn something useful, he didn't want to miss it. At this time, he had been working hard to absorb some good things that could be learned to become stronger. Ah, are you all participating? Kushina's face turned bitter after hearing this. The Uzumaki clan actually has no tradition of practicing kendo. However, since you all participated, I will also participate. It's just a matter of getting one more shadow clone. At this time, Xianqing shook his head and said, for kendo, I suggest that it is better to practice with the original body. 0. Because it also involves the tempering of the body. Unless your kendo itself has reached a certain level and your body is strong enough, you can ignore some of these problems. Kushina was even more speechless after hearing this, but still nodded in agreement. Then I will still participate. It feels inappropriate for everyone to participate and not participate. Speaking of his Heinkendo and Mr. Koshiro, at this time, his woman Kuna should not have any accidents, right? Suddenly Kushina remembered something and looked at Xianqing and asked. Yeah. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. It's still early? Kuna is only about 4 years old now, and there are still about 6 years before her accidental death. After we join their family's dojo to learn kendo, we will find a way to improve her favorability and bind her. At that time, it will definitely be easy to completely change her fate. Speaking of this, I have to complain. With the strength and physique of 10-year-old Kuna, she was actually killed by a grindstone. It's also powerless to complain. It feels like a complete plot kill. It's just to find a reason for Zoro to stick to his dream. Yeah, that's good. 0. Kushina listened and nodded with a smile. Not only Kuna, I will also change the fate of Nami. I hope both worlds will become better and better, more and more peaceful. This is also the direction I want to work hard in the future. Xianqing smiled Kaido. Minato and the others looked at each other and stood up and said, we will all help you. Peace is also their expectation? Pa, okay, don't talk about it. Let's talk about this later. At this time, Uchiha Yuri patted her head, interrupted their chat, and said to Xianqing, let the violent bear out, I will deal with it, so as not to leave any trouble. As for the Zoan fruit, do you have any ideas? After hearing this, Xianqing was moved by the idea of following the good advice and released the violent bear. As a result, Uchiha Yuri took him to the beach dozens of meters away without hesitation. A great fireball plus burned it into charcoal. Then, an earth-style buried the human-shaped charcoal in the sand layer. After doing this, she flashed back to Xianqing and the others. She looked calm, as if she had just killed a chicken. Because they were far away, Xianqing and the others didn't feel much. This is also Uchiha Yuri's purpose. The children are still too young, and she doesn't want them to have blood on their hands now. She thinks that it's better to wait a few years until Xianqing and the others are older. Anyway, the conditions are not without it now. Now, even the ninja world is not what it was when they were young. However, the ninja world is estimated to be peaceful for a few years. Although they rescued the country of whirlpools this time, the 3 ninja villages did not completely succeed in destroying the Uzumaki clan and obtaining all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. But they still got a part of it. Even, it is not ruled out that they kidnapped some members of the Uzumaki clan. Especially Cloud Shinobi, they always like to covet the blood limit of other ninja villages and ninja clans. They often steal the blood limit and clan members of other ninja clans. Uchiha Yuri remembered that in the future given by Xianqing, there seemed to be several famous young ninjas with red hair in the Raikage. She strongly suspected that these red-haired and black-skinned people were the product of the combination of the Uzumaki clan they kidnapped and the local people of Cloud Shinobi. Of course, it was just a suspicion. The ninja world does not say that anyone with red hair must be from the Uzumaki clan. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? Are any of you interested in that Zoan fruit? After Xianqing and his mother came back, he looked at Minato and the others and asked. Forget it. Forget it. Ugly rejection. Kushina and the other 3 shook their heads to refuse. The main reason is that the devil fruit is not very powerful. At most, it can only improve the physique and physical training speed. It's ugly? Well, this is the point. Haha. Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly were both Ichiraku after hearing this. Kushina and the others were affected and laughed along. Speaking of which, this peeled devil fruit still needs a suitable fruit as a carrier to solidify, otherwise, it will automatically disperse. Xianqing said. At this time, in the spacetime gate space, the bear fruit was still in a special energy state, and there was no intention of directly turning into a devil fruit. Oh. Uchiha Yuri raised his eyebrows and said, do you need me to find some fruit for you? Yeah. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. I don't have any in stock. Get some, please. Wait a minute. Uchiha Yuri nodded, said this, and appeared in front of a fruit store in the pirate town. He waved his hand to collect all the fruits in the store, and in the stunned look of the store owner, he threw down a handful of Bailey and left directly. Shopkeeper. What is this? However, he couldn't afford to offend such a person, so he didn't bother to say anything more. At least he was polite and gave money, right? The next moment, Uchiha's Hilly returned to Xianqing and said to him directly, I have already put the fruits in my storage space, you can just take them? I won't take them out. Yes. Xianqing nodded, and immediately took one of each fruit from Uchiha's Hilly's storage space and moved it to the main 800 space. Controlled the energy representing the bear fruit to approach. The next moment, the amount was immersed in one of the fruit kings. The fruit changed and turned into a devil fruit with a strange pattern and shape. Done. Xianqing regained his composure, took out the thunder fruit and looked at everyone, saying, what about this thunder fruit? Does anyone want it? No? This one is for you? Haven't you been thinking about it for a long time? Kushina shook her head first. Besides, the lightning ability doesn't seem to suit me. I want a powerful mythical beast or paramecia devil fruit. The one that can enhance the power of the fist is best. As she said this, she raised her little fist. She was learning the super powerful punch from Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. In addition to the special features of the Uzumaki clan, she felt that fists and feet were more suitable for her. Although lightning can also strengthen the body, she doesn't want to become a King Kong Barbie. Is that so? Xianqing listened and nodded in understanding. Mythical beasts and paramecia who prefers fists and kicks. I've made a note of it and will give it to you when I find a suitable one. I think the 9-tails fox devil fruit of the mythical beast, the shock fruit of paramecia, the impact fruit, etc., all meet your requirements. There should be many similar ones. After all, the devil fruit shown in the anime is only a small part. In this real world, there are many powerful devil fruits. 9-tails fox is really good, but would it be more suitable for Grandma Mito? After all, she also has a 9-tails big fox in her body. Kushina propped up her chin with one finger. Obviously, she had known that Uzumaki Mito had 9 tails in her body. Yes, she was brought back as a reserve Jinchuriki before. Naturally, she had received education and preparation in this regard. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito would not die in the next few decades, so there was no need to change Jinchuriki, and she could not change. If she changed, she would die. As for Lady Mito, we can only wait until her favorability towards me reaches the standard. You know, if we don't bind, I will never allow the information of Otherworld to be leaked. Xianqing nodded helplessly. Yeah, I understand. Kushina listened, smiled, and nodded. That's what I said. Grandma Mito likes you so much, you will reach it sooner or later, hihi. In addition, shock fruit can be ruled out for the time being. Whitebeard is still at his peak at this time, don't commit suicide. At present, it is estimated that Luffy was born not long ago, and there are at least 17 years before the Summit War. Whitebeard is at his absolute peak now. You think too much. Xianqing couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, I'm not stupid. How could I possibly upset Whitebeard at this time? At this time, his strength is estimated to be at least on par with the peak first generation, or even stronger. He certainly can't reach the level of a real Six Paths, but he has no problem beating a fake Six Paths like Kaguya. He can even beat her. As for Six Paths Madara, it's unknown. The comparison of combat power in different worlds is really confusing. We have to wait until Sun King's own strength increases and fight to know. I don't need it either. Xianqing, you eat it yourself? For the time being, I haven't decided what kind of devil fruit I want, I'll talk about it when I meet it later. Minato also shook his head and refused. He owed Xianqing enough, so he couldn't ask for more. I don't want it either. Mikoto also shook her head. Xianqing, eat it yourself? You just need a thunder attribute to complete the attributes, right? Perhaps, if you eat this thunder fruit, you may be able to obtain the thunder attribute. Indeed. Uchiha Yuri also nodded in agreement. From the information you gave me, if you want to break through the Six Paths level, in addition to swallowing the fruit of the sacred tree or becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, I'm afraid the only way left is to master the blood inheritance network, practice yin-yang escape, and condense the truth-seeking ball. So, now you have the opportunity to complete your thunder attribute, you can't miss it. Eat it yourself? Improve your strength as soon as possible, and your mother will be able to let you go out and venture without worry. As for me, let's see later. She hasn't decided what devil fruit to eat yet. Thunder fruit is indeed not very compatible with her. At present, her main means, in addition to Sharingan and Susanoo, are still fire style, supplemented by lightning style and earth style. I have been practicing water style recently, which is convenient for use in the pirate world. Okay, then I won't be polite for now, I will distribute other devil fruits to you later. Xianqing actually wanted it in his heart, but he was still polite before. Seeing that everyone said so, he naturally felt at ease. Immediately, he bit the devil fruit. After swallowing a piece of pulp, he immediately felt a force of thunder and lightning rushing into his body, lodging in his heart, and spreading to his whole body, starting to transform his body. Strange? Since it is the product of the light of the soul, shouldn't it be integrated into the soul? Obviously, part of the power of the previous violent devil fruit has been integrated into his spiritual medicine. Or do I need to integrate it into my own soul step by step? Xianqing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Xianqing, how is it? How is it? Is the devil fruit really that bad? Like eating poop? Kushina couldn't help but ask with a frown in her curiosity when Xianqing was daydreaming. Mikoto and the others also stole curious and teasing glances. Xianqing came back to his senses and looked at them speechlessly. No, I don't know how the original devil fruit tastes. After all, I haven't eaten it. And, I don't know the taste of poop. Kushina, if you are interested. Stop. Kushina didn't wait for him to continue, and directly raised her hand to interrupt him, admitting her mistake and saying, I was wrong? Don't say any more. She is not interested in this? It's too disgusting? Hehe. Xianqing saw it and smiled happily. Forget it, I forgive you this time. Then, he continued, the purified and improved devil fruit tastes quite good. It's similar to ordinary pineapples. It is probably related to purification and improvement, and may also involve spiritual issues. I guess the original devil fruit tasted so bad because it contained a will that would pollute the human mind. The human mind rejects this kind of pollution, which is why it tastes so bad. Of course, this is just my guess, and I don't know if it's accurate or not. Anyway, Xianqing still thought it made sense. As he said that, he ate the thunder fruit in his hand in a few bites, and then carefully felt the thunder fruit's ability. At the same time, he glanced at his attribute panel. It turned out that the chakra attribute column had a thunder attribute. At the same time, there was an additional skill in the skill column, Thunder Fruit, 1/1000, entry level. ZZZZ. The next moment, blue arcs of electricity began to appear on Sun King's body. He raised his hand and aimed at the empty space beside him. Tear. The next moment, a blue lightning as thick as a hand rushed out from his palm, streaked across the sky, and hit the ground. A small hole of more than 10 centimeters was directly blasted on the ground. The sand around the hole also showed signs of glassification. You have cultivated the Thunder Fruit ability, proficiency plus 20. This level of lightning is comparable to the effect of sea-level lightning ninjutsu. How is the consumption? Uchiha Yuri saw it, his eyes lit up slightly, and asked. Xianqing estimated in his mind, this thing does not consume chakra, it simply consumes physical strength. With my current physique, it consumes about 1% of my physical strength. Duh. Uchiha Yuri's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. That's not bad. It's very cost-effective. This is much more cost-effective than ninjutsu. It seems that Logia's devil fruit does increase fortune a lot. Perhaps, she should also find a powerful Logia devil fruit later? You can't count it that way. Xianqing heard it and shook his head and said, don't look at me just eating it, but my mental strength is very strong, and after training, I have a strong control over chakra, and I can also grandmaster several lightning-style ninjutsu. Thunder Fruit's ability is not the same as chakra control, but they are both energy applications, or lightning-based, and the control is good from the beginning, and the speed of early development and improvement will be very fast. So, this power cannot be completely used as a reference for devil fruit to increase fortune. Del. Uchiha Yuri heard this and nodded in understanding. Sure enough, there are some things in common in different systems of cultivation. Okay, continue the test. Okay. Xianqing naturally would not refuse, and said to Uchiha Yuri directly, Mom, try throwing a kunao at me. Oh? Test elementalization? Sure. Uchiha Yuri heard it and immediately understood Xianqing's plan. He immediately took out a kunao from the storage space and threw it at Xianqing's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the kunao shot directly at Xianqing's left shoulder and penetrated Xianqing's shoulder without any hindrance. Swish. It shot into the sand behind him and pierced deeply. Wow, it's amazing. Lightning style can't do this. Uchiha Yuri and Kushina and others were all surprised when they saw it. Then, they all stepped forward to pinch Sun King's body. As expected, their hands went straight through Sun King's body. When they pulled their hands away, lightning flashed in the parts that had been pierced before, and they returned to their original state. This elemental ability will be very useful for targeting pure physical skills masters and hidden weapons in the ninja world. But I don't know if it can prevent ninjutsu. In addition, is this effect passive or do you need to actively turn it on? Uchiha's Hilly asked Xianqing with his chin supported by his hand. If even ninjutsu can be completely prevented by passing by, then the value of this ability will break through the sky. Sun King's ability to save his life in the ninja world will also be maximized in the future. Usually it is passive, but you can also actively turn off this effect. As for whether it can prevent ninjutsu, I don't know, it needs to be tested. Xianqing said bluntly. Is that so? Then test it. I will adjust the power of the ninjutsu. You stretch out a hand and try it. Uchiha's Hilly immediately said to Xianqing. Moreover, he raised one hand and condensed arcs of electricity on his hand. First, lightning style. This is of course not a complete ninjutsu, but just a light chakra thunder attribute nature transformation. Most people can't do this. At the same time, it has no effect when used to attack people, but it is enough for testing. Okay. Xianqing quickly stretched out his hand. Uchiha's Hilly controlled this hand to slowly approach Sun King's hand. ZZ. Then, a small arc of electricity hit one of Sun King's fingers, and she immediately calmed down the lightning-style reaction in her hand, and asked nervously, how is it? No effect. Xianqing smiled and shook his head, no damage at all, but I'm not sure if it's because of the thunder fruit I am immune to 2.5 pure thunder attacks. Maybe, we have to try attacks from other chakra attributes. Yeah, I expected it. Continue. Uchiha's Hilly nodded without any surprise. Immediately, he transformed the chakra nature transformation of the other 4 attributes to test Xianqing. It turns out that he is not completely immune to other fierce techniques, but at the same time, other attributes of ninjutsu attacks will also be weakened to varying degrees. What a pity. After the test was completed and the results were obtained, Uchiha Yuri looked regretful. It would be great if he was completely immune to ninjutsu attacks. In this way, Xianqing can greatly improve his survivability and life-saving ability by elementalization. 01451220 Philo 1711922250. It shouldn't be. Obviously, other devil fruit abilities in the pirate world cannot cause damage to Logia's elementalization, right? Why can ninjutsu of other attributes do it? Uchiha Yuri murmured in confusion. Maybe it's because of the composition of chakra. Xianqing had some guesses and said directly, chakra is the product of cell energy fusion and spiritual energy, and the Logia elementalization in the pirate world can be attacked by armament haki and conquerors. According to Rayleigh's experience in haki training, armament haki should be related to will, chi and blood, and vitality. It is more like chi and blood or vitality injected with the willpower of the practitioner himself. And conquerors may involve the power of the soul or even the mind. In short, it is inseparable from cell energy and spiritual energy. Naturally, it is understandable that the recognition attack converted from chakra can hurt the elementalization of Logia. In short, the willpower and spiritual power of other life forms can attack the elementalization of Logia. It should be so. Uchiha Yuri didn't think of any other reason for a while, and nodded. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Okay, the test is complete. The Sky Island matter can come to an end for now. Next, you should practice hard and improve your strength. Wait until Xiaohei lights up the map of Gunkanjima. It will probably be tomorrow. Then I'll take you there to find dragon bones and millennium dragons. Now, let's go back first. Uchiha's Hilly waved and urged. Okay. Xianqing and others nodded one after another, and then, Shua teleported away from here and returned to Sky Island Apir to continue practicing. After Uchiha's Hilly finished practicing this morning, he teleported directly back to the ninja world to deal with family affairs. 2 days later, Uchiha's Hilly's house. Is Uchiha's Pokemon shop decorated? When can it open? Uchiha's Hilly asked the second elder. These days, Gonfer and the chief have already purchased the first batch of Pokemon shells. There are all kinds of them. Fire-breathing shells, sound shells, impact shells, etc. Everything is available. There are no less than hundreds of each. All were bought by Uchiha's Hilly. As the price, soil was mainly used to pay, and the remaining materials needed to be paid with materials such as materials, salt, iron ore, etc. Uchiha's Hilly had already purchased these and completed the transaction easily. It's ready? We can open for business tomorrow. The second elder nodded affirmatively. You know what? These magical shells are really practical. They can be used in life, and I think they should sell well. He wanted to ask where this thing came from. This doesn't seem to be something that can be found in the ninja world. At least, I haven't heard of it in the past. But when it comes to the secrets of Uchiha's Hilly, he was smart enough not to ask. Anyway, it's enough for his granddaughter to be well trained by Uchiha's Hilly. Dell. Uchiha's Hilly nodded with satisfaction. Open as soon as possible and add another industry to Shiha. Remember to send 2 more people to maintain order, and let the members of the nearby security team responsible for patrolling and maintaining public security keep an eye on it to prevent anyone from making trouble. She just wants to gradually strengthen the interest relationship between Uchiha and other ninja clans through unique products and commercial means. Gradually improve the reputation of Uchiha in the village. Pave the way for Xianqing to seize power and become Hokage in the future. If Xianqing can become Hokage in the future, it will be much easier for him to brush up the favorability of the entire Konoha people. At that time, the manpower will not be so tight, and a large number of ninjas with good strength and ability can be bound by contract, and sent to the pirate world to explore and even build forces. Prepare for Xianqing to take over the pirate world in the future. I understand. The second elder nodded. With the current strength of Uchiha, we are not afraid of anyone. Even if the third generation and Danzo have been quiet recently, it's all thanks to you, the elder. Don't be careless. Uchiha Yuri frowned slightly after hearing this. It's a taboo to be complacent and relax your vigilance. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are eliminated in the future, we can't relax our vigilance, not to mention that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others have hardly suffered any losses now. Have you forgotten how Senjo has been lonely these years? Seeing that the situation in the ninja world has become more and more tense in recent years, a new ninja world war may break out at any time. I don't want Uchiha to repeat the past. If the fate of Senjo is revealed, let the tribesmen wake up and practice more on weekdays to improve their strength. This is not only for you, the second elder, but also for everyone present. When you go back later, warn those little brats in the family, understand? The atmosphere in the tribe has been a bit impetuous recently, and she has to knock them down frequently. There is no way, the character of the Uchiha people is like this. Fortunately, the ideological education textbook compiled by Xianqing has been completed. She has read it and it is very good. I hope that the next course can bring different changes to the tribesmen and make them more calm and transparent. Yes, we have taken note. Several elders listened and their faces were all stern. Thinking back, it is true that the tribesmen have been a bit impetuous recently, and they immediately agreed. Indeed, it is not the time to relax yet. Although the third generation has restrained their methods, they are still lurking around. Well, that's it for today. I'm busy today and tomorrow, so you guys should take care of it. Of course, I'll leave a shadow clone at home, so you can come to me if you need anything. Dismiss. Uchiha Yuri gave a few more instructions and asked the elders to leave. After they were all gone, she opened the barrier at home, separated a shadow clone and left at home, and then teleported away directly. The next moment, she appeared on Magnetic Drum Island, Ha's retainer. At this time, Xianqing and the others had been waiting here for a long time. Xianqing even asked Kulha, well, Ms. Kulha, if there is a living 1,000-year-old dragon, can its blood replace dragon bones as the main material of the longevity medicine? Kulha looked at Xianqing in surprise and asked, have you found a living 1,000-year-old dragon? Isn't that impossible? This kind of creature is not easy to find. Most people may not be able to see them once in their lifetime. Millennium dragons do not have a fixed habitat and have been wandering around the world. And they are basically in the sky and rarely land in populated areas. Indeed, an old and living 1,000-year-old dragon was found. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, just tell me if it's possible. If it is possible, he still doesn't want to hunt the 1,000-year-old dragon with high intelligence for dragon bones, even if it will die after more than 10 years. Of course, there should be a lot of dragon bones under the sea near Gunkanjima. Xianqing is just a little unsure whether these dragon bones will become ineffective after being soaked for a long time. If so, then he really can only think of the living 1,000-year-old dragon. 0145122208 Philo 1711924450. Wow, you are amazing. Kurha's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. You are so lucky to find such a thing. Live dragon blood can actually replace dragon bones as a material for longevity pills, and the effect may be even better. I just didn't see a living 1,000-year-old dragon back then, otherwise I would have studied it thoroughly. So, where is the 1,000-year-old dragon you mentioned? Can you take me to see it? I'm quite curious about living 1,000-year-old dragons. It would be a pity not to see such a magical creature. That's no problem. After all, you've helped me a lot. Xianqing didn't refuse. It's good to have one more helper. He won't underestimate Konoha's strength. This old senior who can live for more than 100 years, travel to many places in the world, and is still full of energy must be very extraordinary. Haha, thank you very much. Konoha smiled happily after hearing this and promised, don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Even if you have any questions afterwards, you can ask me. I owe you a favor. If you want, I can also study with you how to use dragon blood as medicine to make longevity medicine. As a reward, you only need to give me 3 pills at that time. She has already eaten 2 longevity pills made from dragon bones, extending her life by 75 years, plus her other health-preserving methods. Although her lifespan is still long, she doesn't mind having more lifespan. She is also thinking about making a breakthrough in medicine, finding a way to break the level of life, improving her own life level, and completely entering the ranks of the immortal species. Okay, as long as you help me with more longevity medicine at that time. Xianqing agreed with a smile. If dragon blood can really be used as medicine, there will be a lot of longevity medicine that can be made. Of course, he would not kill the Millennium Dragon. At most, he would occasionally bleed it to promote its blood circulation. In addition, he could also promise to help the Millennium Dragon regain its memory and its people. Anyway, he already knew the method. As for whether there would be any problem in summoning the Millennium Dragon's people back more than 10 years in advance, Xianqing thought not. Compared with the lifespan of the Millennium Dragon, there is basically no difference between reproducing a few years earlier and reproducing a dozen years later. Moreover, God knows, if this Millennium Dragon was not too old and had Alzheimer's disease, forgetting the past and forgetting its responsibilities, wouldn't it have summoned its people long ago? Haha, this is easy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Konoha immediately stood up, quickly gestured some things, put them in a backpack, and looked at Xianqing. Then let's go. Xianqing immediately reached out and grabbed Konoha's arm, nodded to Uchiha's Hilly and others, and with a thought, he took Konoha and teleported directly to the mountainside of Gunkanjima. I didn't expect that your teleportation method can also carry people. So, where is this place? Can you tell me? Konoha asked while looking around while marveling at the powerful teleportation method mastered by Xianqing. At the same time, she had unfolded her observation haki at some point and swept across the entire Gunkanjima. Then, without waiting for Xianqing to reply, she looked at a place on the top of the mountain in surprise and said, I didn't expect that there is actually a 1,000-year-old dragon here. However, this is a very old 1,000-year-old dragon? It's a 1,000-year-old dragon that can't remember the past. Huh. Xianqing listened, looked at Konoha in surprise and asked, how do you know this? Observation haki. Yes, observation haki? I have talked to that 1,000-year-old dragon. Konoha nodded affirmatively. DAUF. Xianqing and others couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Xianqing said, how far have you come from your observation haki? You can do this from such a distance? And you can communicate directly with the Millennium Dragon. Have you also mastered the ability to listen to the voice of all things? He felt that he had underestimated Konoha in the past. This person has always been very mysterious. Haha, almost. Konoha smiled knowingly. However, the real ability to listen to the voice of all things is actually the first innate ability. It is not acquired through acquired practice. Of course, perhaps some people can master it through acquired practice. Isn't the ability mastered by the Iron Sword Master a similar weakened version? Is that so? Xianqing nodded in understanding. Since you can communicate with it directly, it's great. Perhaps, this trip will be much simpler than imagined. Let's go to the Millennium Dragon first. As he said, Xianqing took a group of people and spent a while to climb the mountain and appeared outside a cave. Then, he walked in. Soon, everyone saw a huge creature with green feathers lying there. Its head was bald, and its eyes had become a little cloudy. When it saw Xianqing and the others come in, its eyes moved, but there was no more expression. It just lay there, looking at Xianqing and the others. Seeing this, Xianqing immediately stepped forward and said, Millennium Dragon, I have a way to help you recall your past memories and your mission. Do you want to try it? As soon as these words came out, the Millennium Dragon's originally cloudy eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. At this time, how could its eyes still be cloudy? It became unusually bright and woke up. At this time, it looked at Konoha, who immediately walked to Xianqing and said to him, the Millennium Dragon just said that as long as you can really do it, he is willing to do his best to repay you. Xianqing listened and nodded with satisfaction, and immediately said to the 1,000 Years of Death Dragon, I can help you later, as long as you give me some of your blood afterwards. Konoha, it said yes. That's fine. Qianqing listened and nodded with satisfaction, and looked at it with his talent. Tian Yanglong's sensitivity to him was 54 points at this time. It was not low. He immediately stepped forward with confidence, stretched out his hand and placed it on the head of the Millennium Dragon, and directly used his mental power to directly transmit the picture of it calling its companions to come to build a nest and reproduce in the future and related information to its mind. Suddenly, the Millennium Dragon's eyes bloomed with a brighter look, and the dragon head stood up directly. For a time, these information pictures touched its forgotten memories. At this moment, it turned everything up. It also understood its mission. P.S. Please be the first to place an order. Custom order? It immediately called out to Qianqing in a low voice. Konoha hurriedly pulled Qianqing out and reminded Uchiha's Hilly and others. It said it was going out to complete its mission. Once the mission is completed, its remains will be handed over to you, Qianqing. Let's get out of the way first. So, let's withdraw first. Uchiha's Hilly and others listened and hurriedly followed Konoha, and soon left the cave and moved away from the exit. Dong dong dong. Soon, heavy footsteps were heard in the cave. Not long after, a huge 1,000-year-old dragon came out of the cave and fell on a stone platform not far away. It began to flap its wings, trying to fly into the sky. Perhaps because it was more than 10 years younger, the 1,000-year-old dragon had not yet reached the point of exhaustion, and soon soared into the sky. Roar. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the 1,000-year-old dragon let out a heavenly roar. The sound seemed to contain a certain frequency, causing the entire Gunkanjima to vibrate violently, and the surrounding seawater was also like this. Just like that, the Millennium Dragon kept roaring. Roar. A few minutes later, a similar roar from the distant horizon was heard. Then, a group of Millennium Dragons flapped their wings and flew towards this side at a very fast speed. Soon, they came around the old Millennium Dragon and began to roar and dance around the old Millennium Dragon. The entire Gunkanjima was violently vibrating in this roar, and began to slowly rise. The island is moving. It's rising. Kushina and the others immediately found something wrong and couldn't help but exclaimed. Don't worry, this is the work of the Millennium Dragon Gate, and everything will be fine soon. Qianqing quickly comforted. Wow, this is really shocking. So, this is the migratory breeding nest of the Millennium Dragon? No wonder. Konoha was very surprised to see the corpses of the Millennium Dragon and even some unshelled eggs from the bottom of the sea of Gunkanjima with her keen observation haki. She looked at Qianqing and said, You kid, you already knew all this, right? Yes. Qianqing nodded affirmatively. If I hadn't been sure, I wouldn't have come to see the Millennium Dragon. Soon, the area thousands of meters offshore of Gunkanjima rose from the seabed, revealing the seabed reefs and a large number of Millennium Dragon corpses. Konoha, can these Millennium Dragon corpses still be used as materials for the longevity pill? Qianqing couldn't help asking Konoha after seeing this. It should still be effective? The essence in the bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon is not so easy to dissipate. But it is definitely not as effective as the bones of a living or recently dead 1,000-year-old dragon. If you want to use this kind of dragon bones to make longevity medicine, you probably need more dragon bones to extract the essence. Konoha used her observation haki to sense it from a distance and made a judgment. The 1,000-year-old dragon itself is a very magical creature. Otherwise, its dragon bones cannot be used to make longevity medicine. Even so, with so many dragon bones, it is enough to refine many longevity medicines. Congratulations. Konoha added. Haha. Sonkai smiled knowingly. Congratulations. Roar. At this time, the upward trend of Gunkanjima stopped, and the entire island stabilized. Those 1,000-year-old dragons also landed on the rising beach, began to place orders, hatch eggs, and feed their offspring. Crack, crack, crack. Some of the dragon eggs that had been sleeping for who knows how many years seemed to have completely revived in the previous ceremony, and then broke out of the shell. One by one, young 1,000-year-old dragons were born. Looking at this scene, the old 1,000-year-old dragon, whose memory had been completely restored, was full of relief. It finally completed its mission. However, its lifespan was about to end at this time, and it could not survive. The ritual had exhausted its last vitality. However, it had not yet repaid the favor it had promised Qianqing, so after saying hello to its tribesmen, it flapped its wings and flew back to Qianqing and others. Looking at Qianqing, it roared in a low voice. Konoha on the side hurriedly helped to translate. The Millennium Dragon said thank you for helping it remember the past, remembering its mission, and helping it complete its mission. Its life is about to come to an end, and in return, it is ready to give you back with its remains. After hearing this, Qianqing felt a little strange, but he couldn't help asking, Millennium Dragon, is there no way to keep you alive? If he could get a living Millennium Dragon, he would still prefer it to be alive. This is much more valuable than a dead one. The Millennium Dragon heard this and shook his head. Qianqing's expression condensed, and he suddenly thought of something. He immediately used his talent to check the favorability of Qianlong towards him. He found that it had reached 88 points. It fully met the binding requirements. Thinking of some characteristics of the spacetime gate space, Qianqing immediately said to Qianlong, don't worry about the rest. I have an idea that I want to verify. Come with me first. As he said that, Qianqing walked forward and put one hand on Qianlong's body. With a thought, he took Qianlong and disappeared from the spot, appearing on an uninhabited island between Gunkanjima and Logue Town. Then, Qianqing condensed a rune from his brows while Qianlong was somewhat confused, and sent it to Qianlong and said, if possible, can you please touch this mark and choose to agree. In this way, I may be able to save you. Of course, as a price, you may be subject to me to a certain extent in the future, what do you think? Qianlong listened, looked at the mysterious rune in front of him, and then looked at Qianqing. Feeling Qianqing's sincerity, Qianlong nodded slightly. He immediately touched the mark with his head. The next moment, a voice sounded in its mind, asking it if it was willing to sign a binding contract with Qianqing. It will gain huge benefits, and at the same time, it will be subject to Qianqing to a certain extent. Qianlong chose to agree without hesitation. The next moment, the rune was immersed in its brow consciousness Poseidon. At the same time, a large amount of information about the past and future of this world, some information about the time and space gate, and some information about the ninja world all poured into its mind. Even Qianqing took advantage of this opportunity to pass on the cultivation methods and some experiences of the health-preserving exercises and the source chakra refining technique to the Millennium Dragon's mind, which was received and digested by it. Mainly, Qianqing wanted to see if the health-preserving exercises were useful to the Millennium Dragon. Although the Millennium Dragon was not in human form, it was a bit difficult for it to practice human exercises. But this was not a problem for Qianqing, who had already practiced the health-preserving exercises to perfection and was not far from the great perfection. He could completely modify the health-preserving exercises according to the body structure of the Millennium Dragon's tendons and veins. Create a Millennium Dragon version of the health-preserving exercises. If it works, then the Millennium Dragon may be able to further extend its life by practicing this. In addition, the source chakra refining technique is not that simple. Not only can it allow practitioners to easily refine the chakra seeds in their bodies, but it can also allow people who do not have chakra seeds in their bodies to condense their own chakra seeds through practicing this. In other words, Millennium Dragon and even anyone in the pirate world can actually use this technique to condense their own chakra seeds and extract chakra. This effect is the most heaven-defying part. Otherwise, it is basically impossible for people in the pirate world to extract chakra. Unless Qianqing breaks through the 6 paths level one day and masters the ninja sex method, it is possible to give the pirate world the ability to refine chakra. And Qianqing taught the source chakra refining technique to Millennium Dragon, and also wanted it to gain the ability to refine chakra and become a ninja beast. Later, maybe take it to find Katsuyu Immortal and find a way to let Katsuyu Immortal teach it the immortal practice method to increase its lifespan. As we all know, the immortals in the 3 major summoning holy lands in the ninja world are all antiques who have lived for at least 1,000 years, when their own races should not be immortal species. To be able to obtain such a long lifespan must be the result of practicing immortal arts. If these 2 methods cannot extend the lifespan of Millennium Dragon, then Song Nang can try to see if he can temporarily seal the Millennium Dragon in the spacetime gate space. After all, he can prohibit the time and space inside. Can he also act on the living body and use it as a hibernation chamber? Hello, Qianqing. At this time, Qianlong opened his eyes, and a voice sounded in Sun King's mind. Huh? Can you telepathically transmit? Qianqing listened and looked at Qianlong with surprise and asked. Yes. Qianlong nodded. After making a contract with you, I can use telepathically to transmit sound information to you according to the contract. I didn't expect that you are such a magical existence. I also know that you want to save my life. Although I don't think it's necessary, because I have no regrets in my life. But I don't want to disappoint you, I am willing to try. However, if it doesn't work in the end, please don't feel sad for my death. The Qianlong in front of him obviously looked at life and death very openly. Okay, I promise you. Qianqing listened, nodded seriously, and then said, health-preserving exercises also require your cooperation to adjust and create. Source quality chakra refining can't extend your life without the combination of immortal arts. We'll talk about these 2 later. You don't have much life left now, I'll try the last calendar first. Don't resist, I'll put you into the spacetime gate space and try it. Okay, the Millennium Dragon nodded. The next moment, Qianqing put it into a separate space temporarily demarcated and cut out by Qianqing in the spacetime gate space. Then, Qianqing first let the soul of the Millennium Dragon fall into a deep sleep. Then, he banned the time song in this space. Then, he carefully observed the physical condition of the Millennium Dragon through authority. It was found that its body functions were indeed frozen. It really works? Haha. Qianqing was overjoyed. In this way, even if there is a bound life in the future that is about to reach the end and there is no way to extend his life, I can seal him in the spacetime gate space first, and wait for a way to solve his life problem, and then unseal it. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Seeing that his guess was successful, Qianqing did not rush to wake up the Millennium Dragon, but decided to do it this way. Let's wait until the next time we have mastered the Millennium Dragon health exercise before waking it up. It's time to go back. Thinking of this, Qianqing's mind moved, and he teleported back to Gunkanjima again. Back? How's the situation? Is the Millennium Dragon saved? Uchiha's Hilly saw him coming back and couldn't help asking. Dell. Qianqing nodded, it's basically okay. I'll temporarily seal it with special means. So that's it. Uchiha's Hilly immediately understood. Let's not talk about this for now, those Millennium Dragons are ready to leave. At this time, Konoha reminded. Sure enough, those millennium dragons over there began to take those newly hatched little millennium dragons and soared into the sky, flying in groups to the distance. Soon they disappeared. Boom. And Gunkanjima began to shake violently again. The whole island was slowly sinking. Mom, let's collect some dragon bones first? Otherwise, we need to dive to get them later. Xianqing said to Uchiha's Hilly immediately. Okay, let's go. Uchiha's Hilly immediately summoned the ninja eagle Kuro, and flew down the mountain on Kuro. Soon they arrived at the beach and landed. Turning back, he waved to Xianqing and the others on the distant mountain. RBU. The next moment, Xianqing and the others teleported over with Kuro. I'll do it? Just watch. Uchiha's Hilly said this and directly activated the 4th stage of Susanoo. In Konoha's surprised expression, he controlled the chakra giant and walked into the beach that had been partially submerged by the sea again. He put the dragon bones one by one into the storage space along the way. Of course, she was so naive to avoid the dragon eggs that had not yet hatched. It would be too much to steal the bones, but it would be too much to destroy the dragon eggs. After collecting more than 20 relatively fresh and complete dragon bones, Gunkanjima had regained stability and the beach had sunk back to the bottom of the sea, and Uchiha stopped. He cancelled Susanoo and teleported back to Xianqing and the others and said, "We have collected more than 20. Is it enough? Do we need to collect more?" No. Xianqing shook his head, it should be enough for a short time. He had just checked the condition of the dragon bones in the storage space. It was much better than he thought. The surface of these dragon bones seemed to be petrified, and the essence in the dragon bones was not much cut off. So, just one dragon bone can probably be refined into hundreds or thousands of longevity pills. If it is not enough, we can come back next time. Okay, let's go back first. Uchiha nodded when he heard it, and immediately took Xianqing and the others back to Kulham. The others began to practice, while Xianqing took out a dragon bone and a small amount of dragon blood from an old 1,000-year-old dragon, and began to refine longevity medicine with Kulha. Longevity medicine made from dragon bones was easy to say, but in less than an hour, they worked together to refine dozens of longevity medicines. It took more time to refine dragon blood, and it took more than a day to finally refine the dragon blood version of longevity medicine based on the efficacy and characteristics of dragon blood. As for the efficacy, it is the same as that of dragon bones. Moreover, the two cannot be superimposed. A person can only take 5 pills in total, and there will be no effect. After completing the refining and research, Kulha directly accepted the 3 longevity medicines given by Xianqing and chose to take them directly. Then, under the gaze of Xianqing and others, she became dozens of years younger and turned into a charming middle-aged beauty. This. Didn't expect Kulha to be so beautiful. Uchiha's Hilly couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw it. Indeed. Kushina and Mikoto nodded in agreement. Haha. Kulha took a mirror and looked at herself, then proudly put her hands on her waist and said as a matter of course, "Isn't it obvious?" Even Xianqing and Minato had to admit that Kulha was indeed very beautiful at this time. Of course, that's all. Mom, you should take 5 pills too. Kushina, Sister Mikoto, Minato, you too? Here. Xianqing immediately handed a bottle of 5 pills to Uchiha's Hilly and others, and said directly, "Take them all here, don't keep them." As he said that, he also took 5 dragon bone pills in one breath. His lifespan soared by 96.425 years. Lifespan, 202 June 19th days. Life source, 23.2. The life source also increased by 10 points. Xianqing could clearly feel that his vitality had also soared several times. At this time, no one would doubt that he was from the Uzumaki clan. However, with Sun King's control over his body, he quickly hid most of his vitality. Make himself look ordinary. Good, you are thoughtful. Uchiha smiled knowingly and was very touched. She immediately took 5 longevity pills. Her vitality and life source also surged, and the number of cell divisions also increased rapidly. She was 10 years younger and looked more like a young girl in her 20s. At the same time, under the nourishment of the surging life source and vitality, the recovery speed of her missing soul source was accelerated several times again. Her blind right eye was about to recover its vision. At this moment, it was completely restored. The originally pale and turbid pupils returned to black and regained their vision. In addition, some pupil power was born again in her body. Although it is still far less than 1% of the peak pupil power of this eye, it is still a difficult beginning. As long as the eyesight is restored, a small amount of pupil power is restored. It will be much easier to restore the pupil power later. Uchiha's Hilly estimated that if she was given a month or 2, her right eye would be completely restored to its peak. Even beyond the peak. After all, her right eye was also strengthened a lot under the effect of the eye meridian tempering and nourishing potion. Mom, your right eye has recovered. The sharp-eyed Xianqing noticed this change at the first time and asked excitedly. It seems to be true. Mikoto and others were also attracted by Xianqing's words, and they all looked at Uchiha's Hilly's right eye. They found that the eye really regained its light. Haha, yes, it's finally recovered? This is all thanks to you, Xianqing. Mom wants to thank you. Uchiha's Hilly touched her right eye frame, feeling the fully recovered right eye vision, and looked at Xianqing tenderly reached out and touched his head and said, "The luckiest thing for Mom is probably giving birth to you. If it weren't for Xianqing, she would probably be almost dead at this time." Who would have thought that Xianqing would have such a talent and opportunity? It can only be said that things are unpredictable. Congratulations. At this time, Konoha also congratulated Uchiha's Hilly. She could see that after Uchiha's Hilly's right eye recovered, her sense of danger soared a lot. Obviously, its strength is closely related to its eyes. It's really a magical race. Konoha thought with emotion. Congratulations, Aunt Chili-sama. Seeing this, Mikoto, Kushina and Minato also congratulated Uchiha's Hilly. Especially Mikoto, she was so happy that her aunt's right eye could be restored. 0145122208 Philo 1712022130. Next, Uchiha's Hilly adapted to the restored right eye, tried to open the Sharingan of the right eye, found that it was easy to open the 3 Megatama, but Mangekyo was still not enough. The main reason was that the pupil power was far from being restored. Opening the Mangekyo of the right eye at this time was a burden on the eyes. She did not force it for the time being. Don't look at me, and take the longevity medicine. Then, I will ask Xianqing to help you set a seal on your body to hide part of your vitality, so as not to be exposed and cause problems. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and waved to Mikoto and others. The ninja world is not a pirate world. If the vitality surges, a qualified ninja can see some problems. At that time, it will cause unnecessary trouble and covetousness. Yeah, thank you, Auntie, Ms. Hilly. Mikoto and the others naturally would not refuse, and immediately took the longevity medicine in their hands. Their vitality and life source surged. They were not Xianqing after all, and their control over their bodies was so strong that they could not control and cover up their surging vitality for the time being. They could only rely on Xianqing to help them. No one set a seal on their bodies and controlled it. Xianqing, you learned the seal too fast, too good, I can't catch up at all. Depressed. Kushina touched her abdomen and complained a little depressed. They also learned from Grandma Mito, why is Xianqing so much faster and stronger than him? She can't do this level of hidden seal at all at present. With this strength, she feels that even the 3rd generation can't find any abnormalities at all. It can only be said that Xianqing is a pervert. Haha. Hearing this, Xianqing immediately became Ichiraku, patted her head and comforted her. Don't worry, you don't have to compete with me. At least, your talent for sealing is top-notch. Even the people in the water recognize this. Don't belittle yourself. If it's Sister Mikoto and Minato, they will definitely not be as good as you in sealing. Well, Minato's words may not be true. Of course, Xianqing will not say this to Kushina, lest it hit her. From the original work, Minato's future attainments in sealing, he has a feeling of being better than his teacher. Comparing sealing talent, he may not lose to Kushina. In other novels, Hanman's talent is enough to become the protagonist. Sealing? You really have mastered a lot of strange abilities. Kurha, who was standing aside, saw it, teased, and continued to read her medical books. Although, her lifespan increased by another 40 years. But this is basically her current limit. If she wants to continue to gain more life, she can only rely on her own medical skills to break through her life level. Time is running out. She doesn't know when she can do it. So, she didn't put all her hopes on herself, but also on Xianqing. She felt that with Sunking's learning ability and growth rate, it might not take a few years for his medical skills to surpass hers. By then, maybe, she can rely on Xianqing to find a way to break through the life level. Haha, not bad, not bad. Xianqing smiled slightly after hearing this. He saw that Konoha's favorability towards him increased again, reaching 76 points. It's not far from 80 points. He looks forward to the day when he contracts Konoha. At that time, maybe I can take her to the ninja world to have a look. Let her learn the medical skills and medical ninjutsu of the ninja world, and hire her as the chief doctor of my Uchiha. Xianqing pondered in his heart. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? Half a month after taming the Millennium Dragon. On this day, Xianqing was practicing the health-preserving technique in the courtyard of Sky Island. At this time, his health-preserving technique had reached the state of great perfection, and he was only one step away from breaking through the limit. You take Sea King's meat to assist in practicing the health-preserving technique, and your health-preserving technique proficiency plus 10. Your health-preserving technique breaks through the limit of great perfection, and you suddenly realize. The next moment, Xianqing felt that he was in an ethereal state. The flexibility of the brain and thinking has not only increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times. For a while, countless inspirations about health-preserving techniques continued to emerge, and quickly began to build the prototype of a new technique, and constantly improve. Huh? What's wrong with Xianqing? Not far away, Kushina, who was also practicing, suddenly discovered Xianqing's abnormality and said with some concern. He was ready to step forward. Don't move, don't make a sound. Mikoto quickly grabbed her and made a hush gesture, whispering to Kushina and Minato, who were also startled. It should be an epiphany, Xianqing told me. We can't disturb him, so as not to destroy his epiphany. Also, Kushina, can you set up a soundproof barrier around here to prevent Xianqing from being disturbed? Obviously, Xianqing specifically told Mikoto. Epiphany? Like the time he created the Source Chakra refining book. Kushina exclaimed in a low voice. Yeah. Mikoto nodded affirmatively. Don't say anything, set up a soundproof barrier first. Okay. Kushina nodded quickly, and immediately formed a seal and slapped the ground. Instantly, a large number of sealing runes flowed out from her palms, drawing a circle around Xianqing. A soundproof barrier was formed instantly, covering Qianqing and excluding Kushina and the other three. After doing all this, Kushina stood up, took a long breath, looked at Qianqing with some curiosity and worry, and asked Mikoto, Qianqing will really be fine like this? Definitely not. Just wait patiently. Mikoto shook his head and said, I don't know what Qianqing can understand this time. It should be related to the health-preserving exercise, right? Kushina continued, I saw Qianqing practicing the health-preserving exercise before. Look, he moved. Is this a health-preserving exercise? No, it has changed. It has changed. Moreover, it has changed more and more. Now, it is completely different from the previous health-preserving exercise. In the barrier, Qianqing began to dance at some point, practicing a set of cultivation methods that were increasingly different from the previous health-preserving exercises. He was also constantly changing in the process. A mysterious aura emerged all over his body, which made Kushina and the others dazzled. By analogy, he felt that his understanding of the health-preserving exercises was also starting to rise. Half an hour later, Qianqing's new exercises were finally perfected, and he also came out of the state of enlightenment. Your health-preserving exercises have broken the limit of perfection, you have a sudden enlightenment, and you have comprehended the longevity secret. Longevity secret, a technique that is advanced from the sudden enlightenment of the health-preserving exercises. Practicing it can regulate the body, prolong life, improve healing and recovery abilities, cleanse the marrow and remove hair, and improve the root bone qualifications. Its effect is 10 times that of the health-preserving exercises. This is a big harvest. Qianqing came out of the sudden enlightenment, and Yu Wu understood the longevity secret of the exercises he obtained this time. I found that although the name of this technique is the same as that of the double dragons of the Tang dynasty, the content and effect are completely different. This technique is essentially still an advanced version of the health-preserving exercises. In fact, it is normal. His talent of God rewards hard work has been introduced long ago. Any skill that breaks through the limit with its help, and the skill after enlightenment is closely related to the skill that Qianqing practices learning the boxing feeling. If Qianqing has learned other similar skills before enlightenment, then the skill after enlightenment is the product of the sublimation of these skills. Now Qianqing only practices the same type of skill, the health-preserving skill, and the skill after enlightenment is naturally like an advanced version of the health-preserving skill. He looked at it and found that this enlightenment not only created the longevity secret, but also his lifespan soared by 20 years again, reaching 222 years. Think about it, when he just awakened his past life memory, he only had 6 months left to live. As a result, now it's only been more than 2 months, and his lifespan has exceeded 200 years. It's incredible. The life of cheating is so incredible. In addition, Qianqing felt that there was a layer of smelly black mud on his body. Obviously, this is the impurities produced by the marrow washing and hair removal when the skill breaks the limit. Qianqing, have you finished your epiphany? How do you feel? At this time, Kushina and the others outside saw that Qianqing seemed to have woken up, and quickly lifted the barrier and wanted to go forward. Wait a minute, I'll go take a shower first. Qianqing quickly raised his hand to stop them, and then, without waiting for their answer, he teleported back to the bathroom of the ninja world. After washing several times and confirming that there was no odor on his body, he took out a spare set of clean clothes from the storage space and changed into them, and took the previous clothes directly to the backyard and destroyed them physically with a fire style. Only then did he check other changes in his body with a refreshed mind. After all, this time he completed a major marrow cleansing and hair removal. It is impossible that there would be no changes. Soon, he found that his physique was 30% stronger. More importantly, the tendons and veins became more spacious and tough. The improvement was at least doubled. Then, he tried to practice the basic physical skills again. I immediately felt the changes. My physique and physical talent have also increased by more than double. I've made a lot of money this time. It seems that the effect of limited skills is amazing. It's not just the benefits of the sudden enlightenment technique. Qianqing finished practicing basic physical skills, stopped, and said with emotion, "It's time to go back there." Thinking of this, he teleported back to Sky Island. Yo! Seeing that Kushina and the others were still practicing, Qianqing smiled and waved, "I'm back." "You're finally back? Why were you running just now?" Kushina and the other two stopped practicing and gathered around. Kushina asked curiously. "Well, it's mainly because of the breakthrough of health-preserving exercises, the sudden enlightenment, and the completion of a deep level of marrow washing and hair removal, and then, you know." Qianqing spread his hands and explained. "So that's it." Kushina and the other two suddenly realized. No wonder Qianqing ran so fast just now. Indeed, every breakthrough in the understanding of health-preserving exercises will trigger the effect of marrow washing and hair removal. However, the transition from entry to proficiency is very slight, and the higher the subsequent proficiency, the stronger the effect of marrow washing and hair removal. What Qianqing did just now was a breakthrough of the great perfection limit, and the effect can be imagined. And washing the marrow and removing the hair will repel impurities, and the body will smell very bad. How is it? What did you realize this time? Mikoto asked curiously at this time. Minato and Kushina also looked over eagerly. "Don't think about it for now. Xianqing saw this and shook his head with a smile. This time I did create a stronger health-preserving method, called Changshengju, which has 10 times the effect of health-preserving exercises in all aspects. It is a completely advanced version of health-preserving exercises. 0 asterisk. But correspondingly, the difficulty of practicing is at least 10 times that of health-preserving exercises. Moreover, you need to practice health-preserving exercises to the great perfection before you can switch to practice. So, don't think about it for a short time. Practice health-preserving exercises to perfection first. For now, health-preserving exercises are enough for Mikoto and others. Ah, is that so? It seems that there is no way for the time being. Kushina's face fell immediately after hearing this. Hehe. Mikoto saw this and smiled with her hands covering her mouth, saying, it's good to lay a good foundation first. Besides, the current health-preserving exercises are actually enough, isn't it? That's true. Kushina nodded in agreement, and her depression was immediately swept away. She is such an optimistic person. Okay, let's continue to practice. I'll practice too. Xianqing clapped his hands, walked aside immediately, separated several shadow clone, and began to practice ninjutsu, chakra control, and seals respectively. The main body began to practice his thunder fruit ability. After more than 10 days of practice, his thunder fruit ability has now developed to a proficient level. Relatively speaking, the improvement is not fast. The main reason is that his physique and physical strength are limited, and he can't exercise much time every day. When his physique is further improved, the time he can exercise every day can be increased, and his proficiency can be improved faster. But this can't be rushed. Physical fitness can only be improved step by step. But with the health-preserving skills, his physical fitness has improved more than 10 times that of his peers. Peers in the pirate world. Forget about the ninja world. Most of them are squishy with high and low defense. Now with the advanced version of the Changshengju, he estimates that the speed of his physical fitness improvement will increase by more than 10 times. It feels good to cheat. When Xianqing thought of this, he felt happy. Suddenly, Xianqing received a message from the communication space, and immediately sank part of his mind into the communication space to take a look. It was found that it was a message from Ninja Eagle Zetsu. Xianqing immediately took out Zetsu's note and took a look. Written on it, the map of Shimatsuki Island has been lit up, please confirm it, Master. That's right. This is written by Ninja Eagle Zetsu. Since it was bound to Xianqing, it has been cultivated by Xianqing. Not only is there enough Sea King meat every day, but recently, when Xianqing was tailoring a version of health-preserving exercises for the Millennium Dragon, he also thought of Xiaohe, so he also customized a version of health-preserving exercises for it. Relying on this health-preserving exercise, Xiaohe's lifespan is not only increasing, but his physical constitution is also improving. The key is that his digestion and absorption ability has more than doubled. As a result, his growth rate is getting faster and faster, his physique is getting stronger, his size is getting bigger, and his wisdom is getting higher. Now, he is not only eloquent and can speak human language, but also has learned to write. Of course, this is thanks to Xianqing's spiritual transmission of a large amount of text and knowledge to Xiaohe. Otherwise, even if his wisdom is constantly improving, he can't learn so fast. By the way, the Millennium Dragon has been unsealed by Xianqing and temporarily placed on Sky Island. He practices health-preserving exercises every day to extend his lifespan. As for its food, of course, it goes to Qinghai below to hunt sea kings. Otherwise, given its size and appetite, Xianqing would have to spend a lot of time preparing food for it every day. That is to say, it has not recovered enough now, and its strength is far from returning to its peak. Otherwise, Xianqing would have wanted to send it to run around the map. This guy's speed at his peak is much faster than Xiaohe. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? What's wrong? Who sent a message? At this time, Mikoto, who had just finished a stage of training and was about to take a break, noticed Sunking's unusual movements and couldn't help but walk over to ask. Kushina and Minato were also distracted immediately, and they all stopped and looked over. Nothing? It's just that Zetsu lit up the map of Shimatsuki Island. We can go to Shimatsuki Island in a few days to learn the kendo of this world. How about it? Do you want to go? Xianqing raised the note in his hand and asked with a smile. Mikoto nodded. Go. It's a long time ago. It's a good time to see the kendo of this world. That is a sword technique that can split mountains and cut seas, and it must be learned. Minato, ditto. Kushina saw it and curled her lips and said, you all went, so I naturally have to go and see. As for whether to learn it, let's see. She herself is not very interested in kendo, but it doesn't prevent her from watching the fun. Just treat it as a trip. Then let's go back and inform my mother and let her take us there. It will save us from many problems. Xianqing decided immediately. Of course, they can go by themselves. But a few strange children suddenly came to the door to learn kendo, which was problematic no matter how you looked at it. In addition, Koshiro's family came to East Blue to settle down after taking refuge from Wanakuni, so they would be more cautious. It would be more convincing if his mother took them together, adults plus children. Minato and the others naturally had no objection. Immediately, several people sent the retainers of Ninja World Xian back. It happened that Uchiha's Hyri was at home at this time. Huh? Why are you back at this time? And so all together, what happened? Uchiha's Hyri was processing documents. Seeing the 4 people appear together, he stopped writing and asked with some surprise. Yeah. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, Xiao Hei just sent a message saying that the map of Shimatsuki Island has been lit up, so we want you to take us there to learn kendo or something. Are you free now? Yes. It's the same with Shadow Clone for a few files. Uchiha's Hilly nodded, immediately separated a Shadow Clone, and waved to the 4 people. Okay, let's go now. Get it done as soon as possible so that I can come back earlier. As he said, Uchiha's Hilly took the lead in teleporting away from here and appeared at the edge of Shimatsuki Island. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Xianqing and the other 4 also teleported here. Let's go here to figure out the situation first, and then buy a yard here as a base. After all, you may need to come here often to practice for at least several years in the future. Except for Xianqing, Mikoto, and the others want to master the kendo of this world and become a swordsman, but there is no way to achieve it quickly. In this world, sword masters are only a small group of swordsmen who can reach the level. Yeah, Xianqing and the others nodded obediently and followed Uchiha's Hilly's arrangements. Soon, the group came to the village on the island. The unfamiliar and outstanding faces attracted a lot of attention at once. After some inquiries, Uchiha's Hilly successfully bought a yard of more than 300 square meters from the village chief. Then, Chen's Haiha's Hilly brought Xianqing and the other 4 to the Ishain Kenjo Dojo. After some explanations, they met the owner of the Kendo Dojo, Shimatsuki Koshiro. Koshiro invited them to sit in the living room and asked someone to make tea. You are Mr. Koshiro, right? I want to bring a child to worship you as a teacher and learn kendo from you. I wonder if you think so. After taking a sip of tea, Uchiha's Hilly asked directly. In principle, I won't refuse children's admission. As for whether they will directly become my disciples, this will require further observation. I hope you can understand this. Koshiro responded with a gentle smile. He didn't know Xianqing and the others well enough to accept them rashly. However, judging from the way Uchiha and the others dressed, he had some doubts about their identities. That's normal? Then enroll first? Or you can take the test first. But, they don't have the foundation of kendo. Uchiha nodded. Kaido. Becoming a disciple is a very serious matter, and it's normal for Koshiro to need further investigation? Okay, then enroll first and learn the basics of kendo from me for a while. Koshiro nodded, then looked at Uchiha and couldn't help asking, however, as a strong man like you, why would you choose to bring your children to study in a kendo hall in an unknown village like mine? Although your physique is average, I can sense a sense of fatal danger from you. You should be a big shot. He believes in his intuition and perception very much. This is one of the gains from his many years of kendo practice. Oh, Uchiha Yuri raised his eyebrows slightly and said with interest, you are really amazing. Very sharp intuition. Most people would not think that I am so strong if they sense my physical strength. As for your question, for some reason, I know your background and your strength, and I also recognize your teaching ability. Plus, my children are very interested in kendo, so, that. At this time, Kushina suddenly raised his hand and interrupted a little embarrassedly, I have no interest in kendo, and I am not going to learn it. I just come to accompany Xianqing and the others he. Koshiro. Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri glared at Kushina, turned back to look at Koshiro and continued, that's about it. As a great swordsman, you must have no problem with your teaching ability? Sure enough. Koshiro sighed slightly and said with a complicated look, you should also be from Wanakuni? Or have a close relationship with Wanakuni. I didn't expect that leaving Wanakuni has been here for so many years, and someone as powerful as you has appeared. Can you tell me how Wanakuni is doing now? No? You misunderstood. Uchiha Yuri laughed and shook his head and said, although our clothes and appearance may cause you to have some misunderstandings, I can tell you clearly that we are not from Wanakuni, but from Konoha Shinobi Village. It has nothing to do with Wanakuni. Koshiro was slightly stunned when he heard it, and his intuition told him that Uchiha Yuri was not lying. Not really? Surprising. Sorry, it seems that I know it. It's really that your clothes and appearance are really similar to Wanakuni. Koshiro apologized quickly, and then asked in confusion, however, Konoha Shinobi Village, I have never heard of it, and it is hard to understand whether it is related to ninjas. Almost. Uchiha Yuri nodded. Konoha is a hidden ninja village, and very few people walk outside. However, I do know some information about Wanakuni. Then, Uchiha Yuri directly told Koshiro some current information about Wanakuni. When Koshiro heard that Gecko Odin was killed by Kaido's tricks, and the entire Wanakuni was also living in dire straits under the notification of Kurozumai Orokai supported by Kaido, his face turned very ugly. He slowly closed his eyes, was silent for a long time, and then opened his eyes and apologized. I'm sorry, I was really angry about this news. It's normal, I can understand. Uchiha Yuri nodded without comment. If it were me, I would be very angry too. The stupidity of Gecko Odin is beyond the understanding of normal people. Anyway, when Uchiha Yuri first saw this information, he was also quite speechless. This kind of person actually became a hero of Wanakuni. This is simply an insult to the word hero. Thank you for telling me this news, and please rest assured that I will teach your children as well as possible. Koshiro Uchiha Chiri thanked him and promised. Of course, he still didn't agree to become his disciple. This kind of thing can't be done casually. But he also had a better impression of Uchiha Yuri and the others. He decided that as long as Xianqing and the others had decent kendo aptitude and no major problems with their origins, he would accept them as formal disciples to teach them the 10-heart style kendo. Then please, why not start from today? I just want to take a look. Uchiha Yuri bowed slightly. Yeah, by the way, she will also learn the basic kendo of this world. As for the more advanced ones, wait until Xianqing learns them and then let him teach her? She had no doubt that Xianqing could become Koshiro's apprentice and learn all his secret kendo. No one could refuse such a demon disciple as their own precious son. There was nothing that could stump their own precious son. Sure, please follow me. Koshiro would naturally not refuse. He immediately brought Xianqing and the others to the indoor training ground of the dojo. He introduced Xianqing and the others to other colleges and instructors. Then, Shiro began to teach Xianqing and the others the basic kendo in person. As a result, a few minutes later, how is this possible? Koshiro and other instructors and students saw that Xianqing could learn it after just one look, and every subsequent practice could improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were directly stunned. Seeing that Xianqing had practiced the basic kendo to a proficient level in just half an hour, they were even more shocked. In comparison, although Minato and Mikoto also got started easily and made rapid progress, they could be called geniuses. But compared with Xianqing, they were completely on a different level. This is really... If I wasn't sure that this child should have never practiced kendo before, I would have thought you were teasing me. I didn't expect that your son was actually a kendo demon. I will accept this disciple. No, I should accept all 3 disciples. Koshiro smiled bitterly and said to Shue's Haihaz Hilly with a serious face. He didn't care so much about the identities of Xianqing at this time. At the same time, I don't think anyone would send such a demon genius to target him. He is not worthy. So, it is no problem to bite these 3 people. Maybe, there may be a day when he can ask them for help in the future. Wanakuni, he always can't let it go. Especially after hearing about Wanakuni's current miserable situation. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Koshiro. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and bowed slightly. Things went smoothly as expected, which is great. It also saves the trouble later. No, I should thank you for sending me 3 such disciples. Koshiro smiled and shook his head, and bowed back. Genius disciples are not easy to find. Not to mention demon disciples. Next, Xianqing, Minato and Mikoto, witnessed by Uchiha's Hilly and others, paid homage to Koshiro, officially worshipped him as a master, and began to learn kendo from Koshiro. The daily training was also transferred from Sky Island to Shimatsuki Island. A few hours of kendo training was added every day. Although Kushina was not planning to learn kendo, she also came here. She couldn't stay alone on Sky Island to expand the magnetic drum island, right? Are you Kuna? Hello, I'm Uzumaki Kushina, just call me Sister Kushina. When Xianqing and the others were apprenticing, Kushina saw a cute little girl peeping at him. She looked like a porcelain doll. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she ran over, squatted down, and stretched out her hand to pinch her. Pinch the little girl's cheek and say, Sister Kushina. Kuna felt that this sister was very kind, and immediately called out politely, Hey, so good, so cute. Kushina heard it, and happily reached out and touched Kuna's head. This scene happened to be seen by Koshiro, who was accepting the apprenticeship over there, and Shiro also smiled knowingly. Koshiro felt that it would be a good thing for Kuna to have a few more genius brothers and sisters of roughly the same age. With a few genius brothers and sisters to help in the future, he believed that Kuna would go further and safer. After Xianqing and the others completed their apprenticeship, Uchiha's Hilly did not stay here for long. He just talked with Koshiro in detail for a while, gave hundreds of kilograms of gold as a gift for apprenticeship and Xianqing and the others' subsequent daily food expenses and medicinal bath expenses, and then said goodbye and left, returned to the purchased yard, and teleported to the ninja world. Oh my, this is too much money? Even if we provide Sea King's meat for every meal and top-grade medicinal bath every day, it won't cost so much. Koshiro looked at the hundreds of kilograms of gold that Uchiha's Hilly left behind, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He was not even given the chance to refuse. What else could he do? Xianqing, after finishing today's study, you should take this gold back. I really can't accept it. As a master, it is my duty to provide you with food, drink, and medicinal baths, and you don't have to pay for it. Koshiro said to Xianqing. Oh, teacher, just keep it. Xianqing saw it and waved his hand and said, Our family is rich. We have received a large sum of money recently. We don't need this little gold. You have a lot of expenses here and are not rich. Plus, the 3 of us are big eaters, so you should keep it. Otherwise, we will be embarrassed to eat and drink here. Oh, by the way, as for the medicinal bath, I am a pretty good doctor. I can mix the most suitable medicinal bath for us, so you don't need to prepare it for us. I will prepare it myself every day. During this period, Mikoto and the others prepared the medicinal bath by him. With his current medical skills, he can beat 90% of the doctors in the 2 worlds. Huh? You also know medical skills? Koshiro was stunned when he heard it. Judging from Xianqing's tone, his medical skills are probably not simple, right? Otherwise, how could Xianqing say such a big thing? The key is, Uchiha's Hilly can still agree to let him prepare the medicinal bath for the 3 of them? He felt that he didn't know his evil disciple well enough. Yes, I have been learning medical skills from MS. Konoha of Magnetic Drum Island recently, and the progress is very good. I will continue to learn from her every day in the future. Xianqing nodded. He didn't plan to hide the information that he could teleport from them, because, with Koshiro's observation haki, unless they don't use this ability on Shimatsuki Island in the future, unless they stay on Shimatsuki Island all the time, otherwise, they will be discovered soon. Rather than forming a trust crisis at that time, it is better to say it directly. Anyway, Koshiro's character is trustworthy. The ability of teleportation is not unheard of in the pirate world. Magnetic Drum Island? MS. Konoha. Isn't Magnetic Drum Island in the first half of the Grand Line? It's far from here. How do you go there every day? Koshiro asked in confusion. Because we have the ability to teleport, we can teleport to any place we have been to at any time. It's very convenient. Xianqing said bluntly. While saying this, he also showed off his super short distance teleportation. Koshiro. He was completely numb. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? After a while, Koshiro calmed down a little, nodded with a headache. I understand. Xianqing, remember, you'd better not use this ability in front of outsiders in the future. Even if you want to expose it, try to wait until you are strong enough to protect yourself before exposing it, understand? You should know that the space-based devil fruit is extremely rare. Although the devil fruit has been eaten by you, no one knows whether others will do anything to you if they know it. Some people do evil but are unreasonable. Well, we remember it, thank you teacher. After hearing this, Xianqing and the other two were slightly stunned, then smiled at each other, and bowed to Koshiro to express their gratitude. To be able to say such words proves that Koshiro is really a good person. Isn't this a test? If Koshiro is not what he seems, then Xianqing and the others can teleport away at any time even if they expose their teleportation ability. Self-protection is not a problem at all. Xianqing even specially set up a dangerous automatic teleportation function for each binder, including himself. As long as they encounter fatal danger, it will be triggered. Then, they will be automatically transferred to the spacetime gate space. For a period of time, Xianqing and his friends adjusted their training time. They came to Koshiro every morning to learn kendo. Of course, at the same time, they would also send Shadow Clone to learn other things. For a time, Kushina and his friends made rapid progress. What was even more terrifying was Xianqing, who was cheating and making rapid progress. He practiced the basic kendo to the Grandmaster level in 3 days. He reached the minor level in half a month. He reached the major level in 0.82 months later. During this period, Sunking's Uchiha meditation method successfully broke through the limit of the Great Perfection and became his third limit-breaking skill. He realized the real meditation method, which Xianqing called Sharinon meditation method. Its effect is more than 10 times that of the previous Uchiha meditation method. He can really improve his mental power quickly through this Sharinon meditation method, temper his mental power and even his sea of consciousness. The upper limit and effect have been greatly improved. It was also during the time when the meditation method broke through the limit and enlightened, that Xianqing successfully opened his Sharinon. Because Xianqing could suppress, although it was only a single Megatama at present, its pupil power was already comparable to that of a double Megatama. Xianqing obviously wanted to expand the potential of his Sharinon in this way, to prepare for the future opening of the Mangekyo Sharinon and even the direct opening of the Eternal Eye. At present, he began to rely on the Changshengju and the Source Chakra refining technique to continuously purify and improve his Uchiha bloodline. In addition to the meditation method and the expansion and potential expansion of the Sharinon from the basics, he felt that he really had the possibility of opening the Eternal Eye directly from the 3 Megatama, because, in his opinion, the Mangekyo Sharinon was just a semi-finished product or a degraded product due to the incomplete bloodline. It could not be considered a completed stage. Otherwise, there would not be so many sequelae and defects. If possible, it would be better to open the Eternal Eye in one step. Isn't that the case with Six Paths and Indra? In this way, it is highly unlikely that the potential and power of Sharinon can be greatly improved. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyway, he is not currently relying on the conquest brought by Sharinon to improve his strength, so he is naturally not in a hurry to force it to grow. Not only him, he even taught Mikoto the upgraded version of meditation method as soon as possible, and told her not to rush to upgrade the level of Sharinon, but to continue to accumulate and expand potential. Because Sharinon meditation method is obviously more suitable for Uchiha. Because, when using this meditation, a Sharinon is directly outlined and visualized, and it is gradually filled and upgraded. So, this is not suitable for Minato and others. Xianqing also specially used Sharinon meditation method as a reference to create a universal crystal meditation method, which was passed on to Minato and Kushina. With this meditation method, I feel that my mental power has improved very quickly in both quantity and quality. The previous meditation method did not have such a good effect. As a result, my observation haki has also improved rapidly, which is great. After Kushina successfully practiced the new meditation method for a while, she exclaimed happily. That's right, after several months of practice, she and Minato have successfully awakened observation haki. Indeed. Mikoto also nodded, it can only be that Xianqing is too powerful. With this meditation method, she has a lot more confidence in opening the Eternal Eye in the future. By the way, is the school about to end this semester? At this time, Kushina couldn't help but ask. Mikoto couldn't help rolling her eyes after hearing this. You send Shadow Clone to school every day. Why are you asking me about this? What does your Shadow Clone do every day at school? Totally slacking off? Hehe. Kushina smiled a little embarrassed after hearing this. I can't help it. I don't want to go to school myself. Shadow Clone inherited some of my personality, so of course she doesn't want to go either. So, she basically sleeps or reads miscellaneous books at school every day, and she really has no idea about the situation at school. In fact, she felt that she had learned everything she should learn, and the school itself couldn't teach her anything. Oh, you said that her academic performance at school was the lowest? Haha, sorry, she really doesn't like these, not that she is not smart enough. If she wasn't smart, could she easily learn the extremely difficult and brain-burning sealing technique? In the final analysis, it's just a question of choice. When you don't like a course, you naturally can't learn it. This has nothing to do with IQ. Okay, I lose to you. Mikoto heard it, slapped his forehead, and said speechlessly, it's true that the holiday is coming soon. It's probably only a few days. You'd better review your cultural courses seriously and don't fail. Otherwise, Lord Mito will definitely be unhappy, right? She herself doesn't have this problem. No matter what subject, she studies very well. Shadow Clone didn't give up at school. Well, although Shadow Clone doesn't like going to school either, she even learned the course of Will of Fire very well. Of course, this is just the surface. What you think in your heart is another matter. Not only her, but other children of Uchiha and even the celestial beings are the same. In the past few months, everyone has to take the ideological education course in the clan school. If you don't meet the standards, not only will your merits be deducted, but you will not be given a pass. The Uchiha people can only work hard to roll inward and take and learn the ideological education course well. This also led to the people of Uchiha becoming much more normal now. At the same time, their extreme personalities have been cured a lot. But in order to completely change, Xianqing estimated that all members needed to practice Sharinon meditation to achieve it. Because this meditation method can constantly temper the Uchiha's mental power and strengthen their mind and mental resistance. Then, calm and purify the negative emotions and influences in their pupil power, so that they are no longer affected by the negative power in Sharinon. In fact, Xianqing was inspired by his mother and deliberately deduced this aspect when he had an epiphany. Because he found that compared with the pupil power of other Uchiha people, his mother's pupil power was very stable and gentle, and there was no coldness or negative power. This was obviously abnormal. After asking his mother, he found out that it was the result of his mother's long-term tempering and suppression of his mental power. This process lasted for more than 10 years to achieve this effect. In addition, her Mangekyo pupil technique itself also has some similar effects. Xianqing's chance of enlightenment through meditation, the time effect is directly added to the minister of the skill. Although he was just testing. Before practicing, he deliberately analyzed and understood his mother's mental power and pupil power. He even borrowed the authority of the spacetime gate space. The final result did not disappoint him. 0145122208 Philo 1712122030. This is the origin of the Sharinon meditation method to purify mental power and pupil power and calm negative power. Unfortunately, Xianqing is too young at present, and the tribesmen's favorability towards him cannot be improved, so naturally there is no way to teach them such an important and powerful Sharinon meditation method. Thinking of this, Mikoto thought with regret in her heart. Even her grandfather and mother could not learn it. Mikoto also fully understands and supports Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly's decision. Everything is for Xianqing's safety, for the future of Uchiha. Otherwise, if this meditation method is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. Not only will it greatly enhance the enemy's strength, but it will also arouse the vigilance of the third generation, leading to more uncontrollable changes. 517 at present, because the Uchiha pharmacy and the Pokemon shop are making a lot of money every day, plus the reforms of the clan school and the security department, the third generation has become very sensitive and extremely wary of Uchiha. I won't stimulate them too much. It's only a few days. I still have to review and so on. So annoying. Can't I graduate early? Kushina heard Mikoto's words and immediately frowned. She really didn't want to stay in school, even if it was just to separate Shadow Clone. Memories will flow back, which is actually not much different from her staying in school for a day. But it's not okay not to take the exam well, because Grandma Mito will really teach her a lesson for poor grades. Don't think about it. It's impossible. Mikoto laughed and shook her head, not to mention that Xianqing will not agree, Hanutianren will not agree either. You are too young now. If you graduate early, it means you have to go on a mission. This is too dangerous for you. Don't forget that you are unlikely to become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now, and you are no longer a Jinchuriki reserve. Plus so many Uzumakis have joined Konoha, your safety is even less guaranteed. The third generation and Danzo will not be soft on you because of this. Even, because of what happened to the Uzumakis in the past, they may secretly target you and persecute you. So, you should give up the idea of graduating early as soon as possible. In the past few months, the Swalii tribe has been suppressed by the third generation. Although the third generation cannot openly use dark means to target the Uzumakis or even the Senju, Uchiha clan. But it is okay to use some fair means to restrict and suppress them to a certain extent. Who let them be in power now? As long as the impact is not too great, the Tier clan, Senjo, and Uchiha clan can only tolerate it temporarily. Unless they want to rise up directly and kill the third generation. They really have this idea. But it is not the time yet. P.S. Please pre-order? Custom order? Okay. Kushina's face fell when she heard it, and she leaned against the tree over there, feeling that her life had lost its color. But suddenly she had a flash of inspiration, and she sat up suddenly, her eyes shining, and said, "Huh? Got it? I have awakened the color of observation and the heart of Kaguya. Why don't I use them to cheat? In this way, those annoying cultural courses can pass, right? Hehe, I'm so smart." He solved the problem that was bothering him in an instant. Now, he can enjoy his vacation. Mikoto was speechless when she heard it. But she had to admit that this was indeed a good idea. Anyway, not studying those cultural courses actually had no effect on Kushina's becoming stronger, so she just let her go. "Oh, right. Oh, Xianqing, what are your plans for this holiday? Why don't we go to East Blue and travel? It just so happens that Zetsu has been running the map for the past few months. Many places in East Blue have been lit up. We can definitely go there more." Kushina excitedly suggested to Xianqing, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away. It would be boring to stay here and practice all the time. She felt that her life should not be so monotonous at such a young age. Xianqing stopped swinging his sword and said helplessly, "Where do you want to go? In fact, even if it's not a holiday, we can go to other islands to play at any time." Well, the premise is that there is no danger in the place we go. He also wanted to go to Kaguya Island, Windmill Town, and other places to see, get to know Nami and the others, get familiar with them first, and then slowly improve their favorability. Hehe, that's different. Kushina smiled happily and said, "If it's not a holiday, I have to go back every day and I can't have fun. But if it's a holiday, I can tell grandma that I will be training with you for a while, so I don't have to go home every day and have a good time here. How nice is that? I believe grandma will agree. She is not stupid." "Oh." Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said, "As long as you can convince Mito-sama, I have no objection. It will definitely be no problem." Kushina nodded confidently. "At most, asks Hilly-sama to help intercede. Hilly-sama likes me very much." Hehe. Mikoto saw it and shook her head with a smile. "Does Hilly-sama like you? She treats you as her future daughter-in-law, and even she." Well, Mikoto blushed when she thought of this. As for the possibility of sharing Xianqing with Kushina in the future, Mikoto didn't have too many ideas. Since Xianqing awakened his talent, she knew that Xianqing was not hers alone. Especially since Xianqing himself was rather fickle. As for giving up, that was impossible. Neither she nor her grandfather would be willing to do that. "Then let's just settle this matter. We'll talk about it after the holidays." Xianqing nodded. As for Minato, no one asked. Because there was no need. As an orphan, Minato, who lived alone, did not have so many concerns and ties, so he naturally acted with Xianqing and the others. That day, after training in the afternoon, he returned to his home in the ninja world and prepared to eat. Xianqing unexpectedly saw Tsunade at home. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, Tsunade stared at him with a face full of resentment, which made him feel creepy. "Ah, what's wrong with you, Mr. Tsunade?" Xianqing asked somewhat angrily. In fact, he probably guessed the reason. "Huh? What do you think?" Tsunade listened, crossed her arms, looked at Xianqing with a stern face and said, "You agreed to learn from me after becoming my apprentice, and teach me some of your medical skills, but what happened? It's been several months, and you rarely come to my place. You even sent a shadow clone to learn the sealing technique from your grandma, but I completely ignored it. Do you look down on my medical ninjutsu and skills? It's so annoying." She didn't care too much at first. It's mainly because she had a party with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, two idiots, today, and ended up drinking. I don't know how they mentioned Tsunade's apprenticeship. Jiraiya said that he had never seen Tsunade's apprentice. Could her apprentice be so bad that she couldn't face people, so she hid it and didn't mention it? Who is Tsunade? Can she accept it? Jiraiya, the idiot, was so sarcastic. She was furious and sent Jiraiya to the hospital with one punch. But this did remind her that she had to teach Xianqing well and make the master-disciple relationship closer. Then, she took Xianqing to show off for a few rounds. Let everyone know that the disciple she, Tsunade, accepted was not a waste, but a super genius. This way, she would also have a bright face. Ahaha, Xianqing didn't know so many things happened here. Hearing Tsunade's complaints, he immediately smiled awkwardly. Not to mention, he was too busy recently and had too many things to learn. For a while, he really forgot about Tsunade's side. He quickly apologized and said, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Isn't it because I'm too busy recently that I can't find time to visit you? Don't worry, I will assign a shadow clone to your place every day for the next period of time to learn medical ninjutsu and exchange medical skills with you. How about it?" Not to mention, he was quite interested in Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the knowledge of the ninja world, and even the super powerful fist. It would be good to learn it as soon as possible. Or shadow clone. Can't you use the original body? Tsunade frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. She felt that she was perfunctory. The business of getting ahead is really worthless. I really don't have time. Xianqing shook his head helplessly after hearing this. If you ask my mother or Kushina, you will know that I am very busy every day during this period. My schedule is full, and I have been practicing hard all the time. Tsunade raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and looked up and down at Xianqing and said, I know that Kushina is very busy recently. If you didn't say it, I really didn't notice it. Have you changed a lot recently? It's only been a few months? You have grown more than 10 centimeters taller. You are almost 40 years old, right? You are only 6.5 years old. Have you eaten fertilizer? Why have you grown so fast in the past few months? According to her understanding, Xianqing was a sickly and thin child before he met her for the first time, and his height was even much lower than that of his peers. It's only been a few months since he recovered. Not only has he become extremely healthy and strong, but his height is also much higher than that of his peers. This is very abnormal. Hehe, it's just normal training and eating. Maybe I've had better nutrition recently and developed faster. Xianqing smiled embarrassedly. What can he do? Sea kings are so nutritious, and they are very effective for physical growth and height increase. Especially with the addition of health-preserving exercises and physical training, the effect is even more amazing. Even his current height is the result of his deliberate control and suppression. Otherwise, his height might have soared to 5 or even 16 meters. You know, in the pirate world, there are many people with heights of 2 or 3 meters. There are also people with heights of 6 or 7 meters. There are even races with heights of dozens or hundreds of meters. If you are less than 3 meters tall, you are embarrassed to say that you are a strong person. 0145122208 Philo 1712122180 Come on. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Tsunade couldn't help rolling her eyes after hearing this. I'm not blind, not only you, Kushina has also grown fast in the past few months. Although not as exaggerated as you, he has also grown 5 or 6 centimeters taller during this period. Of course, I have no intention of exploring the secrets of your Uchiha, but isn't your vitality and physical strength a bit exaggerated? Oh, Xianqing heard this and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Teacher, you actually found out? Obviously I hid it very well. Tsunade was the first person to discover his abnormal vitality and physical strength. Well, it may have something to do with the fact that he rarely goes out recently, but generally, Kage-level strongmen, such as the third generation, will definitely not be able to see the truth when he actively hides. Heh. Tsunade heard this, crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Who do you think I am? I am Tsunade, Konoha's #1 medical ninja. Your concealment is indeed brilliant. I almost didn't see it. But you obviously just finished your training, and you didn't completely restrain your vitality and breath, so I caught it. This is not a big deal. No. Xianqing listened and shook his head and said, even if someone else witnessed the same scene, they probably wouldn't be able to detect these. Teacher, you are still very powerful? You are worthy of being Konoha's #1 medical ninja. Speaking of this, Xianqing gave Tsunade a thumbs up. He actually did not relax his restraint. Hiding his own vitality has long become his passive ability. Unless he takes the initiative to release it, it will not be exposed even during training. Tsunade just judged it from his aura after training but not completely restrained. This is very powerful. Without a sharp enough vision and perception, without enough rich human experience, it is impossible to read so much information from this little aura residue. 0909. After hearing this, Tsunade immediately raised his chin and said, you know, why don't you learn from me seriously? Forget it? Shadow clone is shadow clone? Remember to send a shadow clone to Konoha Hospital tomorrow. It just so happens that I am free recently, Wangnyo, and don't have to go on a mission. Let's go. Tsunade got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she ran to say hello to Uchiha Yuri. After she left, Xianqing came to the kitchen door, looked inside, noticed something, and said to her mother, Mom, did you prepare meals made with ordinary ingredients? What else? Uchiha Yuri smiled. If not, with Tsunade's keen insight, the matter of Sea King's meat will probably be exposed. She can detect so many things from your little bit of momentum, let alone Sea King's meat. By then, she will definitely know that the main component of the nutrient pill is this thing. Yeah. Xianqing nodded and said to Uchiha Yuri gave a thumbs up. Cautious enough? Speaking of which, you really need to get in touch with her more often and raise her favorability as soon as possible. Let's bind her. This is a top talent maniac. This is true for both combat talent and medical talent. With her help, you will have an extra helper in making medicine. Uchiha Yuri reminded. As far as she knows, Xianqing has almost raised Uzumaki Mito's favorability to 80, so Tsunade naturally cannot fall behind. Once Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade are bound, the subsequent plans for Uchiha and Senju can go further. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Yes. Xianqing listened and nodded. I will. Tsunade's favorability should be much easier to increase. It will probably take less than a month. He has many medical books that Tsunade is interested in. I don't believe that these can't attract Tsunade. Of course, Tsunade's initial favorability towards him has reached 67 points. Obviously, after accepting Xianqing as a disciple, the improvement is still very large. Just now, I agreed to send Shadow Clone to learn from her, and I got 5 points. It was 62 points before. It can be seen that she is not a difficult person. Speaking of which, in addition to Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's favorability has also been increased by him recently, and it is almost possible to bind. It is estimated that it has been around for a while. Even Koshiro's favorability has reached 72 points. Don't blame Koshiro for being so easy to deal with. It's mainly because Xianqing saw that his talent is too evil, which made Koshiro pay more attention to him and care about him. In addition, Xianqing is not arrogant, but respects him, so his favorability is rising? As long as you have confidence. Uchiha's Hilly nodded with satisfaction. By the way, the pharmaceutical factory on the magnetic drum island is about to be completed, right? When can we start producing those drugs? Recently, the demand for these drugs by the kunyi ninjas and even civilian ninjas has been increasing day by day. After getting used to the nutritional pills we sell, they are increasingly unable to tolerate other military pills. One can not only quickly replenish nutrition and restore physical strength, but can even restore some vitality and strengthen the physique. The other will constantly squeeze potential, and the key is that it is unpalatable. Everyone knows how to choose. Bodybuilding potions, warming potions, and detoxification potions are also easy to sell. Even people from other villages have begun to try to contact us, wanting to place long-term orders for some nutritional pills and bodybuilding potions. Among them, Cloud Shinobi is the most interested. They even wanted to send spies to Uchiha to steal the secrets of these drugs. Unfortunately, they were caught before they even set foot in the Uchiha clan land. The current Uchiha clan land is not the same as it used to be. For those with bad intentions, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a den of dragons and tigers. Oh, do other villages want to buy it? Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said, the village can sell it, but forget about the other villages for now. When we unify the ninja world, they will all become my subordinates and subjects. If we sell it to them now, won't it be aiding the enemy? Such a stupid thing can't be done. Besides, I guess the third generation won't agree if they know it, right? If the third generation disagrees with this kind of thing, it's really hard for Uchiha to force it to sell. Otherwise, the third generation only needs to put on the hat of aiding the enemy, and Uchiha will become the target of public criticism. The reputation that has been reversed during this period will be reversed in an instant. Even worse, other ninja clans don't even mind standing with the third generation to force Uchiha to hand over the prescription. Don't think it's impossible. Everything is for profit. At present, the relationship between Uchiha and the ninja clans in Konoha is not strong. Of course I know. Uchiha Yuri smiled knowingly and was satisfied with Sun King's clear mind, so, I refused at the beginning. After receiving the news, the third generation even came to me specially, ready to make trouble. But he found out that I had refused. You don't know how depressed his expression was at that time. She wanted to be blind, and she would not give the third generation any chance to take advantage of her. Playing tricks. The third generation is still a little naive. That's good. Xianqing nodded happily, looked down on the third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only this much. Strike hard internally, be submissive externally, and always fight internally. It would be strange if Konoha didn't decline more and more. Senju Tobirama was really blind at the beginning. I don't know if the second generation would regret it if they knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had done over the years, especially when they found out about the current situation of Senju. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen hid it too well. Of course, it's also because Senju Tobirama didn't understand the dangers of a small ninja clan taking power. Uchiha Yuri chuckled and shook his head. After all, Senju Tobirama didn't have much experience to compare with at the beginning, so it was normal to make mistakes. Yeah. Xianqing nodded, and then said, as for the pharmaceutical factory, it has been built and the machines have been built and tested. With the help of Konoha, he has recruited a lot of manpower. Once the raw materials arrive, production will begin. It will probably be 3 days later. By then, if nothing unexpected happens, the daily output can be increased by more than 100 times. Yeah, it's mainly nutrient pills and bodybuilding potions. For detoxification potions and warming potions, the output is estimated to be only about 10 times higher. Different potions have different refining difficulties. Well, it's almost enough. Uchiha Yuri nodded after hearing this. The demand for warming and detoxifying potions is relatively small, so let's try to produce more nutrient pills. This is the biggest demand. Many ninjas want to use it as a consumable for daily training. They wish they could replace all 3 meals a day with this. Understood. I will adjust it. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. He immediately took a shower, and then it was almost time for dinner. Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato arrived one after another, and then they started eating. Currently, they eat 3 meals a day here. Sea King's meat is the main ingredient for every meal. The next morning, after breakfast, Xianqing sent another shadow clone to the hospital and found Tsunade in an office. You're here? Wait a minute, I'll deal with these documents first. Sit down first. Tsunade saw Xianqing, looked up at him, pointed to the small sofa next to him with the pen in his hand, greeted him, and continued to deal with the documents. Xianqing's shadow clone was not polite, sat down on the small sofa, took a medical book from the bookshelf behind him and flipped through it. After a while, Tsunade finished dealing with the documents, stretched, got up and sat down opposite Xianqing. She glanced at the medical book in his hand and said, Cell activation research? You really know how to choose books? This is very difficult, can you understand it? Xianqing had just finished reading the last page, closed the book, waved his hand and threw the book back, and it fell accurately to its original position. Then, he looked at Tsunade speechlessly and said, Teacher, have you forgotten that my medical skills are even better than yours? Admittedly, the content of this medical book is somewhat different from the medical system I learned before, but it is not so difficult to understand. When it comes to the human body, many things are common, you should know this. Tsunade's expression froze, and then his face turned black. You kid really don't give me face as a teacher. Tsunade glared at Xianqing fiercely. It's not a good thing for a disciple to be too powerful. He has to be scolded in return, which is simply against Tiangang. Okay, what shall we learn first today? Medical ninjutsu, or shall we exchange medical skills first? Xianqing ignored Tsunade's eyes and asked with a smile. Let me teach you medical ninjutsu first. I've heard Grandma and Kushina often praise your talent in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, but I've never seen them. Let me say them today. Hehe. Tsunade thought about it and wanted Xianqing to feel the majesty of the master, so she decided immediately. If she relied on simple medical skills, she would definitely not be as good as Xianqing. But medical ninjutsu is different. This involves chakra control and yang escape, etc. It is useless to rely on strong medical skills alone. No problem, you will see. Xianqing spread his hands. Follow me. Tsunade didn't waste words, and immediately got up and greeted Xianqing. After leaving the office, they came to a room dedicated to learning medical ninjutsu. He began to teach Xianqing from ordinary healing techniques. Result. You learned medical ninjutsu and healing jutsu through Tsunade's teaching. Healing jutsu proficiency plus 15. You learned fine thread drawing technique through Tsunade's teaching. Proficiency plus 12. You learned healing jutsu through Tsunade's teaching. Proficiency plus 11. You learned chakra scalpel through Tsunade's teaching. Proficiency plus 16. Impossible? Healing jutsu and fine thread drawing technique are fine, but you can even learn healing jutsu and chakra scalpel right away. And, you're improving so fast. Why do I feel like if I let you practice for another 10 days or half a month, you'll be able to surpass me in proficiency in these medical ninjutsu? What kind of monster are you? Tsunade watched Xianqing teach one and he learned one instantly. And, in the process of practicing over and over again, he was able to improve at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye, which scared him directly. Is this really something a human can do? Teacher? It's wrong to curse. Hearing this, Xianqing immediately stopped the chakra scalpel in his hand and said speechlessly, How am I a monster? Isn't it just that I learn things faster? I'm a genius, it's normal, right? I learned sealing techniques and ninjutsu in the same way. Tsunade. Normal? Forget it. Finally, Tsunade couldn't figure it out, so she could only wave her hand helplessly. Just think that I have little experience and have never seen a true genius. Regarding medical ninjutsu, I have nothing to teach you. You have already learned the medical ninjutsu I mastered, and you just need to practice continuously in the future. If someone else, they may need to teach and supervise them continuously, but you obviously don't need it. That's it. After that, let's exchange medical skills. It was a huge blow. Of course, there was really nothing to teach. She admitted that she had underestimated Xianqing before. No problem, I can do anything. Xianqing listened, and did not refuse, and nodded in agreement immediately. Following Tsunade, he returned to her office and sat down. Tsunade pointed to the bookshelf behind Xianqing and said, Next, you can take a look at the books on this bookshelf, and we can discuss after you finish reading. Okay. Xianqing listened, nodded, thought for a while, waved his hand, took out dozens of times the Chinese medicine he copied, pointed, and said to Tsunade, These are some of the medical books I have mastered, you should also read them as soon as possible. If you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. In addition, these medical books are not given to you, they were originally meant to be returned to me, you can copy them again. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Huh. Tsunade was shocked by Sunking's ability to take things out of thin air, but after hearing what he said and looking at these medical books, she was speechless. So she also had to read books, and even copy them? Who is the teacher between the two? She wanted to establish the authority of a teacher in front of Xianqing. But when she thought that her medical skills were far inferior to Sunking's, and Sunking's learning ability was at the level of a demon, she gave up. To avoid being taught a lesson again. Can't you just give it to me? Do I have to copy it? Tsunade asked with a headache, picking up a Chinese medicine book. There are so many, how long will it take to copy them? And these may not be all. When she thought that she would need to copy books for a long time in the future, Tsunade felt that her head was going to explode. It's impossible to give it as a gift. Hearing this, Xianqing reached out and took another book from the bookshelf, flipped through it, and shook his head and said, These are all written down by me, and this is the only one. I will give it to someone in the clan to copy later. If you can remember it completely and have the same photographic memory as me, you don't have to copy it. It's all up to you. These medical books are the only ones in this world, and they are super precious. Want to get them for free? No way, even Konoha can't get them for free from him, let alone Tsunade. Photographic memory, you are really a little pervert. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes twitched for me, and she looked at Xianqing with envy in her eyes. She dreams of having this ability? Forget it, I'll just copy it. Tsunade flipped through it and was deeply attracted by the content of the book. This thing is indeed very precious. She immediately made up her mind to copy it. In this way, one of them read the book, and the other copied it while reading, and time passed quickly. For a period of time, Xianqing would assign a shadow clone to go to the hospital every day to repeat this thing. 3 days later, Magnetic Drum Island, somewhere in a small town near Konoha's house. A huge factory covering thousands of square meters rose from the ground and stood here. Inside, more than 500 workers and yakushi were busy inside. Production lines have begun to operate, and a large amount of medicinal materials and sea king's meat are transported from different production lines, processed by workers along the way, and finally transported to some yakushi in the end link. That's right, Xianqing decomposed many of the early processes of pharmaceutical production into the assembly line, standardized these links, and handed them over to ordinary workers to handle. In this way, it can not only be more efficient, but also save a lot of yakushi. Each production line only needs to arrange a small amount of yakushi in the last few links to continuously produce nutrient pills, bodybuilding potions, and even warming potions and detoxification potions. Among them, standardizing and quantifying the production of potions and building a suitable production line are the most difficult. And all of these were completed by Xianqing alone. In order to be freed from the heavy pharmaceutical tasks every day, Xianqing also spent a lot of effort this time. It took several months to get it done. This seemed very long to him. Well, the quality is good. Although it is slightly inferior to what I made myself, it can be sold. At most, I can lower the price a little bit. What do you think? Uchiha Xianqing took his mother to visit a pharmaceutical factory and asked after checking some finished drugs produced. Sure. Uchiha's Hilly took a nutrient pill and compared it with the one made by Xianqing himself, nodded and said, "This is enough to shut up the mouths of the people. In fact, it doesn't matter if the price is not reduced. Anyway, the efficacy is there, and it is an exclusive product, so no one will really have any objections. When you have time in the future, you can make some by yourself and sell them as fine products. Speaking of which, the king of Magnetic Drum Island has been honest recently, right? He hasn't made any more moves, right? You know, some time ago, when the factory was still under construction, the old king didn't know what was wrong, and he ignored Konoha's call and came with people to make trouble. Well, it's mainly because Xianqing recruited too many yakushi in one breath. And these yakushi are basically good doctors. The old king obviously didn't expect Xianqing to recruit so many people at the beginning. There are fewer good doctors on Magnetic Drum Island, which has affected the entire country. No wonder he didn't care about Konoha's face. But in the end, he was taught a lesson by Uchiha's Hilly and became honest. Of course, Uchiha's Hilly also promised to pay enough taxes and not evade taxes. It was a sweet treat after a blow. No, Xianqing smiled slightly and said, "He is not stupid. Last time, you drove Susanoo directly to cut off the top of a snowy mountain. If he is not stupid, he will not come to provoke us again. Besides, we are not exempt from taxes. The old king is still relatively rational. However, if it is the old king's son, the future king of Drum Island Whirlpool, it will be completely different. That guy is a psychopath, and normal people can't communicate with him. When the old king dies and Whirlpool succeeds to the throne, Xianqing will probably have to find another way. There is, either relocate the pharmaceutical factory or rectify Whirlpool. Or, simply occupy the country and try to completely control it. Fortunately, there are at least more than 10 years, so there is no rush. If that day really comes, maybe Xianqing will be invincible in both worlds, with countless powerful people under his command, and he has occupied a bigger and better territory, and he may not like this place anymore. Haha, that's good." Uchiha Yuri heard it and smiled. After visiting the factory completely and confirming that there was no problem with the production of various drugs, Xianqing handed over the affairs here to Dalton, took his mother away and went to Konoha's courtyard. That's right. It was the future captain of the King's Guard, King Dalton of the Drum Island after Whirlpool. At this time, he was still young and was originally just a captain in the old King's Guard. He was not yet a user of the bulbul fruit. He was favored by Xianqing and dug here. The old king did not refuse. Because he did not dare to refuse, and because Dalton was not in his eyes at this time, Xianqing chose Dalton to be the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory because of his good character. In addition, his favorability towards him was not low at this time, with 62 points. It is estimated that after a period of training, the conditions for binding should be met. By then, Xianqing will be completely relieved. Soon, Xianqing and Beijiha's Hilly returned to Uchiha's yard. "Hey Ms. Konoha, we are here." As soon as he entered the house, Xianqing smiled and waved to Konoha who was reading a medical book. Uchiha's Hilly also nodded to Konoha. Konoha nodded in response, then looked at Xianqing with a smile and said, "Have you seen the pharmaceutical factory? Are you not satisfied? To be honest, I don't quite understand why you want to come out of such a factory that produces inferior drugs. Can you really make money? In addition, you said yesterday that you had something important to talk to me about today, which is related to my future. What is it? Can you tell me now?" 10 asterisk. While talking, Konoha had put down the book in her hand, stood up, and walked in front of Xianqing. Of course, Xianqing saw through his talent that Konoha's favorability towards him had reached 81 points, and it had increased a little bit. He smiled and nodded and said, "Aren't you always curious about our origins and the health-preserving exercises? If you sign a contract with me, you will know the truth. At the same time, you can also obtain the practice methods of health-preserving exercises and even advanced longevity techniques." Oh. Konoha raised her eyebrows and became interested. She asked meaningfully, "Then, what price do I have to pay?" She didn't want to think that pie would fall from the sky, even though her relationship with Xianqing was already very good. This kid has never been the one to take advantage of others. Of course, he is not stingy. There is indeed a price. Xianqing did not deny it, and said bluntly, after the contract, you are subject to me to a certain extent and cannot do anything that harms my interests or hurts me. Other than that, there is nothing else. Of course, there are more benefits than the two I mentioned above, there are even greater benefits. It's just that before you sign a contract with me, it's not convenient to tell you, it's a high-level secret. It depends on whether you dare to take a gamble? Haha. For these, he never hides anything. He tells the contractor directly. Is that so? After listening, Konoha touched his chin and thought for a moment, then looked up and said, it seems that this contract is obviously not a simple contract. However, after being together for so long, I still trust your character. So, I want to take a gamble. Because my intuition tells me, will be my biggest opportunity, I don't want to miss it. So, when do we start the contract? How do we make the contract? Recently, she has learned a lot of Sunking's Chinese medicine knowledge, but still hasn't found a way to improve her life level with enough confidence. There may be a chance in the future, but Konoha thinks it's better to try her luck with Xianqing. Not to mention other things, just the health-preserving exercise, she thinks it should be a kind of practice that can break the life cycle. Although she hasn't read the whole thing, let alone know the content, her eyes are not blind, how can she not see some changes in Sunking's body when they practiced health-preserving exercise in the past? This thing can prolong life and cleanse the marrow and remove hair. A wise choice. Xianqing smiled slightly after hearing this, and immediately condensed a mysterious rune from his brow and sent it to Konoha. In front of Konoha, he said, spray out this mark, and then choose to agree in your mind. 0145122208 Fila 1712122490. Oh. Konoha looked at the rune mark in front of her, a little surprised and curious. It's not a simple thing. As she said, she tapped the mark with her hand. The next moment, a voice sounded in her mind, asking her if she agreed to sign a contract with Xianqing. Agree. Konoha muttered in her heart. The next moment, the rune mark turned into a stream of light and sank into her body along her fingers. Then, it went straight into her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, and faintly floated in the sea of consciousness of her subjects. Then, a lot of information about the future of the pirate world, as well as part of the past, present, and future of the ninja world, flowed into Konoha's mind. In addition, there are the health-preserving exercises and longevity techniques promised by Xianqing, as well as additional crystal meditation methods. P.S. Please order first. Self-order ordinary. After a long time, Konoha digested the information. Then, she opened her eyes in shock, looked at Xianqing and Uchiha with a complicated expression, and exclaimed, so that's it. I didn't expect that you are really from Otherworld. Some of my previous guesses turned out to be true. This is really a big surprise for me. Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said, sure enough, you have guessed about this before. You are worthy of it. Then, welcome to join our big family. In the future, please take care of me. I am happy to have another helper. Haha, I should say this. Please take care of me in the future. Konoha laughed loudly. She did not regret this choice, and was even very fortunate. Not only because she could go to Otherworld in the future, but also because the health-preserving exercises and the Longevity Sutra completely exceeded her expectations. Especially the Longevity Sutra. This is a magical skill that can truly break the limit of life, improve life level and qualifications, and allow people to enter the extraordinary. If she hadn't chosen to bind, she would not have been able to obtain these. Even the health-preserving skills are precious to her. With these, she felt that it would be easy for her to improve her life level. Give her some time to practice the health-preserving skills to perfection, and then switch to the longevity skills. It should be almost done. With her strength and understanding, she believes that this day will not be too long. If she relies on herself, even if she obtains Sunking's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, she is actually not absolutely sure that she can find a way to improve her life level by herself. If that is the case, maybe she will have to find pure gold to support it first and extend her life. Hehe, sure. Xianqing smiled and asked, we are going back to the ninja world today. How about going to see the other world? However, before going there, you'd better practice the 510 source chakra refining technique, condense your own chakra seeds, and extract some chakra. This way, it will be convenient for you to practice the ninjutsu system later. As for whether this will cost you life, Xianqing's answer is that as long as you don't overexploit it, it won't. Because the lost cell energy can be replenished and restored by eating the meat of sea kings or nutritional pills, it will not accelerate the renewal of cells. Can I go? Then I'm not polite. As for chakra, wait a minute, I'll try it first. Konoha was delighted when she heard it. She was indeed very curious about Otherworld and of course wanted to go and see it. Immediately, she found a place to sit cross-legged and began to try to practice the source chakra refining technique. Let's practice for a while. Xianqing turned to Uchiha's Hilly. It's not that fast to learn the essence chakra refining technique and condense your own chakra seeds. Well, anyway, there's nothing to do at the family this morning. Uchiha Yuri nodded and agreed. Immediately, the two went to the training room to practice hard. More than an hour later. Haha, I did it. Xianqing boy, I did it. Is this chakra? It's a very interesting energy. Konoha suddenly opened her eyes and stood up excitedly and shouted. It must be said that Konoha's talent and understanding are indeed very strong. She successfully condensed the chakra seed so quickly. Congratulations. At this time, Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly, who heard the movement, walked out of the training room and sensed the chakra reaction from Konoha's body. Although it's not much, it's a good start. With her physique and vitality, she is proficient in chakra refining. After connecting each cell, the amount of chakra will definitely not be less. When do we set off? Konoha asked happily. Now, set off. Set off. Immediately, Xianqing took Konoha and disappeared in the living room. The next moment, the three of them appeared in Xianqing's home in the ninja world. Wow, I really traveled through time? The decorative architectural style here is quite similar to Wanakuni in the pirate world. Konoha looked around and murmured as she came over. It's indeed quite similar. But after all, it's not the same world. Let me take you around the Uchiha clan first. It's not convenient for you to go out. Let my mother get you a suitable identity later and take you outside Konoha. It will be fine to come back here, Xianqing said. There is no way. As an extraordinary military force, the control of personnel is still relatively strict. A person who suddenly appeared in the village will definitely attract the attention of the third generation. It's better to be careful about this. Even Konoha has to change her clothes. Is it so troublesome? It seems that the force you are in is not simple. Konoha heard it, opened the observation haki and scanned it, and took in the whole situation of Konoha. After quickly receiving and screening some information, he nodded with some understanding. Is that so? Ninja village? There are so many ninjas? No wonder. In addition, your Uchiha's reputation in this village seems to be average. Are you still feared and hostile by the Hokage? Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly were speechless after hearing it. What did you hear? Xianqing said helplessly. Haha. Konoha looked up and smiled and said, nothing. It's mainly that a man named Sarutobi Hiruzen was arguing with a horse-faced man in your Hokage building, discussing the recent expansion of your Uchiha's power. Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly's faces suddenly turned black after hearing it. It was indeed these two bastards. They embarrassed them to the other world. No way. Finally, Xianqing could only spread his hands helplessly and said, it's only been a few months since I awakened my talent. What you hear and see now is already good. A few months ago, the situation was even worse. But it will get better and better in the future. In the end, it still takes some time to grow and change. I totally believe this. Konoha listened and nodded with a smile. With the resources of two worlds, plus your terrifying training and learning talent, there is no reason that you can't lead your family to the top of the two worlds. I look forward to that day. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. You will see this day. By the way, why don't you come to our family as a medical consultant in the future? This will also make it convenient for my mother to register your identity in the future, and it will also be convenient for you to go to the ninja hospital in Konoha to learn and exchange some things later. Well, learning may not be very good, the village is more xenophobic and will not allow it. Especially since you are an Uchiha. But it doesn't matter. I have also been learning the medical skills of this world recently. I will copy a medical book here for you when the time comes. How about you help treat the wounded and patients of the family when you are free on weekdays? Many times, some Uchiha people are not suitable for treatment in the ninja hospital. It is easy to cause problems. The third generation are black-hearted. Oh, the medical book of this world? Sure, let's do it. Konoha's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she nodded in agreement. How could she miss such a good opportunity? As for treating people who often give Uchiha, that's not a problem at all. Since she has signed a contract with Xianqing, this is what she should do. You can't just take the benefits without doing the work, right? Then don't think about getting more good things from Xianqing in the future. Even, the contract may be terminated and the memory after joining may be erased. This is not what Konoha wants to see. Well, let's go. I'll take you around the clan territory first. Xianqing nodded, and immediately took Konoha around the Uchiha clan territory. Then, he brought her back. Uchiha Chiri took Konoha and teleported directly out of Konoha, and made some arrangements. Uchiha Chiri came back alone. Xianqing was stunned for a moment. Mom, has Konoha gone to the pirate world? No. Uchiha Yuri shook his head. I have currently placed her in Duanza Street. I bought her a house there, a storefront, and opened a clinic for her. Later, she needs to open a shop there every day to treat some patients. Wait for 10 days or half a month, and after her identity is bleached and she has gained some fame, she can be brought back to the village and appointed as Uchiha's medical consultant. Otherwise, a person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere will not be able to withstand the investigation of the third generation. Even so, I will need to go to other places to make arrangements for Konoha later, and complete her identity track. Otherwise, it will be exposed as well. It's actually nothing to expose Konoha's identity. The main thing is that neither Uchiha Yuri nor Xianqing wants others to dig deep into Konoha's identity, so as not to cause unnecessary problems. Okay, you've thought it through. Xianqing nodded in understanding and sighed. It's because we are not strong enough to control the power of Konoha. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Hehe. Uchiha Yuri saw Xianqing frowning and couldn't help but Ichiraku reached out and touched his head and said, so, you have to continue to work hard to improve your strength. I will also work hard to improve my strength and develop the family at the same time. Recently, remember to show up at the preschool and school tutoring classes of the clan school every day, teach the children of the family, and improve their favorability towards you as soon as possible. It's better to sign a contract earlier and increase the training efforts. As for adults and the elderly, we have to wait until Xianqing is older and stronger before making arrangements. Children are always easier to fool. With Sunking's talent, strength, and brains, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. $7.89. Xianqing did not refuse. I was too busy before, and I still need to recover my body. Next, the chakra volume, vitality, and mental strength will all increase, and more shadow clone can be divided at the same time. In the future, I will send out a shadow clone, go and give them online classes to win their hearts. There is no need for the main body to go. There is no time for that. Well, just arrange it yourself, don't force yourself. Uchiha Yuri nodded and reminded. In the next few days, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade's favorability reached the standard one after another. Xianqing also made a contract with them as soon as possible. Naturally, neither of them refused. He was not surprised that Uzumaki Mito's favorability reached the standard at this time, but Tsunade's favorability increased a little too fast. It can only be that she was completely conquered by Xianqing's medical skills and talents. For a strong woman like her, it is natural to easily gain her favor and even admiration by completely defeating her in the areas she is best at. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Otherworld, no wonder you can come up with this kind of resource to restore vitality and restore congenital deficiencies. But it's not just that. You kid is much more powerful than I thought. Source quality chakra refining, crystal meditation, health preserving exercises, longevity secrets, these are all created by your sudden enlightenment. No wonder Kushina has improved so much in this period. You are thoughtful. Thank you. After Uzumaki Mito completed the contract, he received a lot of information about the past and future of the pirate world and some ninja worlds, and obtained several training methods given by Xianqing. He thanked Xianqing with a look of amazement. This time the contract was right. You are polite. Xianqing smiled and shook his head. You are willing to trust me and take the risk of being restricted by me, so it is only right to give you some feedback. However, we will be a family in the future. I hope that our two clans can cooperate to a higher level in the future. In the future, we will manage Konoha and even the ninja world well. Okay, that's for sure. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded with a smile. Even if you don't say it, I am ready to discuss it with you and Chiri later. In the future, I am relieved to hand Konoha over to you. I just hope you can help take care of the Noeki, Senju, and Uzumaki clan. I will also lead the two clans to fully support you and Uchiha. She has also seen the changes and reforms of Uchiha during this period. As long as Xianqing and Uchiha Chiri continue to transform Uchiha and make it stronger and more normal, there is no reason to continue to exclude and maintain prejudice. In addition, the three clans are preparing to marry each other next. In the future, the three clans may merge. I will. Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively. Since Senju and Uzumaki are willing to fully support him, he is naturally willing to give appropriate feedback. Then I'll be relieved. If possible, can you please communicate with Noeki more and make a contract with him as soon as possible? Uzumaki Mito asked. Knowing that the contract is a great opportunity, Uzumaki Mito naturally doesn't want Noeki to miss it. He hopes that he can make the contract earlier so that he can benefit earlier. Originally, with Noeki's talent, the upper limit in the future is just an ordinary Kage level. But if he can make the contract earlier, it may not be impossible to surpass his great-grandfather. The resources in the pirate world are much more than those in the ninja world. Moreover, it is very suitable for Noeki, who is a member of the Senju clan. 0.4 I will try my best. I am not familiar with him at present. If you want, I can send a shadow clone to guide him later and brush up his favorability, Xianqing suggested. At present, he and Minato and others' real bodies will not practice in the ninja world most of the time, and there are too many secrets, so it is not convenient for Noeki, who has not yet been bound, to join. Sure, I'll trouble you then. Uzumaki Mito thanked him and promised, in return, all the ninjutsu of the Senju and all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan will be open to you, including the trapped escape. It's a pity that you don't know wood style. But if you can get the Mori Mori fruit in the pirate world, maybe it can be used. Speaking of devil fruit, Uzumaki Mito only felt magical. Even, he thought about what kind of devil fruit he should find. Maybe? Then I'll be polite. Uchiha Xianqing smiled knowingly after hearing this. Can't learn wood style? This is not accurate for a wall hanger. If he can get some Hashirama cell analysis and research, he thinks he may not be unable to master wood style. However, there is no rush, and he will take his time in the future. It's really amazing. Otherworld? Can I go and see it now? At this time, Tsunade on the side couldn't help but ask. You can? But don't run around, it's dangerous over there. Let Kushina take you there. Xianqing nodded and shook his head. No problem with me. Kushina raised her hand and said, do you want to go now? Wait a minute, I have something to ask Xianqing. Tsunade thought for a while and shook her head. She had just received some information about the past and future of the ninja world, and was wondering about it. There is no rush to see Otherworld. P.S. Please order first. Order by yourself? Xianqing, are all the future information you passed on to me true? In the original future, the Uzumaki clan has been destroyed. Will the Senju disappear completely in the future? Will Nawaka die in a conspiracy? Will I have hemophobia? Grandma and Kushina will die. And is Uchiha Madara really not dead yet, and is even plotting a huge conspiracy behind the scenes? And about Otsutsuki Kaguya and even the Otsutsuki clan, are these all true? Tsunade asked Xianqing with a gloomy face. After seeing this future information, she felt like her brain was exploding. There were too many information elements. Moreover, if all of this was true, wouldn't her future be too miserable? She was simply doomed. And the culprit of all this was indeed her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. For a moment, Tsunade's hatred for the third generation became even stronger. That's what I want to know. Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing seriously at this time. Will the future really be so bad? Will Konoha be ruined like this by Monkey and his friends? She felt that she might have underestimated the bottom line of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his friends. This kind of BD should die early? It's all true. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. You are actually very clear about this, right? Of course, because I have awakened my talent, the future will definitely be different. Just at present, I have changed my mother and me, changed Uchiha, changed Kushina, changed Uzumaki and part of your fate, Mito-sama, right? As long as it hasn't happened yet, we have a chance to change the bad fate of 08. But if things continue to develop normally, all of these will appear. So, the four-member group of Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually the common enemy of our three families, and even most of the branch houses of Konoha. It's just that they are still disguising themselves too well, and many families' past impressions of the Sarutobi family as good guys have misled everyone, so many people haven't woken up yet. But smart people should have noticed some clues. For example, Inoshikacho, Abarame and Inyazuka. These families have gradually become closer to their Uchiha in this period of time. The relationship is getting better and better, although the excuse is to order nutritional pills and other medicines and even magical shellfish. But this is just for the third generation to see. The real purpose is obvious. They really deserve to die. I really underestimated their ambition and cruelty. It seems that our plan against them will have to change. We must win over more families as soon as possible, and then find a way to bring them down completely deal with them. Uzumaki Mito said with a gloomy face. In fact, with her and Uchiha's current strength, it is possible to directly bring them down or even deal with them. But to punish without teaching is called cruelty. They can't directly attack the third generation without a legitimate reason, a reason that can convince most people in the village. Generation and the others took action. This would only make Konoha panic, everyone would be in danger, and push others into their opposition. Even, it would greatly affect Konoha's stability and strength. By then, the other four major ninja villages would definitely not miss this opportunity to swallow up Konoha and the Land of Fire. Therefore, things cannot be done so roughly, and methods and timing must be considered. At this point, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing, and the two said in unison, Second World War. Then, both of them were stunned. Haha, it seems that we think of the same thing. Then, Xianqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively, since Monkey and the others relied on the war to secure the position of Hokage last time, and unknowingly consumed most of the Senju's power. This time, we will use the same method to return the favor. Plan carefully, and also use the war to knock down his reputation, making him a sinner of Konoha and even the Land of Fire. At the same time, consume a batch of Sarutobi and other four tribes' elite forces. Finally, bring them down completely. However, there are many things to consider here. We have to discuss and plan carefully. For this matter, we have to call your mother. Yes, I can arrange it for the Uzumaki clan. I believe they will be willing. Last time, she told the Uzumaki Akihime and other high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan about the third generation's attempt to harm the Uzumaki clan. So now the high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan are full of hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. They wish they would die. Okay, I'll tell my mother when I get back later. Or, you can discuss it with my mother through the communication space. Sunkai nodded. For this kind of thing, he just needs to make suggestions as a consultant, and the rest will naturally be left to his mother and Uzumaki Mito. At present, he is still focusing on cultivation and growth. Then let's try the communication space first. But I will definitely discuss it with you later. You are an indispensable part? Don't think you are completely lazy, understand? Uzumaki Mito nodded and warned with a smile. She knew that although Xianqing was very serious and worked hard in his training, he was actually a lazy person in nature. The reason why he practiced so hard was because he lacked a sense of security and wanted to master enough strength to protect himself. Once he achieved self-protection, he would want to live a better life. Okay, I'll try my best. Sure enough, Xianqing's expression fell slightly when he heard her words, and he nodded helplessly and agreed. Xianqing. At this time, Tsunade couldn't help but ask, what's the matter with Kato-dan in the future information you gave? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the appearance of this person? Oh, Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Teacher, have you reacted? It's indeed a bit wrong, because this person is actually a ninja from the root. Tsunade heard it and narrowed his eyes slightly. So, this person deliberately approached me and flattered me on Danzo's orders. Danzo wants to destroy me, make me suffer from hemophobia, and lose the qualification to compete for Hokage. Seeing the essence through the phenomenon, Tsunade felt that his thoughts suddenly became clear. Maybe, Xianqing nodded without comment. I don't know the details, I just saw part of the original future. But many times, what you see may not be true. Maybe, at the beginning, Kato-dan did receive Danzo's order to do this, but he was confused by your beauty, his faith was shaken, and he chose to betray Danzo. After that, Danzo killed him, destroyed you, and made you suffer from hemophobia. Many things are not necessarily black and white. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why you will take Kato Shizen away in the future and keep him by your side to teach him carefully. Xianqing felt that his guess was more likely. Are the roots necessarily bad people? Not necessarily. Many people in the roots were brainwashed by Danzo. They all felt that everything they did was for Konoha. And the orders of Lord Danzo were absolute, and everything Lord Danzo did was for Konoha. But there are always some people who will not be completely brainwashed into being yes men and dead men, but retain their own ideas, but at the same time they love Konoha deeply. Is that so? Tsunade frowned after hearing this. Your guess is very likely. Huh? No. Suddenly, Tsunade realized the problem, suddenly translated it, glared at Xianqing, and scolded. What do you mean by being confused by my beauty? Can you speak? You talk as if I am a vixen. Too much. Of course, she still felt a little proud in her heart. 0145122208 Fila 1712222220. At least, this proves my charm, doesn't it? Hehe, my fault? My fault? This is actually a compliment to you. Xianqing smiled and argued. Tsunade rolled her eyes after hearing this. Forget it. I won't bother with you this time. According to the information you provided, the time of the Second Ninja World War is not far away. Even if your appearance causes some changes, I don't think the world will be much different. In this battle, Konoha suffered a great loss. Besides, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the idiot were all beaten by Hanzo of the Salamander, and was given the title of Konoha Sennin. This is a shame. 867 I will never allow such a thing to happen to me. So, I will work hard to improve my strength in the next few years. When the time comes, I will beat Hanzo alone and take revenge. Xianqing, do you have any suggestions for my training? She is not a person who will admit defeat. Well, Xianqing was not surprised by Tsunade's unyielding character after hearing this. He touched his chin and pondered, as long as you still practice with Sea King's meat or 100% nutritional pills combined with health-preserving exercises, improve your life source, vitality, and physique. After all, your combat system itself is based on fists and feet. This can greatly improve your combat effectiveness. It is very suitable for you. In addition, I also recommend that you major in basic physical skills and armament haki. Observation haki naturally cannot be left behind. In addition, in order to increase your chakra amount, source chakra refining and crystal meditation also need to be majored in. Well, that's about it. As for medical skills, just treat them as minors for the time being. You can use shadow clone instead. Ninjutsu and the like, you don't seem to learn much, right? Well, Tsunade nodded affirmatively. It's just a little dabble. That's not bad. Xianqing nodded in understanding. For other ninjutsu, just master one defense and control ninjutsu. It is also recommended to learn a few illusions, expand and improve your combat system. That's enough. This is already a lot. I guess Tsunade won't be lazy in the next few years. Okay, then do as you say. Tsunade nodded. Obviously, she has no lack of motivation to work hard to become stronger at this time. Knowing a lot of information about the future, she is holding a lot of anger in her heart. It is worth mentioning that Xianqing did not pass on too much information about Kushina to her and Uzumaki Mito. Just slightly mentioned that Kushina died Danzo's backstab. He mainly didn't want to cause trouble for himself. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? You young people are working so hard, it seems that an old woman like me can't be lazy. After all, Zhili seems to have been working hard to become stronger. During this period, I can clearly feel that her strength is still improving. Even her blind right eye has recovered. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but interrupt when he heard Tsunade's words, set a goal for himself, and asked Xianqing with a smile. Uchiha Yuri is still working hard, what reason does she have to lie down? Besides, as a strong woman, she doesn't want to lose to Uchiha Yuri. Yeah, Xianqing nodded affirmatively. My mother has been working hard. The eyes have been restored a while ago, but the pupil power has not been fully restored. It will probably take some time. By the way, since you want to work hard to practice, Master Mito, I'll give you this bottle of longevity pill. Take all of them, and you can extend your life by more than 96 years in total, which is enough for you to completely restore your youth. Yeah, Teacher Tsunade, you also have a share. As he said, Xianqing directly flipped his hand and took out 2 bottles of longevity pills and handed them to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. What? Extend your life by 96 years. This. It's not good to not receive rewards without merit? You have already given us a lot. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade saw it, but did not take it immediately. Obviously, they were very embarrassed. They felt that they owed Xianqing too much. Although they were indeed restricted to a certain extent by this contract, the benefits they got were even greater. So great that they felt a little overwhelmed. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked that Xianqing could actually make a longevity elixir, and an elixir that could prolong life for so many years. Why did they feel that this guy was like a treasure trove? He could always give them surprises? If the news of this elixir was leaked, the entire ninja world would go crazy, right? You can't tell me even if you are beaten to death. It's okay, since you have already signed a contract with me, you will be a family in the future. This is considered an internal benefit. Not only you have it, other people in the contract, such as Kushina, Mikoto's sister, and Minato also have it. So, just take it with confidence. I'm still waiting for you to live a few more years, so that you can work for me, hehe. Every person bound to him is his chosen worker? How can he let them die soon? It's not worth it. It's very hard for him to brush up his favor ability. Every one of them has it. Even Kushina has it? She's still so young. Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade were surprised and a little amused. It feels weird that a child of a few years old starts to take care of his health and prolong his life. No, Grandma, sister Tsunade, why can't I eat it? It's not my fault that I'm young. Besides, after eating this, my life source and vitality will increase dramatically. It's also very beneficial to my chakra volume and chakra training. Kushina was immediately dissatisfied and retorted with a pursed mouth. Well, although the longevity medicine can only be regarded as a small incidental effect on chakra training. Okay, I won't say you. Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade were both Ichiraku after hearing this. Then, they all thanked Xianxing. In that case, we will accept it first. We will work hard for you in the future to repay you. As they said, Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade opened the bottles one after another, and found that each of them had 5 pills. So many. Both of them were surprised. Yes. Xianxing nodded. The first pill increases life by 50 years, and each subsequent pill will continue to reduce it by half, a total of more than 96 years. Just take it yourself. Don't think about giving it to others for the time being. Not allowed? Understood. Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade were not ungrateful people, and they immediately took the pills in their hands. Then, they felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. At the same time, as top medical ninjas, they all noticed that their life source and vitality began to increase rapidly. More importantly, the number of cell divisions was also increasing rapidly. The whole body exuded an increasingly strong breath of vitality. Uzumaki Mito's aura was rising and recovering. Obviously, the last time she recovered her vitality, she still couldn't recover to her peak. It's only now. If there wasn't an isolation barrier here, it might have alarmed many people. Uzumaki Mito has become more than 20 years younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. She no longer needs to rely on the 100 healings mark to keep her 20-year-old appearance at any time. She exudes a youthful and energetic aura, and the old aura is completely swept away. I haven't felt this feeling for a long time. Uzumaki Mito stood up, clenched her fists, stretched her body, and smiled. At this time, in the sealed space in her body, feeling that Uzumaki Mito's vitality and even the essence of life had surged several times, the sealed space became more stable and terrifying. Nine Tails looked up in shock and exclaimed, "What's going on? It feels like this damn woman has completely regained her youth. Not to mention that her lifespan has been extended again. Damn it, damn it, damn it, when will this day end? Old man, this is not fair. This is completely different from the future you predicted. What blue-eyed boy, I feel like I will be sealed in the body of this damn woman Uzumaki Mito until I die, although its lifespan has no limit. But this kind of imprisonment with no end in sight is simply driving it crazy. It's too aggrieved. Damn Uzumaki Mito, damn Uchiha Madara, and damn Senju Hashirama. You all deserve to die." Nine Tails cursed and vented in the sealed space. Uzumaki Mito had naturally discovered it a long time ago, so, in order to turn a blind eye, she directly temporarily closed the sealed space so that no sound inside could be heard. As long as I didn't hear it, it wouldn't count as being scolded. Anyway, she couldn't release Nine Tails. At least, not in a short time. Unless Nine Tails' power is no longer needed in the future, she can easily suppress Nine Tails, and releasing Nine Tails will not endanger her life. She will consider letting Nine Tails free. As a Jinchuriki of Nine Tails for decades, how could she not know that Nine Tails is not actually the embodiment of evil? It actually has wisdom and intelligence comparable to humans. It is not an evil beast that only knows how to destroy. Nine Tails did nothing wrong at the beginning, but she sealed it up. To be honest, it is a bit wrong. But who let Nine Tails be captured and contracted by Uchiha Madara, and controlled it to fight Hashirama? In the final analysis, Nine Tails is too weak. If it had not been captured by Uchiha Madara to fight Hashirama, it would not have been sealed up. Many times, weakness is the original sin. Thank you, Xianxing. Really? I haven't experienced this relaxed and youthful feeling for a long time. Uzumaki Mito was happy for a while, savoring the feeling of youth for a while, and then seriously thanked Xianxing again. Me too, thank you. Tsunade also thanked again. She felt that she had made a big profit by accepting this apprentice. You're welcome, you've already thanked me. Next, we're going to the pirate world to practice kendo. Would you like to go with us? Xianxing waved his hand and asked. At present, his basic kendo has been perfected, and he has started to learn his Hinryu swordsmanship from Koshiro. And in 2 days, he has practiced his Hinryu swordsmanship to the proficient stage. This shocked Koshiro again. It made him pay more attention to Xianxing. At the same time, his favor ability towards Xianxing also soared to 78 points. Not far from the contract standard. Is it okay? Then go and have a look. I've been curious for a long time. Me too. just after receiving and reading some information, the pirate world is fascinating? It is completely different from the oppressive ninja world. Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade were all excited when they heard this, and their faces showed their longing for the pirate world. That world is much bigger than the ninja world. Of course, from the moment you sign the contract, you can freely go to the pirate world at any time in the future. However, it is not the time to disclose information about the pirate world yet. So, every time you go there, remember to pay attention and try to arrange the problems here before going there. It is best to leave a shadow clone in the ninja world to replace yourself. Xianqing nodded, and then said, when he unifies the ninja world, some information about the pirate world may be made public. Well, in another form. Of course, it may not be made public. We'll see when the time comes. Xianqing didn't know how to choose at this time. Everything must be in the direction that is most beneficial to him. Understood, we will pay attention. Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade listened, and nodded seriously. Immediately, each of them separated a shadow clone to stay here. Then, they followed Xianqing and others to teleport to Shimatsuki Island, the yard purchased by Uchiha. Kushina, you don't need to practice kendo, you can take Master Mito and teacher Tsunade to stroll around this world today. Be careful. As soon as he came, Xianqing said to Kushina, okay, leave it to me, hehe. Kushina agreed, and immediately took Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito's hands and left the yard, and began to Shimatsuki. Wang Lijao wandered around the island. Xianqing and the other two came to the Ishin Kendo field and continued to learn and practice kendo with Koshiro. Xianqing, from now on, you should focus on basic kendo and use Ishin swordsmanship as a supplement. I feel that you are not far from the realm of swordsmanship. Try to make the foundation more solid first, which will benefit you a lot in breaking through the realm of swordsmanship and even great swordsmanship. Don't ignore the basics. Do you understand? Koshiro saw that Sunking's basic swordsmanship and Ishin swordsmanship had improved rapidly, and couldn't help but give some advice. Thinking back to the beginning, he also practiced basic swordsmanship to perfection, and then began to practice Ishin swordsmanship by analogy, and combined with actual combat, he eventually became a swordsman and even a great swordsman step by step. I understand, teacher. I actually think so too. From the beginning, I found that the higher the level of basic swordsmanship, the faster the subsequent practice of Zinryu swordsmanship. The two complement each other. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and responded to the Tao body. He knew that his teacher was a little worried that he was too ambitious and wasted his talent. But obviously his teacher didn't know that he had the talent of God's reward for hard work, and he could always feel his progress. This feeling, even if it is practicing basic swordsmanship, can make people indulge in it and can't stop. So, he doesn't have any impetuous emotions. He will not think that with his Ishin swordsmanship, he will underestimate and ignore the improvement of basic swordsmanship. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Well, I'm glad you understand. I feel relieved. You are such a reassuring kid. Work hard. Your teacher is looking forward to the day when you become the world's greatest swordsman. This was my dream. Unfortunately, it didn't come true. Maybe, you can achieve it in the future. No, you should definitely be able to achieve it. Koshiro looked at the sky in the distance with a look of nostalgia, and after a while, he turned around and said to Xianqing. His eyes were full of expectations. Oh, Xianqing was surprised when he heard it. Teacher, your dream is this? Then why did you give it up? Koshiro smiled slightly after hearing it, and fell into memories again. Sometimes his face was sad, sometimes happy. Finally, it was fixed as happiness. After a while, he turned to Xianqing and said, because, the teacher has found something more important than this dream. Oh, Xianqing raised his eyebrows and guessed, could it be that love does not have family affection? Hearing this, Koshiro looked at Xianqing with some surprise and asked, why do you think so? He felt that he still didn't know his disciple well enough. This child is not only talented, but also mature and stable in thinking, and has his own unique insights into the world. This happened to a 6 or 7-year-old child, which is incredible. He has a hunch that this child will definitely become a big man who stirs up the world in the future. Maybe he can change the world? Because, I saw sadness and happiness on your face just now. Obviously, you are also a person with a story. Also, you love your sister Kuna very much on weekdays, but sometimes you seem to show guilt. I think something bad happened to the teacher's wife. Xianqing answered seriously. He didn't just say this, he really observed it. You are really sharp. Koshiro didn't refute it, but 590 smiled and asked, Xianqing, are you interested in listening to my story? Please. Xianqing made a gesture of invitation and said with interest. He was really curious about Koshiro's past. More than 10 years ago, Koshiro also smiled and immediately recalled and told the story. In fact, the story is a bit bloody. It's probably that when Koshiro was young, he went out to sea with the dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. He challenged swordsmen everywhere. His strength continued to improve. In the process, he met his favorite partner, and in the process, they had the fruit of their love. Those are two lovely twin girls. Hearing this, Xianqing suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Stunned. Teacher, are you saying that you have 2 daughters? And they are twins? Are you sure? After hearing this, Koshiro's forehead suddenly became a well character, and he glanced at Xianqing and gritted his teeth and said, can the teacher make a mistake about how many daughters he has? What do you mean by asking this? At this moment, he felt that his thoughts were completely destroyed by Xianqing. There was an urge to hit someone. No, I don't mean anything else. Xianqing saw that his teacher had misunderstood, and waved his hands repeatedly to explain. The reason I ask this is that I saw a little girl who looked almost exactly like Konoha in Logetown. I didn't care before, I thought it was just a coincidence. But now I hear you say that you actually have 2 daughters, or twins. I doubt that the little girl in Logetown is your other daughter, right? This is really a super big melon? Xianqing really didn't know that Tashigi would be his teacher's daughter. When watching anime in the previous life, everyone thought it was just a coincidence, and it was deliberately set up like this. But now he can almost be sure that at least in this world, Tashigi is very likely to be his teacher's daughter and Konoha's sister. Well, he did go to Logetown once. That was when Xiaohei just lit up the map of Logetown, and he asked his mother to accompany him. At this time, Smoker was not the marine chief of Logetown. What? Are you telling the truth? Koshiro's face suddenly changed when he heard it. He turned around and grabbed Sunking's shoulders with both hands and asked, "Did you really see a little girl who is about the same age as Konoha in Logetown? Did you see anyone else?" Seeing Koshiro so nervous, Xianqing felt that there was something bigger going on. He nodded immediately and said, "Really? Moreover, there was a young woman next to the little girl at that time. Teacher, that woman is not your wife, right?" At this point, Xianqing looked at Koshiro curiously. Huh. Koshiro was stunned for a while, then he took a long breath and nodded affirmatively. "If your information is correct, it should be her. We separated because of some misunderstandings at the beginning. I took Konoha, and she took Tashigi away. But I didn't expect that she was always in Logetown. That was where they first met." He regretted it at this time, and felt that he should at least go to Logetown to look for her all these years. But he didn't do it once. Damn it, no, I have to find her right away. Koshiro was so excited that he made up his mind, let go of Xianqing, and prepared to set off. "No, teacher, wait a minute, I have the coordinates there, and I can take you there directly, so you don't have to spend time rushing there yourself." Xianqing quickly stopped him and said, "Really?" Koshiro stopped immediately and asked with a look of surprise, "Really?" Xianqing nodded affirmatively. "Do you want to set off now?" "Yes, please." Koshiro nodded quickly and thanked. "Okay, let's go." Xianqing immediately grabbed Koshiro's arm, and with a thought, he took him away from Shimatsuki Island and appeared at the edge of an uninhabited forest in Logetown. Then, he said to Koshiro, "We're here, teacher? However, how to find the master's wife and the little sister, you need to come by yourself. I only met them on a street before, and I don't know where they live specifically." "That's enough." Koshiro nodded. "As long as they are still on this island, I can find them through my observation haki." "Yes, I've found them, let's go." The next moment, Koshiro locked onto the target, stretched out his hand to hook Xianqing by the waist, and swoosh, disappeared from the spot, rushing to somewhere in Logetown at high speed. It can be said that the whole journey was almost as fast as lightning, and Xianqing's hair were blown wildly by the wind. The face skin was constantly shaking due to the wind, which was very uncomfortable. Xianqing quickly covered his face with a layer of chakra to block the wind, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Koshiro's footsteps were heard at the door of a small courtyard. He stared blankly at the woman who was sitting in the yard holding a little girl and coughing slightly. Her lips trembled slightly and she called out, "Lisa." "Huh." The woman in the yard turned her head and looked over when she heard this long-lost familiar voice. 0145122208 Philo 1712222500. When she saw Koshiro's face clearly, she also widened her eyes and wanted to say something excitedly. But she seemed to have thought of something again, so she held back and pretended to be angry and turned her head away, not looking at Koshiro. It seems that you are still angry with me." Seeing this, Koshiro smiled bitterly and immediately opened the door and walked into the yard. "What are you doing here? Get out." Lisa heard the noise and turned back and scolded. Koshiro was rather shameless at this time. He walked forward without caring about anything, looked at Lisa with deep affection, and apologized. "Don't be like this. Lisa, I was wrong at the beginning. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings for the so-called dream. I know I was wrong. I gave up my original dream and chose to open a kendo hall on a small island, teaching students while raising Konoha. Please forgive me. Konoha misses you very much. She often asks me where you are. Today, he said he would bring his wife and daughter back. It's time to make up for the original mistake. And Konoha did often ask where her mother was. You, cough cough cough." Lisa was slightly stunned after hearing this. She obviously didn't expect Koshiro to give up his dream and change so much. Opening a kendo hall was her dream. Unexpectedly, for a moment, she was a little excited and moved, and had the idea of forgiving Koshiro. Not only because Koshiro's apology and changes. At the same time, she really missed her other daughter. In fact, she was worried about her illness and her health was getting worse. Eyes. At this time, a little excitement affected her condition and she started coughing. Tashigi in her arms kept peeking at Koshiro curiously, a little shy and didn't dare to speak. "Lisa, are you okay? I'll take you to see a doctor." Koshiro saw Lisa coughing, her thin and pale face, and felt that her vitality was several times weaker than before, and she was immediately excited. You know, Lisa was also a swordsman at the time. Otherwise, how could they get to know each other and fall in love? Because they have common interests? It's just that they are both swordsmen, but their dreams are different. This is also the fundamental reason why they fell out and parted ways. Teacher, let me do it, I said. My medical skills are very good. At this time, Xianqing stepped forward and said, okay, then Xianqing, you should go to your master's wife. Koshiro just remembered it, and hurriedly slapped his head and urged, okay. Xianqing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lisa. Hello, master's wife, I am the teacher's new disciple Uchiha Xianqing. Please take care of me in the future. Now, please extend your hand. Hello. Lisa saw Sunking's polite look, and returned a gentle smile, and extended a hand as he said. Xianqing immediately took her pulse and used chakra to roughly check Lisa's condition. He quickly withdrew his hand, and under the somewhat nervous gaze of Lisa and Koshiro, he directly said, it's not a big problem, it's mainly caused by worrying. In addition, Master's wife left a lot of hidden injuries when she practiced in the past and didn't deal with them in time, which led to it. Take these 2 bottles of conditioning medicine and it will be almost done. As he said, Xianqing directly took out 2 bottles of medicine and introduced, this bottle is a treatment medicine specially used to regulate the body and eliminate hidden injuries, and the effect is very good. And the other bottle is for warming and restoring soul power and mental power. Although, now Master's wife, you and Master have resolved the misunderstanding, and the family is reunited. The knot should be resolved, but the past has hurt your mind. Taking this can restore the mental trauma? P.S. Please order first. Custom order? Thank you. You are so thoughtful. Lisa listened and immediately took the 2 bottles of medicine. She took 2 gulps directly. Soon, she felt 2 warm currents spreading to her body and head. The hidden injuries and damage in her body were quickly healed. Her body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most obvious thing was that her face began to turn rosy. The previous sickly pale color quickly dissipated. She was no longer sick. At the same time, she stopped coughing. She was full of energy. Mom, are you okay? Tashiji asked happily when she saw the changes in her mother. Over the years, she has been very worried and anxious when she saw her mother's health deteriorating. But they found several doctors in Logetown and they all said there was nothing they could do. Unexpectedly, she was cured by a little brother today. For a while, Tashiji's favorability towards Xianqing soared. Well, I feel completely healed. Lisa clenched her fist, reached out, and touched her daughter's head, and nodded affirmatively. Then, she stood up and saluted Xianqing with gratitude. Thank you, Xianqing. Don't, Master's wife, you are embarrassing me. Xianqing avoided it immediately, smiling and waving his hands. You can bear it. Lisa smiled knowingly and thanked. This disease has troubled her for several years. He thought he would die soon. By then, I'm afraid Tashiji will be left alone. Even if she still has some connections, she can ask the base commander of the marine here to help take care of her, but Tashiji is so young, who knows if she will have an accident. Now it's good, she was cured by Xianqing, and her husband also came to apologize to her and changed completely. How could Lisa not be happy? That's right, Xianqing, you deserve it. Please accept my greeting. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that Lisa and her daughter were here, and I might never have found them in my life. I'd be separated from them for life. It would even lead to a greater tragedy. Thank you for all this. Koshiro then looked at Xianqing with gratitude and was about to salute him. Don't. Xianqing was speechless and avoided him again, and stopped him. Teacher, don't embarrass me. If you really want to thank me, let old man Kosaburo help me forge 4 good swords. I'll prepare the materials, how about it? He knew that Koshiro's father Kosaburo was a master swordsmith. It just so happens that he, Minato, Mikoto, and his mother don't have a suitable sword. It must be a great sword, right? Then he can use the armed color temperature to cultivate it, and finally achieve the black sword of the supreme great sword level? Admittedly, there are indeed many famous swords and precious swords in the pirate world, but Xianqing feels that it may not be suitable for them. He hopes that his and other swords can have excellent chakra conduction functions. In this way, they can fully fit them and let them play their due strength. Ninja sword techniques are definitely what they need to learn in the future. So, he plans to collect and buy some chakra conduction metals, and then combine them with some precious metals in this world, and ask Kosaburo to forge the sword. Huh? Is that so? Koshiro was slightly stunned when he heard it. Yes, it can be. In fact, even if you don't say it, I will ask my old man in my hometown to help you tailor a great sword. So, this doesn't count, because I owe you a huge favor. If you have any requirements in the future, just tell me. Xianqing is his most valued disciple. They are the disciples who carry his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. He will not be stingy. He even plans to give Minato and Mikoto a big sword when they graduate. Having a father who is a swordsmith is awesome. Of course, it is also because Minato and Mikoto have good talents in kendo that he has such an idea. Oh, don't be so polite. We are all family. When you accepted me as your disciple and taught me the core inheritance of his Heinryu, didn't you hold back at all? Xianqing waved his hand indifferently. It would be polite to say these. At this time, he also used his talent to check the favorability of the 3 people present to him. Sure enough, as expected, Koshiro's favorability to him directly increased to 90. It greatly exceeded the minimum standard of the contract. Lisa's wife also reached 89 points. It is quite high. Tashigi, the little girl, even reached 94 points. It is off the charts. Obviously, she was very grateful to Xianqing for saving her mother and helping her find her father. This family can be contracted. Even, I guess when I bring Lisa and the others home, when Konoha knows my contribution, her favorability towards me will probably reach the standard directly. In this case, can't I just contract this whole family? Thinking of this, Xianqing was very happy. This family is all kendo geniuses. Koshiro is a great swordsman, and Lisa used to be a swordsman. Although he fell down because of physical reasons before. But now that his body is better, his realm has naturally recovered. Konoha's kendo talent is not to be mentioned, it is comparable to Zoro. Tashigi's future in the original work looks a bit watery. But it is obviously because he lacked the guidance of a famous teacher since childhood and his foundation is not solid. But his talent is obviously not bad. All are worth the contract. In fact, he is very short of manpower now. Even if he is not talented enough, he is willing to contract. It is also good to bring him in as a worker. If he had enough manpower, the pharmaceutical factory on Magnetic Drum Island would not have needed to find a way to recruit Dalton. Haha, you kid. Koshiro also laughed out loud when he heard Xianqing's words, feeling very relieved. He felt that he had not made a mistake in accepting this apprentice. Not only is his talent evil, but his character is also top-notch. What else can a man ask for from such a disciple? Okay, master and madam, now you are reunited with your family? Why don't you go back early? I guess junior sister Konoha should also want to see you. Xianqing suggested at this time. He knew that his master was not easy to speak at this time. He naturally had to help assist. Yes, Lisa. Sure enough, when he said this, Koshiro immediately looked at Lisa with understanding, begging eagerly, come back with me. Konoha misses you very much. Besides, my old man was furious when he found out that you and I were separated. He has been teaching me a lesson for this matter for many years. Okay. After listening, Lisa thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. She also missed Konoha. Which mother would like to be separated from her young daughter? That was because she had no choice at the time. She could have taken both children away. But that would have been too cruel to Koshiro, so she only took Woshi away. Now, the family can finally be reunited. Zero, please give me flowers Zero. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. God still favored her. Haha, then Xianqing, I'll ask you for help again. Seeing this, Koshiro was overjoyed and quickly stretched out his hand to hold Lisa's waist. At the same time, he touched Tashigi's head with his palm and stretched out his other hand to Xianqing, asking, it's a small matter, but, doesn't master's wife need to pack her luggage? Xianqing smiled slightly and then urged, DB. Koshiro's expression froze for a moment, then he withdrew his hand and looked down at his wife and daughter in his arms. You? Wait a minute. Lisa glared at Koshiro, and immediately handed Tashigi to Koshiro, and ran into the house to pack her luggage. 0145122008 Philo 1712322040. It took more than 10 minutes to pack the things. Okay, let's go. Lisa said as she prepared to hand over her heart to Koshiro. Leave it to me first. Xianqing took the luggage first. Without waiting for Lisa to say anything, he put the luggage into the spacetime gate space with a thought. Suddenly, Lisa was stuck. Is this the devil fruit ability of the evil space system? Lisa asked in surprise. Big brother is amazing. Seeing this scene, Tashigi also widened his eyes with curiosity and kept staring at Sunking's hands. Wanted to figure out where Xianqing had changed the things to. I guess so. Xianqing nodded without comment, stepped forward and grabbed one of his teacher's arms and said, okay, it's time to go. Koshiro understood and hugged his wife and daughter in his arms, and said to Xianqing, it's okay. Very good. Let's go. The next moment, Xianqing took the family back to the Kendo Hall on Shimatsuki Island. This space transmission? Or group? Your ability is really convenient. Lisa saw the greatly changed environment and couldn't help but praised in surprise. This is so convenient for traveling. Haha, not bad, not bad. Hearing this, Xianqing smiled slightly, waved his hand and took out Lisa's luggage, and then said to Lisa and his teacher, in fact, if you are willing, I can also give you this teleportation and storage ability. What? Really? Lisa and Koshiro were stunned and shocked. Can this really be done? But Koshiro suddenly thought of Minato, Mikoto, Kushina, and Uchiha's Hilly seemed to have similar abilities. He was also wondering why several people had the same ability before. But he didn't think much about it, because he had no intention of exploring the secrets of his disciples. But now Xianqing actually took the initiative to bring it up. He immediately believed and understood. So, Minato and other spatial abilities were given by you? Koshiro couldn't help asking. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. All, but this method has limitations. You need to have a certain level of favorability towards me and sign a contract with me. After the contract, you can not only gain spatial abilities, but also get more and greater benefits. But at the same time, you will be subject to me to a certain extent. So, whether to sign a contract or not, teachers, you can think about it carefully. This kind of thing is not forced. The favorability is already so high, it's okay to reveal a little information. With their character, they will not reveal it. P.S. Please order first? Self-order for? Is that so? Koshiro listened, and looked at Lisa, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Xianqing to have this ability. So, your master's wife and I have reached the requirements for your favor ability? You can also directly see how much others like you. Koshiro asked again. He felt that this ability was really weird. Can you even do this? Wouldn't it be easy to tell whether a person is an enemy or a friend? In this way, it can prevent the approach of two-faced villains, which is not good for Xianqing himself. However, considering that there are so many strange devil fruit abilities in the pirate world, it is not surprising. But is Xunking's ability really a devil fruit ability? Is it a contract fruit? That's not right. The contract fruit must be based on the contract, and it is impossible to involve any space ability. This space can only be possessed by Xianqing himself. Or, is Xianqing a dual fruit ability user? Koshiro felt a little confused. Just don't think about it. What needs to be considered now is whether to sign a contract with Xianqing. He himself doesn't mind, it depends on his wife. Not only the master and the mistress, but also Wo Saiki has met the requirements. In addition, as for Konoha, I guess she should be able to meet the standards when she knows what happened today. After all, her favor ability towards me was already quite high before. Xianqing said bluntly. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Huh? Is that so? Koshiro and Lisa looked down at Tashigi in their arms with some surprise. Tashigi also looked at his parents curiously with his big watery eyes, then looked at Xianqing, and nodded affirmatively. I like brother Xianqing the most. If it weren't for him, Mom wouldn't have gotten better, and Dad wouldn't have found us. Koshiro and Lisa smiled when they heard it. It is also understandable why Tashigi has such a high favor ability with Xianqing after just meeting him once. What do you think, Lisa? Xunking's character is fine? I have no objection. It's up to you. Koshiro immediately looked at his wife and said. Okay. Lisa looked at Xianqing, smiled knowingly and said, Xianqing said it before. We are a family. It's just a contract. The pros and cons are clear, so there is nothing to hesitate. I believe Xianqing will not harm us. How about we sign a contract first? After all, she still had some doubts. After all, it was the first time she met Xianqing. Okay. Koshiro understood what his wife meant, and didn't care, and nodded in agreement immediately. Then he looked at Xianqing and said, then, what do we need to do? It's very simple. Touch this mark, and then agree to the contract in your heart. Xianqing said, and condensed two mysterious runes directly from his eyebrows and sent them to Lisa and Koshiro. The two were a little surprised and curious when they saw this scene. This rune feels very mysterious. The two looked at each other and stretched out a finger to touch the rune in front of them. The next moment, a voice sounded in their minds, explaining the pros and cons of the contract and asking if they agreed. Agree. The two of them immediately said in their hearts. The next moment, the rune turned into a stream of light and sank into their fingers. And along their fingers, it entered their sea of consciousness between their eyebrows in the blink of an eye. Then, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirate world, as well as some information about the ninja world, continued to pour into the minds of the two. At the same time, there were also benefits for contract members, such as crystal, source chakra refining, health-preserving exercises, and longevity techniques. It took a while for the two to digest this information. Opening their eyes and looking at each other, they both couldn't help but gasp. They both saw the horror in each other's eyes. I didn't expect you to be from XX. Can't you say this? Just when Lisa was excited to say the words of Otherworld, she suddenly found that she couldn't say this. Recalling the restrictions of the previous contract, she suddenly realized, is this the information restriction? So magical. Dear, let Tashigi also sign the contract. And Konoha, tell her now that Xianqing saved me and helped our family reunite, so that she can also meet the standards and then sign the contract. Lisa immediately said to Koshiro, don't blame her for being too snobbish. Who can resist such a benefit? Xianqing didn't lie. This contract is indeed of great benefit to them. It is a great opportunity. Not to mention that they can go to Otherworld in the future. The 4 techniques given by Xianqing alone are priceless treasures. With these techniques, she believes that both Tashigi and Konoha will have unlimited achievements in the future. Even if it is herself, she may be able to rely on these techniques to regain the path of a great swordsman, become a top great swordsman in the future, and become the top strong man in this world. Thinking of this, Lisa's heart surged for a while. Why did she break up with Koshiro in the past? Because of different dreams? I guess so. But at the beginning, the dream of both of them was to become the world's #1 swordsman. But as time went on, they found that their talents could not support them to go that far. Especially as a woman, she is inherently weaker in strength and physique than men, and her physical development will also affect the improvement of kendo. So, her dream gradually became to open a kendo hall and teach students to realize her dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. At the same time, she also placed her hopes on her future children with Koshiro. As a result, contradictions and disagreements naturally emerged. Of course, all of this is in the past. At this time, Lisa saw the possibility of improving her own aptitude and renewing her dream of becoming a great swordsman from the health-preserving exercises and the longevity tactic. How could she not be excited? Moreover, if her 2 daughters could also make a contract, they would be able to win at the starting line from an early age, and could directly rely on these exercises to eliminate the physical differences. The future can go further. Koshiro listened, looked at her helplessly, and then looked at Xianqing, a little embarrassed. Sure, I welcome you anytime. The more the better. Xianqing smiled Kaido. He naturally knew Lisa's previous concerns, but she is willing to explore the way for her children with her husband first, which is already very good, okay? Especially when the two of them met for the first time. It is normal to be cautious when it comes to your own child. If he were in this situation, he would do the same. Thank you very much. I will bring Kuna here. Koshiro and Lisa were delighted when they heard this. Koshiro left the house quickly after leaving this sentence. After a while, he brought Kuna here. Then, in Kuna's somewhat confused expression, he introduced his mother to her and told her the whole process of Xianqing leading him to find Lisa and Tashigi and saving Lisa. Are you really my mother? Kuna stared blankly. Lisa asked with some hesitation in excitement. There is no way to change. When Lisa and Koshiro broke up, Kuna was just a baby. How can I remember what my mother looks like? Yes, Kuna, my daughter, I am. Lisa nodded with red eyes and tears in her eyes, put down Tashigi, and carefully held Kuna in her arms. Tears were still falling down her cheeks, her whole body was trembling slightly, and she was so excited. Finally, she was reunited with her other daughter. Since the separation, she actually began to regret why she wanted to separate from Kuna. This regret is the root cause of her obsession and heart disease. Now, the obsession and depression in her heart have finally dissipated completely. After a while, Kuna separated from her mother and greeted Wosaiki vividly. Then, holding Tashiji's hand, she bowed to Xianqing with a happy face and thanked him. Senior brother Xianqing? Thank you for helping me find my mother and sister. Haha, you're welcome. Who made me your senior brother? This is what I should do. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand. At this time, he used his talent to check, and sure enough, Guiyi's favorability towards him had reached 88 points. It completely met the standard. How? At this time, Koshiro and Lisa asked Xianqing nervously. It met the standard. We can sign the contract. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Great. The two were overjoyed. What's wrong? Kuna asked with a puzzled look. Tashigi, on the other hand, had already known about the contract, and immediately told her sister about it vividly. After mom and dad made the contract with brother Xianqing, they were very happy and shocked, and they wanted us to make a contract with brother Xianqing as well. They must have gained a lot of benefits and taken advantage of brother Xianqing to do this? Humph. Tashigi looked at her parents with contempt. She felt that her parents were too powerful. Lisa and Koshiro looked embarrassed. They were not powerful, but simply wanted to protect their daughters and wanted to explore the way for them first? So that's it. Kuna nodded immediately, looked at Xianqing curiously and asked, Brother, can we make a contract now? Apart from anything else, she was envious of the spatial ability alone. Recently, she has seen Mikoto and others use teleportation and storage and retrieval abilities. Even Kushina took her to teleport in the village several times. She was so envious. She thought this ability was innate. Unexpectedly, it was all given by senior brother Xian. If she had known this, she would have maxed out her favorability towards senior brother Xianqing and signed the contract. No one can refuse the teleportation and storage abilities. And me? Tashigi also raised her hand and agreed. Of course. You all know the process? Just touch the mark and agree in your heart. Xianqing immediately condensed 2 mysterious runes again and prepared to send them to the two. At this time, Koshiro stopped him and said, Xianqing, wait. Can you temporarily reduce the information about the past and future of our world and even your world to them? They are still too young? It's not good for them to know too much, please. He just remembered this point. Kuna and Tashigi are only 4 years old, it's really not appropriate to know too much. That's right. Xianqing was slightly stunned, then apologized, sorry, I didn't think it through. I will delete most of the information and seal it in their runes first. When you think it's okay, I will help to unseal it for them to receive. It also includes the longevity secret. After all, they are not you. They should not be able to practice the health-preserving exercises to perfection in a short period of time, and they can't use the longevity secret for the time being. It is easy to have a negative impact. This small change can still be done. That's great. Let's do it. Koshiro and Lisa's eyes lit up when they heard it, and they agreed immediately. This is the best way to deal with it. Okay. Xianqing nodded, and immediately his mind moved. He spent a few minutes selectively sealing a lot of information about the past and future of the two worlds into the 2 runes. After finishing all this, he sent the 2 runes to Kuna and Tashigi and said, okay, contract. Yes, thank you, senior brother Xianqing, brother. The two nodded obediently, and stretched out a finger to touch the rune. The next moment, the rune culture flowed into their fingers, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the sea of consciousness between their eyebrows along their arms, and sat steadily in the center of the sea of consciousness. Then, a lot of information poured into their minds. They subconsciously closed their eyes and began to digest it. After a while, they opened their eyes. They looked at each other and said in unison, how magical? Senior brother Xianqing, brother, is actually from Otherworld. Haha, yes. Xianqing smiled and nodded. Then can we go to Otherworld to take a look? Kuna asked curiously. Tashigi also showed anticipation. You can, but it's not safe there. If you want to go, you can only ask me or Mikoto to take you there. You can't go there by yourself. Well, I'll limit you first, to avoid problems, Xianqing said, and with a thought, he directly set limits on the cross-border transmission of the two. Yeah? Then when can you take us to your world to play, senior brother Xianqing? Konoha and Tashiji didn't care about the restrictions, because they knew it was for their own good. The two little guys were obviously very sensible, but they still asked. Tomorrow? How about taking some time tomorrow morning to take you to the ninja world? As he said to Koshiro and Lisa, then, the teacher and mother will come too. Okay, no problem. The four members of the family nodded and agreed. Next, Konoha and Tashiji pestered Xianqing for a while, and after asking some questions about the information they obtained, they were taken away by Lisa under Koshiro's permission. Koshiro invited Xianqing to sit in the tea room. 2.0 poured tea for the two of them, and asked carefully, Xianqing, in the future information you gave, will Konoha really die in such a ridiculous accident at the age of 10? As he said this, Xianqing could clearly feel that Koshiro's tone and body were trembling slightly. Obviously, he was very uneasy at this time. Haha, teacher, what are you worried about? Xianqing smiled and shook his head, and said with a relaxed look, since I appeared, many things have been constantly changing. Especially when you all have a contract with me. With health-preserving exercises, meditation methods, source chakra refining techniques, etc. When Konoha is 10 years old, I estimate that even if she is hit by a stone weighing thousands of kilograms or even heavier, it is estimated that at most she will have a superficial injury. How can it endanger her life? Isn't this a joke? So, your worry is unnecessary. At the very least, I have set up danger protection measures for each contractor. Once the contractor encounters a fatal danger, it will be triggered and automatically teleported to the spacetime gate space of Chinese medicine. There is no danger to life at all. He is very cautious. Huh. After hearing this, Koshiro let out a long breath and his expression relaxed immediately. A smile appeared on his face and said, so that's it? I am overthinking? Or you think about it? In this way, your master and I can be completely relieved. However, in the subsequent training, please take care of them more. I don't actually expect them to become very strong in the future, as long as they are safe and sound. Of course, if they can become very strong under this premise, it will be better, haha. Especially when I think of Konoha will inherit his dream in the future and want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Koshiro feels relieved. This seems to be a good idea. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? With these skills given by Xianqing and Sunking's help, Konoha really has the possibility to realize her dream. As for Tashiji, this girl actually wants to collect all the famous swords in the future. Koshiro thinks this dream is harder than Konoha's future dream, but it doesn't matter. It's better to have a direction to work hard than to have no direction. No problem. Xianqing smiled and nodded. Koshiro didn't say that he would also train Konoha and Tashiji. He is still waiting for the two to help him conquer the world in the future. Speaking of which, do you think I should bring Zoro to the dojo in advance, or settle him in the village here? Let him get in touch with you as soon as possible. Koshiro asked again. This is another genius disciple of his in the future? Although he is definitely not as good as Xianqing, he should be no worse than Minato and the others. Sure enough, you have known Zoro for a long time. So, he is also a descendant of Wanakuni. Xianqing listened and asked with some understanding. Yes. Koshiro nodded affirmatively. He is a descendant of the Moonlight family. He was entrusted to me. Before, for some reasons, he was placed in the next village by the government. So, Zoro will come to challenge the school to become a disciple in the future, which is actually arranged by Koshiro. Where are there so many coincidences? I can do it. You decide. Xianqing nodded without comment. It would be good to improve Zoro's favorability as soon as possible. However, this kid is still too young and not suitable for training. Koshiro nodded, then he asked carefully, I have also roughly understood the future information of our world that you conveyed to me. Do you have any plans or goals for the future here? If so, would it be convenient for you to tell me first? I can also make some preparations in advance. Anyway, my family has taken advantage of Xianqing, and if they have benefited, they must have a history. Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable. You know, since they can sign a contract, Xianqing can take it back at any time. At that time, everything I have gained since the beginning of the contract will be lost. Koshiro doesn't want to go this far. Although, as long as he doesn't go too far, Xianqing shouldn't do things so drastically. Well, Xianqing listened, looked at Koshiro with some surprise, thought for a while and said, the ultimate goal must be to overthrow the world government, control the entire world, and become the new king of the world. Not only the pirate world, but also the ninja world is working hard for the same goal of mine. Koshiro's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Xianqing, your goal is too scary? Can you do it? You know, the world government is very powerful. The information you gave also mentioned that the real power behind the world government is the man named Yuma. This man is suspected to have lived for more than 800 years and was the one who established the world government. Can we really overthrow such a person? He thought that Sunking's goal would be big, but he didn't expect it to be so big. But if you think about it seriously, if you get Sunking's cross-century ability, and have such a strong talent and understanding, I'm afraid you will have similar ideas, right? It can only be said that the position you stand in is different, and the goal will naturally be different. Of course we can. Xianqing smiled and said, "Teacher, you have to have confidence in us. Besides, we don't have to clearly resist the world government or overthrow the world government from the beginning. We can make a plan first, and then divide the plan into multiple stages, step by step, slowly. At least, at this stage, we still need to develop dormantly, expand personnel, and improve our strength. We will take action when we are fully prepared. During this period, we must also plan in advance and win over enough helpers and allies. It may not be necessary to overthrow the world government. It can be carried out according to the normal process and name of power development. When it comes to action, these forces have long been involved with us and cannot withdraw. By then, even if we drag them together to resist the world government and overthrow the world government, they can only participate. In addition, in the next 10 years of the pirate world, until in the few years after Zoro and his friends go to sea, we will all be in a dormant development stage. The ninja world is the direction I need to deal with first. Only after I unify the ninja world and integrate the power of the ninja world, can I completely enter the pirate world, set up a banner, and prepare to overthrow the world government. This day will definitely not be short. Is that so? I understand. I will fully cooperate with you and help you. Koshiro nodded suddenly. If this is the case, it seems that there is no big problem. If Xianqing can integrate the power of the ninja world before fully entering the pirate world, the difficulty will be much lower. At that time, Xianqing must at least be invincible in the ninja world. This means that he already has the strength to defeat Uchiha Madara, Sage of Six Paths and Atsutsuki Kaguya. With this strength, if he gets to the pirate world, he will not be invincible, but he is almost there. Then, the two talked a lot. Mainly Koshiro asked and Xianqing answered. Knowing many things about the future, he was of course full of questions. By the way, is it true that Moria stole the body of my ancestor Shimatsuki Ryoma and the great sword Shisui? Is he really in the Devil's Delta at this time? Koshiro suddenly remembered this and couldn't help asking. The graves of his ancestors were dug up, and the bodies and the famous swords buried with them were stolen together. It would be strange if Shiro didn't get angry. He wanted to chop Moria at this time. Sure. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. In fact, even if you didn't say this, I would have mentioned it to you and asked you to retrieve your ancestor's body and famous sword. Moria is so careless. He deserves to be defeated by Kaido. After being defeated by Kaido once, his confidence was completely shattered, and even Haki basically couldn't play. He also liked to play with corpses and tried to fight Kaido again with a zombie army. It was undoubtedly a foolish dream. Well, thank you for bringing me this news, otherwise, I wouldn't know about it. I have to go to the Devil's Delta in the near future. By the way, is the map leading there a little bright? Koshiro thanked Xianqing and asked. Xianqing nodded and shook his head after hearing this. The map of the Devil's Delta area is not lit up, but the Sabayati archipelago, which is not far from there, was lit up a long time ago. If you want to go there, you can first teleport to the Sabayati archipelago, and then find a way to take a boat to the Devil's Delta waters. Or, summon Xiaohei and fly from Sabayati archipelago to the Devil's Delta waters. Later, your family can leave their names on Xiaohei's contract scroll to facilitate your summoning of Xiaohei in the future. As Xiaohei's strength and size continue to grow, it is still easy to carry several people for long-distance flights. Okay, thank you. Koshiro naturally would not refuse. By the way, at this time, Xianqing also suddenly remembered something and said to Koshiro, wait for you to find Moria, notify me, and I will go over to take a look. It's just right to take this opportunity to get the transparent fruit. In addition, the ghost girl Perona has good potential. Maybe we can take the opportunity to bring her back for training. It just so happens that Perona should have been picked up and adopted by Jiraiya at this time. 0145122208 Philo 1712322410. But the relationship should not be very deep yet, so it is suitable for training. The ghost fruit is quite buggy. If you train it well, it should be of great use in the future. It will be very dangerous, right? There are many zombies there, and Moria is also very strong, especially during this period of time. I'm not sure if I can ignore you when fighting him. Unless you can persuade your mother to take you with you, otherwise, the master will not agree. You can only wait until I finish the battle before coming over. Or, I will bring you the 2 demon fruit powers. He can't let Xianqing take risks. Otherwise, if Xianqing is hurt, let alone Uchiha Yuri, even he himself will not be able to forgive himself. Then I'll wait until you finish the battle and go over there. Xianqing hesitated. Kaido. His mother has been very busy recently, so he won't trouble her anymore. Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. Koshiro nodded with satisfaction. However, he didn't rush to leave, but first signed his name on the summoning scroll of Ninja Eagle's Zyahei with the help of Xianqing. Then, he and his wife Lisa first learned the source chakra refining technique, successfully condensed their own chakra seeds, and extracted some chakra. Then 613, he learned the summoning technique from Xianqing. Then, he waited for another 5 days to settle the family affairs, and then said goodbye to his family and Xianqing and others, and set off. At this time, Xianqing and others had finished the final exams of the first semester and officially had a holiday. Xianqing, it's time to fulfill your promise, right? Where should we go to play first? Once the holiday is over, Kushina couldn't wait to find Xianqing and asked. Apparently she couldn't wait any longer. Don't be so impatient. Xianqing saw this and shook his head with a smile. Since I promised you, I will set off naturally. In fact, Master Mito and the others have been contracted by me. Now, even if you don't have a holiday, you can come to this world to play at any time without worrying about being exposed. This is different. Kushina heard it and shook her head. Traveling for a period of time continuously feels different from traveling intermittently every day. You said that. Are you going to regret it? Kushina looked at Xianqing with a suspicious face and questioned. How is it possible? Let's discuss it together when Sister Mikoto and the others come. Xianqing shook his head repeatedly and denied it. Soon, Mikoto and Minato came. They discussed it before setting off. The long-distance trip of the holiday officially began. In the next month or so, they stayed in the pirate world for most of the time. They went to many places in East Blue. They also met and made friends with many people. For example, Nami's family in Kaguya, Ace and Sabo in Windmill Town, Usopp and Kaya's family in Zebro Village. Unfortunately, the pirate CLO had not yet disguised himself as a traveler in distress and entered Zebro Village to deceive Kaya. Otherwise, Xianqing would directly help their family solve this big problem, and maybe he could directly. Kaya's favor ability was maxed out. But even so, Xianqing also cured Kaya's congenital weakness and raised her favor ability to 76 points, not far from 80 points. Xianqing plans to take time to go there a few more times and teach Kaya medical skills, and she should be able to handle her. As for what will happen to Usopp in the future? Haha, Xianqing never thought that Usopp was worth Kaya's weight. P.S. Please order first. Custom order? More than 3 years have passed in a flash. At this time, Xianqing is already 10 years old. In these years, his strength has been amazingly improved. He is already a real cage-level peak strongman. And not just an ordinary cage-level, but a cage-level strongman with both physique and chakra. He has gone a long way in the cage-level category. At the same time, in these years, he has also given ideological education classes to Uchiha children and teenagers and guided them in their cultivation, which has greatly improved their favor ability. He successfully made more than 100 Uchiha clan ninjas have a favor ability of more than 80 points for him, and they were successively contracted by him. Then, they were deeply cultivated. Some of the older ones were sent by him to the pirate world to venture into the fierce battle experience and improve their strength. At the same time, he also expanded his influence in the pirate world. In addition to Uchiha, Noeki, Perona, Zoro, Ace, Sabo, Nami, Nokago, Belmir, Kaya, Cornus, Rossi, Gonfer and others were also successfully contracted by him and became his workers. With his help, they began to grow rapidly. Those who signed the contract early were already quite strong at this time. Those who signed later also had a promising future. Uchiha Xianqing. Talent, Spacetime Gate, God rewards hard work. Lifespan, 612 years, 4 months, 21 days. Life source, 67.2. Cultivation, Cage level peak, dual cultivation of Dharma and body. Chakra amount, 567 cards. Chakra attributes, water, wind, thunder, fire, earth, yin, yang. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharinon. Skills, Source Chakra Refining Technique, 953,411/1 million, perfect. Medical Technique, 22,133/100,000, perfect. Longevity Secret, 384,536/1 million, perfect. Sharinon Meditation Technique, 1 million/1 million, Great Perfection. Advanced Taijutsu, 53,346/1 million, perfect. Chakra Control, Max, Seal, Max, No Seal Casting, Observation Haki, 273,782/1 million, perfect. Armament Haki, 12,325/100,000, Great Success. Conqueror's Haki, 6,783/10,000, Minor Success. Thunder Fruit, 326,334/1 million, perfect. Sword Intention, 237,843/1,000,000, Truist Hind Sword Technique, 236,543/1,000,000, perfect. Omitted. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, 954,545/1,000,000, perfect. Omitted. Physical Skills, Marine 6 Styles, Max, Life Return, 383,456/1,000,000, perfect. Omitted. Even though Xianqing has practiced so many techniques and skills, he has practiced most of the main techniques and skills to perfection or even close to the state of great perfection in the past few years. Among them, the basic physical skills have long been enlightened and sublimated into advanced physical skills, and the effect of strengthening the physique is even more terrifying. Basic swordsmanship was sublimated into sword intent. Chakra control and seals were even more advanced, reaching the real limit. It was only at this time that Xianqing realized that not all skills could break the limit. To break the limit, at least there must be the potential and possibility of advancement. After his physique reached a certain level, he also successfully comprehended and mastered armament haki. Moreover, as his inner will became more and more firm and his mind became more and more transparent, under the impact and pressure of his teacher Conqueror's haki, he also successfully awakened Conqueror's haki. So far, he has even mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror's entanglement. Marine 6 styles was also completely mastered, and the control of the body was qualitatively changed, and he comprehended the return of life. In short, Xianqing at this time was terribly strong. The Uchiha at this time was no longer the Uchiha of a few years ago. Even the Senju had recovered some of their vitality, and their strength was constantly recovering and improving. The Uzumaki clan was no exception. The more this happened, the more the third generation became wary of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. They wanted to destroy them. Unfortunately, in the past few years, the three clans have joined forces and even secretly won over a group of ninja clans, making it impossible for the third generation to start any trouble. Until now, the situation in the ninja world has become more and more serious. Conflicts continue to intensify. Especially in the Rain Country, there was a Hanzo of the Salamander, called a demigod. Their ambitions began to expand, and they continued to expand outward, wanting to make the Rain Country the 6th largest country and the Rain Shinobi village the 6th largest ninja village. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, the opportunity we've been waiting for has come. This time, Hanzo of the Salamander of Rain Shinobi village took the initiative to attack our Fire Country and annex our Fire Country's territory. Even the daimyo sent a letter asking us to attack him. We can't miss it. Just declare war on Rain Shinobi village. Danzo said to the third generation excitedly. Pa. The third generation listened, took a few puffs of dry tobacco, glanced at Danzo and said, don't think I don't know, all this is pushed behind the scenes by you. Hanzo is not stupid. At this time he is really expanding to the Iron Country and the Sand Country. Not the Fire Country at all. We are all old friends. Who doesn't know who? Danzo did it on purpose. What's the relationship? Danzo listened and said disapprovingly, even without my guidance and instigation, this would have happened sooner or later, wouldn't it? With Hanzo's ambition, he would not be satisfied with the Iron Country and the Sand Country. What are these two countries? Either stones or sand. As long as Hanzo is not stupid, he knows that if Rain Shinobi village wants to become the 6th largest ninja village and Rain Country wants to become the 6th largest country, then invading Fire Country is a must. I just moved this time forward. Besides, there are actually Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi behind this. It's not just my handwriting. After these years of recuperation, and the Jinchuriki of several major ninja villages have become stable and mature, they can't wait to expand outward and grab more benefits. And is there a better target than the rich land of Fire and Konoha? So, all this is actually unavoidable. This is not a lie. There are indeed shadows of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi behind this matter. Hanzo may not be unaware of this, but for his own interests and ambitions, he chose to go with the flow. It just so happens that he also wants to try what the shinobi will react to. How strong is it? If it is too strong, he can just withdraw his troops, apologize and negotiate peace, and change direction. If Konoha's strength is not enough, don't blame him for biting off a piece of fat meat in the land of fire. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi actually took action too? That's really troublesome. When the third generation heard this, his brows knitted and his face was full of worry. But if you look carefully, you will find the excitement and expectation hidden in his eyes. He has actually been waiting for this day for several years. In the past few years, he watched Uchiha grow stronger, and Senju and Uzumaki recovered, and he was worried. But in peacetime, he couldn't find a suitable reason to target these three tribes. Especially since they basically don't accept dangerous missions and don't rely on missions to survive. Even if he wanted to set a trap to continuously cut off the power of these three tribes, it wouldn't work. Not to mention, more and more ninja tribes are bound by the interests of the three tribes, and their connection with them is getting deeper and deeper. Fortunately, the war he was looking forward to has finally arrived. Only in war can he take greater initiative. Then declare war on Rain Shinobi village. I will convene a meeting of all Konoha Jonin to discuss the matter of sending troops to the Rain country. This time, we have to cooperate well. The third generation didn't say anything more, and immediately spoke to Danzo. Of course. Danzo smiled brightly after hearing this, and said with a sinister smile, haha. This time I won't stop you and the others from joining the battle. I will even try my best to encourage them to join the battle on their own initiative, so as to consume their manpower. Don't do too much at one time. Third generation frowned after hearing this. If we do too much at the beginning, I'm worried that Uchiha Chiri and Mito-sama will directly refuse. So, this time, in addition to the registered ninja troops in the village, I plan to select a group of ninjas from each ninja clan to form an army and rush to the Rain Shinobi village battlefield. As for the commander-in-chief of the Rain Shinobi village battlefield, I'll leave it to you, Danzo. How about it? It's definitely better to let Danzo do things like cheating people. He's better at this. No problem, leave it to me, I'll get things done. Danzo nodded excitedly. This is what he is waiting for. He wants not only to weaken the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, ninja clans, but also to win the Rain Shinobi village battlefield. Make enough achievements and improve your reputation. 014512208171232540. In this way, when World War II is over, he will have the opportunity to drive Sarutobi Hiruzen out of office and make himself the fourth Hokage. It is far from enough to simply do chores for the third generation and persecute the Uchiha and other ninja clans. Of course, he will not tell the third generation about this. Is this really okay? will it be discovered? At this time, Yuditen Koharu frowned slightly. It's not that she looks down on the third generation, and Danzo, Uchiha Yuri, and Uzumaki Mito have never been simple characters. This can be seen from the fact that they, Chien Lees, have been repeatedly defeated by these two people in recent years. Indeed, it's better to be careful. Danzo, Hiruzen, don't get any benefits at that time, but be tricked instead. Mito Kato Homura couldn't help but remind him. He understands Danzo, this guy. He is very impulsive and rough in doing things. If there is any handle left in this matter, Uchiha Yuri and Mito-sama will not reason with them. What are you worried about? I have stopped the matter, so there will be no problem? Don't you believe in my ability? Danzo frowned and asked after hearing this. What do you mean? I give you the opportunity to follow behind and get benefits, and you don't even need to do it directly. You are still not happy, right? Too trash. If it weren't for him and Hiruzen, this Danzo would have been scattered sooner or later. Of course not. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura saw that Danzo was a little angry, and quickly stood up and waved their hands to deny. We are just a little worried and want you to be careful, Danzo. No more words? Since it has been decided to start, let's call the Jonin to discuss it now. The two began to change the subject directly. Okay. The third generation nodded immediately, summoned Minister Umbu, and gave instructions. The Umbu minister immediately took the order and left, gathering some Umbu ninjas to notify the representatives of the major ninja clans and the registered Jonin of the village. P.S. Please pre-order. Custom order. More than an hour later. Hokage building, inside the conference hall. At this time, most of the registered Jonin in the village and representatives of various ninja clans have arrived here. Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Yuri, and Uzumaki Akihime sat together. Uchiha is well informed. Do you know what happened? Uzumaki Mito asked Uchiha Yuri in a low voice. Although, Senju has recovered some of its vitality in the past few years with the efforts of her and Tsunade and the help of Uchiha, but the time is too short, and this time is far from enough. Therefore, Senju's intelligence network is far from being restored, let alone the Uzumaki clan. It should be the matter of Rain Shinobi village invading the Land of Fire. There are Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi behind this matter. Obviously, after all these years of peace, some people can't sit still anymore. They feel that their strength has recovered and want to start a new ninja world war to reap the benefits. Third generation, they probably won't miss this opportunity. Next, we have to play with them well, and at the same time we can proceed with the next stage of the plan. Uchiha Yuri directly sent a telepathic message to the two of them. This is the spiritual technique she mastered after practicing Sharinon meditation for half a year. It's very useful. Some things are still not suitable to be said in public. Even if the voice is low, who is not a strong man with sharp eyes and ears? Uzumaki Mito immediately nodded in understanding, and sent a voice transmission to Kaido. I see. Unfortunately, it's useless for them to be blinded. They have been waiting for this opportunity, and so have we. Next, we need to plan well and kill as many elites of the four clans as possible on the battlefield, such as Sarutobi. At the same time, we must let Danzo and the third generation bear enough guilt. Our own people have made enough merits and further won the hearts of many ninja clans and civilian ninjas on the battlefield, so that it will be convenient to completely pull the third generation down after the war and throw them into the abyss of no return. 547. Uchiha Yuri nodded slightly, and sent a voice transmission to Kaido. We must also take this opportunity to clean up the other four major ninja villages, so that they will not be able to provoke wars in the next few years. It will be convenient for us to reorganize and reform Konoha later. Since the preparations have begun, the steps must be in place. At present, Uchiha is terribly strong. There are hundreds of elite Jonin with 3 Megatama, and even more ordinary Jonin. If it weren't for the fact that many children and teenagers have not grown up completely because of the short time, the number of elites would be even greater. If most of these elite Jonin have not been contracted by Xianqing, it would be difficult to fully support them in training and improvement. Among these people, it is estimated that many have already broken through the Kage level. Makes sense. Uzumaki Mito agreed with this and sent a voice message to Kaido. If that's the case, then should we too take action this time? After all, Inoku and the third Raikage are not easy to deal with. After 3 years, she and Uchiha Yuri did not stand still. On the contrary, they made great progress. With the resources of the pirate world and the many heaven-defying techniques given by Xianqing, the strength of the two is definitely beyond Kage level. And it's not the kind of beginner. Their physique is also terrifyingly strong. I can't say it's comparable to the admiral level in the pirate world, but they are definitely at the level of alternate admiral. The level of practice of Conqueror's Haki is not low. Well, both of them have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Xianqing is not surprised by this. Because, whether it is Uzumaki Mito or Uchiha Yuri, they are strong women who have implemented and strengthened their beliefs in their hearts. Isn't it normal to awaken conquerors? Since mastering conquerors and constantly improving it, Xianqing has gradually recognized the essence of conquerors. This thing is an extension of the will of the mind. Bah. Let's see. Uchiha Yuri shook his head slightly without comment, and transmitted. Sunking's current strength has reached the peak of Kage level, and he has also cultivated both the Dharma and the body. Strength is enough to defeat Onoki and the third generation movie. Even without him, Tsunade's current strength is also a solid Kage level peak, and we should not need to do anything. Moreover, if we want to push Xianqing to become Hokage after the war, we can't intervene too much, but let Xianqing make the greatest contribution and completely eliminate his age problem. Otherwise, it may be difficult to convince the public. As for why they are so eager to help Xianqing become Hokage, naturally, it is to make it easier for Xianqing to gain more people's admiration and respect, so that he can more easily brush off the favorability of the ninjas in the village, and prepare for the subsequent entry of all people into the pirate world. If you don't sit in this position, the effect will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, let Tsunade take the position first after the war. The best option is to let the Hokage transition. Yes? Then let's not make a move for the time being. Just take care of this. Unless the old guy Uchiha Madara can't hold back and makes a move, then we'll see if we should make a move. Uzumaki Mito transmits the voice to Kaido. Uzumaki Mito is also very clear about the information about Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Moreover, in the past few years, Black Zetsu and even White Zetsu's activities have been found in Konoha, especially in the Uchiha clan. If the timing was not right, they would have taken action long ago. But even if they did not take action, they were not idle. After more than a year of hard work, more than 2 years ago, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri created a sealing technique specifically for yin-yang release Black Zetsu. Once they take action, they can use this sealing technique to deal with Black Zetsu. Yes, the premise is that it is necessary. At this time, the third generation, Danzo, Yudiden Koharu, and Mitokado Homura, walked in from outside, attracting the attention of most people at once. Soon, the 4 people fell separately. The third generation, who was sitting at the head, looked around, especially at Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Yuri, and Uzumaki Akamoto, who were sitting together. He paused for a second before looking away, then stood up and said, "Everyone, I have been anxious to gather you here for the past few days because the war is coming." A few days ago, Hanzo of the Salamander of Rain Shinobi Village led the ninja troops of Rain Shinobi Village to invade our fire country and occupied more than 10 villages on the border. Even more than 10 ninjas on our border were killed. In response, the daimyo was furious and asked us to send troops to recover the lost land and teach the Rain country a lesson. After preliminary discussions between me and several consultants, we have decided to declare war on Rain Shinobi Village, send ninja troops to drive Rain Shinobi Village out of the fire country, and invade the Rain country to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander. Let him and other forces in the ninja world know that our Konoha is not easy to bully. As soon as these words came out, the following jonin and the representatives were all furious. When did Rain Shinobi, a mere idiot, dare to challenge Konoha and the Land of Fire? Does he think that just because he is called a demigod, he really considers himself a demigod? Maybe that's what he thinks. No doubt, we will start a war. We must teach Rain Shinobi and Hanzo a lesson. Otherwise, no one will dare to challenge and invade the Land of Fire in the future. That's right. We must not tolerate it. We must strike hard. ###. A group of people chattered, showing indignation. The third generation saw it and nodded with satisfaction. This is the effect he wanted. The army's morale can be used. He immediately raised his hand to suppress it, and when everyone quieted down again, he continued, "Today, we called everyone here to discuss the specific matters of sending troops. This time, according to the intelligence we received, the actions of the Rain country were actually instigated and pushed by Rock Shinobi and Sand Ninja. It can be seen that this war is not just a war between us and Rain Shinobi Village. On the contrary, this is likely to be a ninja war that affects the entire ninja world. Once we go to war with the Rain country, Rock Shinobi and Sand Ninja will definitely wait for an opportunity to attack. Even if we fall into the quagmire of war with Rock Shinobi, Sand Ninja, and Rain Shinobi, it is not ruled out that Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi may also declare war on us. After all, they have always coveted the territory of our fire country." After hearing this, most of the people looked stern and got up solemnly. That's very possible indeed. There were actually signs of this during the last Ninja World War. Damn Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi? As expected, I said that no matter how arrogant Hanzo was, he should know that Konoha is not someone he can afford to mess with. Now it seems that there is someone backing him up? Hehe. Things are getting complicated. What's the problem? Just fight. When have we ever been afraid of Konoha? The reactions of the crowd were different, but it was clear that they all hated the troublemaking Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The third generation saw that the guidance was almost done, so they pressed their hands again, signaled everyone to be quiet, and then spoke again. "In view of this, we need to be prepared to go to war with 2 or even 3 or 4 fierce villages at the same time. 014512208171242100. Therefore, an elite force needs to be arranged to guard the borders of all 4 directions in advance, just in case. At the same time, the village also needs to prepare ninja troops in advance to deal with any war. And these, relying solely on the village's ninja troops and umbu, are far from enough. Therefore, I still need the families behind the ninja representatives present to perform enough family ninjas to support me." The representatives of each ninja clan narrowed their eyes slightly after hearing this. They said, "Sarutobi, why did Hiruzen call them all here today and lay so much groundwork?" It turns out that he wanted them to send people to support him. The representatives of the ninja clans also had different reactions to this matter. Some supported it, some chose to wait and see, and at the same time, some were mentally resistant. But none of them rushed to speak, but quietly looked at the third generation, waiting for his next words. If they want their respective families to send people, then shouldn't the families behind the Konoha F4 also set an example and send people and efforts? Otherwise, who would be willing to send the accumulated strength of the family to the battlefield? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has only been in power for 12 or 13 years, he has made a lot of money in these years by relying on the authority of the Hokage. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is a ninja clan with a large population and a lot of fertility. With a large supply of resources, he has cultivated a lot of ninja power in these years. It is unrealistic to completely hide these from all ninja clans. At most, it can be hidden from those small and medium-sized ninja clans, and some of the power can be hidden from the big ninja clans. Not only Sarutobi, Shimura, Utain, the three clans of Mito Gate have also grown rapidly in recent years. Moreover, they don't know how to keep a low profile, and their expansion is blatant. It is precisely because of these three clans that they attract most of the energy and attention that Sarutobi Hiruzen can grow in a low profile. It can be seen that the third generation is very smart. P.S. Please order first. Custom order. Seeing the reactions of the ninja representatives present, the third generation was not ambiguous and spoke directly. As a Hokage, as a member of the Sarutobi clan, I should naturally lead by example. This time, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will also send 500 family ninjas to participate in the war, including 20 jonin. Danzo followed closely and said, I am speaking on behalf of the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan will send 400 family ninjas to participate in the war this time, including 18 jonin. Yudiden Koharu, although my Tentane clan is only a small ninja clan, we are willing to send 50 people to participate in the war this time, including 5 jonin. Mito Kado Homura, my Mito clan will also send 50 people to participate in the war, including 9 jonin. After the 4 people finished speaking, they looked at the representatives of other ninja clans present. Her eyes even glanced at Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito in a subtle way. Her thoughts were self-evident. Now, who in Kunyi doesn't know that Uchiha is the real first benefactor of Ya? Uchiha Yuri saw this and sneered in her heart, but said calmly on the surface, in this case, then my Uchiha clan will also send 300 clan members to participate in the war. 80 of them are jonin. Her purpose is very clear. One of the main points is to focus on elite forces and not to send too many middle-level genin to participate in the war. Rather than letting the young middle-level genin of the clan participate in the war, it is better to let them work hard to practice and improve themselves first. Especially now that most of the children and teenagers in the clan have been contracted by Xianqing, they are arranged to go to the pirate world for training and even training on a daily basis. Of course, there are still many middle-level genin among the participants, and they are also contracted. These people participated in the war, in order to make up the number of people, and also to let them get further experience on the battlefield. Anyway, with the life-saving teleportation function of the contract, it is basically impossible for people to die. What? 80 jonin? Hiss? It's worthy of being Uchiha. Indeed. Although the number is not large, the quality is high. Uchiha is sincere enough. Most of the people present couldn't help but take a breath after hearing Uchiha's hilly statement. The number of jonin alone is nearly double the total number of jonin sent by the 4 clans of the third generation. Moreover, everyone knows that the jonin of the Uchiha clan is much stronger than the average strength of the jonin of other ninja clans or even ninja villages. Every 3 Magatama Uchiha jonin is an elite jonin. In recent years, this advantage has become more obvious, because the physique and vitality of the Uchiha clan's ninjas are much stronger than in the past. Most jonin now even have physical skills at the jonin level. Terrible. When the third generation and Danzo heard what Uchiha Yuri said, their pupils shrank suddenly and they looked at Uchiha Yuri. Obviously, they didn't expect Uchiha Yuri to make such a choice. Reducing the number of weak personnel by sending a large number of elites? It seems that Uchiha Yuri doesn't want the Uchiha to suffer too many casualties on the battlefield. But this is not a wise choice. The third generation and Danzo thought. Because, who doesn't know that it takes extreme stimulation to open the eyes of the Uchiha clan? And the battlefield is actually the best catalyst for Sharinan to open the eyes. The Uchiha elites are indeed very strong, but most of them have opened their eyes. If you don't send out weak tribesmen, don't you give up the opportunity to let these tribesmen open their eyes through war? The third generation and Danzo didn't understand Uchiha Yuri's choice. They didn't believe that Uchiha Yuri, with his intelligence, would not know this. But he still chose this way. I'm afraid they are on guard against us. Haha. Unfortunately, they put the cart before the horse. The third generation and Danzo sneered in their hearts. They decided that this time, they must kill as many of the elites sent by Uchiha as possible on the battlefield. In this way, the strength of Uchiha will be greatly weakened. It will be convenient for them to further suppress Uchiha in the future. Unfortunately, they obviously don't know how many jonin and elite jonin Uchiha has added in recent years. These are actually less than half of Uchiha jonin and elite jonin. On weekdays, most of Uchiha's forces are sealed or simply transferred to the pirate world and hidden. If the third generation knew about it, they would only be terrified and do something crazy, right? Uchiha Yuri and others chose to keep a low profile temporarily because they didn't want to force the third generation to jump off the wall and damage Konoha's strength. Because the timing was wrong before. Now it's almost time. Speaking of opening the eyes, Xianqing and many Uchiha people have proved that Sharinon meditation has a great effect on opening the eyes. Health-preserving exercises and source chakra refining techniques are also effective. One of them continuously improves mental strength, and the other, in addition to improving lifespan, improving bone quality, and improving chakra quality, also has the hidden effect of purifying and replenishing blood. Combining the two, even if it is a pig, with the blood of the Uchiha clan, it is estimated that after practicing for a few years, it can open the Sharinon. There is no need to open the eyes with killing stimulation. If killing stimulation is really needed to open the eyes, for the current Uchiha, there is no need to go through the Ninja World War. Hunting pirates, sea kings, and even ferocious beasts in the pirate world is all possible. There are so many opportunities. There is no need to worry about being known and targeted by the third generation. Unfortunately, the third generation does not know these. I just thought that Uchiha Yuri made a stupid choice to save the new generation of the family. In fact, not only the third generation, but also many representatives of the clan who knew the Uchiha Kage and Deilafa thought so. Uchiha Yuri was very worried in the face of many strange looks. Haha, now you think I am stupid and conservative, but when you know the truth, you will not think so. Uchiha Yuri sneered in his heart. Immediately after Uchiha Yuri, Uzumaki Mito also said, Senju sent 30 clan members to participate in the war, including 15 jonin. At this point, Uzumaki Mito looked around and said lightly, I think you all know that the Senju clan has integrated most of the side branches into the civilians in recent years, and the main branches also suffered most of the casualties in the last Ninja World War. There are not many clan members left, and these people have accounted for 90% of the elite of Senju. Of course, this is just for listening. In the past few years, Uzumaki Mito has been secretly gathering the new generation of Senju and even some of the new generation that passed away, arranged them to be taught and trained in the clan, and secretly let Xianqing send Shadow Clone to teach them and improve their favor ability. Then contract these people and send them to the pirate world to practice and improve. In 3 years, the national nation has sold more than 100 clansmen to the pirate world. Of course, they still go back to the Senju clan to rest and live every day. However, they have seals on their bodies to seal most of their auras and hide them. The third generation knew that Uzumaki Mito secretly gathered the new generation of Senju that was separated. 0, please give me flowers. Uzumaki Mito himself did not think that he could hide it from them. After all, there are so many people. As long as the third generation is not blind, they can find it. But what can they do if they find it? Stop it? That's asking for trouble. This is the Senju's own business. What reason do they have to stop it? Using the second generation's policy of integrating Senju into Konoha as an excuse? But the second generation did not say that the masters who integrated into the civilians, especially the new generation, could no longer be recruited to accept Senju training? Uzumaki Mito can say that all this is for Konoha, for the purpose of cultivating the next generation of Konoha. Because of this, the third generation just paid attention and did not mention this to Uzumaki Mito. Thank you for your support, Master Mito. When the third generation heard Uzumaki Mito's words, they were immediately ecstatic, and on the surface they bowed respectfully to Uzumaki Mito, to show respect. But in their hearts, they were thinking the same as Danzo, how to kill the last elite of Senju on the battlefield this time. At that time, the backbone and the last hope of Senju would be completely broken. Will the remaining new generations be difficult to deal with? As long as they find a way to kill them one by one before they grow up, it will be fine. 0. If these people want to grow up in the future, they will have to graduate and become ninjas to go on missions and gain experience, right? This is the opportunity. Even, they have the same idea for the new generation of Uchiha. Wait until most of the elites sent by Uchiha are killed this time. Let Uchiha's strength be greatly damaged, and then they can improve the new generation of Uchiha and the remaining elite forces. In this process, they can even find an opportunity to get the drug formulas and magical shellfish acquisition channels of Uchiha and make them their own. At that time, their Sarutobi, Shimura and other 4 tribes will really take off. Once their 4 tribes, especially the Sarutobi tribe, become strong to a certain extent, it doesn't matter whether Konoha has Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga and other ninja tribes. If the strength is strong enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen even wants to turn Konoha village into Sarutobi village. Although Uzumaki Mito doesn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking at this time, he can roughly figure it out. Therefore, she only nodded lightly to the third generation's salute, without any other expression. The third generation was not embarrassed by this, but looked at Uzumaki Lumming. Uzumaki Lumming felt the third generation's gaze, and without looking at him, he said directly, My Uzumaki clan will send 200 masters to participate in the war, this time 20 of them. You all know that we suffered a heavy loss a few years ago, and our clan members suffered heavy casualties. This is already our greatest support. Although the Uzumaki clan still has more than 1,000 clan members, excluding the old and the young, there are only more than 500 formal ninjas. This is almost half of them, which is very sincere. Even so, it is because they were arranged by Uchiha and Senju to be secretly trained, and the high-level nutritional pills supported by Uchiha in recent years have greatly improved the strength of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, he would send even fewer people. As for not sending, that is definitely impossible. The third generation and even most of the ninja clans in Konoha would not agree. Because although your Uzumaki clan has always been an ally of Senju and even Konoha in the past, it has only been in Konoha for more than 3 years, and its roots in Konoha are not deep. Is it possible that you accept Konoha's protection but don't want to contribute during the war? You are thoughtful. The third generation listened and nodded. I think this is about right. P.S. Please pre-order? Custom order again? My Hyuga clan will send 300 clan members, including 30 Jonin. My Nara clan. My Abarame clan. With the largest ninja clans taking the lead, and the third generation taking the lead, the representatives of other clans, big and small, in Konoha began to express their support. After the last ninja clan representative spoke, the third generation roughly estimated that there were more than 6,000 ninjas sent by many ninja clans this time. If the Umbu, the Root, and the ninjas in the ranks, especially the civilian ninjas, are added, the number of troops he can mobilize at this time has exceeded 10,000, reaching 14,000. The third generation feels that their troops have never been so abundant. However, at present, they will definitely not send out all the ninja troops. Thank you for your support. Since the war has not yet fully broken out, we certainly cannot send out all the troops now. In addition to sending a small number of elite troops to the borders of Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi to monitor the movements of the major ninja villages at all times. This time, the main place to send troops is the border of the Rain Country. At this point, the third generation looked around and said solemnly, "This is the first battle of this war. In order to prevent other ninja villages from despising us and thinking that there is an opportunity, and that Konoha is weak. Therefore, this war with Rain Shinobi 363, we must show the prestige of our Konoha. We need to defeat Rain Shinobi in one battle and deter Rain Shinobi and the other 4 major ninja villages. Only in this way can we avoid being besieged by the other 4 major ninja villages. Therefore, we must send elite troops to Rain Shinobi village. Therefore, I propose to appoint Hokage Kage Danzo as the commander-in-chief of the Rain Country battlefield. Order Sarutobi, Shimura, Teitin, Mitoman, Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Inoshikacho, and some Hyuga clan ninjas as sensory ninja troops, a total of 4,000 ninja troops, to be under Danzo's command to participate in this war against Rain Shinobi village. We must fight to decide the outcome, completely subdue Rain Shinobi, and intimidate the 4 major ninja villages, that's all." The people of each ninja clan had different expressions after hearing this, but no one said much. Soon, the meeting ended. After the people outside left, the third generation also found Uchiha Chiri. The Dofu said kindly, "Thank you, Lord Huo and Fiazi for your support this time. In view of the strength of the Uchiha participating in this war, I plan to appoint an Uchiha as the deputy commander-in-chief. I prefer Uchiha Jun. What do you think, Lord Chiri?" Uchiha Jun, the son of Uchiha Kagami, the husband of Uchiha Chiri's sister Uchiha Chimi. At the same time, he is also the father of the future Uchiha Shisui. The third generation chose to let him lead the Uchiha who went to the battle, naturally because he felt that he had brainwashed Uchiha Jun. Doing so will make it easier for Uchiha Jun to cooperate with Danzo to kill the Uchiha who went to the battle. Jun? Sure. Uchiha Chiri listened, squinted, and smiled, thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. Then let's go. The third generation saw Uchiha Chiri agreed, and was immediately overjoyed, but on the surface he nodded calmly, and immediately said goodbye to Uchiha Chiri and turned away. Uchiha Chiri also left the Hokage building with Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Aki. The 3 of them went straight to Uchiha Chiri's house to discuss the subsequent participation in the war. They even called back Xianqing, Maimei, Uchiha Chimi, and others. It is worth mentioning that Uzumaki Aki has been contracted by Xianqing for several years. With the help of Uzumaki Mito and Kushina, he spent half a year to brush up his favor ability, combined with Sunking's talent for sealing and his unclear relationship with Kushina. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. The reason why he attached so much importance and made such great efforts was to completely bind the Uzumaki clan together, and help the Uzumaki clan quietly recover and grow. Uchiha Kwan, I remember it was Uchiha Kagami's son, right? As soon as everyone arrived, Uzumaki Mito asked in confusion. While saying this, he also looked at Uchiha Jaime who was specially called over. Not bad. Uchiha Yuri and Jaime both nodded. BBR. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly and said, Uchiha Kagami had a good relationship with the third generation at the beginning, and was greatly influenced by Tobirama. In his heart, the village may be the first, and the family is probably the second. I'm afraid this kind of thinking will affect his son Uchiha Zen. Especially, after Uchiha Kagami's death, Uchiha Zen seemed to have received a lot of care and brainwashing from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you sure it's okay to let him lead the Uchiha in this battle? Be careful that he cooperates with Danzo to harm Uchiha. After saying this, Uzumaki Mito apologized to Uchiha's Hime, smiled and said, "This may sound a bit unpleasant, but I hope you can understand that I don't want Uchiha to suffer unnecessary heavy losses this time." "Yeah, it's okay, I understand." Uchiha Jaime smiled a little awkwardly after hearing this. Zen was indeed brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo in the past. Even I have been greatly affected in the past few years. Fortunately, after I was contracted by Xianqing, I learned a lot about the past and future of the ninja world, and saw through the true faces of the third generation and Danzo, and then I woke up. Then, help Zen to complete the contract with Xianqing, so that he also knows the miserable experience of Uchiha and my son in the future. So, now Zen is already on our side, and will no longer be fooled and brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the contrary, he chose to continue to disguise himself as a spy sent by us to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team, ready to give Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team a fatal blow at a critical moment, and this time, it is the best opportunity. At this point, Uchiha Jaime suddenly opened the 3-tomo Sharingan, with a ferocious face, and said hatefully, since Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to use my husband's hand to cooperate with Danzo to destroy my Uchiha elite troops participating in the war, then we will do the opposite this time, and take advantage of this opportunity and the information gap to destroy the elite troops sent by Sarutobi, Shimura and other 4 clans and even their supporters in one fell swoop. Even, if there is a chance, leave Danzo on the battlefield, to repay them. At the same time, it is also to avenge my father-in-law. Since these damn dogs dared to calculate their family and wanted to make Uchiha kill each other, don't blame her for her cruel revenge. Everyone present was shocked to see Uchiha Jaime so angry. Uchiha Yuri quickly reached out and gently patted Uchiha Jaime's Jr., comforting him. Okay, don't get excited. The opportunity for revenge is coming soon, and we will make them pay the price soon. Uchiha Jaime listened and took a few deep breaths, and then calmed down a little. Then, he smiled apologetically at everyone and said, sorry, I was excited just now. It's okay. Everyone shook their heads. Uzumaki Mito asked with some doubts, from what you said, Uchiha Kagami was actually killed by Monkey and others. Yes. Uchiha Jaime nodded. This is also what I learned after my husband and I were contracted by Xianqing. It turns out that my husband was brainwashed and controlled by Danzo a long time ago with a Mangekyo Sharingan taken from my father-in-law, and his memory was secretly altered See, moreover, this kind of tampering, in most cases, cannot be discovered and is difficult to remove. Even my sister and I didn't notice anything unusual in the past. It was only after Quan was contracted by Xianqing that the Mangekyo pupil technique was forcibly broken by the contract, and we learned the truth from Quan. Uchiha Jaime should be thankful for having such a nephew, and should be thankful that Danzo only tampered with part of Uchiha's memory and guided him to finally return to Konoha but did not directly make him hostile to Uchiha. Perhaps he was afraid of mistakes and flaws that would be discovered by Uchiha's people? That is why Xianqing was able to use his relatives to easily improve Uchiha's favorability and complete the contract. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito frowned when she heard it. So, Uchiha Kagami was actually killed by Danzo and his people? And he also took away his city flower Sharingan? They really deserve to die. She knew a lot about Senju Tobirama's arrangements and policies for Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Kagami was undoubtedly a disciple specially accepted by Senju Tobirama in order to balance and appease Uchiha. The purpose was to allow Uchiha to gradually and thoroughly integrate into the village. But Danzo and his people killed Uchiha Kagami, and the subsequent targeting of Uchiha's methods undoubtedly completely destroyed Senju Tobirama's policy against Tsunade. Even, it distorted Senju Tobirama's policy against Uchiha. And it was euphemistically called that everything was done according to Senju Tobirama's will. Shameful? Tisk tisk. Konoha is indeed complicated. If you didn't have a follow-up countermeasure plan, I would regret bringing the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha. Uzumaki Aminami couldn't help but sneered after hearing this. Harming and suppressing the people of their own village, and doing it so high-soundingly, what future can such a village have? Minato frowned when he heard these truths, and was greatly shocked. In his heart, he felt worse about the first generation and Danzo. He already believed from the bottom of his heart that the third generation was no longer suitable to continue to serve as Hokage and control the power of Konoha. Is that right? Uchiha Yuri curled his lips helplessly, and then said, Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo will continue to be in Let's Keep It with Danzo for a while. I will take it back soon. All the Uchiha are ours, but the third generation doesn't know yet, and they are planning to use them to design my 3.7 Uchiha, which is exactly what I want. We just take advantage of the information gap and do the opposite. I believe it will be easier to trick Danzo and destroy the elites sent to the front line by Sarutobi, Shimura and other ninjas in one fell swoop. We can even make a careful plan to put all the blame on Danzo and the third generation, so as to facilitate the subsequent blow to the reputation of the third generation and drive him out of office. Even let Sarutobi, Shimura and other ninjas pay a sufficient price. Don't think that stepping down is enough. Sarutobi, Shimura, Yudiden, Mitoman and other ninjas, don't think this matter will pass until they return the money, ninjutsu, and resources they have embezzled over the years in multiples, and do not lose a considerable number of elites in the clan. Even if he didn't care about the impact, Uchiha Yuri wanted to destroy the 4 clans directly. He was afraid that such a cruel method would cause disgust and opposition from other ninja clans and civilian ninjas. That would not be beautiful. I have no objection. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. Me too. Uzumaki Akiro also nodded. He even looked gloating. Obviously, he wanted to see the third generation and their misfortunes. Then this point is settled. I will call all the Uchiha here. Let's discuss it together. Uchiha Yuri said immediately. Okay. P.S. Please order first. Order by yourself. Next, Uchiha Chiri secretly called Uchiha Zen. In order to avoid being discovered by the third generation, she also specially asked Uchiha Zen to use Shadow Clone to perform transformation technique to rush over. After a serious and careful discussion, they made dozens of different contingency plans for the next battlefield situation, and let Uchiha Zen and Tsunade keep them in mind. Of course, Xianqing also kept them in mind, because this time, he and Mikoto, Minato, and even Noeke will participate in the battle one after another. Next, they are going to apply for early graduation. Let's discuss the plan here for now. In the future, we can adjust the plan by communicating in real time through the communication space according to the changes on the battlefield. In short, the goal this time is to destroy the elite ninjas such as Sarutobi and Shimura on the front line in one fell swoop, kill Danzo, and blame their deaths on rain shinobi or even rock shinobi sand ninjas, so that even if the third generation suspects the truth, they can't find evidence. Uchiha Chiri concluded. Yeah, Uzumaki Mito and others naturally had no objection. Uzumaki Mito even said to Tsunade, Tsunade, you will also participate in the battle this time. Remember to contact Uchiha-kwan through the communication space at any time and cooperate well. Yes. Tsunade nodded quickly. She would do the same thing without saying it. She also wants to avenge the Senju who died in the first war, the Noeke who was originally killed in the future, and herself who was pitted. This time, she will not care about any teacher and hold back. Then, the Vortex Mito looked at Uzumaki Lumming again and said, it's the same for you? So, who will lead the Uzumaki clan this time? Duh. Uzumaki Lumming listened, pondered for a moment, and said, let Kushina's father, my son, Dei lead the team. It just so happens that he is also a contracted person. It's more convenient and more reliable. Others, the adult ninjas of the Uzumaki clan have too few opportunities to contact Xianqing, and the favorability can't be raised for a while, because there are too few contracted people. The younger generation is much more, but the prestige and strength are not enough, so this is the only way. I will explain it to Dei after I go back, and let him contact Uchiha-kwan and Tsunade through the communication space first. Even Dei easily raised the favorability to 08 degrees because of Kushina. Doichi? Sure. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction, and said to Tsunade and Uchiha, you all heard it, and you three should discuss it carefully afterwards. Yes. Tsunade and Uchiha agreed immediately. Then let's stop here today. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Xianqing and the others and said, you should be ready to graduate early? Noeke will also participate this time. Do you have any ideas about the team leader? Do you want to arrange one from our 3 tribes? DB. Xianqing and the others listened and looked at each other. Xianqing said, why don't we let Sister Tsunade lead us? Anyway, I am also Sister Tsunade's disciple, right? It's very suitable, the third generation should agree, right? As for Noeke, isn't he Orochimaru's disciple? It can only be arranged by Orochimaru. However, it's better to arrange a contracted Uchiha and Uzumaki as teammates for him. It just so happens that among those who are going to graduate early, there are a group of people from the 2 tribes. Just select 2 excellent ones. It's not that he doesn't want to take Noeke, but there are already enough people on their side, and it's not suitable. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito listened and looked at Tsunade. After seeing Tsunade nod, she nodded and said, of course, it's okay. Anyway, with the life-saving teleportation function, there is no need to worry about Noeke's life being in danger. But, your purpose should not be that simple, right? Let Noeke continue to follow Orochimaru. Do you want to deepen the relationship between Orochimaru and us, prepare to win him over, improve his favorability, and make a contract? She knows a lot about the future and knows that although the future Orochimaru is going further and further on the road of pervert, it is undeniable that he is a scientific research genius. It will be of great use to Konoha and the future of the ninja world. This kind of talent really can't be missed. Hehe, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Lord Mito. Xianqing listened and laughed happily. I do have this idea. Orochimaru is not easy to approach. If you approach him without a suitable reason, it will easily arouse his vigilance, which will make it difficult to improve your favorability. Using Noeke as a starting point is the most appropriate, which can relax his vigilance as much as possible. Compared to this, even using the relationship with Sister Tsunade is not so good. This is also the reason why Xianqing has not had much contact with Orochimaru through Tsunade in the past few years. It's just that in the limited Sunin gatherings, Tsunade took him to see Orochimaru a few times in the way of showing off his disciples. He left a good impression on Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, he is more difficult to deal with than Orochimaru, because he has too deep feelings for the 3rd generation and his personality is too stubborn. Although he is usually careless, when it comes to key issues, he can't make sense. In addition, he is a contractor of Mount Mayaboku and has been brainwashed and fooled by the prophecy of the old toad. It is not suitable to be recruited for the time being. It is easy to leak some of Sunking's secrets to the old toad. Moreover, Jiraiya's value is far less than Orochimaru. He can only be recruited as a top thug. At present, he is no longer short of reserves in this area. When the new generation of the 3 tribes grows up, there will be many such people. Health-preserving skills, longevity secrets, source quality chakra refining and meditation are so powerful. Given enough time, they can turn a mediocre person into a talent. That's right. Tsunade nodded in agreement and gave Xianqing an admiring look. Although you haven't met Orochimaru many times, you know Orochimaru well. I hope you can succeed soon and pull this guy over, so that he won't go astray in the future. To be honest, his problems in this area have become more and more serious over the years. He is already studying the secret of immortality and has even started to contact Danzo. In the future, it will only become more and more difficult for him to contact and trust others and have a real good impression of others. Especially in the past few years, with the help of Xianqing, Tsunade's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has easily entered the ranks of Kage-level masters. And there is still no sign of slowing down, but the growth rate is getting faster and faster. This puts huge pressure on Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The two are forced to roll inward, but the upper limit of talent is there. Jiraiya still has fairy arts to break the upper limit and continuously raise the upper limit. Orochimaru can't do it. He has tried fairy arts, but failed to practice. This will force him to go to extremes in advance. This is not what Tsunade wants to see. I think so too. Xianqing nodded. He plans to gradually build a good relationship with Orochimaru through Nawaki, and then gradually use some things that do not involve core secrets to gradually attract Orochimaru, improve his favor ability. Wait until the favor ability reaches the standard, then use the elixir to lure him into a contract, and then let him know some core secrets. Send him to the pirate world to broaden his horizons. Let him combine the resources and technology of the pirate world with the resources and technology of the ninja world to create more good things. This kind of top scientific research talent cannot be missed. Speaking of scientific research talents and technology, perhaps I can take some time to go to North Blue, find Germa 66, and get blood factor technology, android technology, battlesuit technology, etc. from them? Even in the future, I can find Vegapunk and try to subdue him and obtain his technology. Well, I have to look for the technology island that Frankie discovered in the future. Xianqing thought. There are still many things to do in the future? By the way, suddenly, Tsunade looked at Mikoto and others, and couldn't help asking, Xianqing, are you going to team up with Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato? Wouldn't that give you one more person? How about sending one to Nawaki? In general, except for the teacher in charge, the new team is a team of 3. Forget it. After hearing this, Xianqing shook his head and said, the 4 of us are used to working together on weekdays, so there is no need to separate. Besides, Sister Tsunade, you will go to the front line of the battlefield next and take up an important position, right? You don't have much time to lead us. Follow up, I guess we have to act on our own. In that case, won't there be one less person at that time? So, it's just right to have one more person now, isn't it? We have already declared war on range shinobi. Including the time it takes for the troops to go to the front line, the official start of the war will not exceed half a month. Excluding the preliminary probing, intelligence gathering, and negotiations, it would not take more than 2 months. Therefore, even if Tsunade delays and takes them first, it will not take more than 2 months. That's right. Tsunade suddenly realized and gave Xianqing a thumbs up, saying, you are still thoughtful. Then it's settled. I will talk to the old man about it later and settle it as soon as possible. Well, let's get Orochimaru involved and confirm Nawaki's matter. That's it. Dismissed. Everyone should go about their own business. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito met, smiled at each other, and waved their hands to announce the adjournment. Then, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Tsunade ran to find Orochimaru as soon as possible. Xianqing and the others continued to go to the pirate world to practice. Shimatsuki Village, Ishine Kendo Gymnasium. Senior brother, are you guys going to start a war? Will it be dangerous? Are you going to join in? Kuna couldn't help asking when she heard Xianqing and the others talking while practicing. Her face was full of worry. Yes, war, isn't it dangerous? Tashiji also nodded, revealing a worried look. 3 years later, the 2 little guys have grown up a lot. They started practicing with Xianqing and the others 3 years ago. At first, because they were too young, they mainly practiced health-preserving exercises. A year later, they started practicing other exercises when they were 5 years old. Haha, not bad. Xianqing smiled and stopped what he was doing. He reached out and touched the heads of the 2 and said, don't forget, we all have the life-saving teleportation function. Even if we encounter real danger, we will be fine. War? Sooner or later, we have to experience it. We are now at the age where we can experience it. As for you, you still have to keep working hard. In the future, if the 2 want to venture into the pirate world and want to help Xianqing, fighting and even war are inevitable. Okay. Kuna and Tashiji nodded somewhat disappointedly after hearing this. We will work hard to practice and strive to help you, senior brother Xianqing, as soon as possible. Haha, that's great. Go practice. Xianqing was immediately Ichiraku, patted their heads again, and sent them to practice. Brother Xianqing, you have to be careful. Pay attention to safety. When we grow up, we will help you too. At this time, Nami, Nokugo, Keiya, Ace, and Sabo all spoke with concern. That's right, since these little guys were given 80 points of favor ability by Xianqing and signed a contract, they would be teleported here for daily training. Of course, sometimes everyone would go to Sky Island, Magnetic Drum Island, and even some Beast Islands for training and experience. The venue is not completely fixed. These little guys grow up very fast. There are even many children from the Uchiha, Senju, and Whirlpool clans who practice kendo, physical skills, etc. here. But most of them are still arranged in Sky Island or several Beast Islands. The main reason is that if there are too many people, it is easy to attract some unnecessary attention and trouble. So they simply opened up a few more hidden training sites, and arranged some elites from the 3 clans to sit in these sites, responsible for everyone's safety and daily teaching. Haha, good. You all have a heart? Then work hard to practice. I 920 look forward to that day. After listening, Xianqing smiled and touched the heads of several people. Nami and the other 3 girls were fine, they were just shy and happy. Ace and Sabo felt warm in their hearts, but they turned away quickly with an awkward look on their faces. Xianqing was amused. The little man's self-esteem. Soon, the whole morning was spent in training. During lunch, Koshiro sat next to Xianqing and asked while eating, "What's going on with this war? Do you need me and your master's wife to help you?" "You're welcome. We are now stronger and stronger." Koshiro was originally a great swordsman and a strong man at the admiral candidate level. Since he made a contract with Xianqing, he obtained the health-preserving skills, source chakra refining skills, crystal meditation skills and other skills, and he also had the longevity medicine to restore his youth, and his strength began to increase rapidly. 3 years later, Koshiro's strength has already entered the admiral level. He is confident that he can compete with the 3 future Marine Logia admiral battle, and he can also not lose points. After his wife Lisa untied her knot and was contracted, she relied on the health-preserving exercises and the longevity techniques to continuously improve her root bone qualifications, and practiced meditation and source chakra refining techniques, and her strength also improved rapidly. At present, he has reached the peak of the swordsman, and is not far from the great swordsman. The comprehensive combat power is definitely the naval headquarters elite vice admiral level. Confidence can still help Xianqing. Not for the time being. Xianqing listened, thought about it, and shook his head. At present, there is no need for you teachers to take action. If there is really a need, I will tell you. Then, Xianqing roughly told Koshiro about the current situation of the genin world. Koshiro understood immediately. Since you have a plan in mind, I feel relieved. If you need it again, just ask anytime. I'm basically free here. By the way, the 4 ninja swords you ordered have been forged. After my father's careful carving, they are all at the level of large swords. After dinner, you can come with me to my father to collect them. As for the subsequent ninja sword forging, because the requirements are not so high, the speed will be much faster. A batch of good swords will be forged in a month. I will notify you when the time comes. The large swords are not so easy to forge, especially when you have to forge 4 at a time. It also added chakra metal, and some other precious minerals that are not from this world. Even with Kozubero's forging ability, it took several years. Oh, Xianqing heard it, and Yishi's eyes lit up. Has it been forged? This is really great. With a ninja sword of the level of a large sword, our strength will definitely be greatly improved. This time, it's really hard for the old man. It can only be said that Kozubero is worthy of being a sword forging master. This level of ability is too awesome. 4 large swords? Happy to death? P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Haha, no way. Koshiro laughed loudly after hearing this. Compared to your help to our family and the old man, this is nothing. Besides, since I was contracted by you, took the elixir of immortality, and regained my youth, the old man's blood has been boiling again. He is also very interested in continuing to forge swords. Even if you don't ask, he will probably forge a sword for you. This time, there is not enough time, and some materials have not been collected. Otherwise, he is ready to forge a supreme sword level magic weapon for you directly. At this point, Koshiro shook his head with emotion and said, "Unfortunately, this level of magic sword is not so easy to forge. Strength, luck, materials, timing, all are indispensable. Comparatively, it is easier to create your own supreme sword and black sword based on the great sword and use the armed color to cultivate it for a long time. At the same time, the supreme sword obtained by this method will be more suitable and handy for swordsmen to use. You can try it later. With your current age and the strength of your armed color, maybe after a few years, you can cultivate your own supreme sword." He is also currently cultivating his own sword with all his strength, looking forward to the day when he cultivates his own black sword. As for the famous sword Kyushui that he had taken back a long time ago, it is currently kept at home and he has not used it himself. Ready to wait for the future, Zoro gave it to him when he graduated. A sword definitely needs a master, otherwise, it will only decay gradually. I understand. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. Having a large sword level is enough? How many people want to get a large sword but can't? People should be content. Speaking of forging a sword, when my strength is improved to a certain level in the future, I may learn it when I have time. In the future, I will try to make my own sword for myself. Anyway, he has a cheat, so he is not afraid of not being able to learn or not learning well. Oh. Koshiro heard it, raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to have such an idea. It's not impossible. As long as you are willing to learn, the old man will definitely be very willing to teach. However, at this stage, it's better not to practice to improve your strength." Koshiro was not too worried, just mentioned it and didn't say much, because he believed in Xianqing's self-control and planning ability. I understand. Sure enough, Xianqing smiled and nodded in agreement. After lunch, Koshiro directly summoned Xianqing, Mikoto, and Minato to go to the back mountain to find Kosuburo. Kushina and others also followed curiously. Soon, they came to the forging workshop in the back mountain and met Kosaburo. It turned out that there was a ground fire here that could be used for forging. Are you here? Seeing that several people were coming, Kosaburo held a pipe in his mouth, smoking, and pointed to the knife rack beside him and said, "Here, these 4 are the big swords I made for you. Try it yourself and see if you like it. The top one is for Xianqing, the second one is for your mother Uchiha's Hilly, the third one is for Mikoto girl, and the last one is for Minato boy." "Thank you, old man." After hearing this, Xianqing and others bowed to Koshiro. Then, he walked forward quickly and took off his knife. At the same time, Xianqing also notified his mother through the communication space. Swish. The next moment, Uchiha's Hilly teleported over. After taking a quick look at the scene and seeing the only remaining knife on the knife rack, she bowed slightly to Kosaburo and thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Kosaburo." No. Kosaburo smiled and waved his hand. "I should thank you? If it weren't for you, I would be an old man with half my body as dirty as dirt. How can I recover my youth like now and continue my favorite sword forging career? Not to mention that I have obtained so many powerful skills. Even this time you can provide me with so many precious minerals that I have never seen to forge famous swords, which is also a kind of luck for me. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to collect so many precious materials to forge a big sword. For a top forging master, this opportunity is also rare. You are too modest." Uchiha's Hyri smiled knowingly. "Go and see if your knife is satisfactory first." Kosaburo didn't say anything more, and waved his hand to indicate. "Okay." Uchiha Yuri couldn't wait any longer, so she naturally didn't hesitate to take down her precious sword and went out. She was shocked when she heard the clear sound of the long sword. She immediately walked to the open space outside the forging stone and tried to swing it. She felt very satisfied. Whether it was the length, weight, or center of gravity, it was very suitable for her. Kosaburo's level was indeed beyond reproach. This kind of precious sword would be a divine weapon in the ninja world. Then, Uchiha Yuri tried to inject chakra into it. Buzz. Suddenly, the whole long sword was glowing with 3 blue chakra lights. This conduction effect is not inferior to the divine weapon made purely of chakra metal. "How did you do it, Mr. Kosaburo?" Uchiha Yuri's eyes turned and asked Kosaburoma, who followed him. "That's right." At this time, Xianqing, who was also testing the sword, came over and asked curiously, "I can feel that many kinds of precious metals are added to this sword. The proportion of chakra conductive metals should not be high. Why does it have such conductivity?" Same question. Mikoto and Shui also came over holding their own swords and asked. Haha. After hearing this, Kosaburo couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "This is about the difference between the 2 worlds. This world has haki. At the same time, many metals in this world also have strong energy conductivity. Chakra is just a special energy after all. If it can conduct haki, it can naturally conduct chakra. After understanding the characteristics of chakra and the characteristics of chakra conducting metals, I used chakra and haki to comb and plasticize the inside of the metal during the forging process. This allows these 4 swords to maintain extremely strong toughness and hardness while also gaining such strong conductivity. Simple chakra cannot do this kind of combing, but armament haki can. Of course, in my opinion, this is not enough. You can use chakra and haki more to nourish in the future. When you are promoted to the black sword of the supreme big sword level in the future, the conductivity will be even stronger. It may even increase the energy. Nourish the black sword. In fact, it is also a process of soul nourishment. The reason why the Supreme Great Sword is called the Supreme Great Sword is because each Supreme Great Sword has complete spirituality and can recognize its master. Of course, correspondingly, this level of spiritual sword is not something that ordinary people can control. It needs to be recognized by the spiritual sword. And the spiritual sword that one cultivates does not have the problem of recognizing its master. I see. Uchiha's Hilly and others heard it and immediately understood. It feels like it is because of the special armed color? No wonder there are so many famous swords in this world. Uchiha's Hilly sighed. Then, her upper body appeared on the seashore hundreds of meters away. She slashed at the sea with a knife. Tear. Suddenly, a terrifying slash of dozens of meters long was slashed. A hole hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep was cut directly on the sea surface. The hole lasted for a long time before closing. Then, Uchiha's Hilly injected chakra of fire attribute into the long sword. Another slash was made at the sea surface. A-bar. Suddenly, a huge flame several tens of meters long flew out and slashed on the sea surface, creating another huge hole in the sea surface. Moreover, there was still flame burning on the cross-section of the hole. Sitsaize. Countless steam continued to gush out. After a while, the flame was extinguished and the hole closed. Afterwards, Uchiha's Hilly also tried the armament color wrap and conqueror's wrap. The effect was very good. All this was seen by Xianqing and others who followed. My mother's kendo level has improved a lot. She has reached the level of a senior swordsman. If she works hard for a few more years, it won't be a problem for her to become a great swordsman. Xianqing couldn't help but comment. You know, he created a practice method for sword intention. It greatly reduces the difficulty of becoming a swordsman and a great swordsman. Of course, if you don't have enough comprehension, it will still be difficult to go. The practice method is the practice method, and the talent moth is not needed. At most, the requirements for talent are lowered a little. The progress is too fast. That is, your mother has learned the kendo of our world for too short a time, otherwise, I feel that her achievements in kendo must be higher than mine. Koshiro couldn't help but sigh. However, it would be strange if a woman who could give birth to such a demon like Xianqing had a poor talent in kendo. Haha, teacher, you are too modest. Your kendo talent is also top-notch. Xianqing smiled and comforted. Koshiro listened, shook his head without comment, and didn't say anything more. He was not fragile enough to need comfort. However, he accepted Sunking's concern. This sword is so much to my liking? Thank you. Uchiha's Hyri put away the sword and bowed to Kosaburo again. I told you not to be polite. As long as you are satisfied, have you all thought of a name for your sword? Kosaburo smiled and waved his hand and asked. For a famous sword, the name is also very important. For a swordsmith, it is even more so. The sword is the child of the swordsmith, and he naturally hopes that his children can have a good name and a good destination. Uchiha Chiri, I've already thought of it. Let's call it Getsuga. Genking, Genguang Blade. Mikato, Rakery. Minato, Dazzling Glaze Ultimate Aoki / Everyone. Huh? Are you serious? Minato. Everyone looked at Namikaze Minato speechlessly. Are you sure this is the name of a sword? Doesn't it sound good? I think it's very good and very suitable for my sword. Look, how dazzling this sword is. After injecting wind attribute chakra, does it appear to be a glaze color? Facing the speechless expressions of the crowd, Minato touched the back of his head, pulled out the sword, injected wind attribute chakra and explained. Let's call it Guangli Blade. In the end, it was Kosaburo who made the final decision. Even, in order to prevent Minato from having the opportunity to refute and struggle, he directly handed the sword over, threw it on the bottom of the toughness and engraved these 3 words, and then returned it to Minato. Minato finally took his sword with a look of disappointment. At this moment, he felt that he had lost his dream. P.S. Please pre-order? Custom order? Ninja World, outside the Hokage's office. Fit. Tsunade kicked open the door of the Hokage's office again and walked in carelessly. The third generation's eyes twitched, and they looked at Tsunade who came in speechlessly, and they felt a headache and said, can't you just open the door properly? Why do you have to scrap a door every time you come? This money will be deducted from your next mission reward. Facing the third generation's scolding, Tsunade said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Deduct it, it's not much money. Besides, I'm used to it and can't change it. Old man, instead of scolding me every time, you might as well get used to it earlier. Habits become second nature. Eft. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Who the hell told you that habit becomes second nature like this? He felt that his master was unfortunate. Why did he accept Tsunade as his apprentice? No, not only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are also problem teenagers. One is lustful and doesn't like to go through the front door. He always likes to crawl in from the window. Orochimaru can go through the door normally, but he has been obsessed with immortality and human body modification in recent years, and has become more and more weird. He also likes to play with poison and snakes. No one makes him worry-free. Oh, I'm tired. Tell me, what do you want to find me now? Aren't you preparing things and preparing to go to the front line now? The third generation sighed helplessly. Although it hasn't been said clearly, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are his 3 disciples, and Tsunade is the only card of the Senju clan at present. She must go to the front line, right? I'm not going to the front line for the time being. Tsunade folded her arms and said directly. Huh. The third generation was stunned when they heard this, and then asked, why? What are you going to do if you don't go to the front line? Tsunade didn't say anything more, and directly replied to 023, aren't my apprentices Uchiha Qingxian, Kushina, Uchiha Mikato, and Namikaze Minato all preparing to apply for early graduation, taking advantage of the fact that the war has not yet started, to experience for a while? As a teacher, I naturally can't let him down, I must lead them for a while. Oh, by the way, Noeki is also preparing to graduate early. By then, I guess Orochimaru will not have time to go to the front line for the time being, so he will have to lead Noeki first. In fact, I feel that there will be many people who are ready to take this opportunity to graduate early, adapt to the atmosphere before the war, and experience it. In order to avoid the war really starting, when manpower is needed, the village will force them to graduate early and send them directly to the battlefield. Third, when generation heard this, they frowned and said dissatisfiedly, who told you that the village will force students to graduate early and send them directly to the battlefield in the future? Isn't this slander? Who else said this? Tsunade rolled his eyes and said disapprovingly, didn't we get through it this way? During the First World War, many of my classmates were forced to take the graduation exam early and were sent to the battlefield. Look at how many people are left in our class now. Everyone is not stupid. Naturally, they know that this problem will arise after the war really starts. Why don't they consider it for their children in advance and let them graduate early before the war breaks out completely, so that they have a training period and adaptation period? Third generation was stunned and fell into deep thought, because he couldn't deny what Tsunade said. But as a Hokage, he didn't want to lose face in front of his students again. If he admitted it directly, wouldn't it mean that he had not considered it carefully before? That won't do. He immediately argued, one war is one war, the situation was different back then. This time, as long as we successfully defeat Rain Shinobi, there may not be a full-scale ninja war, let alone being besieged by multiple ninja villages. Maybe, it won't come to the point where students need to take graduation exams in advance. Dex. After hearing this, Tsunade curled her lips in disdain and said, "Do you believe this yourself? It's been 20 years since the First World War. The major ninja villages have long recovered from the First World War, and even their strength has reached a new level. They are no longer satisfied with the current situation and want to start a war to obtain more resources and more mission commissions. The fighting factions of the major ninja villages have also begun to rise. The last time the 3 major ninja villages jointly sent elite troops to attack the Whirlpool country is a good example. Because they want to obtain sealing techniques and even suitable Jinchuriki came to seal the tailed beasts they controlled, and completely mastered the power of the tailed beasts and used them for battle. Me? Our Konoha seems to be an exception. After all, you are a peace lover, and you have suppressed the fighting faction. Well, if Danzo is not considered a fighting faction." The third generation's face darkened when they heard this. "Who are you talking to? Besides, is it wrong for me to love peace?" Tsunade noticed the change in the third generation's face, and immediately skipped the topic and said directly, "In short, even if we Konoha don't want to fight, even if we defeat Rain Shinobi, the other 4 major ninja villages will not easily give up and continue to launch a larger ninja world war. Once we fall into the quagmire of war, our Konoha will inevitably face a situation of being besieged by multiple ninja villages at the same time. Teacher, you can deploy elite teams on the borders of other ninja villages, isn't it also considering this point? So, let the qualified children graduate in advance, while the war has not completely broken out, or when we still have spare power, send some jonin and elite shinin to become class teachers to lead these graduated children. Isn't it necessary to take the opportunity to improve their strength and experience? Just say it. It's up to you whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, I don't care. At worst, just force it. When has she ever cared about the rules?" The third generation saw Tsunade's stubborn look and knew they had to agree to this matter. But he had to admit that what the hand said made sense. He thought about it. "Kaido, I agree to this. I will give you and Orochimaru 2 months to lead the class. 2 months is the limit of time I can buy you. In the early stage, our war with the Rain country will definitely not break out directly. Instead, it will be a low-intensity test and intelligence acquisition. But after 2 months, you and Orochimaru must arrive at the front line of the Rain country battlefield, and participate in the battle, understand? If you don't agree, then I won't approve Uchiha Sunking's application for early graduation. Obviously, he is not without means to counter. Okay, with Sunking's strength, 2 months is enough. After that, I believe they can almost stand on their own." Tsunade nodded in agreement immediately. "No more bargaining. Very good. Then you go back first. I will give the order later. I will complete the early graduation assessment as soon as possible in the next few days." The third generation nodded and waved his hand to indicate that Tsunade could go. "Okay, then I'm leaving." Tsunade nodded with a smile, said goodbye to the third generation, and turned and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the half-broken door. I don't know if it was for the acne third generation or what. Anyway, the third generation saw the broken door with only the upper half left, and his eyes twitched. He immediately waved and called an umbu, ordered him to change the door for him as soon as possible. After Tsunade left the Hokage's office, he found Orochimaru as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was also with Orochimaru at this time. "Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you are here too." Walking into the room and seeing the two, Tsunade greeted them directly. Tsunade, why did you come to see me at this time? Is there something?" Orochimaru asked in confusion. He knew Tsunade's character too well. No one would come to see you for no reason. Jiraiya was also very curious. "Indeed, there is something." Tsunade nodded and told Orochimaru that Xianxing, Noeke, and others had finished their studies early. Then, he said, "I have convinced the old man that I will be the teacher of Uchiha Xianxing, Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, and Namikaze Minato. Take advantage of the low intensity of the war, teach them first, increase their combat and survival experience. Prepare for the war later. I also applied for you to the old man. The old man gave us 2 months. After 2 months, we have to go to the front line of the Rain country to participate in the war. So, I came here to tell you. Noeke will be handed over to you. I have discussed with my grandmother and Lord Chiri, and then I will assign a little genius from the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans to your class. Is it okay?" Orochimaru couldn't help rolling his eyes after hearing this. "You have said everything and you have done everything. What can I do if I have a problem? Can I refuse?" Tsunade smiled and said, "No, that's it." Orochimaru shrugged helplessly, thought for a while and said, "Noeke is something I have already discussed with you, so there is no problem. The other Uzumaki and Uchiha people have to pass my test. I can't just accept students casually. He also has principles. You can test it however you want. It will be fine. Lord Chiri and Grandma won't just send someone to fool you and me." Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly. Uchiha and Uzumaki, even the Senju clan, are currently because most of the new generation have been contracted by Xianxing and have practiced with him for several years. The strength and talent are all very good. The ones who were originally poor have also been improved by divine skills. All of them are geniuses. The geniuses have risen to the level of super geniuses. They will definitely meet Orochimaru's requirements. As long as he doesn't get too surprised at that time. "Oh, it seems that you are very confident in them." Orochimaru saw Tsunade like this, and his eyebrows slightly raised, and he became interested. Come to think of it, you can easily help with this kind of thing. It seems that your three tribes have really formed an alliance. Interesting. I wonder what the second generation will feel and think when they know that Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha have formed an alliance. He thought that in the future, maybe he could use reanimation jutsu to revive a wave of second generation, and ask them. I think the expressions of the second generation will be very interesting at that time. The only pity is that he has not yet obtained the reanimation jutsu. Maybe, I can get it from Danzo. Yes, I also need the spiritualization technique. These all involve the soul and resurrection, which will definitely be of great help to my research on immortality. Hey, if possible, I really want to get all the forbidden technique research data of the second generation. These, I guess Tsunade and the Senju clan don't have much, they are all sealed up by the second generation in the village's forbidden technique library. Orochimaru sighed and regretted in his heart. If the Senju clan still has some, then things will be much easier. It's much easier to get it from Tsunade than from the third generation. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? Who knows? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing this, and said indifferently, whether he is happy or not, whether he agrees or not, it is not his business. Even if he is resurrected now, does he really dare to interfere in the affairs of my grandmother and Lord Chiri? Hehe, I don't think so. Not to mention her grandmother, as the eldest sister-in-law of her second grandfather has to listen to her. As for Lord Chiri, she heard from her grandmother that her second grandfather had been humiliated by Lord Chiri. This is the incomplete Lord Chiri before. If he meets the super-enhanced version of Lord Chiri now, that scene will definitely be very interesting. Oh, her grandmother is also a super-enhanced version now. Tisk, isn't this interesting? Thinking about it, I really look forward to seeing such a scene. Presumably, it will be very exciting, right? Speaking of which, she also has some resentment towards her second grandfather. If it weren't for my second grandfather accepting these 4BD trash apprentices, if it weren't for my second grandfather coming up with some policy of clapping and integrating into the civilian population, why would Senju fall into this situation now? Why would Konoha become what it is now? What will it be like in the future? It's all my second grandfather's fault, Oh, it seems that the strength of these two adults is even stronger than I thought. Indeed, the nutritional pills made by Uchiha are good for improving the ninja's physique and even vitality. Their internal version should be stronger, which can be seen from the rapid improvement of the physique of Uchiha ninjas in recent years. I also tried to extract the essence of it. Although it succeeded, it cannot be copied. I can only combine the essence of multiple nutritional pills and take them at one time. The effect is indeed much better. This year, my physique and vitality have also improved a lot, and the amount of chakra has also increased a lot. I can break through the Kage level so quickly, thanks to this nutritional pill. Orochimaru exclaimed. If possible, he really wants to get the real secret of this nutritional pill. Unfortunately, it seems that this cannot be studied by researching and disassembling it by himself. Because there is a very key ingredient in it that he can't figure out what it is, and there is no alternative medicinal material in the ninja world. Oh. Tsunade raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and looked at Orochimaru a few times, and said with some understanding, I wonder why your physique and strength have improved so quickly in the past few years. I thought you had other research successfully applied to yourself. I didn't expect it to be the nutritional pill. You are worthy of it. You can actually think of using this method to improve the efficacy of the medicine. Isn't this equivalent to them taking 100% of the nutritional pills directly or eating the meat of sea kings? If Orochimaru didn't have health-preserving skills, and other meditation methods to promote digestion and absorption, improve aptitude and bones, and improve soul and mental strength, his improvement would probably be greater, right? No wonder Xianqing wants to recruit him. This guy is really suitable for research. Feeling couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. She felt that she had underestimated her teammate in the past. This method is good, but it is very costly. Too expensive. Even if I have worked hard to complete tasks and invent to make money, it is still not enough. Unlike you, Tsunade, you can directly obtain nutritional pills with better efficacy. It is enviable. No wonder your three tribes have formed an alliance. There is a reason. I would also be willing to do it if I were in your place. Orochimaru licked his tongue and looked straight at Tsunade. If he could get nutritional pills with higher efficacy from Tsunade to study, would he be able to figure out all the secrets of this nutritional pill? Even, could he extract the ultimate nutritional wind with higher efficacy and better efficacy? Unfortunately, it is not easy to speak directly about such things. Because Tsunade may not agree. Even, it will destroy their relationship. So, Orochimaru still held back for the time being. Tsunade saw Orochimaru's undisguised thoughts, but did not pay any attention to them. It is impossible to provide Orochimaru with 100% nutritional pills. This is a tenfold weakened ordinary nutritional pill that can be refined into a 100% version. If he is given 100%, what will happen? God knows what he will come up with at that time. Moreover, this thing should be waited for him to ask Xianqing, as a benefit for Xianqing to improve his favorability. As long as Orochimaru contracts with Xianqing, he will naturally get what he wants. Even, he can get more. She is also doing this for Orochimaru's good. After all, the future of the ninja world will definitely belong to Xianqing. Joining early can get benefits early and avoid standing on the opposite side of Xianqing in the future. No, what are you talking about? Orochimaru, when did you break through the cage level? Why don't I know? Even I haven't broken through yet. At this time, Jiraiya on the side looked at Orochimaru with some confusion and jealousy and shouted. Obviously he has worked very hard in recent years and even mastered the fairy technique. Well, it's just a semi-finished product though. There is no way, but it is not too difficult to practice. He feels that he and you are very hardworking and talented. Look, Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't learn it, didn't they? Idiot! They broke through more than a year ago. You really didn't notice it at all. Orochimaru couldn't help rolling his eyes and continued. Besides, Tsunade broke through more than a year earlier than me. Now, even I can't see clearly how strong she is. Among the three of us, you are the only one who hasn't broken through yet. So, you have to work hard. Don't fall too far behind. The last one. Jiraiya got angry when he heard these three words, and jumped up and said, You are the last one. Your whole family is the last one. I've been different from the past. Humph. You guys just wait for me. I will soon break through the cage level, catch up with you, or even surpass you. Besides, even now, as long as I enter Sage mode, you may not be my opponent. Huh. He is very confident in the fairy technique. Det. Orochimaru heard this and curled his lips in disdain, saying, How could I not know you? With your half-finished fairy art, you don't have many opportunities to use it on the battlefield. The pre-swing is too long. Moreover, because Jiraiya has not mastered the fairy art completely, he will have some toad characteristics when he enters Sage mode. He becomes uglier. This guy cares so much about his image that he probably doesn't want to show his Sage mode in front of others unless it is absolutely necessary. There will always be a chance. It's better than you can't learn it. Jiraiya argued and mocked. Orochimaru and Tsunade wanted to hit him after hearing this. 014512208171252420. This matter is indeed a pain point in the hearts of the two. Who would have thought that among the three of them, Jiraiya, who was the last and stupidest, could learn this thing? The two would not admit that they were not as good as Jiraiya, but simply felt that this fairy art was more suitable for them to learn, because they are often stubborn and simple-minded. 0. Please give me flowers. Smart people have too many ideas, and they can't even get through the stage of meditation, let alone the state of mind of harmony between man and nature. On that day, Xianqing, Mikoto, Minato, Kushina, Noeke, and others all applied for early graduation. The third generation, who had already prepared, passed directly, and arranged their assessment time for tomorrow. Moreover, after Xianqing and others completed the assessment, they officially announced a collective early graduation assessment for senior students. As long as they passed, they would arrange a class teacher in advance to let them go for training. Xianqing and others also received a reply soon. However, several people looked relaxed. They didn't take the assessment seriously at all. Yes, each of them has at least the strength of Jonin level. How can a mere graduation assessment stump them? Even if the third generation personally took the assessment, Xianqing was confident that he would pass. Finally, we're about to graduate. Now, we don't have to send Shadow Clone to school anymore. We're going to be free? Hehe. After receiving the consent notice, Kushina followed Xianqing and others to leave the school, stretched and said happily, Yeah. Mikoto also smiled and nodded. Although we only sent Shadow Clone, it's still a headache to receive the memory of going to school every day. However, we have to go on a mission next, and the war has also begun. We still can't relax, we have to practice hard and be careful to experience, and we can't be careless. At present, among them, only Xianqing has enough strength to deal with most of the problems, and the strength of the others is not enough. If you are not careful, it is not impossible to capsize. Although the time-space gate has a life-saving transmission function, it is better not to use it if you can. Once used, it will easily expose the existence of this ability. It will bring unnecessary trouble to Xianqing. Unless, all witnesses are killed directly afterwards. Of course, I'm not stupid. Kushina nodded repeatedly to express her opinion. Speaking of which, at this time, Minato suddenly asked, I met a white-haired uncle yesterday. He became the Mount Myaboku Toad Sage of Konoha and wanted to take me as his apprentice. What do you think I should do? I always feel that it will be very troublesome if I agree. The main reason is that he has Sun King's full training now, and he doesn't need any master. Moreover, he has so many secrets now, and it will be difficult to deal with him with another teacher. Jiraiya? Sister Tsunade's pervert teammate who likes to peek. Why did he find you? Kushina was stunned when he heard it, and then frowned. Mikoto and Xianqing also looked at each other. Especially Xianqing, who couldn't help but think, I didn't expect that after I changed Minato's fate, Jiraiya still found Minato. Should I say that he has good vision? Or good luck? Minato frowned when he heard Kushina's evaluation of Jiraiya, a pervert who likes to voyeur? He has this hobby. Moreover, as a teammate of Master Tsunade, he didn't get beaten to death by Master feeling with this hobby. It seems that he really has some skills. Since Tsunade was also contracted by Xianqing, Minato, who often came into contact with him, naturally had a good understanding of Tsunade. It is clear that Tsunade is a person with a bad temper, who likes to swing his fists and use strange strength to beat people when he disagrees with others. She can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. Jiraiya's pervert behavior must be the focus of Master Tsunade's crackdown, right? P.S. Please order first. Thousands of self-orders? Who said it wasn't? Kushina listened and nodded speechlessly. From what I saw, he was beaten half to death by Sister Tsunade 4 or 5 times. Every time he had to lie in the ninja hospital for half a month or even a month. Unfortunately, this guy just won't change his bad habits, even Master Hand can't do anything about it sometimes. After that, unless Master Tsunade saw it with her own eyes, or Jiraiya said it in front of her, she can only turn a blind eye and turn a blind eye. Of course, she warned Sister Mikoto and me not to go to the hot spring house in the village, so as not to be taken advantage of. Even, Kushina estimated that all the girls that Tsunade knew and had a good relationship with should have been reminded by her. As for more people, she couldn't control them. You can't just kill Jiraiya, right? DB. Minato's eyes twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless. That's true. Forget it, I was a little hesitant before whether to become his disciple. After all, he is so sincere and he is the disciple of the Hokage. I don't think it would be a good idea to reject him directly. Now it seems that it is better to reject him decisively. He doesn't want to be associated with such a Jiraiya. No matter how strong he is, it won't work. What if people think that he is also a pervert who likes to peek? Then he will be socially dead and lose his right to choose a spouse. That would be too miserable. He absolutely doesn't want it. Although he has already given up on Kushina and his heart is not 537 on Kushina. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't want a wife in the future. He can find another one in the future. At present, there are many targets that he thinks are good among the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans he has contacted. He thinks he can choose one to develop in the future. As for someone as fickle as Xianqing, he was a little afraid. The main reason was that the girls of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans seemed to be quite tough. You are right to think so. Otherwise, if you learn bad things from that guy, be careful that we will break up with you. Humph. Kushina waved his fist and threatened. Hehe. Minato listened and smiled bitterly. I will go to him later and explain the situation. Xianqing and the others nodded. Xianqing was naturally happy to see Minato refuse to become Jiraiya's apprentice. Speaking of which, he thought about winning over Orochimaru to make a contract, but he was always hesitating whether to make a contract with him as a doctor. For now, let's just wait and see. It's not because this guy likes to peek. It's simply because this guy has been seriously brainwashed by the third generation and Gamamaru. If things go wrong in the future, he may stand on the opposite side of him. Everything depends on Jiraiya's future choice. He will definitely be driven out of the third generation. Soon, Minato separated from Xianqing and the others, and spent some time to find Jiraiya and explain his purpose. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard that Minato actually refused to be his master. He didn't expect this at all. He thought this matter was a sure thing. After all, he is Jiraiya, a disciple of the third generation, a toad sage, and very powerful. Although Minato is very talented, he is just a civilian ninja. At most, he is close to Uchiha Xianqing and seems to often practice with Uchiha Xianqing and the others. Can I ask why? Jiraiya asked with some loss and confusion. He thought someone was behind this? DB. Minato was a little helpless and hesitant when he heard this. First, I have received support from Xianqing and Hilly, and I have no shortage of ninjutsu and guidance. Second, Kushina and Tsunade don't agree with me doing this. Well, although it's not good to use Tsunade and Kushina as an excuse, but he had asked Kushina before, and even asked Tsunade without using the communication space. Both of them agreed. He naturally had no psychological pressure. Kushina and Tsunade. Jiraiya was furious when he heard this, and said angrily with a red face, no, why do they do this? It's too much. I'm going to talk to them. Especially Tsunade, she's not afraid that I'll take in a genius disciple and surpass her disciple, right? DB. Minato was ashamed when he heard this. Comparing him with Xianqing? Isn't this nonsense? He can achieve what he has today thanks to Xianqing. Besides, how could he not know how evil Xianqing is? With Sun King's current strength, it is estimated that the third generation may not be Sun King's opponent. Comparing him with Xianqing is really too flattering. I am definitely not comparable to Xianqing. Minato immediately shook his head and said, in addition, I don't recommend you to find Master Tsunade. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will beat you. They are afraid that I will be led astray by you, so they don't let me become your apprentice. Please understand. At the same time, thank you for your favor. Although I can't become your disciple, I believe you can definitely find a better disciple than me. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, after the next Rain Country War, Jiraiya will accept Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan as his disciples. Minato still knows this. And, in the original future, he was actually accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya at this stage. But then Jiraiya went to join the war, and didn't have much time or opportunity to teach him. It was more than a year later when the war ended. What's more, after that, Jiraiya went to take care of Yahiko and the other two. Moreover, this area is 3 years. He was left without a master for more than 4 years. Fortunately, he was naturally gifted, otherwise, if he missed these important growth periods, his strength and potential might be greatly affected. Therefore, in Minato's view, although Jiraiya is a good teacher in general, he is also a willful and irresponsible BD sometimes. In the original future, Jiraiya's greatest help to him was probably to help him exchange for the qualification to learn Flying Thunder God technique. But now, he has learned Flying Thunder God technique from Xianqing. This does not require Jiraiya's help to exchange. Although, he has not learned it yet. Currently, he is still learning the sealing technique. Jiraiya now understood why Tsunade and the others stopped him. At the same time, he also saw Minato's firm determination. Suddenly, he sighed, and with regret in his heart, he patted Minato's shoulder and said, "Forget it? Since you have made a choice, let's forget about it. I can only say that I am not destined to be with you. However, even if you don't worship me as your master, you must practice hard and don't waste your talent. You must become an independent ninja in the future and protect Konoha well. If you have any questions about practice, you are always welcome to come to me. I will try my best to help you solve them. It hurts, but now that things have come to this, there is nothing to say." He knows very well that he can't do this after Tsunade intervenes. As for trouble with Tsunade or even Kushina, forget it. He is worried that he will be beaten by Tsunade or even Mito-sama. These two are people he can't afford to offend. Damn it, it's all because of peeping? It's all because of the teacher who led me astray. Jiraiya cursed in his heart and flashed away. "Thank you very much, Master Jiraiya." Minato saw him leave and bowed to thank him. After Jiraiya walked away, he turned around and left. Who is scolding me? At this time, in the Hokage's office, the third generation suddenly yawned several times in a row, wiped his nose with a puzzled look, and muttered, "Hiruzen, don't change the subject." Danzo saw it and immediately said angrily, "I have no objection to letting senior students take the graduation examination in advance, but why didn't you discuss this with us? It's not the time to let children go to the battlefield now. You should be more cautious about this kind of thing, at least discuss it with us." Indeed, Yuden Koharu and Mito Homura listened and nodded in agreement. The third generation looked at Danzo speechlessly and said, "Danzo, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Do you really care about some kids taking graduation exams early? I'm afraid not. Who doesn't know who?" As long as Danzo sticks his butt out, he knows what he's going to say. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this, and a look of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. He argued, "Now that things have come to this, I don't care about anything else. I need to select a group of people to join the route. The route is still too weak now, and the tasks it needs to bear are heavy. It won't go without adding fresh blood. I think those Uzumaki clan, Uchiha clan, and even a few Senju descendants in the school are good. Give these people to me." He felt that since it was not easy to intervene directly in Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, it would always be okay to start with the children. He believed in his brainwashing skills. As long as these people fell into his hands, he would have a way to brainwash them into his own soldiers. In the future, these people can be used to deal with Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. He even wanted to get another group of people from other ninja clans to join the route. In the future, he could rely on these people to secretly control these ninja clans, gain their support, and eventually become Hokage. Don't think he really didn't prepare at all. Of course, he knew that he needed enough support to become Hokage. But in his opinion, civilian ninjas and those villagers were best fooled and guided, and it didn't matter whether they had their support or not. With his means of guiding public opinion, he could naturally guide these people to become his supporters when he needed it. He only needed to deal with most of the Chunin clans in Konoha to become Hokage. Are you crazy or am I crazy? However, the third generation looked at Danzo with wide eyes after hearing what Danzo said. Not only the third generation, but even Yuden Koharu and Mito Homura on the side looked at Danzo with the eyes of a madman. The third generation's face turned pale and they said angrily, "Do you think too highly of me, the Hokage? Do you really think I can do whatever I want and do this for Mito-sama, Uchiha, and Uzumaki? Do you believe that as long as the news that I want to do this gets out, the three tribes will dare to overthrow the rule of me, the Hokage, in a minute? Change a Hokage? Don't you see that they have enough power to overthrow me, the Hokage, at any time? If they hadn't considered public opinion and the stability of the village, they might have done it long ago. Do you really think it's 4 years ago now?" Over the years, although Danzo secretly forced some geniuses from some ninja clans to join the route, the third generation's favorability in the hearts of these ninja clans has dropped significantly and they have been alienated a lot. But he and the Sarutobi clan still have many supporters. Among them, they are mainly small and medium-sized ninja clans and civilian ninjas. After all, it is not more than a decade later, not the time period after the death of the fourth generation, and they have not seen the era of offending many ninja clans, big and small, and even most civilian ninjas. During the First World War, the third generation Wan Li's victory over the enemy has not diminished much. The main reason is that their means of plundering the village's resources and suppressing many ninja clans are not yet clear, and they have deceived many people. Not every ninja clan has felt the pain like the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, and knows their true colors clearly. Not every ninja clan is as smart as the Nara clan. P.S. Please order first? Custom order? They dare. Danzo heard this and immediately raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Is this outrageous? Why don't they dare?" The third generation heard this and immediately sneered, "You are openly trying to seize their new generation to brainwash and train them. Tell me, what don't they dare to do? Even a Hokage like me dares to ignore the overall situation. Why do you think they have to consider the overall situation? Because you are thick-skinned. Kr. Danzo was so angry when he heard the third generation's sarcastic words that he wanted to punch the third generation in the face. "I am thick-skinned? No matter how thick-skinned I am, can I be as thick-skinned as you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? You blame me for all the dirty and messy things, but you always pretend to be a pure and flawless white lotus. In terms of shamelessness, who can be thicker than you? Danzo suppressed his anger and took a few deep breaths to suppress some of the anger in his heart. He said to the main master, "Is this not negotiable? I only need 10 parts, right? The root needs fresh blood." Third generation shook his head with a straight face and said, "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. You are not allowed to take advantage of the children graduating from this school. Also, don't go to those ninja clans to forcibly recruit talented children in the near future. They have come to me. They complained to me about how overbearing and unreasonable you are. Obviously, these ninja clans have a lot of opinions about you. Even I am affected by it. You have to make us alienated from everyone, and driven out of office to be happy. Before doing anything, can you consider my feelings as a Hokage first?" He didn't think that Danzo signed 08 geniuses of various clans were wrong. This itself was also tacitly approved by him in the past, and it was also a means to weaken various. But can't you do it more nicely and take the blame more, so as not to let these ninjas vent their anger on me and affect my prestige? Danzo couldn't hold back his anger when he heard the third generation's words, and roared at the third generation, "Is this still my fault? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Didn't you acquiesce to all this? They come to complain, so you won't fight back. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. Kr. This is my line, right? Danzo, you BD, you're going too far, you're stealing my line. How can I continue? Are you going to regret it, Danzo? This doesn't make sense. Hokage can't act arbitrarily. Anyway, I can't give you the students who graduated this time, and you shouldn't go to those ninja clans to beg for money recently. For the route expansion, you should think of another way. You can select from the orphanage. Or, take advantage of the war to find a way to select. I know you have a way." The third generation could only scold with a stern face. Do you really think that he, the Hokage, can do whatever he wants? Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito, these mountains are pressing down. Heh. Danzo laughed angrily after hearing this. "So, you can't give me any support, and I have to figure out everything myself? But, all the dirty work still has to be done by me. You really think it's beautiful, Hiruzen? You will regret it." Danzo took a deep look at the third generation, left this sentence, and walked out of the Hokage office angrily, and soon left the Hokage building. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." When he left the office, Danzo heard the familiar words of the third generation from behind. He could no longer suppress his anger, and roared in his heart, "You are the Hokage, you are the Hokage, I have heard this sentence enough. I am tired of it. Can you stop saying it? I obviously have already intercepted your words in advance, but I just don't want to hear this sentence. Why do you still use this sentence to stimulate me?" Danzo's neck and forehead were blue veins at this time, and his anger almost burned out his last sanity. Afraid that he could not help but turn around and fight with the third generation, he could only speed up and leave. When Danzo left the Hokage building and went far away, Mito Kado Homura looked at the third generation helplessly and sighed, "Hey, Hiruzen, you shouldn't have provoked Danzo so much just now. You know he has always been worried about the position of Hokage. This is what he doesn't want to hear the most. Aren't you afraid that he will lose his mind if you provoke him? I will fight you to death." Sometimes he feels that Sarutobi and Danzo are like a pair of enemies, like to love and kill each other. It's a headache to watch. Indeed. Yudin Koharu also nodded. Just now I could clearly feel the anger in Danzo's heart that was about to go out of control. This time you really provoked him. Hey. After hearing this, the third generation slowly took out his pipe, stuffed it with tobacco, lit it, and took a few puffs with a sad face. "Why would I want to do this? He thinks I don't want to weaken Uchiha, Uzumaki, and even Senjo. I can't." Now the three tribes have formed an alliance openly, and their strength is growing day by day. If we really want to do what Danzo said, I'm afraid they will suppress us before we even go out to fight. With their growing power in recent years, they are just lacking a suitable reason to attack us. The more it is now, the more we cannot act recklessly. Just be patient and wait for us to win on the battlefield this time, and at the same time, kill a group of elites from the three clans. At that time, public opinion and initiative will be back in our hands. At that time, with the general trend, we can suppress the three clans again and further weaken their power and influence. In the end, we will completely control the power of Konoha in our hands. Even, not only the battlefield of the Rain Country, even if other ninja villages are not ready to go to war with us in the future, I am ready to deliberately guide them to go to war with us. At that time, we can find another opportunity to signal a wave of elites from the three clans to be sent to the battlefield. Repeat the previous operation and consume all the elites of the three clans in one fell swoop. At the same time, defeat the four major ninja villages. At that time, we will not be as passive as we are now. Danzo doesn't understand these things, he is just too impulsive and can't stand the slightest bit of frustration. This won't work. So, Danzo's personality is not suitable for being a Hokage at all. He thought that the Hokage was supreme and had the final say. In fact, in the eyes of the third generation, the Hokage was just a punching bag and a mediator. It is necessary to constantly adjust and balance the conflicts and disputes among all parties in the village. At the same time, it is also necessary to bear a lot of resentment. Can this plan really succeed? Uchiha Chiri and Lord Mito are not fools. Don't make things worse. It's better to continue to endure this, not to conflict with them, and give them a little. As long as we don't make mistakes, they can't pull us down for no reason, right? Yudin Koharu persuaded without frowning. She still felt that the third generation and Danzo's plan was too beautiful. If they do this, if they are not careful, they will be doomed. It's too risky. Hihi, do you think we want to? After hearing this, the third generation smiled bitterly and said, that's because I've been forced into a corner and have no choice. Since the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha tribes joined forces, the strength of the three tribes has begun to expand abnormally. Obviously, they all benefited from the Uchiha. In terms of development, we are completely no match for the three tribes. Based on the dirty conflicts we had with the three tribes in the past, a life and death conflict is a matter of time. We have no choice at all. This war is our only chance to turn the tables. I guess the three tribes also regard this war as an opportunity. It all depends on who succeeds in the end. Whoever wins this game will become the final winner and completely control Konoha. The winner takes all, and the loser is out. DEUF. Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura finally reacted after hearing this, and they all took a breath of cold air, saying in disbelief, have things come to this? I thought. Do you think we still have a choice? The third generation shook their heads helplessly after hearing this. We have no choice for a long time. Since the three tribes formed an alliance and their strength increased abnormally, we have no choice. It's a pity that we can't get the secret of Uchiha's drugs, otherwise, we can also take more initiative. I can only say that we are unlucky. It's not that I want to provoke Danzo just now, but because we can't provoke the three tribes or even other ninja tribes now. Otherwise, they may directly join forces, turn the table in advance, and drive us out of office in advance. If 107 is like that, we won't even have a chance to fight for the last time. The reason why Danzo didn't really explode when I was so angry is actually because he knows this in his heart. As for Danzo's previous proposal, it's just an impulsive and radical approach. At the same time, it was just a test that Danzo wanted to conduct on the three Uchiha clans. He thought that with hostages in hand, what if the test was successful? Unfortunately, the third generation could not agree to such a radical and adventurous approach. This was not in line with his style. He might die if he tried. I see. Yudin Kohara frowned and said solemnly, it seems that there is no way out. So let's do it. I will go to allocate supplies first. You continue to be busy. Me too. Mito Homura also said something, and then left the Hokage office and the Hokage building with Yudin Koharu. He was not really in a hurry to deal with the supplies, but found a secret low place to sit down and set up a soundproof barrier. Yudin Kohara said to Mito Homura with a serious face, Yan, what do you think about this matter? Should we participate deeply? Mito Homura raised his eyebrows and looked at Yudin Koharu in surprise, and asked tentatively, you want to? No need to test. Yudin Koharu saw it and couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, I just think Hiruzen and Danzo's plan is too radical and too risky. If we get deeply involved, if something goes wrong, we and the family behind us may be doomed. This is not what I want to see, and it should not be what you want to see, right? After all, they have relied on their status as second-generation disciples, third generation, and Danzo to have their current status over the years, and the family behind them has gradually prospered. But they are still very weak. They don't dare to gamble so much. Of course, it is also because they feel that although they have participated in the suppression of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki before, they have only tried it superficially and have not gone too deep. Strictly speaking, we are not mortal enemies with the three clans. There is no need to bet against the three clans like third generation and Danzo, dragging the family and everything else. P.S. Please pre-order? Custom order? Indeed. Mito Homura also understood Yudin Koharu's idea, nodded in agreement, and sighed, alas. I didn't expect that after a few years, things would suddenly become like this. Things are unpredictable. We are more Hiruzen and Danzo are indeed different. We can't afford to gamble, and there is no need to gamble like this. So, next, we should follow our own pace, at most play a supporting role, and don't get too much contact and participate in their plans. I will remind the family members who will participate in the war on this point. Put your life first, don't worry about other things. What do you think? Anyway, with their relationship, even if they do this, the third generation will win in the end. They will definitely get the benefits. The third generation still needs the support and help of the two of them. They are senior brothers and sisters. Diehards. But if the third generation fails, as long as they insist that they were not involved and cut ties with the third generation in time, at least they will not die and their clan will be exterminated, right? At most, they will lose some power and interests, and just keep their heads down. It is better than death and the extinction of the clan. Who would want to die if they can live? As for whether it is too unfair to the third generation and Danzo to do so, Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura do not think so. They believe from the bottom of their hearts that they have not gained as much as the third generation Danzo, so naturally, the risks and responsibilities they bear should also be reduced. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Soon, the two reached a secret agreement. The next morning, the training ground of the ninja school. At this time, the stands around the training ground were full of people. They all came to watch the early graduation assessment of Xianqing and others today. Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri, Uzumaki Aki, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hayagason, and many other ninja clan representatives and jonin came. Danzo and the third generation were no exception. Seeing that the time was almost up, the third generation immediately stood on the podium, looked around, and said, "Today is the day for Uchiha Xianxing and others to take the early graduation test. I didn't expect so many people to come, but it's okay, it's just right for us to see the real Shi of our new generation. Xianxing, as long as you can hold on to your opponents for 10 minutes, you will pass the test. Now I declare that the test officially begins." The next moment, an elite genin appeared on the middle ring. "I'll go first." Xianxing nodded slightly to Kushina and the others, and directly used the body flicker technique to brush across more than 10 meters and appeared on the ring. Duh. This move made many people in the stands shrink their pupils. What a fast speed. Indeed, this speed is comparable to Jonin, right? This kid seems to be very powerful. I remember he is the son of Lord Uchiha Yuri. That's right. Lord Yuri gave birth to a genius son. For a while, everyone talked about it, but none of this affected Xianxing. The genin opposite him saw Xianxing's move, and his heart tightened. He thought, damn. This kid is really powerful? If his strength is not as fast as his speed, he will be embarrassed this time. Damn it, I would not have accepted this task if I had known. I thought it was a chance to show myself, but... Start. At this time, the referee gave the order. Swish. The next moment, Xianxing appeared in front of the genin. The genin only heard Xianxing's faint voice, "What are you daydreaming about?" Zit. The next moment, the genin felt a pain in his abdomen. The whole person seemed to be hit by a high-speed carriage, his back arched, his eyes bulged, his mouth opened, and bitter water gushed out. The sight began to fly away. Bang! With a sound, he flew out of the ring and hit the ground more than 10 meters away. A shallow gully was knocked out of the ground. Genin fainted completely. In the last second before he fainted, he was still thinking, what the hell? The referee on the side finally reacted and quickly came to the side of Genin, leaning over to check his condition. As a result, he unexpectedly found that Genin was not seriously injured, at most it was a minor injury. He fainted mainly because of the impact. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and looked at Xianxing deeply, and announced, "Winner, Uchiha Xianxing. The next examiner is Chen Libo Mikato, please come on stage." Wow. At this time, the people in the stands reacted from the previous shock and suddenly there was an uproar. This is too powerful, right? He didn't use chakra just now? He can actually maintain such a fast speed, and he instantly killed an elite genin with one punch. This strength is a bit scary. I feel better than me. As expected, he is the son of Lord Uchiha's Hilly. This strength is at least Chunin level, right? Too low? With this body instant speed, his experience is probably comparable to Jonin. Jonin? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? This Uchiha Xianxing looks only about 11 or 12 years old. More than that? He is over 1.7 meters tall, so he should be 14 or 15 years old. Stop kidding? It's said that this is an early graduation assessment, so his age can't be over 12 years old, probably around 18 years old. Indeed, the height should be related to the nutritional pills, right? I've heard that taking nutritional pills for a long time can increase height. That's true. I've grown 5 or 6 centimeters in the past few years. You know, I've long passed puberty and I'm already 28. Is it true? Nutritional pills can also have this heaven-defying effect? How come I didn't know about it? It's true, many people have confirmed this. Indeed, the most obvious example is a genin named Might Die. I heard that he got Uchiha's appreciation and cultivation. He can eat any nutritional pills every day, because he is only good at physical skills, and now his height has exceeded 2 meters. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll go buy some nutritional pills later. I've decided that I must eat more in the future and grow taller. Haha, Tanaka, you really need to grow taller. 1.45 meters is too short. It's hard to find a wife. A hole? You are only 1.45 meters. I'm obviously 1.5 meters. Who would believe it? My Dabeo is 1.45 meters at the age of 11, and he looks about the same height as you? Don't deceive yourself. A hole? I'll fight you. As expected, many people were talking about it, and they all went off topic, and their attention was focused on Sun King's age and height. There is no way, Xianxing is really too tall. If it weren't for his tender face and height, people would believe that he was 17 or 18 years old. However, Xianxing didn't care about these. After hearing the referee's verdict, he smiled and waved in the direction of his mother and others in the stands, and then turned and walked off the stage. Mikato sister? Come on. Yeah. Then, Uchiha Mikato and her opponent, who was also an elite genin, also came on stage one after another. I'm afraid your apprentice's strength is at least Jonin level, right? In a corner of the stands, Orochimaru saw Sun King's every move before, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Almost? Xianxing is very talented and works hard. Tsunade smiled slightly without comment, thinking, Jonin? Who are you looking down on? Sun King's real strength is obviously much stronger than her, a senior Kage level. Seriously, she can't last more than 3 rounds under Xianxing. Of course, she won't say it out and reveal Sun King's secret, so as not to cause trouble. On the side Jiraiya saw this and felt sour in his heart. He looked at Minato over there, then at Tsunade, and said with a face full of resentment, I could have had an excellent disciple too. Oh. Orochimaru heard this and looked back and forth between Tsunade and Jiraiya, wondering, what's going on? Heh. Tsunade saw this, crossed his arms, and sneered at Jiraiya, Minato has the support and guidance of Xianxing and Hilisama, so he doesn't need to become your disciple. You are just wishful thinking. Jiraiya heard this and immediately said unconvinced, if you hadn't said bad things about me in front of him, how could he refuse? Oh, there is such a thing. Is Minato the little yellow-haired boy next to Xianxing? He does look very good. Orochimaru heard this and immediately felt that he had eaten a big melon, and looked at the powerful Minato and raised his eyebrows. Det. Tsunade said disdainfully, do I need to say bad things about you? Everyone in Konoha doesn't know that you are a pervert who likes to peep. Minato is a good kid with a promising future. How can you let him follow you? By then, will he still have a good reputation? Will he still find a wife in the future? Jiraiya, you'd better stop bullying me, do some good deeds. Humph. Besides, Minato has grown up well and has everything he needs. Why does he want to become your disciple, Jiraiya? What's the point? Is it because you like to peep? Jiraiya was immediately speechless. Some nearby ninjas had already been listening to the gossip here without making a sound. I just felt it was funny. At the same time, I felt that Jiraiya deserved it. Who wouldn't hate this guy if they knew his character? After all, no one can guarantee that their wife, daughter, mother, or even lover won't go to onsen, no-nos, spring house, right? If this is seen, wouldn't it be a big loss? It must be that Jiraiya is a disciple of the third generation, otherwise, he would have been beaten to death. It's too immoral. The third generation not far away was speechless after hearing this, thinking, Jiraiya, you are really hopeless. You can just peek. Why did you let everyone know? I am ashamed to be associated with you. But the namikaze Minato he liked is really good. Unfortunately, he was lured away by Uchiha Xianxing early, otherwise, he could be a great help to me in the future. The third generation's eyesight is not bad. Even if Minato has a seal on his body, sealing most of his vitality, chakra, and chi, just from the ones that are revealed, the third generation can feel that Minato at least has the experience of Chunin. He is only 10 years old. A top genius? And he is born a commoner. The third generation is heartbroken. I should have noticed it earlier? What a pity. We have to find a way to win him over in the future. If we can, it will be very valuable. We can use his relationship with Uchiha and Uchiha Xianxing to influence them and get into their inner circle. The third generation began to think in his mind. He planned to talk to Jiraiya later, asking him not to give up easily, to keep working hard, and to try to recruit Minato as his disciple as soon as possible. P.S. Please pre-order, custom order, on the ring. Mikoto and his opponents stood facing each other and were ready. The test begins. The referee gave the order. Swish. The next moment, Mikoto completely copied Sunking's previous actions and appeared in front of the opposite genin in a flash. Before he could react, he punched him in the abdomen. He was knocked out of the ring and hit the ground directly, fainting. Everyone present. Wow. The next moment, everyone came back to their senses from the daze, and there was an uproar. Is it fake? This Uchiha Mikoto is so powerful. Is Uchiha going to rise? Two such strong geniuses in a row. I am ignorant. Uchiha has risen a long time ago. Haven't you noticed that Uchiha's strength has been increasing rapidly in recent years? I haven't really noticed it. I just feel that Uchiha is easier to get along with than before, and their reputation has improved a lot. That's right. Since Uchiha started to reform the guard team, they have become much more pleasing to the eye. Not only that, I heard that their clan school has a special class for teaching ideology and morality, which has changed their extreme communication. Therefore, in recent years, everyone likes to go out on missions with Uchiha people more and more. I agree. Uchiha, who is not so arrogant and difficult to get along with, is strong, comprehensive, and reliable. He is simply the best teammate. It's a pity not many Uchiha people have gone on missions in recent years. I heard that it is because their pharmacy and magical shellfish store have made a lot of money, which has been used by their family to provide welfare. They are not short of money at all, so there is no such great demand for missions. Isn't this good? Both Uchiha's medicine and magical shellfish are of great benefit to our strength improvement, and Uchiha does not come to grab missions, so we have more opportunities. This is a win-win situation. Isn't that what you said? Not helping the village to do missions? From another perspective, isn't it not contributing to the village? Why are you still praising it? Tisk tisk. Why do I feel that you have bad intentions? Who stipulates that you must complete the mission to contribute to the village? Which of Uchiha's medicine and magical shellfish cannot improve the overall strength of the village? This is not a contribution. What is a contribution? That's it. That's it. Listening to all these discussions, the third generation's mood continued to sink, thinking, I didn't expect that it has only been more than 3 years. Uchiha's reputation in the village has completely reversed and become so good. Even, there are already many supporters. Sure enough, suppressing Uchiha is urgent. 507 Danzo, who was not far away, heard these words, took a deep look at those who spoke well of Uchiha, and remembered these people in his heart. At the same time, he snorted in his heart. Humph, a bunch of dem guys, actually spoke well of Uchiha? You wait, you will see what will happen to you in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at Xianqing and Mikoto again, and said angrily in his heart, "Damn it is Uchiha, how can it be so easy to produce geniuses? If such a genius appeared in my Shimura clan, how good would it be in my roots? It's all Hiruzen's fault. If he agreed with my idea yesterday, wouldn't these people be under my command? As long as I am given time, I can definitely train and brainwash them into loyal soldiers to Konoha and me, to help me destroy Uchiha, destroy the vortex, Senju, and help me ascend Hokage position. What a pity, since I can't get it, then I'll just quit. Since you want to graduate early and go to the battlefield, that's just what I want. When the time comes, I'll have plenty of ways to trick you to death." Hehe. Thinking of this, Danzo felt a little angry. He thought he wouldn't keep these few troubles. The test is over, the winner is Uchiha Mikoto. Next game, Namikaze Minato, please go to the main stage. When it was Minato's turn to go on stage, he didn't kill the opponent instantly like Xianqing and Mikoto did. Instead, he used physical skills to entangle with the opponent for a while, and then he sent the opponent off the stage with a punch. It was considered giving face to the opponent. The moment his opponent was knocked off the stage, he was also very satisfied. "At least, I lasted much longer than the previous two, I'm already very satisfied." He was not stupid, and he could see that Minato was letting him go. The test is over, the winner is Namikaze Minato. Because of the previous example of Xianqing and Mikoto, Minato's performance after letting the water go did not cause such a big sensation. But people with good eyesight can see that Minato's real strength is probably not much weaker than Uchiha Xianqing and Uchiha Mikoto. For a moment, his heart was full of emotion. Especially after knowing that Minato was just a ninja from a commoner background, there were more exclamations. "I didn't expect that such a talented genius could appear among commoners. It's amazing. I heard that he had been funded by Uchiha a long time ago. It's not surprising that he has such strength, right? Stupid. If he is not talented, can Uchiha support him like this? If he is not talented, even if he has resources, can he have such strength at this age? Indeed, strength cannot be piled up by resources." Hearing these people's discussions and watching the performance of Minato, Jiraiya felt heartbroken. "Tsunade misled me," Jiraiya shouted in his heart. The third generation was even more moved, and they became more determined. "No, such a genius must be recruited. For my use. After the assessment, let Jiraiya work harder and try to recruit him as a disciple." Danzo saw Minato and was more excited than the third generation. "Such a genius from a commoner background should be used by me? How could he be recruited by Uchiha? Hiruzen, what on earth do you do? He is obviously your person, why was he recruited by Uchiha? No, I have to find a way to get him to the root. Since you Sarutobi Hiruzen don't take it seriously, then I Danzo will take it seriously. Next, Uzumaki Kushina, please come on stage." Next, Kushina also didn't hesitate, and directly sent his opponent off the stage with a punch. After that, it was Noeki and his two opponents, Omichiba Aoda and Uzumaki Raiko. Third generation. The first generation also showed great strength and talent, easily defeated the examiner and passed the test. The senior leaders of various clans and Jonin were amazed. "I didn't expect that even Senju Noeki showed such a strong talent. It seems that after the alliance with Uchiha, they did get huge benefits. Senju is going to be heard again. We have to wait and see, but there is indeed this opportunity. Senju Noeki is the grandson of the first generation. I am optimistic about his future. I hope he can grow up. Otherwise, it's useless to be a genius. The Uzumaki clan is not bad, but the stronger one is the Uchiha clan. This Uchiha Qingtian has never heard of it before, but he didn't expect it to have such strength. Its strength is at least the elite genin level, right? Almost, maybe a little stronger, with the strength of Chunin level? How did Uchiha train? Envy. No matter how these people talk, this test ends here." Third generation came to the podium again, and first smiled and congratulated Xianqing. "Congratulations on passing the assessment. From today on, you are an official Konoha genin. I hope you can continue to work hard, make more contributions to the village, and become the pillars of the village in the future. I am optimistic about your future. I have already made a decision on your arrangements, and I will notify you later. Please follow your teacher to take photos and ascend the throne." At this point, third generation paused, looked around and then announced, "In view of the outstanding performance of Xianqing and others, I realized that there may be some geniuses in the school who are also trapped in the school and wasting their time. This is undoubtedly a waste of their talents. In addition, the current ninja world war is imminent, and we may face a more severe situation in the future. Therefore, I plan to conduct a unified graduation assessment for the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades of the school in 5 days. Anyone who can pass the assessment can graduate early. The village will arrange a suitable class teacher for them to take them to experience in advance. Let them grow up before the war breaks out in full, so as to increase their chances of survival in the future. At the same time, better train the next generation of the village. That's all." Dismissed. After speaking, third generation turned and left, leaving everyone with different expressions. Some were excited, some were happy, and some were worried and opposed. There are many more, but since the third generation had already made the decision, they could only obey. Afterwards, Xianqing and others, led by Tsunade and Orochimaru, went to the Hokage building to take photos and received forehead protectors officially registered as a registered Konoha genin. "Minato, are you really not going to consider becoming my disciple? I really admire you, and you are also very powerful. If you agree, I can teach you fairy arts. At this time, Jiraiya found Minato again, looking at Minato eagerly and asked. Because just now the third generation specifically called him over and gave him a good talk. At the same time, it also expressed the hope that he could find a way to accept Minato as a disciple. Pull this civilian genius back from Uchiha. At the same time, also bought a chess piece from Uchiha. Jiraiya felt uncomfortable after hearing this, but he agreed after the third generation pleaded repeatedly and said that the current Uchiha and the three-clan alliance were too strong and had affected the balance of the village, and he needed Jiraiya's help. This is how the current scene came about. Minato was embarrassed after hearing this. He wanted to refuse directly, but he was afraid of hurting Jiraiya's feelings and offending Jiraiya. He could only look to Tsunade for help. Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyebrows immediately raised, and she shouted angrily, "Why haven't you given up yet? Is this fun? Since Minato has joined my class, he is naturally my disciple. Why do you have to snatch him from me? Do you still take me seriously? Do you believe that I will beat you up?" Tsunade raised her fist and said, "If you really want to recruit a disciple, then go find one again. Don't come to harass Minato. He has my guidance, that's enough. Besides, isn't it just a fairy technique? Who doesn't have it? I can also take him to the Wetbone Forest to learn the fairy techniques there. You should keep yours for yourself." Humph. She didn't need to guess to know that Jiraiya must have been persuaded by the third generation and came here in a group. Otherwise, with this guy's personality, he would definitely not come to tease her tiger whiskers. As for the third generation's thoughts, she knew even more clearly. It's nothing more than seeing Minato, a commoner genius, and wanting to win him over and use him. He might even want to use Minato's good relationship with Xianqing and others to plot against Uchiha, Senjo, and Uzumaki. It's really despicable, no wonder she's so angry. Jiraiya, as an accomplice, was also deceived by her. Tsunade, but you don't know fairy arts yourself, how can you teach? Seeing Tsunade like this, Jiraiya shrank his neck, stepped back a few steps, and stayed away from Tsunade, and argued. "You're talking nonsense." Tsunade seemed to have hit a sore spot, and immediately raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Isn't it possible for Katsuyu to teach me if I don't know it? Did you know it at the beginning? Didn't you ask the toad from Mount Myaboku to teach you? That's it. You've spent so many years to learn half of it. Are you embarrassed to teach others? Get out of here." As he said that, the next moment, Tsunade's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he rushed in front of Jiraiya. He punched Jiraiya and sent him flying. He really flew. He flew hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya screamed and quickly disappeared. Boom boom. After a few breaths, the roar of a building breaking came from a distance. Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya will not be beaten to death by you, right? Minato's eyes twitched slightly, and he asked cautiously, because he clearly heard the sound of Jiraiya's sternum breaking and collapsing. "Don't worry." Tsunade heard this and waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, "I know my limits. I'm used to fighting. This punch will at most seriously injure him and he'll have to stay in the hospital for half a month, but he won't die. If he uses the warming potion and nutritional pills sold by Uchiha, he'll recover in a week. This guy is very resistant." As she said this, she glanced back at a window on the second floor of the Hokage building. She happened to see the third generation smoking a cigarette and looking at her with a gloomy face. Det. Tsunade curled her lips in disdain, and immediately stopped looking at the third generation. She waved her hand at Xianqing and others and said, "Let's go. Today, the Tsunade class is established. I will take you to eat barbecue. My treat. Is it the Akamika family's barbecue restaurant?" "Of course." "Great. Thank you, Sister Tsunade." "Haha, you're welcome. I'll just try this thing." As we all know, the barbecue at the Akamika family barbecue restaurant in Konoha is a must. The taste is top-notch. Unfortunately, compared with Sea King's meat, the nutrition is still too bad. The taste can only be compared. It's just right for Xianqing and others who have been eating Sea King's meat and beast meat for a long time to change their taste. As for whether Tsunade has money, well, in recent years, in order to practice hard, change the future, and at the same time, not to be surpassed by Xianqing and others, she has spent most of her time practicing and learning medical knowledge. The number of times she goes to the casino has decreased a lot. The key is that when she went to gamble, Xianqing and the others would secretly follow her and become her opponent or bet against her. They would win back most of the money she lost. This made Tsunade very depressed. She lost a lot of interest. But even so, it was impossible for her to quit gambling completely. She could only play hide-and-seek with Xianqing and the others. From time to time, she would find a way to go to the casino without Xianqing and the others. If she succeeded, she would gamble, and if she failed, she would cancel. It was also difficult for Xianqing and the others. At this time, in the Hokage's office, watching Tsunade leave with his men, the third generation looked at Orochimaru standing in the office with a dark face, smoking a cigarette, and said, "It seems that Jiraiya can't be relied on. Tsunade has long been alienated from me. I can only rely on you, Orochimaru. I hope you can take good care of Noeki, Uchiha Aoda, and Uzumaki Raiko, and find a way to make them loyal to the village and me, and become people who truly possess the will of fire. Is there a problem?" Since Jiraiya can't be relied on, the third generation can only turn their attention to Orochimaru and Noeki. Strictly speaking, if Noeka's identity can be brainwashed well, it will be much more useful than Minato. The key is that from past contacts, Noeka's personality is more like the first generation, more naive, and easy to be fooled and brainwashed. The third generation feels that they still have a chance. They can use Noeka to control Senju, and then backstab Uchiha and even Uzumaki. He is still very confident in his brainwashing ability.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.